Chapter 1. Tears in the Botanical Gardens. Victoria Chen, known to the world as Mei Lin, sat on a secluded bench in Sydney's Royal Botanical Gardens, allowing tears to fall freely for the first time in years. The harbour glittered beyond the trees, indifferent to her pain. "I just think we want different things," Eric had said 30 minutes earlier, stirring his latte with practiced nonchalance. "You're wonderful, May, but I need someone with ambition, someone extraordinary." A bitter laugh escaped her lips. If only he knew. As CEO of Chen Technologies, Victoria commanded a $40 billion empire that had revolutionized quantum computing across Asia. Her face graced magazine covers, her name topped Forbes lists, and governments sought her counsel. Yet none of it had given her what she truly wanted. Someone who loved her for herself, not her wealth or power. 3 years ago, she'd created Mei Lin, a mid-level software developer with a modest apartment and second-hand furniture. She'd constructed the identity meticulously, from fabricated employment records to a carefully curated social media presence. Victoria became May whenever she could escape her executive responsibilities, slipping away to experience a normal life. Her phone buzzed. Another message from David, her loyal COO and the only person who knew her secret. "Final preparations for the charity gala complete. Your 3 gifts are secured. When will you tell him?" She closed the message without responding. The gala, where she'd planned to reveal her true identity to Eric with 3 extraordinary gifts that would have astonished the world, was now meaningless. "Excuse me." May looked up, hastily wiping tears with her sleeve. A tall man in an impeccably tailored suit stood before her, his expression unreadable. Something about his posture suggested military precision, though his features, sharp cheekbones, penetrating grey eyes, belonged on a Renaissance painting. "I apologize for the intrusion," he said, his Australian accent tinged with something European. "But you appear to be in distress." "I'm fine," she replied automatically, the response programmed into her since childhood. He raised an eyebrow. "Clearly?" His directness startled a laugh from her. "Is there something you need?" "Alexander Blackwood," he said, extending his hand. The name registered immediately. The Blackwood family controlled Australia's oldest banking dynasty. "And I have a proposition that might sound unconventional." She shook his hand cautiously. "Mei Lin." "Miss Lin, I require a wife for precisely 1 year." His delivery was matter-of-fact, as though discussing the weather. "In exchange, I'm prepared to offer $1 million. May stared, certain she'd misheard. "Excuse me?" "A marriage of convenience, no romantic entanglements, separate living quarters within my family's estate, and a legally binding contract ensuring complete dissolution after 12 months. "Are you insane?" She stood to leave. Desperate, perhaps. Something flickered in his eyes, vulnerability quickly masked. "My family is forcing me to marry Sophia Zhang to merge our business interests. I need an alternative." The name Zhang registered immediately. Zhang Enterprises was Victoria Chen's most aggressive competitor, constantly attempting to undermine her innovations with inferior copies. "Why me?" she asked, curiosity overriding indignation. "You're clearly intelligent, composed despite current circumstances, and—" He hesitated. "Unknown to Sydney's social circles. Perfect for my purposes." May should have walked away. Instead, she found herself asking, "And what would I need to do exactly?" "Attend certain functions, present a united front, and otherwise live your life as you choose." He withdrew a business card. "Consider it. The offer expires in 24 hours. As he walked away, May turned the card over in her fingers. The universe had a twisted sense of humour, offering her a false marriage immediately after she'd failed at finding real love. Her phone buzzed again. David had sent a photo of the charity gala preparations, the venue where she'd planned to transform from May to Victoria before presenting Eric with gifts that would have astonished the world. Now those gifts would never be given. The revelation would never happen. 8 months of vulnerability and hope, wasted. She looked at Alexander's retreating figure, then at the business card in her hand. $1 million meant nothing to Victoria Chen, but to Mei Lin, the woman she'd become, the identity she'd grown to cherish, it represented something else entirely. Time. Time to rebuild her shattered confidence. Time to plan her next move. Time to decide who she truly wanted to be. Before she could reconsider, Mei slipped the card into her pocket and began walking toward the harbour, leaving her tears behind on the garden bench. Chapter 2. The Architect of Deception. Victoria Chen stared at her reflection in the hotel bathroom mirror, methodically transforming herself into Mei Lin. She removed her designer earrings, replaced her couture dress with a simple cotton blouse, and applied makeup that subtly diminished her features rather than enhancing them. The final touch, exchanging her signature titanium-framed glasses for plastic ones, completed the metamorphosis. "You have 30 minutes before the board reconvenes," David's voice came through the phone on speaker. "More than enough time," Victoria replied, her voice shifting to Mei's slightly higher pitch. The quantum encryption demonstration stunned them. They'll approve the funding. And tonight's plans? Just dinner with Eric. A smile softened her face. Nothing Victoria Chen needs to worry about. As she slipped out through the service entrance, her mind drifted to how this double life began. 3 years earlier. "Miss Chen, your 5 o'clock is waiting," her assistant announced through the intercom. Victoria nodded, though no one could see her. At 28, she'd already transformed her late parents' struggling electronics company into Asia's most innovative tech giant. Chen Technologies' breakthrough in quantum computing had catapulted her to a level of wealth and influence that isolated her from the world she was supposedly part of. The man waiting in her office, a venture capitalist seeking investment, spent the entire meeting staring at her with calculated interest, his questions about her personal life thinly disguised as professional curiosity. "Perhaps we could continue this discussion over dinner?" he suggested as the meeting concluded. "I don't mix business with pleasure," she replied automatically. Later that night, alone in her penthouse overlooking Hong Kong's skyline, Victoria scrolled through her social media. Congratulatory messages about her latest acquisition mingled with marriage proposals from strangers and thinly veiled partnership offers that felt more like attempts to access her wealth than her mind. She closed the app and stared at her reflection in the darkened window. When was the last time someone had seen her? Not Victoria Chen, tech mogul, but just Victoria. The idea formed slowly at first, then with gathering momentum. A second identity. A chance to experience life without the distortion field of wealth and power. A way to find genuine connection. 8 months ago, Mei Lin sat in a Sydney cafe coding on her laptop. She'd established her alter ego carefully, renting a modest apartment, creating a digital footprint as a freelance developer, even taking public transportation despite owning a fleet of vehicles as Victoria. "Mind if I sit here? Every other table's taken." She looked up to see a man in his early 30s, holding a coffee and a dog-eared paperback. "Go ahead," she replied, moving her things to make space. "Eric Donovan," he said, extending his hand. "Mei Lin." He noticed her screen. "You're a developer." "Just debugging some quantum encryption protocols," she said, then caught herself. Mei wouldn't use such specialized terminology. "I mean just fixing some code for a client." But Eric's eyes had lit up. "Quantum encryption? That's cutting-edge stuff. Victoria Chen's company is pioneering that technology." Mei felt her heart rate increase. "You follow tech news?" "I teach computer science at the university," he explained. "Chen Technologies is revolutionizing the field. I'd give anything to see their quantum labs." For the next hour, they discussed technology, books, and Sydney's best hidden restaurants. When he asked for her number, Mei hesitated only briefly before providing it. 2 months ago. "What do you think?" Eric asked, gesturing around the charity event. As Victoria, she had donated anonymously to this foundation for years, but attending as Mei, as Eric's date, felt surreal. "It's beautiful," she said truthfully. "Not as beautiful as you." He kissed her cheek. "Though I still think you should have worn that blue dress I like." Victoria had purchased that dress at a department store, deliberately choosing something pretty but unremarkable. As Mei, she restrained her natural inclination toward perfection, allowing herself small imperfections that Victoria Chen would never tolerate. "Look," Eric whispered, pointing discreetly, "that's Sophia Zhang. Her family owns Zhang Enterprises. Victoria tensed, recognizing her chief competitor immediately. Sophia was surveying the room with calculated interest, her designer gown worth more than Mei's supposed annual salary. "And that's Alexander Blackwood," Eric continued, indicating a tall, imposing man across the room. "Old money, very old money." Victoria had never met either of them personally. She conducted most business through representatives, but she recognized the Blackwood heir from financial publications. "How do you know all these people?" she asked. Eric shrugged. "I don't, but everyone knows who they are." His expression turned wistful. "Can you imagine having that kind of influence? Victoria Chen is speaking at the university next month. The waiting list for tickets crashed the system." She nearly choked on her champagne. "You admire her? Who wouldn't? She's brilliant, powerful, mysterious." He squeezed Mei's hand. "Though I'm perfectly happy with my brilliant, non-mysterious girlfriend." That night, Victoria made a decision. She would reveal herself to Eric at the upcoming Chen Technologies charity gala. She would show him that the woman he'd fallen for and the woman he admired were one and the same. Present day. In her Victoria Chen identity, she summoned David to her Sydney office. "The 3 gifts?" she asked, reviewing documents at her desk. "All prepared," David confirmed. "The quantum computing scholarship in his name at the university where he teaches, the fully funded research lab he'll direct, and the prototype of the quantum tablet, 2 years before public release." Victoria nodded, satisfaction mingling with anticipation. After 8 months of genuine connection, she would finally unite her 2 worlds. "And the gala arrangements?" "Everything is set for next Friday. Your speech will introduce the scholarship, followed by the announcement of the research lab. The prototype will be presented during the dinner." "Perfect." She removed her glasses, suddenly looking vulnerable. "Do you think he'll understand why I created Mei?" David's expression softened. "If he truly loves you, he'll understand you needed to find someone who wanted you for yourself, not your empire." Victoria nodded, hope and anxiety battling within her. "Prepare the press release about my arrival in Sydney, but embargo it until after the gala. I want Eric to hear the truth from me first." As David left, Victoria opened her desk drawer and removed a small velvet box. Inside wasn't jewellery, but a quantum-encrypted key that would give Eric access to her most revolutionary technology, and symbolically, to her true self. She snapped the box shut as her phone chimed with a message from Eric, asking to meet at their favourite cafe the next morning. Little did she know, it would be the last message she would receive from him as Mei Lin. Chapter 3. Broken Promises. The morning sun streamed through the windows of Mei's favourite cafe, casting deceptively cheerful light across the wooden table where her world was about to collapse. "I've been offered a position at Zhang Enterprises," Eric said, stirring his coffee with unusual focus. "Senior developer on their quantum computing team." "That's wonderful," Mei replied carefully. Victoria knew the Zhangs had no quantum computing division worth mentioning. They were clearly hiring Eric to gain intelligence on her company's innovations. "When did this happen?" "Sophia Zhang approached me after my lecture last week. She attended personally." Pride coloured his voice. "She said my research paper on encryption protocols caught her attention." Victoria's encryption protocols, which Mei had discussed with Eric during late-night conversations. The irony wasn't lost on her. "You seem surprised," he continued. "Did you think I'd stay a university lecturer forever?" "Of course not, This is my chance, Mei." His eyes shone with an ambition she'd never seen before. "The Zhangs move in the same circles as Victoria Chen. Do you know what that means for my career?" The coffee turned bitter in her mouth. "I thought you were happy at the university." "Happy?" he laughed. "Teaching undergrads who can barely code. I've been playing it safe for too long." He reached across the table, not for her hand, but for his phone. "Sophia's introducing me to her entire network. Look." He showed her a photo of himself with Sophia at some event, both smiling broadly. Sophia's hand rested possessively on his arm. "You've been seeing her socially?" The question emerged more sharply than she intended. Eric's expression hardened slightly. "It's professional networking, Mei. something you've never seemed interested in, because Victoria Chen didn't need to network. She was the network. I think what I'm trying to say, he continued, setting down his phone, is that we're moving in different directions. The practiced casualness of his tone told her he'd rehearsed this speech. Different directions, she repeated. You're content with your freelance work, your small apartment, your... He gestured vaguely. Simple life, and that's fine. But I want more. 8 months. 8 months of genuine connection, of sharing meals and dreams and quiet moments, all dismissed as simple and insufficient. I see. Her voice sounded distant to her own ears. You're wonderful, Mei, but I need someone who understands ambition. Someone extraordinary. He leaned forward, lowering his voice as if sharing a confidence. Someone like Victoria Chen. The name, her name, struck like a physical blow. Victoria Chen, she echoed. I'm attending her charity gala next Friday, he said, oblivious to her distress. Sophia arranged an invitation. Can you imagine? I might actually meet her. The gala where Victoria had planned to reveal herself, where her 3 gifts waited to be presented to the man sitting across from her, now watching her with detached sympathy. I hope you do meet her, Mei said quietly. I hope you get exactly what you deserve. Eric seemed relieved by her calm response. I knew you'd understand. We can still be friends, of course. She stood, gathering her belongings with steady hands that belied the trembling inside. Goodbye, Eric. He was already checking his phone as she walked away. Alexander Blackwood stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of his family's estate, watching storm clouds gather over Sydney Harbour. The weather matched his mood perfectly. Your father expects an answer by tomorrow. His mother's voice came from the doorway, cool and precise. Eleanor Blackwood had perfected the art of making demands sound like gentle reminders. I've given my answer repeatedly, Alexander replied without turning. I have no interest in marrying Sophia Zhang. The merger would secure our position in Asian markets for generations. Then perhaps you should marry her, Eleanor sighed. Your father is losing patience, Alexander. The Zhangs have made an exceptionally generous offer. An offer, he repeated, as if I'm a commodity to be traded. You're a Blackwood. Our family has made strategic alliances for 200 years. This isn't the Victorian era, Mother. No, it's the Victoria Chen era, she countered sharply. Her technologies are making traditional banking increasingly obsolete. The Zhang partnership would give us the technological edge we need. Alexander finally turned. The Zhangs don't innovate. They copy. Poorly. They have resources and government connections we need. Eleanor smoothed her already immaculate jacket. Your sister has already done her part, marrying into the Harrington shipping family. Now it's your turn. Olivia's marriage was her choice, he pointed out. A fortunate alignment of duty and inclination. Eleanor moved closer. The board meeting is next week. Your father has made it clear. Either you announce your engagement to Sophia, or he'll begin transitioning chairmanship to your cousin Richard. The threat wasn't idle. Richard had been angling for control of Blackwood Financial for years. I need time. You've had 2 years since Caroline. His mother's voice softened slightly at the mention of his ex-fiancée. The Zhangs won't wait forever. Sophia has other suitors. Let them have her. Alexander. Eleanor's tone held a rare note of pleading. Your father's health isn't what it was. This merger would secure his legacy, and yours. The manipulation was expertly applied. His father's recent heart scare had shaken the family, though William Blackwood continued working with undiminished intensity. 1 week, he conceded. I'll give you my decision after the Chen Technologies charity gala. Eleanor nodded, satisfied with the small victory. The Zhangs will be attending. Perhaps you could escort Sophia. I'll attend alone. After his mother departed, Alexander returned his gaze to the gathering storm. Caroline's betrayal had taught him the danger of mixing business with emotion. She'd used their relationship to feed information to competitors, nearly costing Blackwood Financial millions before he discovered her deception. Since then, he'd kept relationships transactional and transparent. No false promises, no emotional entanglements. His phone chimed with a message from his private investigator. Background information on Mei Lin, the woman from the botanical gardens. Her profile showed exactly what he'd hoped. No connections to Sydney's elite circles, a solid but unremarkable career, and no obvious complications. Perfect for his purposes. Alexander made a decision. He would not be traded like a medieval prince to secure a business alliance. If marriage was required to maintain his position, he would choose the terms himself. A marriage of convenience with a complete stranger was preferable to a lifetime shackled to Sophia Zhang and her family's ambitions. As rain began lashing against the windows, Alexander drafted a message to his lawyer. The contract needed to be ironclad, the terms generous but clear. 1 year, $1 million, and complete discretion. Now he just needed Mei Lin to accept his proposition. Chapter 4. The Arrangement. The Blackwood Financial Group's private conference room occupied the top floor of a gleaming tower overlooking Sydney Harbour. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the Opera House and Harbour Bridge, a calculated reminder of the family's historic influence over the city's development. Mei arrived precisely on time, dressed in what Victoria would have considered casual attire, but represented the upper limit of Mei's supposed budget, a simple navy dress and low heels. She'd deliberately chosen an outfit that wouldn't draw attention, yet wouldn't embarrass Alexander if they were seen together. The receptionist escorted her through glass doors etched with the Blackwood crest, an oak tree with roots as prominent as its branches, symbolizing stability and growth. The family motto beneath read, Fortis Fortuna Adjuvat, fortune favors the bold. Alexander stood as she entered, his expression revealing nothing. Beside him sat an older man with silver hair and shrewd eyes, whom he introduced as Mr. Winters, my personal attorney. Miss Lin, Alexander gestured to the chair across from him. Thank you for coming. Your proposition was memorable, she replied, taking the offered seat. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Indeed. Before we proceed, I should confirm, you're not currently in a relationship? The question reopened yesterday's wound. No, definitely not. Good. And your employment situation? Freelance software developer. I work remotely, primarily for clients in Asia. The lie came easily after years of practice. Alexander nodded. That's convenient. You'll be able to maintain your career during our arrangement. Mr. Winters cleared his throat. Perhaps we should review the terms of the contract. He slid a document across the polished table. Mei began reading, her trained eye quickly assessing the legal language. Victoria Chen reviewed contracts worth billions. This one was straightforward by comparison. The terms were exactly as Alexander had stated in the gardens. 1 year of marriage, $1 million paid in monthly installments, separate living quarters within the Blackwood estate, and complete dissolution after 12 months with no further obligations. The confidentiality clause is quite extensive, she noted, turning to page 7. Necessary, Alexander replied. The arrangement must appear genuine to my family and the public. And what exactly is your purpose in this arrangement? She looked up from the document. You mentioned avoiding a marriage to Sophia Zhang, but there must be simpler ways to refuse. Alexander's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. My family's company is undergoing a leadership transition. My position as heir apparent is contingent upon my establishing a stable personal life, according to the board. The Zhang merger would secure my succession, but at an unacceptable cost. So you need a wife, but not Sophia Zhang. Precisely. Mei considered this. As Victoria, she understood family business dynamics intimately. After her parents' death, she'd faced similar pressures from the Chen Technologies board. And why me, specifically? Surely there are women in your social circle who would welcome such an arrangement. Anyone in my social circle would have conflicting loyalties and agendas, he said flatly. You're an outsider with no connections to Sydney's business community. You gain financially without compromising my interests. The assessment was coldly practical. Mei found herself respecting his strategic thinking, even as she recognized the irony of his assumption. What would my obligations include, beyond maintaining the appearance of a genuine marriage? Attendance at key social and business functions, residence at the Blackwood estate, appropriate public behavior. Alexander leaned forward slightly. I'm not asking you to pretend to be in love, Miss Lin. Mutual respect and cordial interaction will suffice. Mr. Winters interjected. The contract includes a detailed schedule of required appearances and expectations. Mei turned to the appendix. The Chen Technologies Charity Gala was listed as their first public appearance as a couple. "This event," she said, pointing to the entry. "It's in 3 days. Yes, my family will be attending, as will the Zhangs. It's the ideal opportunity to introduce you." The gala where Victoria was supposed to reveal herself to Eric, where her 3 gifts would have been presented, where her dual identities would have merged. Now Eric would be there with Sophia Zhang, while Mei arrived as Alexander Blackwood's wife. The universe truly had a twisted sense of humour. "I have a few conditions of my own," she said, setting down the contract. Alexander raised an eyebrow. "Such as?" "Privacy. I'll attend your functions and play my part, but my personal time remains my own. I'll need the freedom to come and go without explanation. Acceptable, within reason. Security at the estate will need to be informed of your movements." She nodded. "Second, I want half the payment up front." Mr. Winters frowned, but Alexander seemed unsurprised. "A reasonable precaution. Anything else?" Mei hesitated, then added, "I won't be paraded as a trophy or treated as staff. If we're presenting ourselves as married, I expect to be treated with respect, both publicly and privately." Something shifted in Alexander's expression, a flicker of what might have been approval. "I wouldn't have it any other way," he said quietly. "Respect is non-negotiable." Mr. Winters made notes on his copy of the contract. "I'll have these amendments added immediately." "One final question," Mei said. "What happens after the year ends? We simply divorce and go our separate ways." "The contract includes a mutual non-disclosure agreement and a generous settlement to ensure discretion," Alexander explained. "After a year, I'll have secured my position at Blackwood Financial and you'll have your $1 million. A clean, professional conclusion." Mei nodded slowly. A year would give Victoria time to recalibrate her plans, time to decide whether to maintain her dual identity or fully reclaim her public persona, time to process Eric's betrayal and her own naivety. "When would we need to marry?" she asked. "Tomorrow," Alexander replied. "A private ceremony with minimal witnesses. My family will be informed afterward." "Tomorrow," she repeated. So soon after Eric had ended things, the timing felt both terrible and perfect. Is that a problem? Mei thought of the charity gala, of Eric and Sophia together, of the life she'd tried to build as just Mei Lin. "No," she said finally. "It's not a problem." Alexander extended his hand across the table. "Do we have an arrangement, Miss Lin?" Victoria Chen had built an empire through calculated risks and strategic alliances. Perhaps Mei Lin could learn from her example. She took his hand, noting the firm, confident grip. "We have an arrangement, Mr. Blackwood." As they shook hands, neither acknowledged the spark of something unexpected in that brief contact. A recognition, perhaps, of a kindred pragmatism. Or something more complicated. Mr. Winters cleared his throat. "I'll have the revised contract ready within the hour. The marriage license has been expedited through appropriate channels." After the attorney left to make the amendments, Alexander and Mei sat in silence for a moment, the weight of their decision settling between them. "Why did you agree?" he asked suddenly. $1 million is significant, but a year of your life is a substantial commitment. Mei considered how much to reveal. "Let's just say I recently discovered I've been living in a fantasy. Your offer provides an opportunity to reset." Alexander studied her with those penetrating grey eyes. "We all have our reasons for the choices we make. I won't pry into yours if you extend me the same courtesy." "Agreed." He stood, buttoning his suit jacket with an unconscious elegance. "The car will collect you tomorrow at 10. Bring whatever you need for the immediate future. We can arrange for the rest of your belongings later." As Mei rose to leave, Alexander added, "For what it's worth, Miss Lin, I believe we'll work well together. We both understand that this is a business arrangement, nothing more." "Nothing more," she echoed, wondering why the words felt like both a relief and a limitation. As she left the Blackwood building, Mei's phone chimed with a message from David. "Victoria Chen's attendance at the gala has been announced. Press release embargo lifted as requested." She stared at the screen, a plan forming in her mind. Victoria Chen would indeed attend the gala, but not as Mei had originally intended. The 3 gifts she'd prepared for Eric could serve a different purpose now. For the first time since the breakup, Mei felt a surge of something beyond pain. Something that felt dangerously like anticipation. Chapter 5. Vows of Convenience. The Blackwood family's private chapel stood on a secluded corner of their estate, its stained glass windows casting jewel-toned light across stone floors worn smooth by generations of Blackwood marriages, christenings, and funerals. Built in the 1880s during the family's first wave of prosperity, it maintained an austere elegance that matched Alexander's demeanor. Mei stood at the entrance, wearing a simple ivory sheath dress she'd purchased that morning. No veil, no train, no bridesmaids, just a small bouquet of white roses provided by the estate's gardener. She'd spent the previous evening in her apartment as Victoria, finalizing arrangements for the charity gala and instructing David on her evolving plan. "You're certain about this?" he had asked, concern evident in his voice. "It's a business arrangement," she'd replied, "one that serves my purposes. And when he discovers who you really are, by then it won't matter." Now, as she prepared to enter the chapel, Mei wondered if she'd underestimated the emotional weight of what she was doing. Marriage, even one of convenience, carried symbolic significance she hadn't fully considered. Alexander waited at the altar beside Julian Winters and a justice of the peace. No family members, no friends, just the minimum required witnesses for legal validity. He wore a charcoal suit that emphasized the breadth of his shoulders and the lean strength of his frame. When he turned to watch her approach, his expression remained unreadable, though something flickered in his eyes as he took in her appearance. The ceremony was brief and efficient. They exchanged simple gold bands and recited vows that promised nothing beyond what was legally required. No mention of love or devotion, just a clinical exchange of names and consent. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the justice concluded. "You may kiss the bride." A moment of awkward tension passed between them. This hadn't been discussed in their contract. Alexander leaned forward and placed a chaste kiss at the corner of her mouth, formal enough to satisfy convention, brief enough to maintain their boundaries. His aftershave carried notes of sandalwood and something distinctly masculine that caught Mei by surprise. "Mrs. Blackwood," he murmured as he drew back, the title sounding strange to both of them. "Mr. Blackwood," she replied with equal formality. Julian presented the marriage certificate for their signatures, then shook Alexander's hand. "I'll file this immediately. Congratulations to you both." As they exited the chapel, Alexander's phone chimed with incoming messages. "It appears news of our marriage has leaked," he said, scanning the screen. "Financial blogs are already speculating." Mei glanced at his phone to see a headline. "Blackwood heir weds mystery woman. Jiang merger in jeopardy." "That was fast," she observed. "My family has enemies, competitors, and numerous friends who enjoy being first with gossip." Alexander pocketed his phone. "Are you prepared for what comes next?" "Meeting your family, you mean?" "They've been informed of our marriage. My father has called an immediate family dinner." His jaw tightened slightly. "It won't be pleasant." "I didn't expect a warm welcome," Mei replied. Alexander studied her for a moment. "You're remarkably composed for someone about to face the Blackwood Inquisition." If only he knew how many corporate boardrooms Victoria Chen had conquered, how many hostile negotiations she'd dominated. The Blackwoods might control Australia's oldest banking dynasty, but they were hardly the most intimidating opponents she'd faced. "I can handle myself," she assured him. A sleek black Bentley waited to transport them to the main house. As they settled into the leather seats, Alexander turned to her. "We should establish some personal details," he said. "How we met, how long we've known each other, a credible narrative." "The truth, modified slightly?" Mei suggested. "We met in the botanical gardens. You were impressed by my composure. A whirlwind romance followed. Plausible, if uncharacteristic for me." He considered this. "We'll say we've been seeing each other discreetly for 3 months. My family was distracted by the Jiang negotiations, making it easy to keep private. And our sudden marriage. I've never been one to hesitate once I've made a decision." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "That part, at least, is true." The Bentley crunched over gravel as they approached Blackwood Manor. a sprawling Victorian mansion with modern additions that somehow maintained architectural harmony. Impeccably maintained gardens surrounded the property, and a fountain featuring the Blackwood oak tree dominated the circular drive. "Home sweet home," Alexander said with a hint of irony as the car stopped at the entrance. A butler opened the door with practiced efficiency. "Welcome home, Mr. Blackwood. The family is gathered in the drawing room." "Thank you, Harrison." Alexander offered Mei his arm, a public gesture for the benefit of the staff. "Ready?" She placed her hand on his arm, noting the solid strength beneath his suit jacket. "As I'll ever be." The drawing room fell silent as they entered. 4 people turned to stare at the newlyweds with expressions ranging from shock to barely concealed hostility. "Father, mother," Alexander addressed the older couple by the fireplace. "May I present my wife, Mei Lin Blackwood?" William Blackwood, a formidable man in his 60s with silver hair and Alexander's penetrating grey eyes, stepped forward first. His handshake was firm to the point of discomfort. "Miss Lin," he said, deliberately omitting her new surname, "this is unexpected." "Mrs. Blackwood," Alexander corrected quietly but firmly. Eleanor Blackwood remained seated, her posture rigid with disapproval. "Alexander, perhaps you could explain the meaning of this impulsive decision." "I believe marriage is self-explanatory, Mother." Alexander guided Mei to a sofa, maintaining physical contact as they sat, a united front against the palpable tension. "What Alexander means," a young woman interjected with forced brightness, "is that he's fallen madly in love and couldn't wait to make Mei part of our family. Isn't that right, brother dear?" This had to be Olivia, Alexander's younger sister. Unlike her parents, her smile seemed genuine, if mischievous. "Precisely," Alexander agreed, his tone warming slightly. The 4th person, a man in his 30s with the Blackwood features but none of Alexander's presence, snorted derisively. "How convenient that you've discovered true love just as the Jung merger was being finalized." "Richard," William warned. "What? We're all thinking it." Richard, Alexander's cousin, Mei presumed, swirled his whiskey. "The Jung family has already called to express their disappointment. Their business concerns are not Mei's problem," Alexander replied coldly. Eleanor finally addressed Mei directly. "Tell us, Mrs. Blackwood, what exactly do you do?" The question carried clear implications about Mei's motives and status. "I'm a software developer specializing in encryption protocols," Mei answered truthfully, though omitting the scale of her expertise. "I work primarily with Asian technology firms." "How fascinating," Eleanor replied in a tone suggesting it was anything but. "And your family?" "My parents passed away several years ago. I have no siblings." "No family connections at all? How unusual." Alexander's hand found Mei's, squeezing gently. Whether in warning or support, she wasn't sure. "Mei's accomplishments stand on their own, Mother," he said. "Her independence is one of the qualities I admire most." William cleared his throat. "While this is all very romantic, Alexander, the timing creates significant complications. The Jung merger was never my priority," Alexander interrupted. "The board can consider alternative arrangements that don't involve my personal life." "The board," William's voice hardened, "expects the heir to Blackwood Financial to make decisions benefiting the company, not indulging personal whims." "I believe my track record speaks for itself," Alexander countered. "The Singapore expansion exceeded projections by 40% under my direction." "Perhaps we could discuss business another time?" Olivia suggested, rising gracefully. "I'd love to show Mei to your wing of the house. I'm sure she'd like to settle in before dinner." The interruption diffused the immediate tension. Eleanor nodded stiffly. "Dinner is at 7. We expect appropriate attire." As Olivia led them from the drawing room, Mei could feel the weight of the Blackwood stares on her back. "Well," Olivia said once they were safely in the hallway, "that went about as well as a shark attack at a swimming competition." Alexander's posture relaxed marginally. "Thank you for the rescue, Liv." "Someone had to prevent bloodshed." She turned to Mei with genuine warmth. "I'm Olivia, by the way, the only Blackwood with a functioning heart, according to my therapist." Mei found herself smiling despite the tension. "It's nice to meet you." "Likewise, though I wish my brother had given me some warning. I'd have prepared a better welcome than that firing squad." She linked her arm through May's. Come on, I'll give you the tour while Alexander deals with Father's inevitable lecture. Alexander hesitated. May, will you be— I'll be fine, she assured him. Oh, handle your father. As the women walked away, Olivia whispered conspiratorially. So, how did you really meet my brother? The botanical garden story is charming but completely unlike Alexander. May blinked in surprise. He told you that? He texted me this morning. Wanted at least one family member prepared to be civil. Olivia guided her up a grand staircase. Alexander doesn't do impulsive, and he certainly doesn't do romantic. So either you've performed a miracle and melted his frozen heart, or— She left the sentence hanging, her expression shrewd despite her friendly demeanour. Or, May prompted, or there's more to this sudden marriage than star-crossed love. Olivia shrugged. Either way, I'm on your side. Anyone who disrupts the Zhang merger is a hero in my book. Sophia is a nightmare wrapped in Chanel. They reached the East Wing, a series of elegantly appointed rooms that had clearly been recently prepared. Alexander's suite is through there, Olivia indicated a door at the end of the hallway. Your rooms connect, but there's a separate entrance here for privacy. She winked. Newlyweds need their space. May's suite was larger than her entire Mei Lin apartment. A sitting room, bedroom, and luxurious bathroom decorated in soothing blues and creams. Your things have been unpacked, Olivia noted, opening a closet to reveal May's modest wardrobe looking somewhat lost in the expansive space. Though you might want to supplement your collection. Mother will notice if you repeat outfits too often. I'll keep that in mind. Olivia perched on the edge of a chaise lounge. Look, I don't know what's really happening between you and my brother, and I don't need to know. But Alexander doesn't trust easily, not since Caroline. Caroline? His ex-fiancée. Sold company information to competitors, nearly cost us millions. Olivia's expression darkened. He hasn't brought anyone home since. Until me, May said quietly. Until you. Olivia studied her with unexpected intensity. Whatever your arrangement is, please don't hurt him. He pretends to be made of stone, but he's not. Before May could respond, a soft knock preceded Alexander's entrance. His expression was grim. That bad? Olivia asked. Richard has been appointed to the executive committee, he replied. Father's way of ensuring family representation isn't limited to me. Punishment for marrying without permission, Olivia translated for May's benefit. Richard's been trying to undermine Alexander for years. Alexander loosened his tie with a sharp tug. It changes nothing. The succession plan remains intact. For now, Olivia cautioned, rising to leave. I'll let you two settle in. Dinner's at 7 and Mother will notice if you're late. After she departed, an awkward silence fell between the newlyweds. Alexander moved to the window, looking out over the manicured grounds. Your family is exactly as advertised, May finally said. I apologize for their behavior. Don't. You warned me. He turned to face her. Nevertheless, you shouldn't have to endure their hostility. I've faced worse, she assured him, thinking of boardroom battles and hostile takeover attempts Victoria had weathered. Alexander's phone chimed again. He glanced at it and frowned. The financial press is having a field day. Blackwood stock dropped 3% on news of our marriage. The market will stabilize once they realize the company isn't actually in crisis. He looked at her with renewed interest. You're familiar with market dynamics? I follow technology stocks, she said carefully. Similar principles apply. Alexander nodded, accepting her explanation. We should prepare for dinner. My mother's comment about appropriate attire was directed at you. I gathered that. Your current wardrobe may not meet her standards, he said diplomatically. Are you saying I need to go shopping, Mr. Blackwood? May asked with a raised eyebrow. For the first time, she saw a genuine smile transform his features. I'm saying my mother is a snob who judges people by their designer labels, Mrs. Blackwood. The use of her new title still felt strange, but less uncomfortable than before. I'll manage tonight, she assured him. Tomorrow I can address my apparently inadequate wardrobe. Use this, Alexander said, handing her a black credit card. Our arrangement includes maintaining appropriate appearances. May took the card, though as Victoria Chen she could have purchased the entire department store without blinking. Thank you. As Alexander moved toward the door connecting their suites, he paused. One more thing. The press will be watching us closely, especially at the Chen Technologies Gala. We should appear comfortable with each other. Meaning? Physical contact. Nothing inappropriate, but enough to suggest genuine affection. He seemed almost uncomfortable with the topic. If that's acceptable to you. Mei considered this. Their contract specified no physical obligations, but public appearances required credibility. Acceptable, she agreed, within reasonable boundaries. He nodded, relief evident in his posture. I'll see you at dinner then. After he left, Mei sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating the surreal nature of her situation. In less than 24 hours, she had gone from weeping over Eric to marrying Alexander Blackwood in a business arrangement that now required her to pretend affection for a man she barely knew. Meanwhile, Victoria Chen was scheduled to make a rare public appearance at her own charity gala in 3 days, an event her husband would attend with her, unaware that his convenient bride and the elusive tech mogul were one and the same. Mei laughed softly at the absurdity of it all. She had created Mei Lin to find genuine connection, only to end up in the most artificial relationship possible. Yet somehow, this arrangement felt more honest than what she'd had with Eric. At least she and Alexander had been clear about their expectations from the beginning. No false promises, no hidden agendas, just a straightforward exchange of value. As she prepared for dinner with the Blackwoods, Mei wondered if perhaps this marriage of convenience might prove more valuable than she'd initially thought. Not for the financial compensation, which Victoria didn't need, but for the perspective it offered on what truly mattered in human connection. Honesty, respect, and clear boundaries, qualities that had been notably absent in her relationship with Eric, despite all the genuine emotion she'd invested. Perhaps there were lessons to be learned from this arrangement after all. Chapter 6. The Gilded Cage. Morning light filtered through the gauzy curtains of Mei's suite, casting patterns across the antique furniture. For a disorienting moment, she forgot where she was. Not in her modest Mei Lin apartment, nor in Victoria Chen's penthouse, but in the east wing of Blackwood Manor as Alexander Blackwood's wife of exactly 1 day. The previous night's dinner had been an exercise in controlled hostility. Eleanor Blackwood had critiqued everything from Mei's dress, a simple black sheath that apparently screamed department store, to her knowledge of wine pairings. William had interrogated her about her modest career, with thinly veiled condescension. Richard had made pointed comments about gold diggers with convenient timing. Only Olivia had offered moments of warmth, deflecting the worst barbs with practiced ease. Alexander had maintained a protective presence beside her, his hand occasionally finding hers beneath the table, a gesture that felt surprisingly reassuring despite its performative nature. Now, as Mei prepared for her first full day as Mrs. Blackwood, she assessed her situation with the strategic clarity that had built Chen Technologies. She needed to establish her position in this household, navigate the family dynamics, and maintain her dual identity while fulfilling her contractual obligations. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Mrs. Blackwood. A uniformed maid entered with a breakfast tray. Mr. Blackwood asked me to bring this. He's been called to an emergency board meeting but left this note for you. Mei thanked her and opened the folded paper after the maid departed. Mei, the Zhang situation requires immediate attention. Harrison will provide a tour of the estate and grounds. My sister has offered to accompany you shopping this afternoon. I suggest accepting, as Olivia understands what will satisfy my mother's expectations. The black card has no limit. I should return by dinner. My apologies for leaving you to navigate the household alone on your first day. Alexander. The note was formal yet considerate, much like the man himself. Mei found herself appreciating his efficiency and clarity, qualities she valued in her own business dealings. After breakfast, Harrison, the impeccably proper butler who seemed to materialize whenever needed, provided a comprehensive tour of Blackwood Manor. The estate was a testament to old wealth, priceless artworks, antiques with historical significance, and architectural details that spoke of craftsmanship rarely seen in modern construction. The Blackwood family has resided here for 7 generations, Harrison explained as they walked through a portrait gallery featuring stern-faced ancestors. The East Wing where you and Mr. Alexander reside was added in 1912. Mei noted that every staff member referred to Alexander by his first name, distinguishing him from his father, who was simply Mr. Blackwood, a subtle hierarchy reinforced through language. "And this area?" she asked, indicating a closed door Harrison had bypassed. "Mr. Blackwood's private study. No one enters without explicit invitation." His tone suggested this rule had no exceptions, not even for the new Mrs. Blackwood. The tour continued through manicured gardens, a pool house, tennis courts, and finally to a sleek, modern building set apart from the main house. "Mr. Alexander's private workspace," Harrison explained. "He conducts business here when not at Blackwood headquarters." Unlike William's forbidden study, Harrison unlocked this door without hesitation. "Mr. Alexander instructed that you should have full access." The space revealed a different side of her husband, minimalist, technology-focused, and meticulously organized. One wall displayed financial data on multiple screens. Another held architectural drawings of what appeared to be development projects. A desk of polished concrete supported a high-end computer setup that even Victoria Chen would have approved. "Mr. Alexander designed this himself," Harrison said with a hint of pride. "He values efficiency." Mei wandered the space, noting the absence of personal items except for a single photograph. Alexander with a young boy in what appeared to be a developing country, both smiling as they stood before a newly constructed school. "Who is this?" she asked. Harrison glanced at the photo. "I believe that was taken during Mr. Alexander's visit to the Education Initiative in Cambodia." "Education Initiative?" "One of his projects," Harrison replied vaguely, then checked his watch. "Miss Olivia will be expecting you for lunch before your shopping excursion." As they returned to the main house, Mei encountered Eleanor in the conservatory, arranging flowers with precise, almost surgical movements. "Good morning, Mrs. Blackwood," Mei greeted her, determined to maintain civility. Eleanor's gaze travelled from Mei's simple blouse and trousers to her unadorned wrists. "I understand Olivia is taking you shopping, a necessary expedition, clearly. Your son mentioned you have specific expectations regarding appropriate attire." "My son," Eleanor replied, snipping a stem with unnecessary force, "has always been impulsive beneath his controlled exterior, a trait that apparently extends to his choice of bride." Mei maintained her composure. "Perhaps you'll find me less disappointing once you know me better?" "Perhaps." Eleanor's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Though I wonder if Alexander will feel the same once the novelty wears off." Before Mei could respond, Olivia breezed in. "There you are, ready for our shopping adventure." She linked her arm through Mei's. "Mother, we'll be back before dinner. Don't wait up if we're delayed." "Ensure she has something suitable for the Chen Technologies Gala," Eleanor instructed. "We can't have her embarrassing the family at her first public appearance." "Yes, General," Olivia saluted mockingly, steering Mei away. Once they were safely in Olivia's convertible, speeding down the estate's driveway, Mei released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "Ignore Mother," Olivia advised. "She's been planning Alexander's strategic marriage since his birth. You've disrupted decades of careful manipulation. She clearly believes I'm after his money." "Aren't you?" Olivia asked bluntly, though without judgment. "Most people who marry into the Blackwood family are." Mei considered how to respond. The irony of Victoria Chen, worth billions in her own right, being suspected of gold digging was almost amusing. "I have my own resources," she said carefully. "Limited compared to your family's, but sufficient for my needs." Olivia shot her a sideways glance. "Then why marry Alexander after knowing him for such a short time? And don't say love at first sight. I know my brother." "Perhaps we understand each other," Mei offered. "Sometimes that's more valuable than conventional romance." Olivia seemed to accept this, at least temporarily. "Well, whatever your reasons, I'm glad he found someone who doesn't simper or scheme. The last one nearly destroyed him." "Caroline?" Mei asked, recalling Olivia's mention of Alexander's ex-fiancée. Olivia's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "He told you about her?" "Only that there was a betrayal involving company information." "That's putting it mildly." Olivia pulled into the parking lot of Sydney's most exclusive shopping district. Caroline Winters, yes, related to Julian Winters, our family attorney. She was perfect on paper. Right family, right education, right connections. Alexander actually fell in love with her, which shocked everyone. What happened? She was feeding information to Zhang Enterprises the entire time. Olivia's expression darkened. Alexander discovered it himself. Financial projections that could only have come from his private files appearing in Zhang's counteroffers. When he confronted her, she didn't even deny it, said it was just business, and he should understand. Mei felt a surprising surge of anger on Alexander's behalf. As Victoria, she'd experienced similar betrayals, people who got close to her only to exploit her position or knowledge. That's why he's so opposed to the Zhang merger, she realized. Partly. He also genuinely believes they're untrustworthy partners. Olivia parked the car. Since Caroline, Alexander has kept everyone at a distance. No serious relationships, no close friends outside the family. Just work and his secret projects. Secret projects? You'll discover them eventually. Olivia smiled mysteriously. Now let's transform you into a Blackwood wife that will make my mother choke on her judgment. The shopping expedition was unlike anything Mei had experienced as either Victoria or Mei Lin. Olivia moved through exclusive boutiques with the easy confidence of someone who had never seen a price tag she needed to consider. Sales associates recognized her immediately, offering champagne and private showing rooms. For the gala, you need something spectacular, Olivia declared, assessing Mei with a designer's eye. Something that says I belong here, while also making Sophia Zhang seethe with jealousy. By late afternoon, Mei had acquired an entirely new wardrobe, tailored daywear, casual elegance for weekends, and formal attire for Blackwood's social obligations. For the Chen Technologies Gala, they selected a midnight blue gown with architectural lines and subtle beading that caught the light with every movement. Alexander won't be able to take his eyes off you, Olivia approved as Mei modelled the gown. Which is exactly the point. Everyone needs to see that this marriage isn't just convenient timing. Mei studied her reflection, wondering what Alexander would actually think. Their arrangement didn't require genuine attraction, just convincing appearances. Yet she found herself curious about his reaction. You know, Olivia said as they loaded countless bags into her car. For someone who just married into billions, you shop with remarkable restraint. Most women in your position would have bought out the entire street. Mei smiled. I prefer quality over quantity. Another reason you might actually survive the Blackwood family. Mother respects discernment, even if she'd never admit it. When they returned to the estate, Harrison informed them that Alexander had called to say he would be delayed. Dinner would be served without him. Wonderful, Olivia sighed. Another delightful meal with mother, father, and cousin Viper. Dinner proved even more uncomfortable than the previous evening. Without Alexander's presence, the gloves came off entirely. I understand you have no family, Mrs. Blackwood, William commented while cutting his steak with surgical precision. No one to vet my son's choice. My parents valued independence, Mei replied evenly. They taught me to make my own decisions. How convenient, Richard murmured. And what exactly did they do, these independent parents? Eleanor inquired. My father was an engineer, my mother a professor of computer science. This much was true of Victoria's parents, who had founded the original Chen Electronics before their daughter transformed it into a tech giant. Academics, Eleanor said, as though diagnosing a disease. That explains your unconventional approach to social norms. Such as marrying after a whirlwind romance? Mei suggested with a pleasant smile. Yes, I suppose that is unconventional these days. Almost as unconventional as arranged marriages for business mergers. Richard choked slightly on his wine while Olivia suppressed a laugh. The Blackwood family has maintained its position through strategic alliances, William stated coldly, something Alexander understood until recently. Perhaps he found a different kind of value, Mei suggested. Indeed, Eleanor's gaze was cutting. Though what value a software developer of modest means brings to the Blackwood dynasty remains to be seen. The remainder of the meal continued in similar fashion, with barbed comments thinly disguised as polite conversation. By the time Mei excused herself, citing fatigue from the day's activities, She felt as though she'd endured a particularly hostile negotiation. In the sanctuary of her suite, Mei changed into comfortable loungewear and opened her laptop, intending to check on Victoria Chen's business matters. A message from David awaited her. Zhang Enterprises attempting to accelerate quantum computing division launch. Sources indicate they're recruiting aggressively from our talent pool. Eric Donovan has been named project consultant. Mei felt a twist of both pain and anger. Eric was leveraging everything he'd learned from her, both as Mei and indirectly as Victoria, to help her competitors. The betrayal felt doubly painful now that she understood it wasn't just personal, but professional as well. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. She quickly closed the laptop before calling, "Come in." Alexander entered, looking exhausted. His tie was loosened, his usually immaculate hair slightly disheveled. "I apologize for missing dinner," he said. The board meeting ran longer than expected. "The Zhang situation?" He nodded, moving to the window seat. "They're threatening to withdraw all investments from Blackwood-managed funds if we don't proceed with the merger." "Can they do that?" "They can try." His expression hardened. "My father believes we should capitulate. I disagree." "Because of Caroline?" The question slipped out before Mei could reconsider. Alexander's head snapped up, surprise and something like pain flashing across his features. "Olivia told you. She mentioned there was a betrayal involving the Zhangs. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have—" "No, it's reasonable for you to know." He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Caroline's betrayal was a business lesson I needed to learn. Trust must be earned, not given." "Is that why you married a stranger?" Mei asked quietly. "Someone with no connections to your world?" Alexander studied her for a long moment. "Partly. You have no existing loyalties to my competitors, no stake in Blackwood politics. Your motives are transparent, financial compensation for a temporary inconvenience." $1 million for a year of my life," she mused. "Some would say you're getting the better deal." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Perhaps. Though after tonight's board meeting, I'm not certain my position is worth the price you're paying." "Difficult?" "My father made it clear that my impulsive marriage has damaged his confidence in my judgment. Richard has been given oversight of the Asia-Pacific division, my division." The frustration in his voice was evident, though carefully controlled. Mei recognized the tone. Victoria used it when facing boardroom challenges to her authority. "I'm sorry," she said sincerely. "I've complicated your professional situation." "You've given me an alternative to an unacceptable merger," he corrected. "The professional complications are temporary. I'll manage them." Mei hesitated, then asked, "Why are you so opposed to the Zhang merger, beyond the personal history?" Alexander was quiet for a moment, considering his response. "The Zhangs build their empire by acquiring others' innovations, not creating their own. Their business practices are questionable at best, predatory at worst. A partnership with them would compromise everything my grandfather built. Your father doesn't see it that way. My father sees balance sheets and market expansion. I see long-term consequences." Alexander stood, moving restlessly around the room. "The Zhangs have been trying to access Victoria Chen's quantum computing technology for years without success. They view Blackwood as another potential avenue." Mei tensed at the mention of her alter ego. "You admire her? Victoria Chen?" "I respect her integrity," he replied. "She's refused numerous lucrative partnerships that might have compromised her technology. The Zhangs have tried to poach her employees, infiltrate her systems, even attempted a hostile takeover last year." "You seem well informed about her business," Mei observed carefully. "I make it my business to understand potential partners and competitors." He paused by her dressing table, noticing the shopping bags. "I see you and Olivia had a productive day." "Your sister has excellent taste," Mei acknowledged, grateful for the change of subject. "Though I suspect your mother will find fault regardless." "My mother finds fault with everything," Alexander said with unexpected candor. "It's her particular talent. She made that abundantly clear at dinner." Alexander's expression softened with something like regret. "I should have been there." "I survived," Mei assured him, "though your family certainly knows how to make a person feel welcome." "They'll adjust," he said, though without much conviction. once they realize you're not a threat to the Blackwood dynasty. Just a temporary inconvenience, she echoed his earlier assessment. Something shifted in Alexander's expression, a flicker of what might have been discomfort or perhaps regret. That was poorly phrased. You're not an inconvenience, Mei. You're a solution to a difficult situation. A business arrangement, she supplied. Yes. He moved toward the door connecting their suites. Though perhaps we could also be allies of a sort. We both face challenges in this household. The offer surprised her. Allies, she repeated, testing the word. I'd like that. Alexander nodded, his expression warming slightly. Then, as your ally, I should warn you that my mother has arranged a luncheon tomorrow to introduce you to her social circle. It will be an evaluation disguised as hospitality. I'll prepare accordingly. Olivia will help you navigate the particulars. He hesitated at the doorway. For what it's worth, I believe you'll handle them better than most. You have a composure that's unusual. The observation was perceptive. Victoria Chen's boardroom poise wasn't something Mei Lin was supposed to possess. I've had practice maintaining calm in difficult situations, she said carefully. Alexander studied her with renewed interest. I look forward to learning more about those situations, Mrs. Blackwood. After he departed, Mei sat in the window seat he had occupied, gazing out at the moonlit gardens of the estate. The gilded cage of Blackwood Manor was exactly as Alexander had described, beautiful, privileged, and fraught with hidden dangers. Yet within those dangers, she'd discovered something unexpected, a genuine connection with the man she'd married for convenience. Not romance, certainly, but a mutual recognition of kindred spirits navigating treacherous waters. Alexander Blackwood, it seemed, understood something about wearing masks and maintaining careful boundaries. His scars from Caroline's betrayal had created defences not unlike those Victoria had built round her true identity. Perhaps, Mei reflected, that was why their arrangement felt surprisingly comfortable despite its artificial nature. They both understood the value of clear terms and transparent expectations in a world where genuine trust was rare. As she prepared for bed in her luxurious suite, Mei realized that for all its calculated hostility, Blackwood Manor offered something her life as Victoria Chen rarely provided, the opportunity to be seen and judged as just herself. No wealth, no power, no corporate empire shaping others' perceptions. Here, she was simply Mei Lin Blackwood, a woman of modest background who had somehow captured the attention of Australia's most eligible bachelor. The irony wasn't lost on her that this false identity might actually reveal more truth about her character than her real one ever could. The gilded cage, it seemed, contained unexpected freedoms. Chapter 7. Dangerous Alliances. The Chen Technologies headquarters dominated Sydney's skyline, a gleaming tower of glass and sustainable materials that reflected both sunlight and the company's forward-thinking ethos. On the 42nd floor, Sophia Zhang sat across from Eric Donovan, her manicured fingers tapping a rhythm against the conference table. I appreciate your interest in Zhang Enterprises, Mr. Donovan, she said, studying him with calculated assessment. Your work in quantum encryption has been noteworthy. Eric straightened his tie, clearly flattered by her attention. Thank you, Miss Zhang. I've always admired your company's aggressive approach to market expansion. We prefer to call it strategic opportunism, Sophia replied with a practiced smile. An approach that's served us well, particularly when others hesitate to seize advantages. She slid a tablet across the table, displaying a contract with numbers that made Eric's eyes widen. This is our offer. As you can see, we value talent appropriately. This is generous, he managed, scrolling through the compensation package. We're particularly interested in your insights regarding Chen Technologies' quantum computing division, Sophia continued, watching his reaction carefully. Your relationship with one of their developers gives you a unique perspective. Eric's expression clouded. Mei and I are no longer together. A personal disappointment perhaps, but professionally advantageous, Sophia observed. Loyalty can be limiting when pursuing career advancement. Mei never discussed her work in detail, Eric admitted. She was surprisingly secretive about specific projects. Sophia's smile tightened imperceptibly. Yet surely in casual conversation patterns emerge. Development timelines, security protocols, personnel changes. I'm not sure I'm comfortable. Mr. Donovan, Sophia interrupted smoothly, let me be clear. We're not asking you to violate any confidentiality agreements. We're simply offering you an opportunity to apply your expertise in an environment that recognizes your true value. She leaned forward. Unlike Chen Technologies, which keeps talented individuals like yourself in subordinate positions, while Victoria Chen maintains her mysterious control. Eric's expression hardened at the mention of Victoria Chen. No one even knows what she looks like. She could be anyone. Precisely my point. How can you advance in a company where the leadership remains literally faceless? Sophia tapped the tablet. At Jung Enterprises, merit is visible and rewarded accordingly. Eric studied the contract again, ambition visibly warring with lingering ethical concerns. Consider this, Sophia added, sensing his hesitation. Chen Technologies' quantum computing breakthrough is inevitable. The question is whether you'll be part of that success as a minor contributor or help Jung Enterprises achieve it first as a recognized innovator. She could see the moment his ambition won. When would you need my decision? Take 24 hours, Sophia said magnanimously. Though I should mention that Alexander Blackwood's new wife will be attending the Chen Technologies Gala tomorrow evening. Eric's head snapped up. Mei? She's married? You hadn't heard? Sophia's surprise was perfectly feigned. It was rather sudden. The Blackwood heir apparently found her useful. She let the implication hang in the air. Quite the convenient timing, given the circumstances. What circumstances? The Jung-Blackwood merger that was nearly finalized before Alexander's impulsive marriage. Sophia shrugged elegantly. Some might call it coincidence. I call it strategic opportunism. Eric's jaw tightened. Mei isn't calculating like that. Perhaps you didn't know her as well as you thought, Sophia suggested. After all, she's now Mrs. Blackwood, with access to one of Australia's largest fortunes, while you're... She gestured vaguely. The barb struck its target. Eric's expression hardened with wounded pride. I'll have my decision for you tomorrow. Excellent! Sophia rose, extending her hand. I look forward to a mutually beneficial relationship, Mr. Donovan. After Eric departed, Sophia moved to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Her reflection showed a woman of striking beauty and unmistakable determination. At 32, she had already established herself as Jung Enterprises' most ruthless negotiator, earning her father's respect and her competitors' fear. The Blackwood merger had been her crowning achievement, months of careful manipulation culminating in a partnership that would have given Jung Enterprises access to Blackwood's exclusive financial networks and, by extension, Victoria Chen's closely guarded technology, until Alexander Blackwood had inexplicably married a nobody software developer, jeopardizing everything. Sophia's phone chimed with a message from her father. Board meeting concluded. Blackwood still resistant, William unable to control his son. Proceed with alternate strategy. She smiled thinly. The alternate strategy was already in motion. Eleanor Blackwood's luncheon resembled a military operation disguised as social pleasantry. 12 women from Sydney's elite circles sat around an impeccably set table in the Blackwood Manor Conservatory, each one assessing Mei with the precision of jewelers examining a suspicious diamond. Mrs. Blackwood, Eleanor began once everyone was seated, I've been telling my friends about your unique background. Perhaps you could share how you and Alexander met. We're all dying to know the details of such a whirlwind romance. The emphasis on unique and whirlwind made the subtext clear. Explain yourself to our satisfaction. Mei smiled with a composure that had served Victoria Chen through countless hostile boardrooms. Alexander and I met at the Botanical Gardens. I was having a difficult day and he offered unexpected kindness. How charming, said a silver-haired woman Mei recognized as Justice Margaret Harrington of the Supreme Court. Though rather uncharacteristic of Alexander, who's never struck me as impulsively kind. Perhaps you haven't seen him in the right circumstances, Mei replied pleasantly. And what exactly do you do, Mrs. Blackwood? Asked Beatrice Wellington, whose family controlled Australia's largest media conglomerate. Eleanor mentioned something about computers. I'm a software developer specializing in encryption protocols, Mei answered, noting how several women exchanged glances that clearly communicated their assessment. Not one of us. How fascinating, Beatrice replied with the same tone Eleanor had used, suggesting it was anything but. And where did you study? I completed my master's degree at MIT before returning to Australia. This information caused a subtle shift in the room's energy. MIT carried weight even among those who viewed technology as mysteriously beneath them. Alexander always did appreciate intelligence, observed Diane Winters, Julian's wife and Mei realized Caroline's mother. Her smile held particular venom, though we all assumed his choice would combine intellect with appropriate connections. Connections can be misleading, Mei replied evenly, meeting the woman's gaze, as I believe your family discovered firsthand. A charged silence fell over the table. Eleanor's eyes widened fractionally. Whether in shock at Mei's audacity or appreciation for the precise strike was unclear. Indeed, Diane finally responded, her voice tight, though Caroline's indiscretion was a matter of misplaced loyalty rather than deliberate deception. An interesting distinction, Mei noted. I prefer straightforward honesty myself. Justice Harrington laughed unexpectedly. Well played, Mrs. Blackwood. I begin to see why Alexander might have been drawn to you. Eleanor smoothly redirected the conversation to the upcoming charity season, but Mei had passed some invisible test. The women's assessment shifted from dismissive to cautiously curious. By the time dessert was served, several had extended invitations to various social functions, not out of warmth but from a desire to observe this unexpected addition to their ranks more closely. As the luncheon concluded, Eleanor drew Mei aside while the others gathered their belongings. You handled Diane Winters better than I expected, she admitted, though you'd be wise to remember that in our circles, enemies have long memories and extensive resources. Is that advice or a warning, Mrs. Blackwood? Mei asked. Consider it both. Eleanor adjusted a flower arrangement with precise movements. Alexander has always been stubborn. Once he commits to a course of action, he rarely deviates, a quality he inherited from his grandfather. A valuable trait in business, Mei observed, and occasionally disastrous in personal matters. Eleanor met Mei's gaze directly. Whatever your arrangement with my son entails, understand that the Blackwood name carries responsibilities beyond whatever financial considerations brought you together. Before Mei could respond, Olivia appeared at her side. Survived the lioness's den, I see. Come on, we need to prepare for the gala tonight. As they walked away, Olivia whispered, Mother actually seems impressed. I heard her tell Justice Harrington you have unexpected backbone. That's practically a declaration of love coming from her. Somehow I doubt I'll be bonding over tea any time soon, Mei replied dryly. God, I hope not. One Eleanor Blackwood is quite enough in this family. Olivia linked her arm through Mei's. Now about tonight. The Chen Technologies Gala is the event of the season. Everyone who matters will be there, including Sophia Zhang, who will undoubtedly be plotting your social demise. You make it sound like a battlefield. Oh, it absolutely is, Olivia assured her. Designer gowns instead of armor, champagne flutes instead of swords, but a battlefield nonetheless. And you, my new sister, are walking in with the biggest target on your back. Alexander waited in the foyer, checking his watch with growing impatience. The Chen Technologies Gala was Victoria Chen's rare public appearance, an opportunity to strengthen Blackwood's position with her company, while demonstrating his independence from the Zhang merger pressure. And, he had to admit, a chance to present his new wife to society on his terms, not his mother's. Mr. Alexander, Harrison announced. Mrs. Blackwood will be down momentarily. Alexander nodded, adjusting his cufflinks, platinum with the Blackwood oak insignia. His tuxedo was impeccably tailored, his appearance designed to project the confidence and authority expected of the Blackwood heir. When Mei appeared at the top of the staircase, however, his carefully maintained composure faltered. The midnight blue gown Olivia had helped select transformed Mei from quietly elegant to undeniably striking. The architectural lines emphasized her slender frame, while subtle beading caught the light with each movement. Her hair was swept up in an intricate style that exposed the graceful line of her neck, and sapphire earrings, A loan from Olivia, he suspected, completed the effect. "You look—" Alexander paused, searching for an appropriate word that wouldn't cross the boundaries of their arrangement. "Acceptable for a Blackwood wife?" Mei suggested with a hint of amusement as she descended the stairs. "Remarkable," he corrected, offering his arm. "You'll outshine everyone at the gala." A faint blush coloured her cheeks at the unexpected compliment. "High praise from a man who rarely offers it, according to your sister." "Olivia talks too much," he said without heat. "But in this case she's not wrong. I don't offer praise unless it's deserved." As they moved toward the waiting car, Alexander noticed his mother watching from the drawing-room doorway. Her expression was unreadable, but he recognized the calculating assessment in her eyes. "I understand you impressed my mother's friends today," he said as they settled into the Bentley. "I survived them," Mei corrected. "There's a difference. In my mother's world, survival is the highest form of success." He studied her profile as the car pulled away from the estate. "You continue to surprise me, Mei Lin Blackwood." She turned to him with a raised eyebrow. "Is that a good thing?" "I'm still deciding," he admitted, "though I find myself increasingly convinced our arrangement will prove beneficial beyond its original purpose." "Meaning?" "You navigate complex social dynamics with unexpected skill," Alexander observed, "a quality I admire and one that will serve us both well tonight." "The Chen Technologies Gala is that significant?" "Victoria Chen rarely makes public appearances," he explained. "When she does, it usually signals major company developments. Tonight could provide insights into her quantum computing progress, information that would strengthen my position against the Zhang merger." Mei's expression shifted subtly. "You seem particularly interested in Victoria Chen's technology." "It represents the future," Alexander replied. "Quantum computing will revolutionize financial systems, security protocols, even how we process information. Whoever controls that technology controls the next decade of global development." "And you want Blackwood Financial to be positioned advantageously." "I want partnerships based on mutual respect and shared values," he corrected. "Chen Technologies has consistently demonstrated ethical innovation, a rarity in today's market." "Unlike Zhang Enterprises," Mei suggested. Alexander's expression hardened. "The Zhangs view technology as a weapon to be wielded, not an ability to be developed. Their corporate espionage is legendary, though rarely provable." "You sound personally offended." "Perhaps I am." He gazed out the window at Sydney's glittering skyline. "My grandfather built Blackwood Financial on principles of integrity and long-term vision. The Zhang merger would compromise both for short-term gain." "And your father doesn't see it that way?" "My father sees balance sheets and market share," Alexander said, unconsciously echoing his words from their previous conversation. "I see legacy and responsibility." The car pulled up to the gleaming Chen Technologies headquarters, where red carpet and photographers awaited the arriving guests. Alexander turned to Mei, his expression serious. "Tonight will be challenging," he warned. "Sophia Zhang will be watching for any sign of weakness in our relationship. The financial press will scrutinize your every move as the new Mrs. Blackwood. Are you prepared?" Mei smiled with a confidence that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than their brief rehearsals. "More than you might expect." As they exited the car, camera flashes erupted around them. Alexander placed his hand at the small of Mei's back, a gesture that appeared intimate to observers while providing subtle guidance through the gauntlet of reporters. "Mr. Blackwood, is it true your marriage has jeopardized the Zhang merger?" "Mrs. Blackwood, how does it feel to become part of Australia's banking dynasty?" Alexander navigated the questions with practiced ease, offering non-committal responses while maintaining a protective presence beside Mei. For her part, Mei handled the attention with surprising poise, neither seeking the spotlight nor shrinking from it. Inside the soaring atrium of Chen Technologies, hundreds of guests mingled beneath an installation of floating light panels that shifted in patterns mimicking quantum particle behavior. The elite of Australia's business and technology sectors sipped champagne while discussing the latest innovations and market movements. "Alexander Blackwood," a familiar voice called as they accepted champagne flutes from a passing server. And his mysterious new bride, how unexpected. Sophia Zhang approached, resplendent in a crimson gown that emphasized her striking beauty. Her smile was perfect, her eyes cold as she assessed Mei with undisguised contempt. "Sophia," Alexander acknowledged with minimal courtesy. "May I present my wife, Mei Lin Blackwood?" "Charmed," Sophia said, not bothering to sound sincere. What a whirlwind romance it must have been. One might almost suspect strategic timing. "The best decisions often happen unexpectedly," Mei replied with a pleasant smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Though I understand some people prefer arrangements with more obvious advantages." Sophia's expression tightened fractionally. "How fortunate that you found such an advantageous match yourself. From obscurity to the Blackwood family in one convenient step." "I wouldn't call it convenient," Alexander interjected, his hand finding Mei's in a gesture that appeared affectionate but felt protective. "More like inevitable once we met." "How romantic," Sophia's tone suggested it was anything but. "Though I wonder if the Blackwood board shares your appreciation for romantic impulses over business obligations." "The board serves at the pleasure of the majority shareholders," Alexander reminded her coolly. "A position that remains firmly within the Blackwood family." "For now," Sophia smiled thinly, "though positions can change so quickly in today's market. Speaking of changes, I've recently acquired some new talent you might recognize, Mrs. Blackwood." She gestured across the room, where Eric Donovan stood awkwardly in a rented tuxedo, looking distinctly uncomfortable among the elite gathering. Mei tensed beside Alexander, her composure faltering for the first time that evening. "Eric is joining Jung Enterprises' quantum computing division," Sophia continued, watching Mei's reaction with predatory satisfaction. "He has such valuable insights into Chen Technologies' development processes." Alexander felt Mei's hand tighten in his, though her expression remained carefully neutral. "Congratulations on your new position, Eric," she said evenly as he approached. Eric's gaze moved between Mei and Alexander, lingering on their clasped hands. "Mei, I heard about your marriage." His emphasis made the word sound like an accusation. "Quite a rapid development." "Sometimes certainty doesn't require time," Alexander replied before Mei could respond. "When you recognize what matters, hesitation becomes pointless." "How convenient that what matters aligned so perfectly with business interests," Eric observed with poorly disguised bitterness. "I could say the same about your new position," Mei countered, her composure returning. "Jung Enterprises seems an interesting choice given your previous criticisms of their business practices." Eric flushed. "Career advancement requires strategic decisions." "Indeed it does," Sophia agreed smoothly. "Eric's talents were clearly undervalued at Chen Technologies. We recognize potential when we see it." "As do I," Alexander said, his gaze moving meaningfully between Eric and Sophia. "Though I prefer loyalty in both personal and professional relationships." The tension between the four was palpable until a ripple of excitement moved through the crowd. Attention shifted to the main stage where David Chen, Victoria's trusted deputy and public face of the company, had appeared. "Ladies and gentlemen," David announced, his voice carrying through the atrium, "on behalf of Victoria Chen and the entire Chen Technologies family, welcome to our annual Innovation Gala." As David continued with his introduction, Sophia leaned closer to Mei. "I wonder what your husband would think if he knew you were crying over Eric in the botanical gardens just days before your convenient marriage," she whispered. "Such a remarkable recovery. Almost as if emotions were never really involved." Mei's expression remained composed, though Alexander felt her tense beside him. "Perhaps I recognized the difference between infatuation and value," she replied quietly. "A distinction worth making in all relationships, business or personal." Sophia's eyes narrowed at the implied criticism. "Enjoy your moment in the Blackwood spotlight, Mrs. Blackwood. Such illumination has a way of revealing unexpected truths." Before Mei could respond, applause erupted as David introduced the evening's keynote speaker, a renowned quantum physicist whose research had been instrumental in Chen Technologies' recent breakthroughs. As the presentation began, Alexander guided Mei to their assigned table near the front of the room. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly, noting her distracted expression. I'm fine, she assured him, though her attention remained on Eric, who was now seated at Sophia's table, looking uncomfortable but determined. Your ex-boyfriend appears to have made a calculated career move, Alexander observed. One that could have significant consequences, Mei replied, her tone carrying unexpected weight. Eric had access to preliminary research that, while not classified, could provide insights into development pathways. Alexander studied her with renewed interest. You seem unusually concerned about corporate espionage for someone in a relatively junior position. Mei hesitated, clearly choosing her words carefully. I understand the implications better than most. Quantum encryption is my specialty after all. A specialty Jung Enterprises is now eager to exploit through your ex-boyfriend, Alexander noted. Sophia doesn't make personnel decisions without strategic purpose. No, Mei agreed, her gaze following Sophia as she whispered something to Eric while watching their table. She doesn't. The keynote address detailed Chen Technologies' advancements in quantum computing architecture without revealing proprietary specifics, a carefully calibrated disclosure designed to excite investors while protecting intellectual property. Throughout the presentation, Alexander observed Mei's reactions with growing curiosity. She followed the technical details with ease, occasionally nodding at particularly significant points, as though confirming information she already understood. When the formal presentation concluded, guests moved to the networking portion of the evening. Alexander introduced Mei to key business contacts, noting with approval how she engaged intelligently on topics ranging from market trends to technological developments. Her knowledge of financial systems was particularly impressive for someone whose background supposedly focused on software development. Your wife is remarkably well informed, commented James Harrington, CEO of Australia's second-largest bank and Justice Harrington's husband. We were just discussing quantum encryption's implications for banking security, and she offered insights I haven't heard from my own technology division. Mei has many talents, Alexander replied, watching as she continued her conversation with Harrington's chief technology officer. Clearly, Harrington agreed, though I wonder if Victoria Chen would appreciate her employees discussing developmental strategies so openly. Alexander's attention sharpened. Mei works for Chen Technologies. That's my understanding, Harrington said, looking surprised. Given her expertise in their encryption protocols, I assumed, but perhaps I misunderstood. Before Alexander could clarify, he noticed Eric approaching Mei with determined purpose. Excusing himself from Harrington, Alexander moved to intercept, but not before Eric managed to pull Mei aside. I need to speak with you, Eric insisted, his voice low but intense. Privately. We have nothing to discuss, Mei replied coolly. I think we do. Eric glanced around before continuing. Your comments about quantum lattice structures to Harrington's CTO, those were directly from Victoria Chen's research paper, the one that hasn't been published yet. Mei's expression remained neutral, though Alexander detected a subtle tension in her posture. I follow the field closely. No, Eric shook his head. Those were specific formulations I've only seen in internal documents. Documents that even I shouldn't have access to, but found on your laptop once when you were in the shower. Alexander watched this exchange with growing interest, noting Mei's carefully controlled reaction. You're mistaken, she said evenly. I don't think I am. Eric studied her with narrowed eyes. You know, I always wondered how a mid-level developer could afford that apartment in Darling Harbour, or why you were so secretive about your work, or why Victoria Chen's assistant called you directly that time when I answered your phone. Eric, Mei's voice carried a warning note. It all makes sense now, he continued, oblivious to her discomfort. The secrecy, the knowledge beyond your supposed position, the convenient marriage to Blackwood, just as Chen Technologies needs banking partnerships for their quantum division expansion. Alexander stepped forward, placing a protective hand at Mei's waist. Is there a problem here? Eric straightened, clearly intimidated by Alexander's presence but determined to make his point. Just congratulating your wife on her remarkable business acumen. For someone who claimed to be just a developer, she has an impressive grasp of Victoria Chen's strategic vision. Perhaps that's why she's valued at Chen Technologies. Alexander replied smoothly. Talent recognizes talent. Or perhaps there's more to Mrs. Blackwood than meets the eye, Eric suggested, his gaze challenging Mei. Something worth $1 billion marriage, maybe? Before either could respond, Sophia appeared at Eric's side. There you are, Eric. The Chen Technologies board members are asking about your background. Her smile was predatory as she glanced between Mei and Alexander. I was just telling them how closely you worked with their encryption team. I should clarify that relationship, Mei said, her voice carrying unexpected authority. Eric's access was limited to specific modules, not core architecture. Sophia's eyes narrowed at Mei's tone. How interesting that you would know the specifics of access permissions, Mrs. Blackwood. One might almost think you had management authority. One might think many things, Miss Zhang, Alexander interjected, though speculation rarely substitutes for fact. Indeed, Sophia agreed with a cold smile. Facts have a way of emerging eventually, don't they, Mrs. Blackwood? As Sophia led Eric away, Alexander turned to Mei with undisguised curiosity. Your ex-boyfriend seems to have developed some interesting theories about your position at Chen Technologies. Mei maintained her composure, though Alexander detected a subtle tension in her shoulders. Eric always had an active imagination, especially when his ego is involved. Yet Harrington also seemed to believe you work for Chen Technologies, Alexander observed, a detail you haven't mentioned before. It hasn't seemed relevant to our arrangement, Mei replied carefully. It might be, given my interest in potential partnerships with Chen Technologies. Alexander studied her with renewed assessment. Your knowledge of their systems appears more comprehensive than a mid-level developer would typically possess. Before Mei could respond, David Chen approached their table. Mrs. Blackwood, he greeted her with a formality that seemed oddly strained. Victoria Chen has requested a brief meeting with you and your husband, if you'd follow me. Alexander noted the flicker of surprise that crossed Mei's features before she composed herself. Of course, she replied, rising gracefully. As they followed David through the crowd toward the private executive elevators, Alexander leaned close to Mei. You didn't mention you had a personal connection to Victoria Chen. There are many things we haven't discussed about our respective careers, Mei replied evenly. Our arrangement didn't specify full disclosure of professional relationships. True, Alexander conceded, though meeting the notoriously private Victoria Chen is an unexpected development. For both of us, Mei said, her expression unreadable as the elevator doors closed behind them. The situation was evolving beyond their carefully negotiated parameters, Alexander realized. Mei Lin Blackwood, it seemed, was more connected, and potentially more valuable than he had initially assessed. The question was, either those connections represented opportunity or risk to their arrangement, and to Blackwood Financial's future. Chapter 8. Walls Crumbling. The executive elevator ascended silently to the top floor of Chen Technologies headquarters. Alexander watched Mei's reflection in the polished doors, noting her composed expression that betrayed nothing of her thoughts. David Chen stood slightly apart, his attention fixed on his tablet, though Alexander caught him glancing at Mei with what appeared to be concern. Victoria rarely meets with guests during these events, Alexander observed, breaking the silence. I'm curious what prompted this invitation. Miss Chen values the Blackwood financial perspective, David replied diplomatically, particularly given recent market developments. And my wife's connection to the company, Alexander added, watching both their reactions carefully. David's expression remained professionally neutral. Miss Chen recognizes talent throughout the organization. The elevator doors opened to reveal a minimalist reception area where a striking woman with silver-streaked black hair rose from behind a desk. Mr. and Mrs. Blackwood, she greeted them with practiced efficiency. I'm Grace Liu, Miss Chen's executive assistant. She's finishing a call and will join you momentarily. Please make yourselves comfortable. As Grace led them to a sitting area with panoramic views of Sydney Harbour, Alexander noted the sophisticated security systems throughout the space, subtle but comprehensive. Victoria Chen protected her privacy with the same meticulous attention she applied to her technology. Can I offer you refreshments? Grace asked. No, thank you, Mei replied before Alexander could respond, her voice carrying a hint of tension despite her composed exterior. After Grace departed, Alexander turned to Mei. "You seem familiar with this floor." "I've had meetings here before," she acknowledged carefully. "With Victoria Chen directly," he pressed. Before Mei could answer, a side door opened and David Chen reappeared. "Miss Chen sends her apologies. An urgent matter requires her immediate attention. She's asked me to discuss the potential partnership opportunities with you instead." Alexander noted the flash of relief that crossed Mei's features before she composed herself. Curiouser and curiouser. "Of course," Alexander replied smoothly, "though I admit to disappointment. Meeting the elusive Victoria Chen was an unexpected highlight of this evening." "Miss Chen values her privacy," David said with practiced diplomacy. "It allows her to focus on innovation rather than public perception. A luxury few business leaders can afford," Alexander observed, "though one that creates its own mythology." "Some might call it strategic," Mei suggested, her composure fully restored, "separating the person from the public entity." Alexander studied her with renewed interest. "An unusual perspective for someone who works with encryption rather than corporate strategy." "Technology and strategy are increasingly inseparable," she countered, "especially in quantum computing applications." David cleared his throat. "Perhaps we should discuss the potential synergies between Blackwood Financial and Chen Technologies' upcoming initiatives." The conversation shifted to business matters, quantum computing applications for financial systems, security protocols for banking transactions, and potential investment structures for Chen Technologies' expansion. Throughout the discussion, Alexander observed the subtle dynamics between Mei and David. They communicated with the shorthand of long-established colleagues, occasionally completing each other's thoughts or referencing projects with minimal explanation. "Your wife's insights are remarkably aligned with our development roadmap," David noted at one point, his tone carefully neutral. "Her understanding of both the technology and its financial applications is comprehensive." "Mei continues to surprise me," Alexander replied, watching her reaction. "Though I'm beginning to wonder if I should have negotiated a consulting fee for bringing such valuable expertise to this meeting." A flicker of something, amusement, concern, crossed David's features before he composed himself. "Chen Technologies always recognizes valuable contributions, Mr. Blackwood." As the meeting concluded, David escorted them back to the elevator. "Miss Chen asked me to extend her personal invitation to both of you for a more private discussion next week. Her schedule permitting, of course." "We would be honored," Alexander replied, noting how Mei tensed slightly beside him. When they were alone in the elevator, Alexander turned to his wife. "You and David Chen seem well acquainted." "We've worked together on several projects," she acknowledged. "Projects that apparently gave you intimate knowledge of Victoria Chen's strategic vision," he observed. "Knowledge that seems unusual for your described position." Mei met his gaze directly. "My role at Chen Technologies is more complex than I've explained." "Clearly," Alexander agreed, "though the question becomes why you've chosen to obscure that role, particularly given our arrangement." The elevator doors opened before she could respond, returning them to the gala where guests were now enjoying dessert and final networking opportunities. Sophia Zhang immediately noticed their return, her calculating gaze following them as they made their way back to their table. "We should discuss this later," Mei suggested quietly. "This isn't the place." "Agreed," Alexander replied, his hand finding the small of her back in what appeared to be an affectionate gesture, but served to guide her through the crowd. "Though I find myself increasingly curious about the woman I married." "Curiosity wasn't part of our arrangement," she reminded him. "Perhaps our arrangement is evolving," he suggested, surprising himself with the realization that he meant it. The remainder of the evening passed in a blur of strategic conversations and careful networking. Alexander maintained his protective presence beside Mei, particularly when Sophia or Eric approached their vicinity. For her part, Mei handled the social complexities with remarkable poise, engaging intelligently with business leaders while deflecting personal questions with practiced ease. By the time they departed, Alexander had secured several promising connections for Blackwood Financial while observing his wife with growing fascination. Mei Lin Blackwood, it seemed, was far more than the mid-level developer she had presented herself to be. The Bentley waited for them at the curb, Harrison holding the door with his usual impeccable timing. Once they were settled in the privacy of the back seat, Alexander turned to Mei. "You were impressive tonight," he said, studying her profile in the passing city lights. "Though not in the way I expected." "Meaning?" "You navigated complex business discussions with the confidence of someone accustomed to executive decision-making, not technical implementation." He watched her reaction carefully. "Harrington's CTO asked for your opinion on quantum security protocols as though you were an authority, not a practitioner." Mei remained silent for a moment, weighing her response. "I've contributed to several key projects at Chen Technologies. My role has evolved over time." "Into what, exactly?" She turned to face him directly. "Does it matter? Our arrangement doesn't require professional transparency." "It might matter if your position at Chen Technologies creates conflicts with Blackwood interests," Alexander pointed out, "or if it explains why Victoria Chen requested a private meeting with us." "There are no conflicts," Mei assured him, "and Victoria Chen's interest in Blackwood Financial predates our marriage." "Yet David Chen treated you with the deference usually reserved for senior leadership," Alexander observed, "and your ex-boyfriend seems convinced you have access to information well beyond your stated position." The Bentley turned onto the private road leading to Blackwood Manor, the headlights illuminating the ancient oaks that lined the driveway. Mei gazed out at them, her expression thoughtful. "My relationship with Chen Technologies is complicated," she finally said, "but I can assure you it poses no risk to our arrangement or to Blackwood Financial." "That's not an explanation," Alexander noted. "No," she agreed. "It's not." As the car stopped at the manor's entrance, Alexander made a decision. "Walk with me," he suggested, nodding toward the gardens. "The night is too pleasant to waste indoors." Mei hesitated, then nodded. "Let me change first. This gown isn't designed for garden paths." "I'll meet you on the East Terrace in 15 minutes, he agreed. When Mei emerged from the house, she had changed into simple black trousers and a cashmere sweater, her hair released from its elaborate style to fall in soft waves around her shoulders. The transformation from polished society wife to this more natural version struck Alexander with unexpected force. She looked younger, more approachable, and somehow more authentic. "Better?" she asked, noticing his appraisal. "Different," he replied. "But yes, better." They walked in companionable silence through the moonlit gardens, following a path that wound through carefully tended roses toward a small pavilion overlooking the estate's lake. The night air carried the scent of jasmine and water lilies, a peaceful counterpoint to the evening's social complexities. "My grandfather I built this pavilion for my grandmother," Alexander said as they reached the structure. "She loved watching the sunrise over the water." "It's beautiful," Mei observed, running her hand along the intricately carved railing. "There's something honest about it, no pretension, just craftsmanship and purpose." "Like my grandfather," Alexander agreed. "He believed in building things that would last, whether financial systems or family traditions." He gestured to a bench and they sat side by side looking out over the moonlit water. For several minutes neither spoke, the silence between them comfortable rather than strained. "I grew up in Melbourne," Mei said suddenly, breaking the silence. "My parents were professors. That part is true. They died in a car accident when I was 19. Alexander turned to her, surprised by this voluntary disclosure. "I'm sorry." "They left me with a modest inheritance and an unfinished education," she continued. "I completed my degree while working part-time, then moved to Sydney for a fresh start." "And joined Chen Technologies," Alexander supplied. "Yes," she smiled faintly. "Though not in the role I described to you." "What role, then?" Mei hesitated, then offered a partial truth. "I started in encryption development but was quickly promoted to special projects. My work directly supports Victoria Chen's core initiatives." "Which explains your comprehensive knowledge of the company's strategy," Alexander noted. "And perhaps why Eric believes you have access to restricted information." "Eric saw things he wasn't meant to see," Mei acknowledged. and drew conclusions based on incomplete information. While Sophia Zhang is now encouraging those conclusions, Alexander added, potentially to undermine both Chen Technologies and our marriage. A convenient dual purpose, Mei agreed. Sophia strikes me as someone who appreciates efficiency in her manipulations. Alexander laughed unexpectedly. An accurate assessment. She approaches personal relationships with the same ruthless calculation she applies to business acquisitions. Unlike you, Mei asked, her tone gently challenging. Touché, he acknowledged, though our arrangement has at least been transparent in its terms. Has it? Mei turned to face him fully. You presented it as a business transaction, a convenient solution to our respective problems, yet you've been protective tonight beyond what our contract requires. Alexander considered this observation. Perhaps I've developed a certain investment in your well-being. Professional courtesy? She suggested. Something more, I think. He studied her in the moonlight, noting how it softened her features. You're not what I expected, Mei Lin Blackwood. Is that disappointment or approval? She asked, her voice carrying a hint of vulnerability that seemed new. Curiosity, he replied honestly. You present yourself as straightforward, yet maintain careful boundaries around certain aspects of your life. You navigate complex social and business environments with unexpected skill. You demonstrate knowledge beyond your stated experience. And these contradictions bother you. They interest me, Alexander corrected. Few people surprise me anymore. You consistently do. Mei looked away, her gaze returning to the moonlit lake. My life hasn't followed a conventional path. I've learned to adapt to circumstances, to present different facets of myself in different contexts. Survival skills, Alexander observed. Yes, she smiled faintly. Though sometimes the adaptations become so familiar, the boundaries between versions of yourself begin to blur. The observation carried a weight that suggested personal experience rather than theoretical musing. Alexander found himself wanting to understand this complexity, a desire that extended beyond the parameters of their arrangement. Tell me something true, he said suddenly. Something you haven't told anyone else. Mei looked startled by the request. Why? Because our marriage may be a business arrangement, but we're still two people sharing space and time, he replied. And I find I want to know the woman behind the adaptations. She considered this for a long moment, weighing what she could safely reveal. I sometimes wonder if anyone would value me without the external factors, not for what I can provide or represent, but simply for who I am. The confession carried unexpected vulnerability, touching something in Alexander that resonated with his own experience. As the Blackwood heir, he had always been valued for his position, his capabilities, his strategic usefulness, rarely for himself alone. I understand that concern better than you might expect, he admitted. The Blackwood name opens doors but also creates expectations that can overshadow the person behind it. Is that why you proposed our arrangement? Mei asked. Because it was clearly transactional rather than emotional. Partly, Alexander acknowledged. After Caroline's betrayal, transparent terms seemed safer than emotional entanglements. Yet here we are, discussing personal truths in a moonlit garden, Mei observed with gentle irony. Somewhat beyond our contractual obligations. Indeed. Alexander found himself smiling. Perhaps we should renegotiate terms. What did you have in mind? She asked, her tone light though her eyes were serious. A modification, he suggested. Maintaining the core arrangement while allowing for evolving circumstances. Such as the possibility that we might develop a genuine friendship alongside our business relationship, Alexander said carefully, with the understanding that such friendship carries no additional obligations beyond mutual respect and honesty. Mei studied him thoughtfully. Friendship wasn't part of the original contract. Consider it a value-added proposition, he offered with unexpected humor. Her laugh, spontaneous and genuine, transformed her features, creating a warmth that Alexander found himself wanting to preserve. Very well, Mr. Blackwood, she agreed. I accept your amendment to our arrangement. Friendship with no additional obligations. Excellent, Mrs. Blackwood. He extended his hand formally, and she took it with matching solemnity, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. The handshake lingered longer than necessary, their fingers remaining loosely entwined as they turned back to the moonlit view. The simple contact felt more significant than the formal kiss they had shared at their wedding, a genuine connection rather than a performed obligation. "Your family will be suspicious of any change in our dynamic," Mei noted after a comfortable silence. "My family is suspicious of everything," Alexander replied dryly. "It's practically the Blackwood motto. Trust no one, suspect everyone." "Not the most inspiring family creed," she observed. "The official one is strength through prudence, but mine is more accurate." He glanced at her profile, though perhaps in need of occasional exceptions. The implication that she might be such an exception hung in the air between them, neither acknowledged nor denied. "It's getting late," Mei finally said, though she made no move to leave. "Indeed." Alexander similarly remained seated, reluctant to end this unexpected moment of connection. "Though the company makes the hour worthwhile." Mei turned to him with surprise at the sentiment, so unlike his usual pragmatic statements. "Careful, Mr. Blackwood. That almost sounds like a compliment." "I believe I mentioned earlier that I offer praise when it's deserved," he reminded her. "You've earned several compliments today, not least for how you handled Sophia Zhang and your ex-boyfriend." "Eric was never particularly perceptive," Mei said, a shadow crossing her features. "Until tonight, apparently." "His observations seemed to concern you," Alexander noted. "Beyond what the situation warranted." Mei hesitated, then offered a partial truth. "Eric saw documents he shouldn't have accessed. If he shares that information with Zhang Enterprises, it could compromise sensitive projects." "Corporate espionage," Alexander concluded. "A serious concern, though one that would typically be handled by security protocols rather than personal intervention. Some information requires discretion beyond standard protocols," Mei explained carefully. "Information related to Victoria Chen's quantum computing breakthrough," Alexander surmised. "The technology Sophia Zhang is so eager to acquire." "Yes, and your role in protecting this information is significant enough to warrant personal concern," he continued, connecting the pieces, "which suggests your position at Chen Technologies is more senior than you've indicated." Mei neither confirmed nor denied this assessment, her silence its own form of answer. "Your secrets are safe with me," Alexander assured her, surprising himself with how much he meant it. "Whatever your role at Chen Technologies, it doesn't change our arrangement." "Doesn't it?" Mei asked quietly. "You married Mei Lin, a mid-level developer with no family connections or significant resources. If I'm something else entirely, then I've acquired an even more valuable partner than I initially assessed." Alexander completed her thought. "A fortunate development from a business perspective." "Just business?" she challenged gently. Alexander considered the question with the careful deliberation he applied to all significant decisions. "No," he finally admitted, "not just business anymore." The acknowledgement hung between them, shifting the foundation of their arrangement in ways neither had anticipated. For a moment, neither spoke, allowing the implication to settle into this new reality they were creating. "We should return to the house," Mei finally suggested, though her tone lacked conviction. "Probably," Alexander agreed without moving. Instead, he found himself studying her features in the moonlight. The intelligence in her eyes, the quiet strength in her posture, the complexity she carried beneath her composed exterior. Something was shifting between them, evolving beyond the careful parameters they had established. "Alexander," she said softly, using his first name for perhaps the first time since their wedding. "What are we doing?" "I'm not entirely sure," he admitted with unusual candor, "though I find I'm not opposed to discovering the answer." Mei smiled at that, a genuine expression that reached her eyes and revealed a warmth she typically kept carefully guarded. "That's remarkably uncharacteristic for someone who plans everything meticulously." "You bring out unexpected qualities," he acknowledged. "Another surprise in an arrangement that has delivered several. Good surprises, I hope." "Predominantly," he confirmed with the hint of a smile. "Though my mother might disagree." Mei laughed softly. "Your mother would disagree on principle regardless of circumstances. An accurate assessment. Alexander rose, offering his hand. Shall we face the fortress together, Mrs. Blackwood? She accepted his assistance, her hand remaining in his as they began walking back toward the manor. The contact felt natural now, no longer the performed intimacy of their public appearances, but something more genuine, a connection forming despite the artificial nature of their beginning. As they approached the house, lights still burned in William Blackwood's study, a reminder of the family complexities awaiting them. Alexander felt Mei tense slightly beside him. My father often works late, he explained, particularly when market conditions are volatile. Or when his son makes decisions that disrupt carefully laid plans, Mei suggested. That too, Alexander acknowledged. Though he'll adapt eventually, the Blackwood survival instinct is remarkably resilient. Unlike the Blackwood capacity for emotional expression, Mei observed with gentle irony. A genetic deficiency, according to my sister. Alexander paused at the terrace doors. Speaking of emotional expression, I should warn you that Olivia will immediately detect any change in our dynamic. She has an unfortunate talent for reading people. Unlike her brother, Mei teased. I read balance sheets and market trends, Alexander corrected. Olivia reads hearts and intentions, a complementary skill set in family business. As if summoned by her name, Olivia appeared in the doorway, her expression brightening at the sight of them returning together. There you are, she exclaimed. I was beginning to think you'd eloped again, this time to escape Mother's post-gala interrogation. Is she waiting up? Alexander asked with resignation. With reinforcements, Olivia confirmed. Father and Richard have joined forces in the drawing room. Apparently your private meeting with Victoria Chen's representative has caused quite a stir in certain circles. Meaning Sophia Zhang has already spread speculation, Alexander translated. Bingo. Olivia's gaze moved between them, noting their relaxed posture and still linked hands with obvious interest. Though you two seem remarkably unconcerned about the impending inquisition. We've faced worse tonight, Mei replied with unexpected confidence. Together, Alexander added, the word carrying more significance than its simple meaning might suggest. Olivia's eyebrows rose at this united front. Well, well, she murmured, interesting developments indeed. As they entered the house, Alexander maintained his position beside Mei, their shoulders nearly touching, a subtle but clear statement of alignment. Whatever questions awaited them in the drawing room, they would face them as partners, not merely as contractual associates. The Blackwood family looked up as they entered, Eleanor and William on the sofa, Richard pacing by the fireplace. Their expressions ranged from calculation to suspicion, to barely concealed hostility. Alexander, William greeted him with forced cordiality. We were just discussing your meeting with Victoria Chen's people, an unexpected development. A promising one, Alexander corrected, guiding Mei to a love seat where they sat together, presenting a united front. Chen Technologies is exploring financial partnerships for their quantum computing expansion. Partnerships that might have been secured through the Zhang merger, Richard pointed out, without the need for alternative arrangements. His gaze flicked meaningfully toward Mei, the implication clear. The Zhang merger would have compromised Blackwood's independence, Alexander replied evenly. Victoria Chen offers collaboration without control, a distinction the Zhangs fail to appreciate. And your wife's connection to Chen Technologies had no bearing on this sudden interest, Eleanor asked with deceptive mildness. Alexander felt Mei tense beside him but maintained his composed expression. Mei's insights into their technology have certainly provided valuable perspective, he acknowledged, though Chen Technologies' interest in Blackwood predates our marriage. How convenient that you married someone with such relevant connections, Richard observed, almost as if it were planned. Sometimes the most valuable opportunities arise unexpectedly, Alexander replied, his hand finding Mei's in a gesture that was no longer merely performative. As I believe grandfather often said. William's expression shifted at the reference to his father, the Blackwood patriarch whose business instincts had transformed a respectable banking house into a global financial power. Harold did appreciate strategic opportunism, he acknowledged reluctantly, though he also valued thorough vetting of potential partners. I've done my due diligence, Alexander assured him with a confidence that wasn't entirely truthful, given the questions that remained about Mei's exact role at Chen Technologies. Have you? Eleanor challenged. Because Sophia Zhang shared some rather interesting observations about your wife's background this evening. Mei met her mother-in-law's gaze directly. Miss Zhang seems remarkably concerned with my personal history for someone I've just met. One might almost suspect ulterior motives. One might also wonder what aspects of that history warrant such interest, Eleanor countered. Or one might recognize a transparent attempt to create division where none exists, Alexander interjected smoothly. Sophia's interest in undermining my marriage coincides conveniently with her father's failed merger attempt. William studied his son with the calculating assessment that had intimidated countless business opponents. The Zhang merger represented significant expansion opportunities in Asian markets, with equally significant risks to our operational independence, Alexander reminded him. Chen Technologies offers comparable market access without the control issues. Because of your wife's influence? Richard suggested with barely disguised skepticism. Because Victoria Chen values ethical partnership over acquisition, Alexander corrected. A principle Blackwood Financial once prioritized as well. The implied criticism of his father's recent business approach hung in the air, neither acknowledged nor denied. Well, Olivia broke the tense silence with forced brightness, this has been suitably uncomfortable for everyone. Perhaps we could continue the corporate espionage accusations tomorrow after a good night's sleep. Eleanor rose with rigid dignity. We merely express appropriate concern for the family's interests, Olivia. Something your brother's impulsive decisions have potentially compromised. My decisions serve the family's long-term interests, Alexander stated firmly, even when they diverge from immediate opportunities. We shall see, William replied, his tone making the statement sound like both challenge and threat. The board meets on Monday to review the Zhang situation. Your alternative strategy will require substantial support. I'll be prepared, Alexander assured him. As his parents departed, Richard lingered, his expression calculating. Sophia mentioned your wife's ex-boyfriend has joined Zhang Enterprises, he observed casually, apparently with interesting insights into Chen Technologies' security protocols. Eric Donovan's knowledge is limited and outdated, Mei replied with unexpected authority. His value to Zhang Enterprises is primarily symbolic. Richard's eyebrows rose at her confident assessment. You seem remarkably well informed about corporate security matters for a software developer. My wife has many talents, Alexander interjected smoothly, including recognizing when conversations are designed to gather intelligence rather than exchange pleasantries. Richard's smile didn't reach his eyes. Just family concern, cousin. We all want to understand the newest Blackwood's qualifications. After he departed, Olivia collapsed dramatically onto the sofa. Well, that was excruciating, though I must say, you two presented a remarkably united front for a couple whose wedding vows still have that new car smell. Alexander exchanged a glance with Mei, a silent communication passing between them. Circumstances evolve, he said simply. Olivia hummed skeptically. And these evolved circumstances have nothing to do with the way you two keep looking at each other when you think no one's watching. Your imagination remains overactive, Alexander told his sister, though without his usual dismissiveness. And your denial remains unconvincing, she countered cheerfully. But don't worry, your secret's safe with me, whatever it might be. After Olivia bid them good night, Alexander and Mei found themselves alone in the drawing room, the evening's events settling around them like falling leaves, each one a small revelation, collectively transforming the landscape of their relationship. Your family remains determined to uncover ulterior motives, Mei observed. The Blackwood default position, Alexander confirmed, though in this case not entirely without justification. Given that our marriage began as a business arrangement, she acknowledged. Began, he repeated, emphasizing the past tense, though I find myself increasingly uncertain about its current definition. Mei met his gaze directly. As do I. The admission hung between them, simple words acknowledging a complex evolution neither had anticipated. We should proceed carefully, Alexander suggested, his natural caution reasserting itself. Whatever is developing between us exists alongside significant external pressures and incomplete information. A typically measured Blackwood response, Mei noted with a small smile, though not incorrect. Measured doesn't mean insincere, he clarified, only that I prefer to build on solid foundations rather than impulse. Unlike our wedding, she pointed out with gentle irony. Perhaps that was more solid than it appeared, Alexander suggested. A recognition of compatible values and complementary strengths, if not traditional romance. And now? Mei asked quietly. Alexander considered the question with characteristic thoroughness. Now I find myself wanting to know the woman behind the arrangement, not for strategic advantage or contractual obligation, but for her own sake. The simple honesty of this statement affected Mei more deeply than any practiced romantic declaration might have. Victoria Chen had received countless overtures from people seeking proximity to her wealth and power. Mei Lin had experienced Eric's affection, which had ultimately proven conditional and superficial. But this careful, honest acknowledgement of interest without demand, felt different from either experience. I would like that, she admitted, though there are aspects of my life that remain complicated. As there are in mine, Alexander acknowledged. Perhaps we can navigate those complications together, with patience and mutual respect. A very reasonable approach to an unreasonable situation, Mei observed with a smile. I am, if nothing else, reasonable, he agreed, returning her smile with one of his own, a genuine expression that transformed his usually serious features. As they walked together toward the east wing, their steps naturally synchronizing, Mei felt the walls she had carefully constructed between her dual identities beginning to crumble. The compartmentalization that had seemed so essential now felt increasingly artificial, a barrier to the connection forming between them. Yet the final wall, the truth of Victoria Chen, remained intact. That revelation carried implications beyond their personal relationship, affecting companies, markets, and hundreds of employees who depended on her leadership. At the door to her suite, they paused, the moment weighted with unspoken possibilities. Thank you, Alexander said unexpectedly. For what? For seeing beyond the Blackwood air to the person beneath, he replied with unusual vulnerability. Few people bother to look past the name and position. Thank you for seeing me as more than a convenient solution to your merger problem, she countered softly. For a moment, they stood in silence, the space between them charged with recognition and possibility. Then, with careful deliberation, Alexander leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, not the formal, public gesture of their wedding, but something more personal and genuine. Good night, Mei, he said, using her first name without the formality of their usual interactions. Good night, Alexander, she replied, the simple exchange feeling more intimate than any elaborate declaration. As she entered her suite and closed the door, Mei leaned against it, her fingers touching the spot where his lips had brushed her skin. The gesture had been respectful, careful, honoring the boundaries they had established while acknowledging the shift occurring between them. On her desk, her secure phone blinked with messages from David, undoubtedly updates on Eric's recruitment by Zhang Enterprises and the potential security implications. Victoria Chen's responsibilities waited, demanding her attention and strategic decisions. Yet for the first time since creating her dual identity, Mei found herself resenting the division between her two selves. The woman who had walked with Alexander in the moonlit garden, who had shared genuine connection and unexpected honesty, that woman felt more authentic than either the powerful Victoria Chen or the fabricated Mei Lin. She was becoming someone new, someone who existed in the space between her carefully constructed identities. Someone who wanted the connection forming with Alexander to be based on truth rather than necessary deceptions. The realization was both liberating and terrifying. The walls were indeed crumbling, not just between them but within herself. The question remained whether what emerged from those fallen barriers would strengthen their evolving bond or destroy it completely. Chapter 9. The Summons. Morning sunlight streamed through the east wing windows, casting golden patterns across the antique Persian carpet in Mei's sitting room. She sat cross-legged on the window seat, her secure tablet displaying quarterly projections for Chen Technologies' quantum computing division. As Victoria, she needed to review these figures before the board meeting later that week, even as her mind kept returning to the previous evening's conversation with Alexander. Something had shifted between them, a connection forming that transcended their contractual arrangement. The simple honesty of their exchange in the moonlit garden had affected her more deeply than she'd anticipated. For the first time since creating her dual identity, Mei found herself wanting to bridge the gap between her compartmentalized selves. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. She quickly locked the tablet before calling, "Come in." Harrison entered with his usual quiet efficiency, carrying a silver tray with coffee and a cream-colored envelope. "Good morning, Mrs. Blackwood. Your coffee and this just arrived by special courier." "Thank you, Harrison." Mei accepted the envelope, noting the embossed Blackwood oak tree on the seal. "Mr. Alexander asked me to inform you that he's been called to an emergency meeting at Blackwood headquarters," Harrison added. "He extends his apologies and hopes to return by afternoon." After Harrison departed, Mei examined the envelope. The heavy paper and formal seal suggested an official Blackwood communication rather than a personal note. Breaking the seal, she withdrew an elegantly printed card. "The Blackwood Foundation requests the honor of your presence at the annual Benefactors Gala. Saturday, the 28th of March, 8 o'clock in the evening, the Grand Ballroom, Blackwood Manor. Black tie." Required a handwritten note in elegant script was attached. "Mei, as the newest Blackwood, your presence is required at this signature family event. Eleanor will coordinate your preparations. The Foundation Gala represents our family's most significant philanthropic endeavor and attracts Australia's elite business and political leaders. Your comportment will reflect directly on the family legacy. William Blackwood." The note's tone, more command than invitation, perfectly captured William's approach to family obligations. Mei had heard of the Blackwood Foundation Gala during her years as Victoria Chen. It was indeed one of Sydney's most prestigious social events, though Victoria had always declined invitations, citing her privacy concerns. This year would be different. As Mei Lin Blackwood, she would attend alongside her husband, while Victoria Chen would once again send her regrets. The irony wasn't lost on her. A second knock heralded Olivia's arrival. She breezed in without waiting for a response, already dressed in riding clothes, her energy palpable even at this early hour. "You've received the summons, I see," she noted, gesturing toward the invitation. "Father's annual reminder that we exist primarily as extensions of the Blackwood legacy." "It seems significant," Mei observed, offering Olivia coffee. "Only the social event of the season," Olivia confirmed, accepting the cup gratefully. 300 of Australia's most powerful people gathering to congratulate themselves on their philanthropy while negotiating business deals between champagne toasts. "You don't approve?" "The foundation itself does important work," Olivia clarified. "Education initiatives, medical research, community development, all worthy causes. It's the self-congratulatory spectacle I find tedious." "And as the newest Blackwood, I'll be under particular scrutiny," Mei surmised. "Like a specimen in a very expensive petri dish," Olivia agreed cheerfully. "Mother has probably already commissioned a dossier on your potential social failures." As if summoned by her name, Eleanor Blackwood appeared in the doorway, her posture impeccable as always. "Olivia, your hyperbole remains tiresome even after 25 years. "Good morning to you too, Mother," Olivia replied, unperturbed. "I was just briefing Mei on the joys of Blackwood public performance art." Eleanor's gaze shifted to Mei, assessing rather than greeting. "I assume you've received the foundation invitation. We'll need to address your presentation immediately. The event is only 3 weeks away." "My presentation?" Mei echoed. "Your gown, jewellery, hair, makeup, deportment," Eleanor enumerated with clinical precision. "As Alexander's wife, you'll be expected to represent the family appropriately." "I'm capable of selecting my own attire," Mei replied evenly. "Perhaps for ordinary occasions," Eleanor conceded with minimal diplomacy. "The Foundation Gala requires a more elevated approach. I've arranged appointments with my couturier and jeweller for tomorrow." "That won't be necessary," Mei began. "It's non-negotiable." Eleanor interrupted. William insists. The Zhang family will be in attendance along with the Premier, 3 federal ministers and the American ambassador. Your appearance will directly impact Alexander's position within the family and the company. The mention of the Zhangs caught Mei's attention. I wasn't aware they were still welcome at Blackwood events, given the merger complications. Business and social obligations exist on parallel tracks, Eleanor replied. The Zhangs have been foundation benefactors for 15 years. Their invitation stands regardless of current negotiations. How diplomatic, Olivia murmured into her coffee cup. Eleanor ignored her daughter's commentary. The appointments are at 11 tomorrow. Harrison will drive you. I suggest reviewing the Foundation's annual report before then. You should be conversant with our philanthropic initiatives when speaking with benefactors. After delivering these instructions with military precision, Eleanor departed as abruptly as she had arrived, leaving a wake of tension behind her. Well, Olivia said into the silence, that was Mother in her natural habitat, organizing others into submission. She seems particularly concerned about my potential to embarrass the family, Mei observed. It's not personal, Olivia assured her. Mother would micromanage the Queen given the opportunity, though in this case, she hesitated. What? The timing is suspicious, Olivia admitted. The guest list for the gala was finalized months ago, but Mother specifically added Sophia Zhang last week, after your marriage. Why would she do that? Mother never approved of Alexander breaking the engagement to Caroline Winters, despite the corporate espionage, Olivia explained. She's been pushing for a suitable match ever since, preferably one that advances Blackwood business interests. Like Sophia Zhang, Mei concluded. Exactly. Mother and Sophia's mother, Lily Zhang, have been orchestrating this potential match for months. Olivia studied Mei with unusual seriousness. I wouldn't put it past them to use the gala to create uncomfortable situations. You think they're planning something? Mother doesn't accept defeat gracefully, especially when it involves her carefully laid plans. Olivia rose, straightening her riding jacket. Just be prepared. The Foundation Gala isn't just a charity event. It's a Blackwood power demonstration. Every interaction carries subtext. After Olivia left for her morning ride, Mei considered this warning. As Victoria Chen, she was accustomed to navigating complex business politics, but the Blackwood social battlefield operated by different rules. Rules Eleanor had mastered over decades. Her secure phone chimed with a message from David. Eric Donovan signed with Zhang Enterprises this morning. Full access to their quantum computing division. Security protocols activated on all systems he previously touched. Board wants your assessment of vulnerability. The timing couldn't be worse. With the Foundation Gala approaching and her relationship with Alexander evolving beyond their original arrangement, Victoria Chen's responsibilities were becoming increasingly difficult to manage alongside Mei Lin Blackwood's obligations. She typed a quick response. Comprehensive security audit underway. Prepare contingency plans for accelerated timeline on Project Quantum Lattice. Will review with board Thursday. As she set the phone aside, Mei noticed a folded note that had been slipped under her door. Alexander's handwriting was instantly recognizable, precise yet flowing, like the man himself. Mei, board politics require my presence today. Richard is making his move for the Asia-Pacific division. I expect to return by dinner, perhaps another garden walk afterward. There's more I'd like to discuss following last night's conversation. Alexander. The note carried none of the formal distance that had characterized their early interactions. Something was indeed shifting between them, a connection forming that transcended their contractual beginning. Mei traced her fingers over his signature, wondering how he would react if he knew the full truth of her identity. Would he feel betrayed by her necessary deception, or would he understand the complexities that had shaped her choices? The question remained unanswered as she prepared for the day ahead, her thoughts divided between Victoria Chen's corporate responsibilities and Mei Lin Blackwood's evolving personal reality. The Blackwood financial headquarters dominate. Sydney's financial district, a 40-story testament to old money transformed into modern power. In the executive boardroom on the top floor, Alexander Blackwood stood at the head of the mahogany table, his expression betraying none of the frustration he felt as Richard concluded his presentation. which is why I believe the Asia-Pacific division requires new leadership with a commitment to established partnerships, Richard finished, his gaze moving meaningfully around the table of board members. Alexander's recent, personal decisions have created uncertainty among key regional partners, particularly Zhang Enterprises. Thank you, Richard, for that comprehensive assessment, Alexander replied evenly. Though I note your analysis conveniently omits the division's 40% growth under my direction over the past 3 years. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results, Richard countered smoothly, especially when personal entanglements compromise business judgment. William Blackwood cleared his throat from his position at the opposite end of the table. Perhaps we should focus on strategic direction rather than personnel matters at this juncture. With respect, Uncle, Richard persisted, leadership and strategy are inseparable. Alexander's impulsive marriage has directly impacted our relationship with Zhang Enterprises, our largest potential partner in the region. My marriage is personal, Alexander stated firmly. My business decisions are based on market analysis and long-term strategic planning, not personal preferences. Yet you've consistently opposed the Zhang merger despite its clear financial advantages, Richard pointed out, a position that coincidentally aligned with your new wife's employer's interests. A murmur ran through the board members at this direct challenge. Alexander maintained his composed exterior while mentally calculating his support among the 12 directors. His father controlled 3 votes directly, while Alexander himself held 2. The remaining 7 were split in their loyalties, a precarious balance that Richard was clearly attempting to shift. Chen Technologies represents a more advantageous partnership opportunity than Zhang Enterprises, Alexander replied calmly. Their quantum computing applications for financial systems offer Blackwood exclusive access to technology that will revolutionize our security protocols and transaction processing. A partnership you suddenly secured after marrying a Chen Technologies employee, Richard noted with exaggerated concern. Some might perceive a conflict of interest. Some might perceive opportunistic timing in your bid for divisional control, Alexander countered, particularly given your limited experience in Asian markets. William intervened before the exchange could escalate further. Gentlemen, this discussion has strayed from productive territory. The board will take both perspectives under advisement. For now, Alexander remains head of the Asia-Pacific division, while Richard will continue his oversight role as previously established. The compromise satisfied neither cousin, though both recognized the futility of further argument. As the meeting adjourned, Alexander remained at the table, reviewing documents while the other directors filed out. Only his father lingered, waiting until they were alone before speaking. Richard has been cultivating support among the independent directors, William observed without preamble. His argument about the Zhang relationship carries weight. The Zhang merger would compromise our operational independence, Alexander replied. You know this, father. I know that business requires flexibility, William countered. The Zhangs offer access to markets we've struggled to penetrate for decades. At what cost? Alexander challenged. Their business practices are questionable at best, predatory at worst. Grandfather would never have considered such a partnership. William's expression hardened at the reference to his father. Harold built this company in a different era. Today's global market requires different approaches. Different doesn't mean compromised, Alexander insisted. Chen Technologies offers comparable market access without the control issues. Because of your wife's influence? William asked, echoing Richard's earlier implication. Alexander met his father's gaze directly. Because Victoria Chen values ethical partnership over acquisition. My marriage to Mei is separate from that business assessment, though I won't deny her insights have been valuable. William studied his son with the calculating assessment that had intimidated countless business opponents. Your mother tells me Mei handled herself well at the luncheon. Better than expected. Mei continues to surprise in many ways, Alexander acknowledged, careful to keep his tone neutral despite the warmth the thought of her now evoked. William's expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. The Foundation Gala will be her true test. The Zhangs will be in attendance along with the Winters family and other key stakeholders, Her performance will reflect directly on your position. Mei isn't a performer, Alexander replied with unexpected sharpness. She's my wife. William's eyebrows rose at this defensive response. Interesting. Your arrangement appears to be evolving beyond its practical parameters. Alexander said nothing, unwilling to discuss his personal feelings with his father, who would inevitably view them through a strategic lens. Just remember, William continued into the silence, in our position, there is no such thing as a purely personal choice. Every decision carries business implications. Some things should exist beyond business calculations, Alexander countered. A luxury we cannot afford, William replied with finality. The Blackwood legacy depends on clear-eyed pragmatism, not emotional indulgence. After his father departed, Alexander remained at the boardroom table, gazing out at the Sydney skyline. The city stretched before him, a landscape of opportunity and obligation that had shaped his life since childhood. The Blackwood name opened doors but also created expectations that sometimes felt like prison bars. With Mei, he had begun to glimpse something different, a connection based on mutual recognition rather than strategic advantage. Their conversation in the garden had revealed a woman of depth and complexity, someone who understood the weight of expectations while maintaining her own internal compass. His phone chimed with a message from Julian Winters, Zhang legal team requesting urgent meeting regarding partnership agreement, claiming breach of good faith negotiations, recommend careful response given foundation gala timing. The timing was suspicious, pressure increasing just before the Blackwoods' most public event. Alexander typed a measured response. Schedule meeting for next week. Maintain cordial but non-committal position. No concessions before board review. As he gathered his documents to leave, Alexander's thoughts returned to Mei and their evolving relationship. Whatever was developing between them existed alongside significant external pressures and incomplete information, a reality that required careful navigation. Yet for the first time since Caroline's betrayal, he found himself willing to risk vulnerability for the possibility of genuine connection. The question remained whether that connection could withstand the forces aligned against it. Sophia Zhang's office at Zhang Enterprises offered a commanding view of Sydney Harbour, though her attention was focused entirely on the man seated across from her desk. Eric Donovan shifted uncomfortably under her scrutiny, his expression betraying the mixture of ambition and uncertainty that made him so useful to her purposes. Your security clearance has been processed, Sophia informed him, sliding a tablet across the desk. This grants you access to our quantum computing division, effective immediately. Eric reviewed the document with poorly disguised eagerness. Thank you for this opportunity, Miss Zhang. I'm eager to contribute to your quantum encryption initiatives. I'm sure you are, Sophia replied with a thin smile. Though your most immediate value lies in your knowledge of Chen Technologies' security protocols. I've signed confidentiality agreements, Eric reminded her, a flicker of ethical concern briefly surfacing. I can't directly share proprietary information. Of course not, Sophia agreed smoothly. We merely need your perspective on potential vulnerabilities, a fresh set of eyes on our competitive analysis. She opened a file on her computer, turning the screen so Eric could see the detailed assessment of Chen Technologies' quantum computing architecture. Our intelligence suggests they're approaching a breakthrough in lattice-based cryptography. Your insights could help us parallel their development path. Eric studied the screen, professional interest overriding his hesitation. This analysis is missing key elements of their approach. The quantum memory addressing is fundamentally different from what you've modeled here. How fascinating, Sophia murmured, watching as he unconsciously began correcting their assessment, providing exactly the information she sought without realizing the ethical line he was crossing. Perhaps you could elaborate on those differences. For the next hour, she skillfully extracted technical details from Eric, playing to his ego and desire to demonstrate expertise. By the time their meeting concluded, Sophia had gained valuable insights into Chen Technologies' security architecture, information worth far more than Eric's inflated salary. One more thing before you go, Sophia said as Eric prepared to leave. The Blackwood Foundation Gala is in 3 weeks. You'll attend as my guest. Eric looked startled by this unexpected invitation. I'm not sure that's appropriate given Mei's marriage to Alexander Blackwood. Precisely why your presence is essential, Sophia explained with calculated casualness. The Zhangs have been foundation benefactors for 15 years. Your attendance with me will demonstrate that professional relationships transcend personal complications. Won't it be awkward? Eric asked, clearly uncomfortable with the prospect of facing Mei and her new husband. Momentarily, perhaps, Sophia acknowledged. But consider the opportunity to show Mei that you've moved forward into a position that recognizes your true value. She could see his wounded pride responding to this suggestion, his desire to appear successful in his ex-girlfriend's eyes overriding his discomfort. Besides, Sophia added with deliberate emphasis, the gala will feature a significant announcement regarding the Blackwood-Zhang relationship, one that may clarify certain misunderstandings about Alexander's current situation. What kind of announcement? Eric asked, curiosity overcoming caution. Sophia smiled enigmatically. Let's just say that Mei Lin's position in the Blackwood family may be more temporary than she realizes. After Eric departed, Sophia opened a secure communication channel to her father, Hui Zhang, chairman of Zhang Enterprises. The Donovan recruitment is proceeding as planned, she reported. He's already provided valuable insights into Chen's encryption architecture. Excellent, Hui replied, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. And the Blackwood situation? William has confirmed our invitation to the Foundation Gala, Sophia informed him. Eleanor Blackwood continues to support our position regarding Alexander's impulsive decision. The marriage complicates our strategy, Hui observed, though perhaps not irreparably. I've taken steps to address that complication, Sophia assured him. By the end of the gala, Alexander Blackwood's convenient marriage will be publicly undermined, and our original arrangement will be back on track. Be careful, daughter, Hui cautioned. The Blackwoods are formidable opponents, even when divided, and we still know little about this Mei Lin who has disrupted our plans. I've been investigating her background, Sophia replied. There are inconsistencies worth exploring, gaps in her employment history, unexplained financial transactions, unusual security clearances at Chen Technologies. Find leverage, Hui instructed. Everyone has vulnerabilities. Discover hers before the gala. After ending the call, Sophia returned to the window, gazing out at the harbour where Blackwood and Zhang ships had once competed for dominance in Australia's early trading days. The modern battlefield was financial rather than maritime, but the stakes remained just as high. Alexander Blackwood had rejected her once, choosing his principles over pragmatic partnership. His impulsive marriage to a nobody software developer had further complicated her carefully orchestrated plans. But Sophia Zhang had never accepted defeat, in business or personal matters. By the night of the Foundation Gala, she would ensure that Mei Lin Blackwood's brief tenure in Sydney's elite circles ended in public humiliation, while simultaneously securing her own position as Alexander's inevitable partner in both business and marriage. The Blackwood-Zhang merger would proceed as planned regardless of temporary complications. After all, arrangements of convenience could be broken as easily as they were made. Moonlight silvered the formal gardens of Blackwood Manor as Mei and Alexander walked in companionable silence along the path they had followed the previous evening. Dinner with the family had been tense but uneventful. William preoccupied with board politics, Eleanor focused on Foundation Gala preparations, Richard watching for any sign of weakness in Alexander's position. Only when they escaped to the gardens did the tension visibly leave Alexander's shoulders, his expression softening in the privacy of Mei's company. I received the Foundation Gala invitation, Mei mentioned as they reached the lakeside pavilion. Your father's note was particularly warm and welcoming. Alexander's laugh held genuine amusement. William Blackwood has never written a warm note in his life. His correspondence ranges from coolly professional to barely civil, depending on his assessment of your value. Then I must rank relatively high, Mei observed. He only implied my potential for embarrassment twice in 3 sentences. A record of restraint, Alexander agreed as they settled on the pavilion bench. Though his concern isn't entirely misplaced. The Foundation Gala is the Blackwood family's most significant public event, a demonstration of power disguised as philanthropy. So Olivia explained, Mei said. She also mentioned that Sophia Zhang has been specifically added to the guest list. Alexander's expression darkened. My mother's doing, undoubtedly. Eleanor has never abandoned her hope for a Blackwood-Zhang alliance, despite my clear opposition. And now Eric will be attending as Sophia's guest, Mei added, sharing the information David had provided earlier. Quite the convenient pairing. Sophia excels at psychological warfare, Alexander noted. Bringing your ex-boyfriend as her date is precisely the kind of calculated move she favors. It seems I'll be facing a coordinated offensive at the gala, Mei observed with more composure than she felt. Your mother, Sophia Zhang, and my ex-boyfriend all aligned against the interloper in the Blackwood dynasty. Alexander turned to face her directly, his expression serious. You won't be facing them alone. The simple statement carried unexpected weight, a promise of partnership that transcended their original arrangement. Mei felt something shift within her at his words, a warmth spreading through her chest that had nothing to do with strategic alliances and everything to do with genuine connection. Thank you, she said softly. Though I should warn you that your mother has already scheduled a complete makeover to ensure I don't disgrace the family name. Apparently my current presentation is inadequate for Blackwood standards. My mother's standards are impossible by design, Alexander replied dryly. She's maintained her position through intimidation and impossible expectations for 30 years. She's formidable, Mei acknowledged, though not unlike certain tech CEOs I've encountered. Speaking of which, Alexander segued smoothly, you never explained your exact role at Chen Technologies. David Chen treated you with unusual deference for a mid-level developer. Mei had anticipated this return to their unfinished conversation. As Victoria, she was accustomed to careful information management, revealing only what was strategically necessary. But the woman she was becoming with Alexander craved greater honesty between them. My position is complex, she began carefully. I work directly with Victoria Chen on special projects, particularly those involving quantum encryption applications. A confidential role, Alexander surmised, which explains your comprehensive knowledge of company strategy and your concern about Eric joining Zhang Enterprises. Yes, Mei confirmed, offering this partial truth. Victoria values loyalty and discretion above most qualities. My role requires both. Have you met her in person? Alexander asked with genuine curiosity. Few people claim that distinction. Mei smiled at the irony of his question. You could say I know her quite well. That explains why David Chen arranged our meeting so quickly, Alexander noted. Your influence with Victoria Chen is more significant than you've indicated. Perhaps, Mei acknowledged, careful to maintain the necessary boundaries around her dual identity while still offering meaningful truth. Though my current focus is necessarily on my role as Mrs. Blackwood, particularly with the Foundation Gala approaching. Alexander studied her in the moonlight, his expression thoughtful. You navigate complex situations with remarkable composure, Mei Lin Blackwood. Another quality I find increasingly admirable. The compliment warmed her, all the more meaningful for its sincerity. Alexander didn't offer praise casually, a trait they shared. The gala will certainly test that composure, she noted, especially if Sophia Zhang is planning something beyond bringing Eric as her date. Undoubtedly she is, Alexander confirmed. Sophia views your marriage as a temporary obstacle to her carefully orchestrated plans. The gala provides a public stage for whatever countermove she's developing. With your mother's apparent support, Mei added. Eleanor Blackwood plays the long game, Alexander acknowledged. She views individual people as pieces on a strategic board, valuable only insofar as they advance family interests. Including her son? Especially her son, he confirmed, it without self-pity. The Blackwood heir exists primarily as a vessel for family ambition, not personal fulfillment. A heavy burden to carry, Mei observed softly. Alexander's gaze moved to the moonlit lake, his expression reflective. One I've carried since childhood. The Blackwood legacy shapes every decision, every relationship, every aspiration. Is that why you proposed our arrangement? Mei asked. A marriage of convenience that satisfied family expectations while maintaining your independence. Partly, he acknowledged. Though as you've noted, our arrangement seems to be evolving beyond its original parameters. The admission hung between them, simple words acknowledging a complex shift neither had anticipated. Into what exactly? Mei asked, voicing the question that had lingered since their previous evening's conversation. Alexander considered this with characteristic thoroughness. I'm not entirely certain, he admitted with unusual candor, which is itself unusual for me. I typically avoid situations I can't clearly define and control. As do I, Mei acknowledged, thinking of how carefully she had constructed and maintained her dual identities. Though sometimes the most valuable developments are those we don't plan. A distinctly un-Blackwood perspective, Alexander noted with the hint of a smile. We're taught from childhood that spontaneity leads to vulnerability, and vulnerability to exploitation. A lonely way to live, Mei observed. Yes, he agreed simply, though perhaps not inevitable. He reached for her hand then, the gesture deliberate rather than impulsive, a conscious choice to bridge the space between them. His fingers entwined with hers, warm and solid in the cool evening air. Whatever is developing between us, Alexander said quietly, I find I'm increasingly unwilling to dismiss it as merely convenient timing or strategic alignment. As am I, Mei admitted, the simple truth feeling both liberating and terrifying. Victoria Chen had built walls around her heart as impenetrable as those protecting her technology. Mei Lin had created a separate identity seeking genuine connection. Now the boundaries between those selves were blurring in Alexander's presence. They sat in companionable silence, hands linked, each contemplating the unexpected territory they were navigating together. The Foundation Gala loomed ahead, a public battlefield where their evolving relationship would face its first significant test. Sophia Zhang, Eleanor Blackwood, and the combined forces of family expectation and corporate strategy were aligned against them. Yet in this moment, those external pressures seemed distant compared to the more immediate reality of their connection. A connection neither had sought but both increasingly valued. We should prepare for whatever Sophia is planning, Mei finally said, practical concerns reasserting themselves. Yes, Alexander agreed, though preparation requires understanding her likely strategy. Humiliation would be my guess, Mei suggested. Public undermining of my position in your family, probably leveraging Eric's knowledge of my past. Combined with some dramatic gesture designed to reassert her claim to the Blackwood-Zhang alliance, Alexander added. Sophia appreciates theatrical timing. Then we'll need a counter-strategy, Mei concluded, her mind already analysing potential scenarios with the same precision Victoria Chen applied to business challenges. Alexander smiled at her pragmatic approach. Another quality we share? Tactical thinking under pressure. Useful for business, Mei acknowledged, and apparently for navigating Blackwood family politics, he added. Though I find myself increasingly interested in aspects of our relationship that have nothing to do with strategy or tactics. The admission carried a vulnerability that touched Mei deeply. Alexander Blackwood, controlled, measured, strategic in all things, was acknowledging feelings that transcended practical considerations. As do I, she admitted softly. In the moonlight, with the gentle sounds of the garden surrounding them, Alexander leaned forward with deliberate intent. Unlike the chaste kiss on her cheek the previous evening, this time his destination was clearly her lips. Mei met him halfway, her free hand rising to rest lightly against his chest as their mouths connected in a kiss that began tentatively but quickly deepened with shared discovery. It was nothing like the perfunctory kiss at their wedding. That had been performance. This was exploration. His hand released hers to curve gently around her waist, drawing her closer as the kiss continued, neither rushing nor retreating from this new territory between them. When they finally separated, Alexander's expression held a mixture of wonder and certainty that mirrored Mei's own feelings. Whatever had begun as a business arrangement had transformed into something neither had anticipated, but both now recognized as valuable beyond measure. Well, he said softly, his voice carrying a warmth she had never heard before. That certainly clarifies certain aspects of our evolving arrangement. Mei laughed, a genuine sound of surprised delight at his characteristic attempt to categorize an emotional moment. Always the analyst, Mr. Blackwood, Old habits, he acknowledged with a smile that transformed his usually serious features, though I find myself increasingly willing to develop new ones. As they walked back toward the manor, hands linked and shoulders occasionally brushing, Mei felt both lighter and more grounded than she had in years. The walls she had built between her identities were indeed crumbling, revealing a woman who existed in the space between Victoria Chen's power and Mei Lin's vulnerability. A woman who wanted the connection forming with Alexander to be based on truth rather than necessary deceptions. The foundation gala still loomed ahead, with all its potential for public confrontation and private revelation. Sophia Zhang was undoubtedly planning her counterattack, while Eleanor Blackwood orchestrated family politics with calculated precision. The challenges remained substantial and complex. Yet for the first time since creating her dual identity, Mei found herself considering a future where those separate selves might be reconciled, where the woman who had kissed Alexander Blackwood in the moonlit garden might exist fully and authentically, without the divisions that had defined her life for so long. The question remained whether that reconciliation would strengthen their evolving bond or destroy it completely. For now, the warmth of his hand in hers and the memory of their kiss offered hope that whatever challenges awaited at the Foundation Gala, they would face them together, no longer merely allies of convenience but partners by choice. Chapter 10. The Counter-Move. The morning sun had barely crested the horizon when Mei slipped out of Blackwood Manor, careful to avoid the household staff beginning their daily routines. She needed privacy for what came next, a conversation that would set in motion events that could either secure her future or destroy everything she had built. The estate's eastern gardens offered a secluded spot beneath a centuries-old oak tree, far enough from the house to ensure privacy. Mei settled on a stone bench, her secure phone in hand, and activated the quantum encryption protocol that made the device untraceable, technology that Victoria Chen had developed and that few in the world could match. David answered on the first ring. "I was wondering when you'd call. We need to accelerate our timeline," Mei said without preamble. "The Foundation Gala is in 3 weeks and Sophia Zhang is planning something." "Eric?" David guessed. "Part of it," Mei confirmed. "But I suspect there's more. Sophia wouldn't settle for simply embarrassing me. She wants to reclaim her position with the Blackwoods." "Your husband's position complicates things," David noted. "How much does he know?" Mei hesitated, thinking of the previous evening's kiss and the connection forming between them. "Nothing definitive, but he's perceptive, David. He's noticed inconsistencies in my cover story." "Are you considering telling him the truth?" The question hung in the morning air, weighted with implications that extended far beyond her personal relationship with Alexander. "I don't know," she admitted. "Things between us are evolving beyond our original arrangement." David's silence spoke volumes. As Victoria Chen's most trusted confidant for over a decade, he had witnessed her create the Mei Lin identity, had helped maintain the careful separation between her dual lives, had understood her reasons for seeking connection outside the isolating bubble of wealth and power. "That complicates matters," he finally said, "though perhaps it also clarifies our strategy moving forward." "How so?" "If Alexander Blackwood has become more than a convenient solution to your Eric problem," David suggested carefully, "then perhaps it's time to consider a more permanent integration of your identities." "You mean reveal everything?" Mei translated. "On your terms, not Sophia Zhang's," David confirmed, "before she can weaponize whatever she and Eric might discover." Mei gazed across the manicured gardens to Blackwood Manor, its stone facade glowing amber in the morning light. Within those walls, Alexander was probably already awake, reviewing market reports or preparing for another confrontation with his father and cousin. The man she was coming to care for deeply, who still believed she was simply Mei Lin, a mid-level developer who had agreed to a marriage of convenience. "It's risky," she acknowledged. "Alexander values honesty and transparency. Finding out I've maintained this deception, even as our relationship has deepened." "More risky than letting Sophia Zhang control the narrative," David countered. "She's already recruited Eric, who has enough pieces to eventually assemble a dangerous picture. It's only a matter of time. Mei knew he was right. The careful compartmentalization of her life was becoming unsustainable as the walls between her identities crumbled. Victoria Chen couldn't remain forever separate from Mei Lin Blackwood, not with the connections forming between her and Alexander. "You're right," she conceded, "but I need to approach this carefully. If I'm going to reveal everything to Alexander, it needs to be on my terms, in a way that helps him understand why I created this separation in the first place." "The 3 gifts," David suggested immediately. "They were meant for Eric originally, but perhaps they serve a better purpose now." Mei smiled at his quick understanding. The 3 gifts had been Victoria Chen's planned revelation to Eric, her way of finally sharing her true identity with the man she had believed loved her for herself. Now, they might serve a different purpose entirely. "Yes," she agreed. "But we'll need to modify them for Alexander, and I'll need them ready before the Foundation Gala." "Consider it done," David assured her. "Though I should mention that Eric has already begun sharing information with Jung Enterprises. Their quantum computing team has shifted their approach to mirror our architecture." "Expected but concerning," Mei acknowledged. "Accelerate our security protocols and prepare the quantum lattice announcement. If we're going to reveal Victoria Chen's identity, we should simultaneously secure her legacy." "The board will need to be informed," David reminded her. "Schedule an emergency session for next week," Mei instructed. "I'll attend remotely as usual, but prepare them for significant developments." As they finalized details, Mei heard footsteps approaching along the garden path. "Someone's coming. I'll contact you later with specifics for the gifts." She ended the call just as Olivia appeared around a flowering hedge, dressed in riding clothes and looking surprised to find Mei already in the gardens. "Early riser?" Olivia asked, dropping onto the bench beside her. "Or avoiding Mother's Foundation Gala Planning Committee?" "Both," Mei admitted with a smile. "I needed some fresh air to think." "About the gala?" Olivia guessed. "Or about whatever happened between you and my brother last night that has him actually smiling at breakfast?" Mei felt warmth rise to her cheeks. "You're remarkably observant." "It's my superpower," Olivia agreed cheerfully. "That and an immunity to Mother's disapproval, which you might need given the way things are developing between you two." "Is it that obvious?" "Only to someone who's known Alexander his entire life," Olivia assured her. "He's different with you. Less guarded, more present. I haven't seen him like this since, well, ever, actually." The observation both warmed and worried Mei. Alexander was indeed opening himself to her in ways that made her deception increasingly problematic. "It's complicated," she said finally. "The best things usually are," Olivia replied with unexpected seriousness. "Though I should warn you that Mother and Sophia Zhang had lunch yesterday at the Royal Sydney Golf Club." Mei's attention sharpened. "Planning their Foundation Gala strategy?" "Almost certainly," Olivia confirmed. "Mother doesn't socialize without purpose, and Sophia Zhang doesn't breathe without calculation. Together, they're a particularly dangerous combination." "For me specifically," Mei noted. "For anyone threatening their carefully orchestrated plans," Olivia corrected. "Which currently happens to be you, but could just as easily be anyone who stands between them and their objectives." "Which are?" "For Mother, securing the Blackwood legacy through advantageous alliances. For Sophia, acquiring the Blackwood name and influence to advance Jung Enterprises' position." Olivia's assessment was remarkably astute. "Your marriage to Alexander disrupted both agendas simultaneously. Making me a convenient common enemy," Mei concluded. "Precisely." Olivia studied her with unusual intensity. "The question is, what are you going to do about it?" The directness of the question surprised Mei. "What makes you think I'm planning anything?" "Because you're not what you appear to be," Olivia replied simply. "I noticed it the first day we went shopping. You examine price tags out of social expectation, not financial necessity. You assess people with the precision of someone accustomed to making consequential decisions. You navigate complex social dynamics with the confidence of experience, not the caution of a newcomer." Mei felt a chill of recognition. Olivia Blackwood was far more perceptive than she had initially assessed. "That's quite an analysis," she said carefully. I'm not Alexander or father, Olivia continued. I don't care about corporate strategies or market positions, but I do care about my brother, who is clearly falling for you despite whatever arrangement you initially made. I care about him too, Mei admitted, the simple truth feeling both liberating and terrifying. Good, Olivia nodded decisively. Then be prepared for whatever Sophia and Mother are planning, because they won't fight fair, and they won't accept defeat gracefully. I never expected them to, Mei assured her. Olivia rose, adjusting her riding gloves. For what it's worth, I'm on your side. Alexander deserves someone who sees him as more than the Blackwood heir, and you're the first person who seems to genuinely do that. As Olivia departed for her morning ride, Mei remained on the bench, considering this unexpected alliance and the insights Olivia had shared. If Alexander's sister had noticed the inconsistencies in her presented identity, others might as well. The timeline for her revelation was compressing rapidly. With renewed determination, Mei returned to the house to prepare for the day ahead. The foundation gala was approaching, and she needed to be ready, not just to defend against whatever Sophia and Eleanor were planning, but to reclaim control of her narrative on her own terms. Alexander Blackwood's private office at Blackwood Financial hummed with quiet efficiency as he reviewed the quarterly projections for the Asia-Pacific division. The numbers confirmed what he already knew. His leadership had delivered exceptional results despite challenging market conditions. Yet Richard's challenge to his authority remained active, supported by William's apparent willingness to entertain alternative leadership. A soft knock preceded Julian Winter's entrance. The family attorney's expression was grave as he placed a folder on Alexander's desk. The Zhang legal team has submitted this formal complaint to the board, Julian explained. They're alleging breach of good faith negotiations and seeking compensatory considerations. Alexander reviewed the document with growing concern. The complaint specifically cited his marriage as evidence of personal bias interfering with business judgment, a direct attack on both his professional integrity and his relationship with Mei. They're overplaying their hand, he observed, though the strategic implications were clear. This complaint has no legal merit. Perhaps not, Julian acknowledged, but it creates a narrative that Richard is already leveraging with certain board members. The timing before the foundation gala is clearly deliberate, coordinated with Sophia's social offensive, Alexander concluded. A two-pronged attack designed to undermine both my corporate position and my marriage. Precisely. Julian hesitated, then added, There's something else you should know. The Zhangs have been investigating your wife's background, employment history, financial records, personal connections. Alexander's expression hardened. On what grounds? Officially, standard due diligence given her potential influence on the merger negotiations, Julian replied. Unofficially, they're looking for leverage. Have they found anything? Julian's hesitation was answer enough. There are certain inconsistencies in her employment records at Chen Technologies, periods where her role seems to shift without clear documentation, financial transactions that don't align with her stated position. Alexander absorbed this information with outward calm, though his mind was rapidly processing implications. Mei had acknowledged that her role at Chen Technologies was complex and involved direct work with Victoria Chen. These inconsistencies likely related to the confidential nature of her position. Is there anything that suggests actual impropriety? He asked. No, Julian admitted. More like carefully managed opacity. But the Zhangs are presenting these inconsistencies as evidence that your marriage may involve corporate espionage. Chen Technologies placing an agent in the Blackwood family to undermine the Zhang merger. The accusation was both absurd and dangerous, the kind of allegation that could damage reputations regardless of its validity. Prepare a measured legal response, Alexander instructed. Acknowledge receipt of their complaint while rejecting its premises entirely. Make it clear that any public airing of these baseless allegations will be met with immediate counteraction. And the foundation gala? Julian asked. Proceeds as planned, Alexander replied firmly. The Zhangs remain invited as long-standing benefactors, but their complaint changes nothing about our position on the merger. After Julian departed, Alexander turned to the window, gazing out at Sydney's financial district, where Blackwood and Jung interests had competed for generations. The current conflict was merely the latest chapter in a long-running rivalry, though the personal dimension added complexity he hadn't anticipated. His phone chimed with a message from Mei. "Lunch today? I have something important to discuss. Can meet you at your office." The timing of her message, following Julian's revelations about the Jiang investigation, seemed significant. Perhaps Mei had become aware of their inquiries into her background, or perhaps she had decided to share more about her complex role at Chen Technologies. Either way, Alexander found himself looking forward to seeing her with an eagerness that had nothing to do with strategic considerations and everything to do with the connection forming between them. Last night's kiss in the garden pavilion had clarified certain aspects of their evolving relationship, namely, that what had begun as a business arrangement had transformed into something far more meaningful. He typed a quick response. "Lunch would be perfect. Harrison will bring you to my private office at 12:30. Looking forward to seeing you." As he returned to his quarterly projections, Alexander found his thoughts continually drifting to Mei and the puzzle she presented. The inconsistencies Julian had mentioned aligned with his own observations about her comprehensive knowledge and unexpected skills. Clearly, there was more to Mei Lin Blackwood than she had initially revealed. The question remained whether those unrevealed aspects represented a risk to their developing relationship, or simply the natural complexity of a remarkable woman navigating difficult circumstances. Alexander found himself increasingly inclined toward the latter interpretation, though his Blackwood training in strategic assessment urged caution. Whatever Mei wished to discuss over lunch, he would approach it with an open mind and the growing trust that had developed between them. Their arrangement had evolved beyond its original parameters, creating space for honesty that transcended contractual obligations. The Chen Technologies executive suite occupied the top 3 floors of the company's headquarters, though few employees ever accessed this rarefied space. David Chen moved through the minimalist corridors with practiced efficiency, nodding to the select staff with clearance for this level. Victoria Chen's private office, a space Mei rarely used, preferring to work from secure remote locations, remained untouched, its advanced technology and spectacular harbour views waiting for the rare occasions when the CEO needed to physically present herself to board members or key partners. In the adjacent conference room, David convened an emergency meeting with the company's most senior executives, the 5 people besides himself who knew Victoria Chen's true identity and understood the careful separation she maintained between her public and private lives. "Victoria has authorized me to brief you on significant developments," David began once security protocols were activated. "The timeline for Project Quantum Lattice is being accelerated, with public announcement now scheduled to coincide with the Blackwood Foundation Gala." Grace Liu, Victoria's longtime executive assistant, looked up sharply. "That's 3 weeks earlier than planned. Are the systems ready?" "They will be," David confirmed. "Victoria has authorized round-the-clock development to ensure the quantum encryption protocols are fully operational before announcement." "This is about Jiang Enterprises," surmised Michael Wong, Chief Security Officer. "Eric Donovan has already begun sharing information with their quantum division. We've detected multiple attempts to penetrate our development servers since his recruitment." "Precisely," David acknowledged. "Victoria believes our competitive advantage window is narrowing. We need to establish market position before the Jiangs can develop a comparable system." "And the personal dimension?" asked Amara Okafor, Chief Legal Officer. "Eric Donovan's relationship with both Victoria's Mei Lin identity and Sophia Jiang creates additional complications." David hesitated, weighing how much to share about Mei's evolving relationship with Alexander Blackwood. "Victoria is preparing to integrate certain aspects of her identities," he said carefully. "The specific timing and approach remain confidential, but you should be prepared for significant developments at the Foundation Gala." "Is she planning to reveal herself publicly?" Grace asked with evident concern. "After all these years of careful separation?" "Not publicly," David assured them, "but certain key individuals may be brought into her confidence. This necessitates preparing contingency plans for various scenarios, including potential security implications," Michael noted. "If the circle of knowledge expands, our protocols will need adjustment." Exactly, David confirmed. Which brings us to the 3 gifts. Victoria originally conceived these for a different purpose, but they now serve a new strategic objective. He distributed secure tablets containing encrypted files detailing the 3 items Victoria had planned to use in revealing her identity to Eric, now repurposed for Alexander Blackwood. The quantum encryption key remains the centerpiece, David explained, but we're modifying the presentation and context to align with Victoria's current situation. As the team reviewed the specifications, Amara looked up with concern. These modifications require board approval given their potential market impact. An emergency board session has been scheduled for next week, David informed them. Victoria will attend remotely as usual, but has authorized me to prepare the directors for significant announcements. And her marriage? Grace asked the question they were all considering. How does that factor into these developments? David chose his words carefully. Victoria's relationship with Alexander Blackwood has evolved beyond its initial parameters. She believes he may be someone who can understand her reasons for maintaining separate identities, someone who values her for herself rather than her position or resources. That's a significant risk, Michael observed. The Blackwoods have their own corporate interests and family legacy to protect. Victoria is aware of the risks, David assured them. But she also recognizes that her current situation is becoming unsustainable. Sophia Zhang and Eric Donovan represent immediate threats to her carefully constructed separation. Reclaiming control of her narrative requires proactive measures. The Foundation Gala becomes the battlefield then, Amara concluded, with Victoria making her move before Sophia Zhang can execute whatever she's planning. Precisely, David confirmed. Which is why we need the 3 gifts completed and secured within 2 weeks. Victoria will determine the exact timing and approach for their presentation. As the meeting concluded and security protocols were deactivated, David remained in the conference room, reviewing the specifications for the gifts that would potentially change everything for Victoria Chen and Mei Lin Blackwood. The first gift was practical yet symbolic. A quantum encryption key embedded in a custom-designed watch. The technology represented Victoria's professional genius, while the personal customization reflected her attention to Alexander's preferences and needs. The second gift was more personal, a detailed portfolio documenting the education initiative in Cambodia that Alexander had supported anonymously for years. Victoria had discovered this private philanthropy during her due diligence before their marriage, recognizing in it a value system that aligned with her own commitment to creating opportunity through education. The third gift was the most revealing, a secure access key to Victoria Chen's private servers, containing the complete history of how and why she had created the Mei Lin identity. This gift represented the ultimate trust, exposing her most carefully guarded secret and the vulnerability behind her public strength. Together, these 3 gifts would tell the story Victoria had never shared, of a woman whose extraordinary success had isolated her from genuine connection, who had created a separate identity seeking the authentic relationships her wealth and power made impossible, who had found in Alexander Blackwood someone who might understand both aspects of herself. Whether that understanding would lead to acceptance or rejection remained the question that would determine Victoria Chen's future, both personally and professionally. Mei arrived at Blackwood Financial precisely at 12:30, dressed in a tailored navy suit that projected professional confidence while complementing her natural elegance. Harrison escorted her through the imposing lobby, where the Blackwood oak tree was rendered in marble and brass, and into a private elevator requiring biometric authentication. Mr. Alexander's office is on the executive floor, Harrison explained as the elevator ascended. He's cleared you for direct access. The information wasn't merely logistical, it represented a level of trust within the Blackwood organization that few outside the family enjoyed. Alexander was making a statement by granting her this access, one that wouldn't go unnoticed by the corporate hierarchy. When the elevator doors opened, Mei found Alexander waiting personally rather than sending an assistant, another subtle but significant gesture. "Thank you, Harrison," he said, dismissing the butler before turning to Mei with a warmth that transformed his usually serious features. "You look beautiful." Professional was my goal, she replied with a smile. But I'll accept beautiful as a bonus. Both accurate, he assured her, guiding her through the executive floor with a hand lightly at the small of her back. The gesture felt natural now, no longer the performed intimacy of their early public appearances, but a genuine expression of connection. Alexander's private office reflected his personality, meticulously organized, elegantly understated, with views of Sydney Harbour that emphasized the Blackwood legacy of maritime trade. Unlike William's office at the Manor, which displayed family history through portraits and artifacts, Alexander's space focused on the future, architectural models of development projects, digital displays of market trends, and a single photograph that Mei recognized from his workspace at the estate. The education initiative in Cambodia, she noted, moving closer to examine the image of Alexander with a young student. You have a good memory, he observed. Yes, a project I've supported for several years. Creating opportunity through education, Mei said softly. A value we share. Alexander looked pleased by this connection. Indeed. Though I'm curious how you knew that phrase. It's the initiative's unofficial motto. Mei realized her mistake. Victoria Chen had researched the project extensively, but Mei Lin wouldn't have access to that specific detail. I must have read it somewhere, she covered smoothly. It resonated with me. If Alexander noticed the slight hesitation, he didn't comment on it. Instead, he guided her to a sitting area where lunch had been arranged, a selection of sushi and sashimi from Sydney's finest Japanese restaurant. I remembered your preference from our dinner at Tetsuya's, he explained as they settled onto the comfortable sofa. The thoughtfulness of this detail, remembering her food preferences from a meal weeks ago, touched Mei deeply. It represented the attention Alexander paid to the people and things he valued, and qualities she had always appreciated in him. Thank you, she said simply, for remembering and for making time today. I know your schedule is particularly demanding with the board politics Richard has initiated. Some priorities transcend corporate maneuvering, Alexander replied, his gaze holding hers with meaningful intensity. After last night, I think we've established that our relationship falls into that category. The reference to their kiss in the garden pavilion brought warmth to Mei's cheeks. Yes, I believe we have. For a moment they simply looked at each other, the connection between them almost palpable in its growing strength. Then Alexander's expression shifted to one of gentle inquiry. You mentioned having something important to discuss, he prompted. I'm all ears. Mei had carefully planned this conversation during her morning call with David, determining how much to reveal now and what to save for the more comprehensive disclosure she was planning. The Zhang investigation into her background had accelerated her timeline, but she still needed to approach this revelation strategically. I've become aware that Sophia Zhang has been investigating my background, she began, watching his reaction carefully, particularly my role at Chen Technologies. Alexander's expression confirmed this information. Julian informed me this morning. The Zhangs have filed a complaint with the board alleging that our marriage represents a conflict of interest in the merger negotiations. They're suggesting corporate espionage, Mei surmised. Chen Technologies placing an agent in the Blackwood family to undermine the Zhang merger. Essentially, Alexander confirmed, though the accusation has no merit, it creates a narrative Richard is already leveraging with certain board members. Coordinated with whatever Sophia is planning for the Foundation Gala, Mei noted. A comprehensive attack on both your corporate position and our marriage. Alexander studied her with renewed interest. Your assessment mirrors mine exactly. You think like a strategist, not a software developer. The observation brought Mei to the purpose of their lunch. That's part of what I wanted to discuss, she acknowledged. My role at Chen Technologies is more significant than I've previously explained. I've suspected as much, Alexander replied without judgment. Your knowledge of company strategy and market positioning exceeds what would be available to someone in a technical implementation role. Mei took a deep breath, offering a partial truth that would prepare the ground for the full revelation to come. I work directly with Victoria Chen as part of her core strategic team. My position involves both technical expertise and business development, particularly for the quantum computing division, which explains your comprehensive understanding of their encryption architecture and your concern about Eric joining Zhang Enterprises, Alexander noted. A senior position with access to proprietary information. Yes, Mei confirmed. Victoria values loyalty and discretion. My role requires both. And you've maintained this discretion even with me, Alexander observed, though his tone held curiosity rather than accusation, despite our evolving relationship. Corporate confidentiality is a professional obligation, Mei explained carefully, though personal trust is something different entirely. And has that personal trust developed between us? Alexander asked directly. Mei met his gaze with equal directness. Yes, which is why I'm sharing this now, and why I want you to know that there's more to my story that I hope to share with you soon. More than your senior position at Chen Technologies. Alexander's perceptiveness, as always, cut to the heart of the matter. Yes, Mei acknowledged. Aspects of my life that I've kept separate for important reasons, but which I find I no longer want to conceal from you. Alexander considered. This with characteristic thoroughness. Does this relate to the inconsistencies the Zhangs have identified in your employment records, periods where your role seems to shift without clear documentation? It does, Mei confirmed, though the explanation is more complex than they could possibly imagine. And you're not ready to share that explanation today, Alexander surmised. Not completely, Mei admitted, but soon, before the Foundation Gala. I promise you that. Alexander studied her for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. Whatever you're protecting, whether corporate secrets or personal history, I want you to know that my interest in you transcends professional curiosity or strategic advantage. The simple honesty of this statement affected Mei deeply. That means more than you know, she said softly. Few people in my life have valued me for myself rather than what I can provide or represent. I understand that concern better than most, Alexander acknowledged. The Blackwood name creates similar expectations and projections. This shared experience, of being valued for position rather than personhood, had formed the foundation of their connection from the beginning, though neither had fully articulated it until now. Thank you for your patience, Mei said. What I need to share requires careful preparation, not because I don't trust you, but because the implications extend beyond just us. Corporate responsibilities. Alexander nodded understanding. I'm familiar with the weight of decisions that affect others' livelihoods and futures. Exactly, Mei confirmed, grateful for his perception. But I want you to know that what's developing between us is real for me. Whatever arrangement we began with has evolved into something I value deeply. Alexander reached for her hand, entwining their fingers in a gesture that had become natural between them. As do I, he assured her, which is why I can wait for whatever revelations you're preparing, trusting that they come from a place of necessary caution rather than deliberate deception. The distinction between protective discretion and manipulative secrecy demonstrated Alexander's fundamental understanding of complex ethical territory. It was this quality, perhaps more than any other, that gave Mei hope that he might understand her reasons for creating and maintaining her dual identities. I should warn you, she said, that Sophia Zhang won't wait for my timeline. Whatever she's planning for the Foundation Gala will likely involve attempts to discredit me based on the inconsistencies she's discovered. Then we'll face that challenge together, Alexander replied with quiet confidence. Whatever narrative Sophia attempts to construct, the truth between us matters more. As they finished their lunch, conversation shifted to the Foundation Gala preparations and the corporate maneuvering Richard was orchestrating with William's tacit approval. Throughout their discussion, Mei was struck by the ease of their partnership, the natural way they analyzed situations together, complementing each other's perspectives and approaches. When it was time for her to leave, Alexander walked her back to the private elevator, maintaining their connection until the last possible moment. Dinner tonight, he suggested. Perhaps we could escape the manor and find somewhere private. I'd like that, Mei agreed, warmth spreading through her at the prospect of time alone together away from the Blackwood family dynamics. As the elevator doors began to close, Alexander reached out to stop them momentarily. With deliberate intent, he leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, brief but meaningful, a confirmation of the connection forming between them. "Until tonight," he said softly as he stepped back, allowing the doors to close. Mei leaned against the elevator wall, her fingers touching her lips where his had been moments before. The simple gesture had carried more genuine emotion than any elaborate declaration might have. As the elevator descended, her secure phone vibrated with a message from David. "First gift prototype complete. Ready for your inspection tomorrow. Board meeting scheduled for Thursday." Everything was falling into place for her carefully orchestrated revelation. The 3 gifts were taking form. The board would be prepared for the accelerated quantum lattice announcement, and her relationship with Alexander was evolving into something that gave her hope for a future where her dual identities might finally be reconciled. Yet Sophia Zhang and Eleanor Blackwood were still moving forward with their own plans, while Eric's knowledge of her inconsistencies created an unpredictable variable in the equation. The Foundation Gala loomed as the battlefield where these competing forces would collide. Mei straightened as the elevator reached the lobby, her posture reflecting the determination that had built Chen Technologies into a global powerhouse. Victoria Chen had never backed down from a challenge, and Mei Lin Blackwood was discovering a similar strength within herself. Whatever Sophia Zhang was planning, Mei's countermove would be more powerful, not just in defending against the attack, but in reclaiming control of her narrative on her own terms. The 3 gifts would serve as both revelation and declaration, offering Alexander the truth she had protected for so long while demonstrating the depth of trust she now placed in him. The question remained whether that trust would be rewarded with understanding or shattered by the weight of her necessary deceptions. But as Mei stepped into the Sydney sunshine, she felt more hopeful than she had in years. Not because the path ahead was clear, but because for the first time, she wasn't walking it alone. Chapter 11. Diamonds and Deception. The Blackwood Foundation Gala transformed the Manor's grand ballroom into a glittering showcase of wealth and influence. Crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light across marble floors, while arrangements of white orchids and silver-blue hydrangeas echoed the Blackwood colours. Outside, a fleet of luxury vehicles delivered Australia's business and political elite, each arrival carefully documented by the select media permitted beyond the estate's gates. In her suite, Mei stood before the full-length mirror as Eleanor's chosen stylist made final adjustments to her gown, a creation of midnight blue silk that seemed to capture starlight with each movement. The design was classically elegant, with a subtle modern edge that perfectly balanced tradition and innovation. "Mrs. Blackwood will be pleased," the stylist murmured, referring to Eleanor rather than Mei herself. "The colour complements the family jewellery perfectly." As if summoned by these words, Eleanor entered without knocking, carrying a leather case embossed with the Blackwood crest. Her own appearance was impeccable as always, silver-grey silk that emphasised her regal bearing, accessorised with diamonds that had adorned Blackwood women for generations. "The final touch," Eleanor announced, opening the case to reveal a diamond and sapphire necklace of extraordinary craftsmanship. The Blackwood constellation, traditionally worn by the wife of the heir at significant family events. Mei recognised the piece immediately. Victoria Chen had researched the Blackwood family jewels as part of her due diligence before agreeing to Alexander's proposal. The necklace represented not just extraordinary value but symbolic acceptance into the family legacy. "It's beautiful," she acknowledged, genuinely impressed by the artistry despite her familiarity with exceptional jewellery. "It's history," Eleanor corrected, removing the necklace from its velvet bed. "Every Blackwood bride for 6 generations has worn these stones. They represent continuity and obligation, to family, to legacy, to position." The emphasis on obligation was unmistakable as Eleanor moved behind Mei to fasten the necklace. In the mirror their eyes met, Eleanor's assessing, Mei's steady and unintimidated. "The Zhang family will be presenting their gift to the foundation tonight," Eleanor remarked with calculated casualness. "A remarkably generous donation, accompanied by a rather spectacular announcement." "How interesting," Mei replied evenly. And what might they be announcing? That would be telling, Eleanor said with the ghost of a smile, though I imagine it will clarify certain misunderstandings about family alignments. The implied threat hung in the air between them as Eleanor stepped back to assess the overall effect. Acceptable, she pronounced finally. You'll do credit to the Blackwood name tonight, at least aesthetically. The rest remains to be seen. After Eleanor departed, Olivia slipped in, resplendent in emerald green that complemented her vibrant personality. Mother's been deploying the family jewels, I see, she noted, eyeing the constellation. Interesting choice. Symbolic, apparently, Mei replied. Extremely, Olivia confirmed. The last person to wear that necklace was Caroline Winters during her engagement to Alexander. Mother never even offered it to Sophia Zhang during their unofficial courtship. The information added another layer to Eleanor's gesture, not simply acceptance, but a deliberate statement to the Zhangs that Mei occupied a position Sophia had never achieved. Your mother seems to be playing both sides, Mei observed, supporting the Zhang's spectacular announcement while simultaneously emphasizing my position with this necklace. Mother always maintains multiple options, Olivia explained. She'll back whoever emerges victorious while claiming she supported them all along. A soft knock heralded Alexander's arrival. He entered and stopped abruptly, his expression transforming from polite interest to genuine appreciation as he took in Mei's appearance. You look extraordinary, he said simply, the sincerity in his voice more meaningful than elaborate compliments. Mei felt warmth rise to her cheeks at his evident admiration. Thank you. You're rather spectacular yourself. Alexander in formal attire was indeed a sight to behold, the classic black tuxedo emphasizing his athletic build and natural elegance. He wore his position with the same effortless confidence that characterized everything he did. I see Mother has bestowed the constellation, he noted, recognizing the necklace immediately. A significant gesture. So I gather, Mei replied, though possibly a strategic one given whatever the Zhangs are planning tonight. Alexander's expression shifted to one of focused intensity. You've heard about their announcement? Only that it exists and is supposedly spectacular, Mei confirmed. Your mother seemed quite pleased about it. Unsurprising, Alexander noted dryly. Eleanor Blackwood appreciates strategic maneuvering regardless of whose interests it serves. Olivia, sensing the need for privacy, made her excuses and departed with a supportive wink to Mei. Once they were alone, Alexander moved closer, taking Mei's hands in his. Whatever Sophia Zhang has planned tonight, he said quietly, remember that what exists between us is real. The rest is merely corporate theatre. The simple statement carried profound meaning, a declaration that their relationship transcended the business arrangements and family politics surrounding them. I have something for you, Mei said, moving to retrieve a small box from her dressing table. A gift I had planned to give you privately, but perhaps tonight is more appropriate. Alexander accepted the box with evident curiosity. Opening it revealed a watch of exceptional craftsmanship, platinum and titanium with subtle blue accents that complemented the Blackwood colours. It's beautiful, he said, examining the piece with appreciation. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. It's more than a timepiece, Mei explained. It contains a quantum encryption key that pairs with my own. The technology is unique. Alexander looked up sharply, recognizing the significance. Chen Technologies' proprietary encryption. This isn't commercially available. No, Mei confirmed. It's a prototype of technology that will be announced next week. The encryption creates a secure communication channel that can't be intercepted or decoded, not even by government agencies. This is a remarkable gift, Alexander said, understanding the trust it represented, both personally and technologically. It's the first of 3 gifts I want to share with you, Mei explained, each revealing something important about who I am and what I value. Alexander's expression softened as he recognized the symbolic importance of her gesture. Thank you, he said simply, removing his current watch and replacing it with her gift. The piece looked as though it had been designed specifically for him, which, of course, it had been. It suits you, Mei observed with satisfaction. As you suit me, Alexander replied, drawing her into his arms with gentle deliberation, in ways I never anticipated when I proposed our arrangement. The kiss they shared carried deeper meaning than those before, acknowledgement of the connection forming between them despite the complicated circumstances of their beginning. When they separated, Alexander kept her close, his expression serious. Whatever happens tonight, we face it together. The Zhangs, my mother, the corporate politics, none of it matters compared to what we're building between us. I feel the same way, Mei assured him, the simple truth carrying the weight of her commitment. Though I should warn you that I have my own countermove planned for tonight. Alexander's eyebrow rose with interest. Care to share the details? And ruin the surprise, Mei teased lightly. Let's just say that Sophia Zhang isn't the only one capable of spectacular announcements. Before Alexander could press for details, Harrison knocked to inform them that guests were arriving, and William requested their presence in the receiving line. Shall we? Alexander offered his arm with formal courtesy that contained genuine warmth. Mei placed her hand on his arm, the gesture now familiar and comforting. Together, she agreed. As they descended the grand staircase to the ballroom, Mei was acutely aware of the eyes tracking their progress, assessing, speculating, calculating the implications of their apparent unity. The Blackwood constellation at her throat caught the light with each step, announcing her position to all who understood its significance. William and Eleanor waited at the foot of the stairs, the perfect image of aristocratic authority. William nodded approval at their appearance while Eleanor's gaze lingered on the necklace she had bestowed, satisfaction evident in her expression. The Premier has arrived, William informed them. Along with the American ambassador and the Zhang family, we'll receive them together, a united Blackwood front. The emphasis on unity wasn't subtle, nor was it accidental. Whatever corporate maneuvering continued behind the scenes, tonight the Blackwood family would present a seamless public image. As they took their positions in the receiving line, Mei caught sight of David Chen entering the ballroom, impeccably dressed and carrying a leather portfolio. Their eyes met briefly, a silent confirmation that everything was prepared for her planned revelation. The next hour passed in a blur of introductions and carefully calibrated social interactions. Mei navigated the complex dynamics with the practiced ease Victoria Chen had developed over years of high-level business negotiations, though she was careful to modulate her confidence to match expectations for Alexander's new wife, rather than a tech CEO. She was discussing the Foundation's education initiatives with the Education Minister when she felt a shift in the room's energy. Turning slightly, she saw Sophia Zhang making her entrance, resplendent in crimson silk that emphasized her striking beauty. On her arm was Eric Donovan, looking uncomfortable but determined in his formal attire. Their gazes met across the crowded ballroom, and Mei felt the calculated intent behind Sophia's triumphant smile. This pairing was no accident. It was the opening move in whatever game Sophia had planned for the evening. Alexander appeared at Mei's side, his hand coming to rest supportively at the small of her back. Sophia has arrived with her chosen weapon, he observed quietly. Predictable but potentially effective. Only if we allow it to be, Mei replied with calm confidence. Eric's presence is meant to unsettle me, but it merely confirms what we already knew about Sophia's tactics. Alexander studied her with admiration. Your composure is remarkable. Most people would find this situation at least somewhat uncomfortable. I've faced more intimidating opponents than Sophia Zhang, Mei assured him, thinking of the corporate battles Victoria Chen had won against far more formidable adversaries, though I admit her flair for dramatic timing is impressive. As if to demonstrate this point, Sophia guided Eric directly toward them, her smile a perfect blend of social courtesy and predatory intent. Alexander, how wonderful to see you, she greeted with practiced warmth before turning to Mei. And Mei Lin, what a lovely necklace. The Blackwood constellation suits you, temporarily. The implied threat was unmistakable, though Mei merely smiled in response. Thank you, Sophia. I was just admiring your companion. Eric, it's been some time. Eric shifted uncomfortably, clearly struggling with the complex dynamics. Mei, you look... well. Marriage agrees with her, Alexander interjected smoothly, his arm sliding around Mei's waist in a gesture of both possession and protection. As does the Blackwood name. Sophia's smile tightened imperceptibly. Names and positions can change so quickly in our world, she observed. One never knows what announcements might alter the landscape. Indeed, Mei agreed pleasantly. Tonight promises to be quite revealing in many ways. Before Sophia could respond, William Blackwood approached their group, his timing suspiciously perfect. Sophia, my dear, your parents are looking for you. I believe they're ready to present their gift to the foundation. Of course, Sophia replied, her expression shifting to one of anticipation. We wouldn't want to delay such an important moment. Eric, shall we? As they departed, Alexander turned to his father with a questioning look. The Zhangs are making their presentation now? Before dinner, William confirmed. Hui Zhang was quite insistent about the timing. Something about maximizing impact for the international markets. The calculated nature of this scheduling wasn't lost on either Alexander or Mei. The Zhangs had orchestrated their moment for maximum visibility and effect. We should take our places then, Alexander suggested, guiding Mei toward the raised platform where foundation announcements were traditionally made. As they moved through the crowd, Mei caught sight of David positioning himself near the platform, the leather portfolio still in his hands. Their eyes met briefly, another silent confirmation that her countermove was ready when needed. William took the podium with practiced authority, commanding the room's attention without raising his voice. Distinguished guests, welcome to the annual Blackwood Foundation Gala. For 60 years, this event has celebrated the partnership between private enterprise and public good, a commitment to building a stronger future for all Australians. The practice speech continued, highlighting the Foundation's achievements over the past year and acknowledging key benefactors. Throughout, Mei observed the Zhang family positioned prominently near the platform, Sophia's expression one of barely contained triumph. Tonight, we are honoured to recognise an extraordinary contribution from one of our longest-standing partners, William announced. Hui Zhang, chairman of Zhang Enterprises, has demonstrated remarkable generosity that will transform the Foundation's capabilities for years to come. Hui Zhang ascended the platform with dignified confidence, his wife Lily and daughter Sophia following closely behind. Eric remained in the audience, though positioned where Mei couldn't miss his presence. The Blackwood and Zhang families share a vision of prosperity through partnership, Hui began, his accent adding gravity to his carefully chosen words. For generations, our enterprises have shaped Australia's economic landscape, sometimes as competitors, sometimes as collaborators. The historical framing wasn't accidental. It established the Zhang family as equals to the Blackwoods in legacy and influence, a positioning that William's slight frown suggested he didn't entirely endorse. Tonight, Zhang Enterprises is honoured to present the Blackwood Foundation with a gift that symbolises our commitment to shared prosperity, Hui continued. A contribution of $50 million to establish the Blackwood Zhang Innovation Fund, supporting technological development in underserved communities across the Asia-Pacific region. A murmur of appreciation rippled through the audience at the extraordinary amount. $50 million represented the largest single donation in the Foundation's history, a fact Hui Zhang was clearly aware of as he paused to allow the impact to register. This gift, he continued once the murmurs subsided, represents more than financial support. It symbolises the beginning of a new era of partnership between our families and our enterprises. At this cue, Lily Zhang stepped forward, carrying an ornate lacquered box. Opening it revealed a spectacular jade sculpture, 2 intertwined trees, one clearly the Blackwood oak, the other the Zhang willow, their branches forming an intricate canopy of green and gold. The tree of shared prosperity, Hui announced as William accepted the sculpture with appropriate gravity, a symbol of what our families can achieve together. The symbolic meaning was unmistakable to everyone in the room familiar with Asian business customs. This wasn't merely a charitable donation, it was a public declaration of alliance between the families. The Blackwood Foundation accepts this extraordinary gift with profound gratitude, William responded, his diplomatic skills in full evidence. The Blackwood Jiang Innovation Fund will indeed transform lives across our region. As polite applause filled the ballroom, Sophia stepped forward, her expression one of calculated triumph. "If I might add one small announcement to my father's presentation," she said, her voice carrying clearly despite its soft tone. William appeared momentarily surprised but nodded his permission, either caught off guard or complicit in whatever was coming. "The partnership between our families extends beyond this charitable initiative," Sophia continued, her gaze moving deliberately to where Alexander stood beside Mei. "Jiang Enterprises and Blackwood Financial will be announcing a historic merger next month, the largest in Australia's corporate history." The statement sent another, stronger ripple of reaction through the assembled guests. This announcement, made without Alexander's knowledge or approval, represented a corporate coup orchestrated through William's apparent cooperation. "To symbolize this union," Sophia continued smoothly, "I am honored to announce my engagement to Richard Blackwood, who will lead the merged Asia-Pacific division of our combined enterprises." Richard stepped forward from the crowd, joining Sophia on the platform with evident satisfaction. The strategic brilliance of this move became immediately clear. Sophia had pivoted from Alexander to his cousin, maintaining her connection to the Blackwood legacy while aligning with the factions supporting the merger. Eleanor's expression revealed nothing, though the slight tightening of her posture suggested this particular development might not have been part of her information. William, however, appeared unsurprised, confirming his involvement in this corporate realignment. Alexander's hand tightened slightly on Mei's waist, though his expression remained impassive. "Impressive maneuvering," he murmured, just loudly enough for her to hear. "Father has outplayed us both." "Not quite yet," Mei replied with quiet confidence. "The evening is still young." As Richard and Sophia sealed their announced engagement with a clearly rehearsed kiss, applause filled the ballroom, some genuine, much of it obligatory from guests recognizing the power dynamics at play. William returned to the podium, his expression one of satisfied authority. "This partnership indeed represents a new chapter for both our families and our enterprises," he confirmed, publicly endorsing the merger and engagement simultaneously. "The combined strengths of Blackwood and Jiang will create unprecedented opportunities across the Asia-Pacific region." The implication was clear. Alexander's opposition to the merger had been overruled, with Richard positioned to assume leadership of the very division Alexander had built. It was a public diminishment of his authority within both the family and the company. As William concluded his remarks and guests began moving toward the dining room for the formal dinner, Alexander maintained his composed exterior while guiding Mei through the crowd. Only the tension in his jaw revealed his controlled anger at his father's maneuver. "Father has been planning this for months," he observed quietly, "using my marriage as the pretext to shift control to Richard while securing the Jiang merger regardless of my objections." "A calculated risk," Mei noted. "One that assumes you'll accept this public realignment rather than challenge it." "Which would typically be a safe assumption," Alexander acknowledged. "Blackwoods prioritize family unity above personal preference, a principle I've honored throughout my life." "Until now?" Mei asked, studying his expression carefully. Alexander's gaze met hers with newfound resolve. "Some principles transcend even family obligation, corporate integrity being one of them." Before they could discuss further, Eleanor intercepted them, her expression revealing nothing of her thoughts regarding the Jiang announcement. "Your places are at the head table," she informed them. "William expects a united family presentation despite recent developments." "Of course," Alexander replied with perfect courtesy. "Appearances must be maintained regardless of reality." Eleanor's gaze sharpened at this subtle challenge to Blackwood protocol. "Reality is what we make it, Alexander. Your father has secured a historic partnership that will advance our interests for generations." "At the cost of corporate autonomy and ethical standards," Alexander countered quietly. "The Jiang merger compromises both." "Progress requires adaptation," Eleanor replied dismissively. "Your grandfather understood this, even if your father sometimes forgets to acknowledge it." The reference to Harold Blackwood, William's father and Alexander's revered grandfather, was deliberately provocative. Eleanor rarely invoked the family patriarch whose principles had established the modern Blackwood Empire. Grandfather valued integrity above expansion, Alexander reminded her. A principle I continue to honor. As you wish, Eleanor conceded with evident disappointment. Though I suggest you consider your position carefully before taking any impulsive actions. As she departed to oversee the dinner seating, Alexander turned to Mei with a rueful expression. Family politics at their finest. Mother is signaling that she knew about the merger, but perhaps not Richard's elevation or engagement. Interesting divisions, Mei observed, though potentially useful for whatever you're considering. Alexander studied her with renewed appreciation. You continue to surprise me with your strategic thinking. Most people would be focused on the personal implications of tonight's announcements. I'm not most people, Mei replied simply. And neither are you, which is why I believe we should accelerate my planned revelation. Alexander's expression shifted to one of focused attention. You mentioned a countermove earlier. I assume it relates to whatever you've been preparing to share with me. Yes, Mei confirmed, though the audience has now expanded beyond just you. Given William's maneuver with the Zhangs, we need to establish a stronger position than I had initially planned. Before she could elaborate, David Chen approached them, his timing precisely calculated. Mrs. Blackwood, he greeted Mei with formal courtesy before turning to Alexander. Mr. Blackwood, I apologize for the interruption, but there's an urgent matter requiring your attention before dinner. Alexander recognized David from their previous meetings regarding Chen Technologies' encryption partnership. Mr. Chen, I wasn't aware you were attending tonight. A last-minute addition to the guest list, David explained smoothly, at Victoria Chen's specific request. The mention of Victoria Chen, whom Alexander still believed was separate from Mei, captured his full attention. Victoria Chen rarely involves herself in public events, he noted. Her interest in tonight's proceedings is significant. More than you might imagine, David replied cryptically, offering the leather portfolio he had been carrying. She asked me to deliver this to you personally. The contents will explain her position regarding tonight's announcements. Alexander accepted the portfolio with evident curiosity. Thank you. Please convey my appreciation to Miss Chen for her timely intervention. I believe you'll have the opportunity to thank her personally, David replied with a meaningful glance toward Mei. Very soon. As David departed, Alexander turned to Mei with questioning eyes. This is part of your countermove, he surmised. Victoria Chen's involvement suggests a significant corporate dimension. It's more than that, Mei acknowledged, her heart racing with the knowledge that the moment of truth was approaching faster than she had planned. The portfolio contains the second gift I mentioned earlier, something that reveals an important truth about who I am and what I value. Alexander's expression shifted as he began connecting pieces of a puzzle that had been before him all along. Your relationship with Victoria Chen is more complex than you've indicated, he observed, his analytical mind working through implications. The inconsistencies in your employment records, your comprehensive knowledge of company strategy, your access to proprietary technology. Yes, Mei confirmed simply. All explained in what David just delivered. I suggest we find somewhere private to review it before dinner. Alexander nodded, his expression serious but not accusatory. My father's study is nearby and will be empty with everyone moving to the dining room. As they made their way through the crowd, Mei caught sight of Sophia watching their departure with suspicious eyes. The Zhang announcement had been calculated to diminish Alexander's position and undermine their marriage simultaneously. Sophia couldn't have anticipated Victoria Chen's direct involvement, a variable that would fundamentally alter the equation. William's study offered the privacy they needed, its oak-panelled walls and leather furnishings creating an atmosphere of old-world authority. Alexander closed the door behind them, then turned to Mei with focused intensity. Before you open that portfolio, he said quietly, I want you to know that whatever it contains doesn't change what has developed between us. Our beginning may have been a business arrangement, but what exists now is real, at least for me. The simple declaration touched Mei deeply. For me as well, she assured him, which is why this revelation is both necessary and terrifying. Alexander placed the portfolio on William's desk, then took Mei's hands in his. Then let's face it together, he suggested. Whatever truth you've been protecting. With a deep breath, Mei nodded toward the portfolio. Open it, she said simply. The second gift awaits. Alexander released her hands and opened the leather case, revealing a comprehensive dossier on the education initiative in Cambodia that he had supported anonymously for years. The documentation included financial records, impact assessments, and personal stories of students whose lives had been transformed by the program. This is my private philanthropy, he said with surprise. Information not available through public sources. Keep reading, Mei encouraged gently. As Alexander turned the pages, he discovered something unexpected. Evidence of matching donations made by Victoria Chen to every project he had funded, effectively doubling the initiative's impact without public recognition. Victoria Chen has been supporting my projects anonymously, he realized, looking up with newfound understanding. Matching my contributions dollar for dollar without seeking credit. Because she recognized in your philanthropy values that aligned with her own, Mei explained. A commitment to creating opportunity through education, the same phrase you noted I shouldn't have known. Alexander's expression shifted as connections formed more rapidly. The quantum encryption watch, he said, touching the gift he now wore. Proprietary technology not available to anyone outside Chen Technology's inner circle. The first gift, Mei confirmed, representing the professional aspect of who I am. And this portfolio is the second gift, Alexander continued, his analytical mind assembling the puzzle with increasing speed, revealing shared values and parallel actions taken without public recognition. Yes, Mei acknowledged, her heart pounding as the moment of truth approached. The third gift awaits your discovery of what connects them. Alexander studied her with new awareness, seeing beyond the identity she had presented to the truth that had been before him all along. Your comprehensive knowledge of Victoria Chen's thinking, he said slowly. Your access to proprietary technology, your ability to make decisions that would require CEO authority. Mei remained silent, allowing him to reach the conclusion himself. You're not merely Victoria Chen's trusted associate, Alexander realized, the final pieces falling into place. You are Victoria Chen. The simple statement, the truth she had protected for so long, hung in the air between them. Mei neither confirmed nor denied it immediately, watching Alexander's expression as he processed this revelation. The dual identity, he continued, thinking aloud as he assembled the complete picture. Victoria Chen, the reclusive tech genius who built a global empire while maintaining her privacy. Mei Lin, the software developer seeking connection outside the isolation of wealth and power. Yes, Mei finally confirmed, her voice steady despite her racing heart. I created the Mei Lin identity years ago, seeking relationships based on who I am rather than what I own or control. Eric, Alexander surmised. You were testing whether he loved you for yourself rather than your position or resources. And discovered he wanted exactly what I was hiding from him, Mei acknowledged with a sad smile. The irony wasn't lost on me. Alexander processed this information with remarkable composure, though Mei could see the rapid calculations happening behind his thoughtful expression. Our meeting at Chen Technologies, he said. David Chen's immediate cooperation, your comprehensive knowledge of the quantum encryption architecture. It all makes sense now. I never intended to maintain this deception with you indefinitely, Mei assured him. Our arrangement began as mutual convenience, but as genuine feelings developed between us. You needed to know whether I valued you for yourself rather than your position or resources, Alexander completed her thought, understanding immediately. The same test you applied with Eric. Yes, Mei admitted, though with a crucial difference. With Eric, I was seeking validation. With you, I discovered I was seeking partnership, someone who understood both aspects of who I am. Alexander was quiet for a moment, absorbing the full implications of her revelation. The third gift, he said finally. What is it? Access, Mei replied simply. To the complete history of how and why I created the Victoria Chen and Mei Lin identities. my most carefully guarded secret, and the vulnerability behind my public strength. A significant trust, Alexander acknowledged. The ultimate trust, Mei corrected. No one else has ever had access to both aspects of my life. Not even Eric knew the truth, despite our relationship. Alexander studied her with new understanding. The isolation of power, he observed. Something I understand better than most. The Blackwood name creates similar barriers to authentic connection, which is why our arrangement resonated from the beginning, Mei acknowledged. We recognized in each other the burden of expectations that come with position rather than personhood. And now, Alexander asked, the simple question carrying profound implications for their future. Mei took a deep breath, offering the most honest answer she could. Now I find myself hoping that what has developed between us is strong enough to withstand this revelation. That you can understand why I maintained this separation and why I'm choosing to end it with you. Alexander moved closer, his expression serious but not condemning. The woman I've come to care for exists in both identities, he said quietly. The strategic brilliance of Victoria Chen and the authentic vulnerability of Mei Lin. They're not separate people but complementary aspects of an extraordinary woman. The simple acceptance in his words brought unexpected tears to Mei's eyes. Few people would understand that complexity, she said softly. Few people have lived with similar contradictions, Alexander replied. The public heir and the private person. The corporate strategist and the man seeking genuine connection. I recognize the division because I've experienced my own version of it. He reached for her hands, entwining their fingers in the gesture that had become natural between them. Thank you for trusting me with your truth, he said simply. It can't have been an easy decision, especially given the circumstances of our beginning. It wasn't, Mei acknowledged. But it became necessary, not just because of Sophia's investigation or Eric's potential revelations, but because what's developing between us matters more than maintaining the separation I've relied on for so long. Alexander's expression softened with genuine emotion. It matters to me as well, he assured her, more than corporate mergers or family politics or any of the external forces currently aligned against us. The simple honesty of this statement affected Mei deeply. For years, she had protected her dual identities, fearing that revealing the full truth would destroy whatever authentic connections she might form. Yet here was Alexander Blackwood, a man who understood the burden of legacy and the isolation of power, accepting both aspects of who she was without judgment or rejection. We should return to the gala, she said finally, practical concerns reasserting themselves. Your father will be expecting us at dinner, and our absence is likely already noted. Yes, Alexander agreed, though he made no move to release her hands. Though we should discuss how to handle this revelation publicly. The Zhang announcement has changed the strategic landscape significantly. I had planned a more controlled disclosure, Mei acknowledged, but given William's maneuver with the merger announcement, we may need to accelerate our response. Alexander considered this with characteristic thoroughness. The Zhang merger is predicated on certain assumptions about Blackwood's quantum encryption capabilities, he noted. Assumptions that would be fundamentally altered by Chen Technology's direct involvement through our marriage. Precisely, Mei confirmed. Victoria Chen's personal connection to the Blackwood heir creates a corporate alignment that renders the Zhang merger redundant at best, disadvantageous at worst. A fact my father would have considered had he known your true identity, Alexander observed. His strategy was based on incomplete information. Information we now control, Mei pointed out. The question is how and when to deploy it for maximum effect. Alexander smiled at her strategic framing. Another quality we share, tactical thinking under pressure. Useful for business, Mei echoed their previous conversation. And apparently for navigating Blackwood family politics, Alexander completed the exchange, his smile warming with genuine affection. The moment of connection was interrupted by a soft knock at the study door. Mr. Alexander, Harrison called. Your father is requesting your presence in the dining room. Dinner is about to be served. Thank you, Harrison, Alexander replied. We'll be there momentarily. As Harrison's footsteps receded, Alexander turned back to Mei with renewed focus. We have a decision to make, he said. Whether to reveal your identity tonight or maintain the current narrative until we've developed a comprehensive response to the Zhang merger. Mei considered the options with the strategic assessment that had built Chen Technologies into a global powerhouse. Tonight's revelation would create maximum impact, she acknowledged, but it might also appear reactive rather than strategic. Whereas a measured response after tonight's events would demonstrate greater control, Alexander suggested. Exactly, Mei agreed. Though we should be prepared for Sophia to deploy whatever information Eric has shared about inconsistencies in my background. A risk either way, Alexander noted, though perhaps one worth taking to ensure our response is properly calibrated. The decision formed between them with the natural partnership that had characterized their evolving relationship. We maintain the current narrative tonight, Mei concluded, while preparing a comprehensive response to be deployed at the optimal moment. Agreed, Alexander confirmed, though I suggest we inform David Chen of this decision. His presence tonight suggests Victoria Chen was prepared for immediate disclosure if necessary. A contingency plan, Mei acknowledged, one we can still activate if circumstances require. As they prepared to return to the gala, Alexander paused, still holding the portfolio containing her second gift. Thank you, he said simply, for trusting me with your truth. Thank you for understanding it, Mei replied, the simple exchange carrying profound meaning for both of them. Alexander placed the portfolio in William's safe, a temporary security measure until they could transfer it to a more private location. Then, with renewed purpose, they returned to the ballroom where Australia's business elite awaited, unaware that the evening's most significant revelation remained unannounced. The Blackwood Foundation gala dinner proceeded with the practiced elegance that characterized all family events. Crystal and silver gleamed under chandelier light, while conversation flowed with the carefully selected wines. At the head table, the Blackwood and Zhang families presented a united front, though the underlying intentions were evident to those who knew where to look. William dominated the conversation, elaborating on the potential of the newly announced merger with practiced authority. Richard contributed strategic details that emphasized his central role in the combined enterprise, while Sophia offered cultural insights about Asian market expansion that demonstrated her value to the partnership. Throughout, Alexander maintained his composed exterior, participating in the discussion with appropriate engagement, while revealing nothing of the revelation he had just received. Beside him, Mei navigated the complex dynamics with the same practiced ease, though the Blackwood constellation at her throat seemed to catch the light with particular brilliance whenever Sophia glanced in her direction. From his position at a nearby table, David Chen observed the proceedings with careful attention, noting the subtle signals passing between Alexander and Mei that confirmed their unified approach. Whatever decision they had reached in William's study, it clearly involved continued discretion rather than immediate disclosure. Eric Donovan, seated beside Sophia, appeared increasingly uncomfortable as the evening progressed. His gaze frequently moved to Mei, confusion evident in his expression as he observed her confident navigation of the Blackwood family dynamics. The woman commanding attention at the head table bore little resemblance to the software developer he had dated and discarded, a discrepancy that seemed to trouble him more as the evening continued. As dessert was served, William rose to offer a toast, commanding the room's attention with practiced authority. "To new partnerships and expanded horizons," he proclaimed, raising his glass toward Hui Zhang. "The Blackwood-Zhang alliance represents the future of business in the Asia-Pacific region." The assembled guests raised their glasses in response, though Alexander's participation was noticeably measured. The subtle resistance didn't escape William's notice. Chapter 12. Queen's Gambit. The Blackwood Foundation. Gala reached its crescendo as midnight approached. The formal dinner had concluded, guests now circulating through the grand ballroom where an orchestra played classical selections that provided elegant background for the real business of the evening, the cultivation of relationships that would shape Australia's economic landscape for the coming year. William Blackwood held court near the main entrance, surrounded by political figures eager to understand the implications of the newly announced merger. Richard and Sophia moved through the crowd as a unit, accepting congratulations on their engagement while subtly emphasizing their central role in the combined enterprise. Eleanor maintained her position near the foundation display, where the Zhang family's jade sculpture now occupied a place of prominence alongside the record-breaking donation announcement. In a quiet corner of the ballroom, Alexander and Mei stood in conversation with David Chen, their expressions serious despite the celebratory atmosphere surrounding them. "The board is prepared for tomorrow's announcement," David confirmed quietly. "The accelerated timeline for Project Quantum Lattice has been approved, with public disclosure scheduled for Monday morning." "Before the markets open," Alexander noted with approval. "Maximum impact on trading positions." "Precisely," David agreed, "though the personal dimension remains at your discretion." Mei considered their options with the strategic assessment that had built Chen Technologies into a global powerhouse. The Zhang announcement had altered their timeline, creating both challenges and opportunities that required careful navigation. "The merger announcement changes our calculus," she acknowledged. "William has committed Blackwood Financial to a partnership predicated on certain assumptions about market positioning and technological capabilities. Assumptions that would be fundamentally altered by revealing your identity," Alexander completed her thought. "The Chen-Blackwood connection creates a more advantageous alignment than anything the Zhangs can offer. A fact your father would have considered had he possessed complete information," David observed. "Information we now control," Alexander replied, his expression thoughtful. "The question becomes when and how to deploy it for maximum effect." Mei's gaze moved across the ballroom, assessing the various players in this complex game. William continued his political networking, unaware of the revelation that could undermine his carefully orchestrated merger. Sophia and Richard accepted congratulations with triumphant confidence, believing their positions secure. Eric observed the proceedings with evident discomfort, his gaze frequently returning to Mei with confused assessment. "Tonight," she decided, the certainty in her voice drawing both men's attention. "We reveal everything tonight." Alexander studied her with careful consideration. "You're certain? We discussed waiting for a more controlled environment." "The controlled environment was my preference when we were merely responding to Sophia's investigation," Mei acknowledged. "But William's merger announcement changes the strategic landscape. Waiting allows him to solidify commitments that would be more difficult to unwind later." "A decisive countermove," Alexander noted with appreciation, "though the public nature creates additional variables." "Variables that work in our favour," Mei pointed out. "The assembled witnesses represent Australia's business and political elite, precisely the audience needed to establish the significance of the Chen-Blackwood connection." David nodded agreement. "The timing aligns with tomorrow's board announcement. Victoria Chen's public appearance tonight creates the perfect foundation for Monday's quantum lattice disclosure." "The third gift," Alexander recalled, referring to the complete access to Victoria Chen's private servers that Mei had prepared. "That remains private between us." "Yes," Mei confirmed, touched by his understanding of which aspects of her revelation belonged to the public sphere and which remained personal. "Tonight is about reclaiming the corporate narrative. The personal history is yours alone." Alexander's expression softened with appreciation for this distinction. "Then we proceed together," he agreed, "though we should consider the optimal moment and approach." "William is planning to conclude the evening with remarks about the Foundation's future vision," David informed them, "scheduled for approximately 20 minutes from now." "Perfect," Mei decided. "We'll make our move immediately following his address, while the audience is still focused on future partnerships." As they finalized details, Olivia approached their group, her expression curious. "You three look suspiciously strategic," she observed. "Planning a coup?" "Something like that," Alexander acknowledged with a slight smile, "though perhaps correction would be more accurate than coup." Olivia's gaze moved between them with sharp assessment. "Whatever you're planning, count me in," she offered without hesitation. "Richard's smugness is becoming unbearable, and Sophia Zhang's triumphant smirk deserves a response." Mei exchanged a glance with Alexander, who nodded subtle approval. "We're about to change the narrative significantly," she explained quietly, in ways that will alter both family and corporate dynamics. Intriguing, Olivia replied, her interest clearly piqued. Any role for me in this dramatic revelation? Perhaps, Alexander suggested. We need someone to ensure Mother is positioned to witness what's coming. Her reaction will be particularly significant. Consider it done, Olivia agreed with evident enthusiasm. Eleanor Blackwood will have a front-row seat to whatever you're planning. As Olivia departed on her mission, David excused himself to make final preparations, leaving Alexander and Mei momentarily alone despite the crowded ballroom. "Are you certain about this?" Alexander asked quietly, his concern evident. "Once revealed, your identity becomes public knowledge in ways you've carefully avoided for years." Mei appreciated his understanding of what this decision meant for her. Victoria Chen had maintained her privacy through extraordinary measures, creating a separation between her public position and private life that had protected her from the isolation wealth and power often created. "I'm certain," she confirmed. "Not just for strategic reasons, but because I'm tired of the division between who I am and who I present to the world. What's developed between us has shown me that authentic connection is possible without sacrificing either aspect of myself." Alexander's expression softened with genuine emotion. "Thank you," he said simply, "for trusting me with both aspects of who you are." "Thank you for seeing me completely," Mei replied, the simple exchange carrying profound meaning for both of them. Their moment of connection was interrupted as William approached the podium, commanding the room's attention with practiced authority. Conversations quieted as guests turned toward the Blackwood patriarch, his commanding presence drawing focus without effort. "Distinguished guests and valued partners," William began, his voice carrying clearly through the ballroom. "As our evening draws to a close, I want to express my profound gratitude for your continued support of the Blackwood Foundation's mission." The practice speech continued, highlighting the Foundation's achievements and future vision with the polished delivery of a man accustomed to public leadership. Throughout, Alexander and Mei moved purposefully through the crowd, positioning themselves strategically near the podium while maintaining appropriate attention to William's address. "Tonight represents a watershed moment for the Foundation," William continued, his gesture encompassing the Zhang family seated prominently nearby. "The extraordinary generosity of the Zhang family establishes a new benchmark for corporate philanthropy in Australia." Hui Zhang acknowledged this recognition with a dignified nod, while Sophia's expression carried barely concealed triumph as she leaned closer to Richard in a deliberate display of their new alliance. "This partnership extends beyond philanthropy to reshape Australia's corporate landscape," William proclaimed. "The forthcoming merger between Blackwood Financial and Zhang Enterprises creates unprecedented opportunities throughout the Asia-Pacific region, a legacy that will benefit generations to come." As William elaborated on this vision, Mei caught David's eye across the room, receiving his subtle nod confirming all preparations were complete. Nearby, Olivia had successfully positioned Eleanor where she would have an unobstructed view of what was about to unfold. "And so, as we conclude this evening's celebration," William continued, approaching his closing remarks, "I invite you to join me in anticipating the extraordinary future that awaits through partnership, innovation, and shared prosperity." The assembled guests applauded with appropriate enthusiasm, though the response was notably stronger from those with direct interests in the announced merger. As William prepared to step away from the podium, Alexander moved forward with purposeful confidence. "Father," he said, his voice carrying clearly despite its measured tone, "before we conclude, I believe there's one more announcement appropriate to this evening's theme of partnership and innovation." William's expression revealed momentary surprise at this departure from the planned program, though his practiced diplomacy quickly reasserted itself. "Of course, Alexander. Please proceed." The subtle tension between father and son wasn't lost on the assembled guests, many of whom recognized the significance of this unexpected intervention following the merger announcement that had effectively diminished Alexander's corporate position. "Distinguished guests," Alexander began, assuming his position at the podium with natural authority. "Tonight we've celebrated the power of strategic partnerships to advance shared prosperity. The Blackwood Foundation's mission has always been to create opportunity through innovation, a value that transcends individual interests to serve the greater good. His opening established continuity with William's remarks while subtly shifting focus toward innovation rather than traditional alliance, a distinction not lost on those familiar with the differences between Blackwood and Jiang corporate philosophies. As my father noted, partnerships shape our future in profound ways, Alexander continued, which is why I'm honored to announce a development that represents the most significant technological and corporate alignment in Blackwood history. The careful phrasing, most significant, rather than merely significant, created an implicit comparison with the Jiang merger announcement, capturing the full attention of the room. William's expression tightened almost imperceptibly, recognizing that his son was making a countermove to his carefully orchestrated merger narrative. For the past several months, Blackwood Financial has been developing a strategic partnership with Chen Technologies focused on quantum encryption applications for financial systems, Alexander explained. This collaboration has produced breakthrough technology that will revolutionize data security across global markets. The reference to Chen Technologies created an immediate ripple of interest through the assembled business leaders. Victoria Chen's company represented the cutting edge of quantum computing development, a technological frontier that offered extraordinary competitive advantage to those with early access. This partnership, Alexander continued, culminates in Project Quantum Lattice, a proprietary encryption architecture that renders traditional security protocols obsolete while establishing new standards for data protection in financial transactions. As he spoke, digital displays around the ballroom activated simultaneously, showing the Chen Technologies logo alongside the Blackwood oak tree with the words Project Quantum Lattice beneath them. The coordinated visual presentation, clearly prepared in advance, demonstrated a level of partnership development that contradicted the narrative of Alexander's diminished corporate influence. The formal announcement of this technology will be made Monday morning, Alexander informed the now captivated audience. But tonight, I'm honored to introduce the visionary behind this breakthrough, someone whose commitment to innovation and ethical application of technology perfectly complements the Blackwood legacy of responsible prosperity. This was the moment they had prepared for, the revelation that would fundamentally alter both corporate alignments and family dynamics. Alexander turned slightly, extending his hand toward Mei with formal courtesy that contained genuine warmth. "Distinguished guests," he said as Mei joined him at the podium. "I'm privileged to introduce my wife not merely as Mei Lin Blackwood, but in her full identity as Victoria Chen, founder and CEO of Chen Technologies." The announcement created an immediate sensation throughout the ballroom. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the assembled guests as they processed this extraordinary revelation. Victoria Chen, the reclusive tech genius whose rare public appearances had become legendary in business circles, had been among them all evening, wearing the Blackwood constellation and participating in family dynamics without recognition. William's composed exterior cracked momentarily, genuine surprise registering before his diplomatic training reasserted control. Eleanor's expression revealed calculation rather than shock, her mind clearly reassessing strategies based on this new information. Richard appeared genuinely stunned, while Sophia's triumphant confidence transformed into barely concealed dismay as the implications for her carefully orchestrated merger became clear. Most revealing was Eric's reaction, pure astonishment giving way to dawning comprehension as he finally understood the magnitude of what he had discarded. The software developer he had dated and dismissed in pursuit of career advancement had been Victoria Chen all along, one of the wealthiest and most influential technology leaders in the world. Mei, now publicly acknowledged as Victoria Chen, addressed the audience with the quiet confidence that had built her company into a global powerhouse. "Thank you, Alexander," she began, her voice clear and measured. "For those who know me primarily through Chen Technologies' work, this revelation may come as a surprise. For years, I've maintained separation between my public role and private life. A division that allowed me to develop authentic relationships beyond the expectations and projections that often accompany position and resources. The simple explanation resonated with many in the room who understood the isolation that extreme success often created. Victoria Chen's creation of an alternate identity represented an understandable response to the barriers wealth and power erected around genuine connection. My marriage to Alexander Blackwood began as a practical arrangement between Mei Lin and the Blackwood heir, she continued with disarming honesty, but evolved into something neither of us anticipated. A partnership based on shared values, complementary strengths, and genuine appreciation for each other beyond our respective positions. This personal dimension added emotional resonance to what might otherwise have been merely a corporate revelation. The assembled guests recognized the human story beneath the business implications, a narrative of authentic connection transcending strategic advantage. Tonight, the Blackwood Foundation celebrates partnership as the foundation of shared prosperity, Victoria continued, skillfully connecting her announcement to the evening's established theme. In that spirit, Chen Technologies is honored to contribute to this vision through 3 significant gifts. At this cue, David Chen approached the podium, carrying a sleek titanium case emblazoned with the Chen Technologies logo. The presentation created a deliberate parallel to the Zhang family's earlier gift ceremony, though with distinctly different aesthetic and technological emphasis. First, Victoria announced as David opened the case to reveal a sleek device resembling a small obelisk. Chen Technologies presents the Blackwood Foundation with the world's first quantum-secured philanthropic endowment. This technology creates an unhackable financial architecture that will protect the Foundation's resources in perpetuity while generating sustainable returns through quantum-optimized investment algorithms. The technical specifications displayed on surrounding screens demonstrated the extraordinary value of this gift, not merely financial contribution, but revolutionary technology that would transform the Foundation's operational capabilities. This endowment, Victoria continued, begins with a founding contribution of $100 million, dedicated to expanding educational opportunity throughout the Asia-Pacific region. The amount, double the Zhang family's record-breaking donation, created another ripple of reaction through the audience. Yet it was the technological innovation, rather than merely the financial scale, that distinguished this gift, establishing it as transformative rather than simply generous. Second, Victoria continued, as David revealed the next item, a holographic display module that activated to show a 3-dimensional rendering of an architectural complex. Chen Technologies will establish the Blackwood Chen Innovation Campus in Sydney, creating Australia's premier research and development centre focused on quantum applications for environmental sustainability, medical advancement, and financial inclusion. The holographic display rotated to show various aspects of the proposed campus: cutting-edge laboratories, educational facilities, and public spaces designed to foster collaboration between academic, corporate, and community partners. This $500 million investment, Victoria explained, represents our commitment to Australia's position as a global leader in ethical technology development. The campus will create over 2,000 high-skill positions while establishing Sydney as the quantum technology capital of the Asia-Pacific region. The scale of this second gift, both financial and strategic, clearly overshadowed the Zhang merger announcement. Where the merger represented traditional corporate consolidation, the Innovation Campus offered transformative development that would reshape Australia's technological landscape for our generations. Finally, Victoria concluded, turning toward Alexander with genuine warmth, I'm honoured to announce that Chen Technologies and Blackwood Financial will establish a joint venture dedicated to developing quantum encryption standards for global financial systems. This partnership combines Chen's technological innovation with Blackwood's financial expertise to create secure infrastructure for the digital economy. As she spoke, the displays shifted to show the formal joint venture agreement, already signed by both Victoria Chen and Alexander Blackwood, with effective date clearly visible. The document demonstrated that this partnership had been developing for months, with formal completion predating the Zhang merger announcement. This joint venture, Victoria explained, represents a $50 billion market opportunity over the next decade, with Blackwood Financial positioned as the exclusive implementation partner for financial institutions worldwide. The extraordinary market valuation created audible reaction throughout the ballroom. Business leaders immediately recognized that this partnership rendered the Zhang merger redundant at best, disadvantageous at worst. The quantum encryption market represented the future of financial security, a position that would establish Blackwood's global dominance far more effectively than regional expansion through Zhang enterprises. Together, Victoria concluded, these three gifts reflect our shared commitment to innovation, education, and ethical prosperity. The Blackwood-Chen partnership creates opportunity not through consolidation of existing resources, but through development of transformative technologies that expand possibilities for all. The subtle contrast with the Zhang merger philosophy wasn't lost on the assembled guests. Where the Zhang announcement had emphasized traditional alliance between established powers, the Chen revelation offered innovation-driven growth that created new value rather than merely combining existing assets. As Victoria completed her announcement, the ballroom remained momentarily silent, the assembled guests processing the extraordinary implications of what they had witnessed. Then applause began, starting with those furthest from the Zhang and Blackwood families and spreading throughout the room as the significance of this revelation registered fully. William Blackwood, ever the consummate diplomat, recovered his composure with remarkable speed. Stepping forward to join Alexander and Victoria at the podium, he seamlessly incorporated this unexpected development into his narrative. This extraordinary announcement, he proclaimed with practiced authority, demonstrates the Blackwood legacy of identifying transformative partnerships that reshape industries and create enduring value. I congratulate Alexander and Victoria on this visionary collaboration. The public endorsement, however hastily constructed, established continuity rather than conflict in the Blackwood leadership narrative. William was acknowledging the Chen-Blackwood partnership while maintaining his patriarchal authority, a delicate balancing act that preserved family unity despite the clear countermove to his Zhang merger. Eleanor joined them with equal diplomatic skill, her arm linking with Victoria's in a gesture of feminine solidarity that belied her previous alignment with Sophia Zhang. The Blackwood women have always recognized opportunity beyond conventional thinking, she observed with calculated warmth. Victoria's vision complements our family legacy perfectly. The assembled guests recognized this public realignment for the strategic pivot it represented. The Blackwood parents were incorporating this revelation into their family narrative rather than opposing it, a pragmatic response that preserved their authority while acknowledging the superior position Alexander and Victoria had established. From their position near the Zhang family, Richard and Sophia observed this development with poorly concealed dismay. Their triumphant announcement had been comprehensively overshadowed, their strategic position undermined by information they hadn't possessed. Sophia's expression revealed calculation rather than defeat, however, a clear indication that she was already reassessing options rather than abandoning her ambitions. As formal presentations concluded and guests began circulating again with renewed energy, the implications of Victoria's revelation rippled through the ballroom. Business leaders immediately recognized the transformative potential of the Chen-Blackwood partnership, while political figures reassessed their relationships with both families based on this new power alignment. Eric Donovan stood alone near the edge of the crowd, his expression revealing the dawning comprehension of what he had discarded. The woman he had dated as Mei Lin, dismissing her as insufficiently ambitious for his career aspirations, had been Victoria Chen all along. His decision to end their relationship in pursuit of Sophia Zhang now appeared not merely callous, but catastrophically misjudged. Alexander and Victoria moved through the crowd together, accepting congratulations with gracious composure while maintaining the united front that had characterized their public presentation. Though they presented a seamless partnership to observers, the private glances they exchanged carried deeper meaning. acknowledgement of the personal trust that had made this public revelation possible. David Chen approached them during a momentary lull, his expression reflecting professional satisfaction with the evening's developments. "The board chairman called," he informed Victoria quietly. "They've unanimously approved the accelerated timeline for Monday's announcement. The markets will respond enthusiastically. As will our competitors," Victoria noted. "Jiang Enterprises in particular will need to reassess their position given tonight's developments." "A reassessment already underway," Alexander observed, nodding subtly toward where Hui Jiang was engaged in intense conversation with William, their expressions suggesting significant recalibration of the merger terms. "Your father adapts quickly," Victoria noted with professional appreciation. "A Blackwood family trait," Alexander acknowledged, though perhaps not always directed toward optimal outcomes. Before they could discuss further, Olivia joined their group, her expression reflecting delighted appreciation for the evening's dramatic turn. "That," she declared without preamble, "was the most spectacular countermove I've ever witnessed. Richard's face alone was worth the price of admission." "I'm glad you enjoyed the theatrical elements," Victoria replied with a smile that revealed genuine warmth for her sister-in-law, though the strategic implications were the primary objective. "Strategy wrapped in spectacular presentation," Olivia noted approvingly. "Mother is simultaneously impressed and annoyed that she didn't identify you earlier. Her social intelligence rarely misses such significant details." "Victoria Chen has had years of practice maintaining her privacy," Alexander explained. "Even Eleanor Blackwood's formidable perception has its limitations." "Speaking of perception," Olivia continued, her gaze moving toward where Eric stood in uncomfortable isolation, "your ex-boyfriend appears to be experiencing an existential crisis. The realization that he discarded Victoria Chen in pursuit of Sophia Zhang must be particularly painful." Victoria followed her gaze, feeling unexpected compassion for Eric despite his previous actions. "He didn't know," she acknowledged, "which was precisely the point of my separate identity." "A test he failed spectacularly," Olivia observed without sympathy, though perhaps a valuable lesson in looking beyond surface appearances. "A lesson many of us learn through experience," Victoria replied diplomatically, her gaze moving to Alexander with appreciation for his different response to her revelation. Their conversation was interrupted as William approached their group, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts regarding the evening's dramatic developments. "The Premier would like to congratulate you both personally," he informed them with practiced courtesy. "His interest in the Innovation Campus is particularly engaged." "Of course," Alexander replied, matching his father's diplomatic tone. "Victoria and I would be delighted to discuss the project's potential impact on New South Wales' technology sector." As they prepared to follow William toward the government officials gathered nearby, Victoria felt Alexander's hand at the small of her back, the gesture now carrying deeper meaning given the truth they shared. The simple touch represented partnership rather than merely performed intimacy, a connection based on mutual understanding rather than strategic advantage. The remainder of the evening passed in a blur of congratulations and strategic conversations as Australia's business and political elite adjusted to the implications of Victoria Chen's revelation. Throughout, she and Alexander maintained their united presentation while navigating the complex dynamics their announcement had created. Near midnight, as the gala began winding toward conclusion, they found a moment of relative privacy in the conservatory adjacent to the ballroom. The glass-enclosed space offered respite from the continue social engagement while maintaining appropriate visibility for a host couple not yet ready to depart their own event. "You've transformed the landscape in a single evening," Alexander observed, his admiration evident. "The Chen-Blackwood partnership renders the Jiang merger effectively obsolete." "A partnership that exists on multiple levels," Victoria noted, her gaze meeting his with meaningful intensity. "Professional, strategic, and personal." "The personal dimension being the most significant," Alexander replied softly, "at least from my perspective." The simple honesty of this statement affected Victoria deeply. For years she had maintained separation between her public position and private self. fearing that revealing her complete identity would make authentic connection impossible. Yet Alexander Blackwood had accepted both aspects of who she was without judgment or calculation. "I agree," she acknowledged, allowing herself the vulnerability this admission represented. "Though I admit I'm still adjusting to the integration of my separate identities. Victoria Chen and Mei Lin have existed as distinct aspects of myself for so long." "They're not separate people," Alexander observed with perceptive understanding, "but complementary expressions of an extraordinary woman. The strategic brilliance of Victoria Chen and the authentic vulnerability of Mei Lin, both equally valuable, both equally real. This understanding, that she wasn't choosing between identities but integrating aspects of herself, represented exactly what Victoria had hoped for but feared impossible." Alexander saw her completely, appreciating both her professional accomplishments and personal complexity without requiring her to diminish either. "Thank you," she said simply, "for seeing me completely." "Thank you for trusting me with your truth," Alexander replied, the exchange carrying profound meaning for both of them. Their moment of connection was interrupted as Eleanor approached, her expression revealing nothing of her thoughts regarding the evening's developments. "The final guests are departing," she informed them with practiced courtesy. "Your presence is expected for farewells." "Of course, Mother," Alexander replied. "We'll join you immediately." As Eleanor departed, he turned back to Victoria with rueful acknowledgement of their continuing public obligations. "The performance continues," he noted, though perhaps with greater authenticity than before. "Integration rather than performance," Victoria suggested. "A more sustainable approach for both of us." Alexander smiled at this framing. "Indeed. Shall we, Mrs. Blackwood? Or would you prefer Miss Chen in public contexts now?" "Victoria Chen Blackwood, I think," she decided, the combined name representing her integrated identity moving forward, "acknowledging both aspects of who I am and who we are together." "Perfect," Alexander agreed, offering his arm with formal courtesy that contained genuine warmth. "Victoria Chen Blackwood it is." As they returned to the ballroom for final farewells, Victoria felt a sense of completion that transcended the evening's strategic victory. The revelation of her identity had achieved its corporate objectives, establishing the Chen-Blackwood partnership as the dominant force in Australia's business landscape. But more significantly, it had created space for authentic connection that integrated rather than separated the aspects of herself she had kept divided for so long. The third gift, access to her complete history and the vulnerability behind her public strength, awaited Alexander's discovery in private. But tonight's public revelation had established the foundation for that more personal sharing, creating context for the trust she now placed in him. As they bid farewell to the final guests, Victoria caught sight of Eric being escorted to Sophia's waiting car, his expression still reflecting stunned comprehension of what he had discarded. The sight evoked not satisfaction but a sense of closure, confirmation that her journey had led exactly where it needed to, despite the painful detours along the way. William and Eleanor stood at the manor entrance, maintaining the united family presentation that had characterized the evening, despite the dramatic recalibration of internal dynamics. As the last guests departed, William turned to Alexander and Victoria with the measured assessment of a man accustomed to strategic adaptation. "An impressive countermove," he acknowledged with professional appreciation rather than paternal warmth. "The Chen-Blackwood partnership creates significant advantages I hadn't anticipated." "Information asymmetry often determines strategic outcomes," Alexander replied, the observation carrying subtle reference to William's merger announcement made without consulting him. "Indeed," William conceded with the ghost of a smile, though family communication might have achieved similar results with less theatrical revelation. "Some revelations require appropriate context," Victoria noted diplomatically. Tonight's setting provided optimal conditions for establishing the partnership's significance. Williams studied her with newfound assessment, no longer seeing Alexander's convenient wife but Victoria Chen, a strategic equal whose resources and influence matched the Blackwood legacy. "Your reputation for tactical precision is well earned," he observed. though I admit I didn't recognize you despite our previous interactions at industry events. Few people see beyond the identities we present, Victoria replied. A limitation I've both relied upon and struggled against throughout my career. A struggle I understand better than most, Eleanor interjected, her gaze moving between Victoria and Alexander with calculated reassessment. Position creates expectations that often obscure the person beneath the role. This unexpected acknowledgement, revealing Eleanor's own experience with the burden of public identity, suggested depths to Alexander's mother that Victoria hadn't previously recognized. Perhaps Eleanor Blackwood's calculated exterior concealed complexities similar to her own carefully maintained separation. The Zhang merger will require recalibration given tonight's developments, William noted, shifting to practical considerations. Their position is significantly weakened by the Chen-Blackwood partnership. A recalibration that should prioritize operational independence over market expansion, Alexander suggested, returning to the principle that had guided his opposition to the merger from the beginning. Perhaps, William acknowledged, though his expression suggested continued commitment to the Zhang alliance despite its diminished strategic value. We'll discuss options at tomorrow's executive committee meeting. Victoria and I will attend together, Alexander informed him, the statement establishing their united position moving forward. The Chen-Blackwood partnership should be represented comprehensively in all strategic discussions. William's expression revealed momentary resistance to this assertion of shared authority, though his practical assessment quickly recognized the new reality. Victoria Chen's resources and influence created a power balance that couldn't be dismissed or diminished through traditional Blackwood hierarchy. Of course, he conceded with diplomatic grace, the partnership's implications extend beyond tonight's announcement. As William and Eleanor departed for their private wing of the manor, Alexander turned to Victoria with quiet appreciation for the evening's developments. A successful revelation by any measure, he observed, though the real work begins tomorrow as we integrate our corporate strategies beyond tonight's announcements. Integration on multiple levels, Victoria agreed, thinking of the personal and professional alignment their partnership now represented, though perhaps the most important integration has already begun. Alexander's expression softened with understanding of her meaning. The reconciliation of Victoria Chen and Mei Lin into a unified whole, he surmised, no longer separated by necessary deception. Exactly, Victoria confirmed, touched by his perception, though old habits of compartmentalization don't disappear overnight. Integration is a process rather than an event, Alexander acknowledged, one we navigate together rather than in isolation. The simple framing, that she wasn't facing this transition alone, affected Victoria deeply. For years, she had maintained her separate identities through careful isolation, believing that revealing her complete self would make authentic connection impossible. Yet here was Alexander Blackwood, offering partnership that encompassed both her public strength and private vulnerability. As they walked together toward the East Wing where their private apartments awaited, Victoria felt a sense of homecoming that transcended physical location. The Blackwood Manor had been merely a setting for her arranged marriage as Mei Lin. Now, as Victoria Chen Blackwood, it represented the possibility of integration she had long believed impossible, a place where both aspects of herself could exist in harmony rather than separation. The third gift awaits your discovery, she reminded Alexander as they reached their suite, though perhaps that's a revelation better suited for tomorrow, when tonight's events have had time to settle. Some discovery, benefit from proper context and timing, Alexander agreed, understanding her need for measured pace in this most personal revelation. Tonight established the foundation for deeper understanding. As they prepared for sleep after the evening's extraordinary developments, Victoria found herself reflecting on the journey that had led to this moment. What had begun as a marriage of convenience between Mei Lin and Alexander Blackwood had transformed into partnership between their authentic selves, a connection based on mutual recognition rather than strategic advantage. The Queen's gambit of her public revelation had achieved its strategic objectives, establishing the Chen-Blackwood partnership as a dominant force in Australia's business landscape. But the more significant victory lay in the personal integration this revelation made possible, the reconciliation of separate identities into a unified whole capable of authentic connection. As she drifted toward sleep beside Alexander, Victoria Chen Blackwood felt something she had sought throughout her extraordinary journey. The peace that comes from being fully known and accepted, not despite the complexity of her identity, but because of it. Chapter 13. Power Shift. Morning sunlight streamed through the East Wing windows, illuminating Victoria as she reviewed overnight market analyses on her secure tablet. Global financial publications had already begun speculating about Monday's Chen Technologies announcement, their projections reflecting the whispers emanating from the Blackwood Foundation gala. The Australian Financial Review had published a front-page article titled, "Mystery Bride Revealed, Victoria Chen's Secret Marriage Reshapes Corporate Landscape," complete with a photograph of her and Alexander from the previous evening. The speed of information dissemination didn't surprise her. Victoria Chen's rare public appearances always generated significant attention, and her revelation at the gala had been deliberately designed for maximum impact. What interested her more was the market response already visible in pre-trading indicators. Chen Technologies stock had jumped 8% in Asian markets, while Zhang Enterprises had dropped nearly 12% as investors reassessed the implications of the Blackwood-Chen partnership. A soft knock preceded Alexander's entry, already dressed for the day in a tailored suit that emphasized his athletic build. He carried a tray with coffee and fresh fruit, a gesture that spoke to their evolving relationship beyond public presentation. "Good morning," he greeted, setting the tray beside her. "I thought you might appreciate breakfast before the day's strategic engagements begin." "Thank you," Victoria replied with genuine appreciation, both for the thoughtfulness and for the normalcy it represented amid their transformed circumstances. "The financial press has been busy overnight." "Indeed," Alexander agreed, settling beside her to review the headlines displayed on her tablet. Though their analysis remains superficial without knowledge of Project Quantum Lattice's full capabilities, information asymmetry often determines market advantage, Victoria noted, echoing his observation from the previous evening. "Monday's technical announcement will create more substantial valuation shifts." Alexander studied her with thoughtful assessment as she sipped her coffee. "How does it feel?" he asked. "Having both aspects of your identity publicly aligned after maintaining separation for so long?" The question reflected his understanding of the personal significance beneath the corporate revelation. Victoria considered her response carefully, wanting to offer honest reflection rather than merely strategic assessment. "Disorienting," she admitted, "but also liberating. I've maintained the division between Victoria Chen and Mei Lin for so long that integration feels both foreign and familiar simultaneously. A paradox worthy of the complexity it represents," Alexander observed with appreciation, "though perhaps integration doesn't require abandoning the distinct qualities each identity developed." This perspective, that integration meant harmony rather than homogenization, resonated deeply with Victoria. "That's remarkably insightful," she acknowledged. "I've been conceptualizing this as choosing between identities rather than synthesizing their complementary strengths." The strategic brilliance of Victoria Chen and the authentic vulnerability of Mei Lin aren't opposing forces, Alexander suggested. They're complementary aspects of an extraordinary woman who no longer needs to compartmentalize them. The simple framing offered a path forward that Victoria hadn't fully articulated even to herself. For years she had maintained separation between her identities, believing that Victoria Chen's power and position made Mei Lin's authentic connections impossible. Alexander's perspective suggested a synthesis that preserved the strengths of both, while eliminating the isolation of maintaining their division. "Thank you," she said simply, "for seeing the integration rather than merely the revelation." "Thank you for trusting me with both aspects of who you are," Alexander replied, the exchange carrying deeper meaning than its simple words might suggest. Their moment of connection was interrupted by another knock, more formal and measured than Alexander's had been. Harrison's voice came through the door with practiced deference. "Mr. Alexander, Miss Chen Blackwood, Mr. William requests your presence in his study at your earliest convenience. The executive committee has been assembled for an emergency session. Alexander exchanged a glance with Victoria, both recognizing the significance of this summons. William was acknowledging her integrated identity while simultaneously asserting his patriarchal authority through this command appearance. "Please inform my father we'll join them in 30 minutes, Alexander replied, his tone courteous but firm, establishing boundaries rather than immediate compliance. As Harrison's footsteps receded, Victoria raised an eyebrow with amused appreciation. "Establishing position before engagement," she observed. "A tactical approach I appreciate." "William Blackwood respects strength appropriately deployed," Alexander explained. "Immediate compliance would suggest subordination rather than partnership." "A dynamic you've navigated your entire life," Victoria noted with newfound appreciation for the complexities of Alexander's position within the Blackwood hierarchy. "As you've navigated the isolation of exceptional achievement," Alexander replied, the observation reflecting his understanding of her reasons for creating separate identities. This mutual recognition of the unique challenges each had faced and the strategies they had developed in response formed the foundation of their deepening connection. Beyond their professional alignment or physical attraction lay this fundamental understanding of each other's core experiences. 30 minutes provides sufficient time to prepare for whatever recalibration William has orchestrated overnight, Victoria noted, shifting to practical considerations. "I assume Richard and the Jiang representatives will be present?" "Undoubtedly," Alexander confirmed, though their position has been significantly compromised by last night's revelation. "A compromised opponent often proves most dangerous," Victoria observed, thinking of corporate battles where desperation had driven competitors to unexpected measures. "We should anticipate creative resistance rather than immediate capitulation." Alexander smiled at her strategic assessment. "Another quality we share, tactical thinking under pressure." "Useful for business," Victoria replied, completing their familiar exchange. "And apparently for navigating Blackwood family politics," Alexander added, the shared reference now carrying deeper meaning given their unified position. As they prepared for the executive committee meeting, Victoria selected a tailored navy suit that projected professional authority while complementing the Blackwood colours, a deliberate choice that acknowledged her integrated identity as Victoria Chen Blackwood. The woman who entered William's study 30 minutes later embodied both the strategic brilliance that had built a technology empire and the authentic presence that had connected with Alexander beyond corporate advantage. William Blackwood's private study served as command centre for the family's most consequential decisions. Oak-panelled walls displayed historical maps of trade routes that had established the Blackwood fortune, while the massive desk, carved from a single tree harvested from the family's original timber holdings, symbolized the solidity of their commercial foundation. When Victoria and Alexander entered precisely 30 minutes after Harrison's summons, they found the executive committee already assembled. William occupied the patriarch's position at the head of the conference table, with Eleanor seated to his right in a departure from normal protocol that suggested unified parental authority. Richard sat opposite Eleanor, his expression revealing calculation rather than the triumph that had characterized his demeanor the previous evening. Julian Winters, the family attorney, occupied his customary position near William, legal documents arranged with meticulous precision before him. Most telling were the empty chairs positioned at the foot of the table directly opposite William, a placement that acknowledged Alexander and Victoria's unified position while maintaining the patriarch's dominant orientation. "Alexander, Victoria," William greeted them with formal courtesy that revealed nothing of his thoughts regarding the previous evening's revelation. "Thank you for joining us. Recent developments necessitate strategic recalibration of certain corporate initiatives." The deliberate understatement, referring to Victoria's dramatic revelation and its market implications as merely recent developments, represented William's attempt to normalize extraordinary circumstances through controlled language. "Of course, father," Alexander replied with matching formality as he held Victoria's chair before taking his own seat. Strategic adaptation to evolving information landscapes represents sound corporate governance. The subtle emphasis on evolving information, referencing William's merger announcement made without complete knowledge of Victoria's identity, established their position without direct confrontation. Victoria noted the linguistic precision with appreciation. The Blackwood communication style relied heavily on implication and subtext, creating layers of meaning beneath seemingly straightforward exchanges. The Zhang merger announcement requires modification given last night's revelations, William continued, acknowledging the obvious while maintaining his authoritative position. Julian has prepared alternative frameworks for consideration. The family attorney distributed documents with practiced efficiency, his expression revealing nothing of his personal assessment regarding these rapidly shifting alliances. Victoria accepted her copy with polite acknowledgement, though she didn't immediately review it, a subtle signal that she would form independent judgments rather than following William's framing. The proposed modifications maintain the strategic partnership with Zhang Enterprises while incorporating Chen Technologies' quantum encryption capabilities, Julian explained, his tone suggesting this integration represented natural evolution rather than forced recalibration. The revised structure establishes a technology-sharing agreement rather than full corporate merger. Victoria glanced at Alexander, their silent communication reflecting shared assessment of this attempted compromise. William was seeking to preserve his Zhang alliance while accommodating the new reality of Victoria's position, a diplomatic solution that maintained his authority while acknowledging their leverage. An interesting proposal, Alexander observed neutrally, though perhaps premature given Monday's planned announcement regarding Project Quantum Lattice. The technical specifications remain confidential until formal disclosure, Victoria added, establishing her corporate authority independent of the Blackwood hierarchy. Chen Technologies Board has approved specific partnership parameters that may not align with this framework. Richard leaned forward, his expression revealing the calculation behind his measured response. The Zhang partnership represents significant market expansion throughout Asia, he noted, a regional advantage that complements Chen Technologies' encryption capabilities. An outdated assessment, Victoria replied with professional courtesy that contained unmistakable correction. Chen Technologies already maintains dominant market position throughout the Asia-Pacific region, with established quantum computing centers in Singapore, Seoul, and Tokyo. The simple statement, delivered with factual precision rather than competitive positioning, effectively undermined the primary rationale for the Zhang merger. Victoria wasn't arguing against William's strategy. She was simply establishing that its foundational premise no longer applied given her company's existing regional presence. Victoria's assessment is accurate, Alexander confirmed, reinforcing their united position. The Chen-Blackwood partnership provides more comprehensive regional integration than the proposed Zhang merger, without the operational control concerns I've previously identified. William's expression revealed nothing of his thoughts as he absorbed this coordinated response. Eleanor, however, studied Victoria with newfound assessment, recognizing a strategic equal rather than merely her son's convenient wife. Perhaps we should consider a more comprehensive recalibration, Eleanor suggested, her intervention surprising given her typical deference to William in corporate matters. The Chen-Blackwood partnership creates opportunities beyond merely modifying the Zhang arrangement. The subtle shift, supporting exploration of alternatives rather than merely adjusting the existing framework, suggested Eleanor was already adapting to the new power dynamics Victoria's revelation had created. Unlike William, who appeared committed to preserving his original strategy despite changed circumstances, Eleanor demonstrated the pragmatic flexibility that had maintained her influence through decades of family evolution. A comprehensive assessment would be prudent, Julian agreed, his legal perspective recognizing the potential complications of forcing integration between potentially incompatible corporate cultures. Perhaps a strategic pause while we evaluate optimal alignment between all three enterprises. Victoria recognized the diplomatic opening this suggestion created. Chen Technologies Board meets tomorrow to finalize Monday's announcement parameters, she noted. A strategic pause would allow proper evaluation of potential synergies without premature commitment. Precisely, Alexander supported. Rushed integration often creates operational inefficiencies that undermine theoretical market advantages. William studied them with the calculated assessment that had intimidated countless business opponents throughout his career. Victoria met his gaze with professional composure, neither challenging his authority nor conceding her position. "A strategic pause has merit," William finally acknowledged, though his tone suggested temporary accommodation rather than fundamental reconsideration. "Julian will develop a comprehensive assessment framework incorporating Chen Technologies' capabilities alongside potential Zhang contributions. I'll ensure our technical teams provide appropriate information following Monday's public disclosure," Victoria offered, establishing cooperative parameters while maintaining her company's independence. "Excellent," William concluded with diplomatic finality. "We'll reconvene next week with more complete evaluation metrics." As the meeting adjourned, Richard approached Victoria with the practiced charm that characterized his professional interactions. "Congratulations on your spectacular revelation," he offered, his tone suggesting admiration rather than the frustration his position might warrant. "Few corporate maneuvers have achieved such comprehensive market repositioning in a single evening." "Thank you, Richard," Victoria replied with matching professionalism, though market positioning represents only one dimension of meaningful partnership. "Indeed," Richard acknowledged, his gaze moving between her and Alexander with calculated assessment. "Family dynamics often prove more complex than mere corporate alignment." "A complexity you've navigated with notable adaptability," Alexander observed, the comment acknowledging Richard's pivot from opposing their marriage to engaging with its strategic implications. Richard's smile revealed nothing of his thoughts regarding this observation. "Adaptation represents the foundation of evolutionary success," he noted philosophically, "both corporate and familial." As Richard departed, Eleanor approached them with the measured grace that characterized her public movements. "Victoria," she began, using the professional name rather than the more intimate Mei she had employed previously. "I hope you'll join me for tea this afternoon. There are foundation matters that would benefit from your perspective given last night's announcements." The invitation, phrased as request rather than command, represented Eleanor's acknowledgement of Victoria's independent authority while seeking to establish collaborative parameters. Victoria recognized both the diplomatic skill this represented and the opportunity it created for reshaping their relationship beyond the initial antagonism Eleanor had demonstrated toward Mei Lin. "I'd be delighted," Victoria accepted with genuine interest. The Foundation's educational initiatives align closely with Chen Technologies' community development philosophy. "Excellent," Eleanor replied with evident satisfaction. "The East Garden at 3 o'clock. We'll have privacy for meaningful discussion." As Eleanor departed, Alexander turned to Victoria with appreciative assessment. "Mother rarely adjusts her position so quickly," he observed. "Your revelation has clearly prompted significant recalibration of her strategic approach." "Eleanor Blackwood strikes me as fundamentally pragmatic beneath her traditional presentation," Victoria noted. "Adaptation serves her objectives more effectively than resistance." "An accurate assessment," Alexander confirmed, "though her objectives themselves may require careful evaluation." Before they could discuss further, Harrison appeared with professional deference. "Miss Chen Blackwood, Mr. David Chen has arrived with the materials you requested. He awaits you in the blue salon." "Thank you, Harrison," Victoria replied. "Please inform him I'll join him momentarily." As Harrison departed, Victoria turned to Alexander with renewed focus. "David has brought the technical specifications for Monday's announcement, along with the third gift I mentioned." Alexander's expression reflected understanding of the significance this represented. "The complete history of your dual identities," he recalled. "Your most carefully guarded secret." "Yes," Victoria confirmed, appreciating his recognition of the trust this represented. "I believe it's time for that more personal revelation, now that the corporate dimensions have been established." Alexander studied her with genuine emotion rather than merely strategic assessment. "Thank you," he said simply, "for trusting me with your complete truth." "Thank you for earning that trust," Victoria replied, the exchange carrying deeper meaning than its simple words might suggest. As they walked together toward the blue salon where David waited, Victoria felt a sense of alignment that transcended their public presentati, on or corporate partnership. The integration of her separate identities, still evolving but increasingly coherent, created space for authentic connection that had previously seemed impossible given her position and resources. The Blue Salon's elegant simplicity provided appropriate setting for the personal revelation Victoria had prepared. David Chen waited with professional composure, though his expression revealed genuine pleasure at seeing Victoria and Alexander together following the previous evening's dramatic developments. "The market response has been extraordinary," he reported after initial greetings. "Chen Technologies stock is up 12% in European trading, while Zhang Enterprises continues to decline. Analysts are speculating about Monday's announcement, though none have accurately assessed Project Quantum Lattice's full capabilities." "As expected," Victoria acknowledged. "The information asymmetry creates optimal conditions for Monday's technical disclosure." "The board chairman called this morning," David continued. "They've unanimously approved the accelerated partnership parameters, including the joint venture structure you outlined last night." "Excellent," Victoria replied. "Please convey my appreciation for their support during this accelerated timeline." As David prepared to depart, he handed Alexander a small titanium case emblazoned with the Chen Technologies logo. "The third gift," he explained with quiet significance, "as Victoria requested." Alexander accepted the case with appropriate gravity, recognizing the trust it represented. "Thank you, David, for this and for your support throughout Victoria's revelation." "My pleasure," David replied with genuine warmth. "Few developments have given me greater professional satisfaction than witnessing Victoria's integrated identity emerge through your partnership." After David's departure, Victoria and Alexander remained alone in the Blue Salon, the titanium case between them representing the final dimension of her revelation. Unlike the public disclosure at the gala or the corporate recalibration in William's study, this moment belonged exclusively to them, the personal truth beneath the strategic positioning. "The third gift," Victoria explained, as Alexander opened the case to reveal a quantum-secured access key similar to the encryption technology in his watch, "provides complete access to my private servers containing the full history of how and why I created my dual identities, the vulnerability behind my public strength." Alexander studied the device with appreciation for both its technological sophistication and symbolic significance. "The ultimate trust," he observed quietly, "exposing your most carefully guarded secret." "Yes," Victoria confirmed. "No one else has ever had access to both aspects of my life. Not even David knows the complete history of how Victoria Chen became Mei Lin and why I maintained that separation for so long." Alexander's expression reflected understanding of what this disclosure represented. "Thank you," he said simply, "for trusting me with your complete truth." The access key connects to secure servers containing personal journals, development documentation, and private reflections spanning the past decade, Victoria explained. The complete evolution of both Victoria Chen and Mei Lin, including the experiences that shaped their separation and the circumstances now enabling their integration. "A significant history," Alexander acknowledged, "one I'll approach with the respect it deserves." Before he could say more, Harrison appeared at the salon entrance with professional deference. "Excuse the interruption, but there's a situation requiring attention. Mr. Eric Donovan is at the main entrance insisting on speaking with Miss Chen Blackwood. He appears agitated." Victoria and Alexander exchanged glances, both recognizing the predictable yet complicated nature of this development. Eric's appearance following her revelation represented an inevitable response to discovering the magnitude of what he had discarded. "Please inform Mr. Donovan that I'm unavailable," Victoria instructed calmly. "If he wishes to communicate professionally, he should contact Chen Technologies through appropriate channels." "I've conveyed similar guidance," Harrison replied with diplomatic understatement. However, he remains insistent, claiming personal rather than professional urgency. Alexander's expression revealed controlled displeasure at this intrusion. "Perhaps more direct communication would prove effective," he suggested, his tone reflecting protective concern rather than possessive control. Victoria considered the situation with strategic assessment. Avoiding Eric entirely might create ongoing disruption, while engaging directly would establish clear boundaries that prevented future intrusions. "I'll speak with him briefly," she decided. "Though I'd appreciate your presence, Alexander." "Of course," he agreed immediately. "Whatever approach you prefer." "Please show Mr. Donovan to the front reception room," Victoria instructed Harrison, "and inform him that I can spare precisely 5 minutes." As Harrison departed to convey these parameters, Alexander studied Victoria with thoughtful concern. "Are you certain about this engagement? Eric's presence seems motivated by self-interest rather than genuine consideration." "Precisely why addressing it directly serves our interests," Victoria explained. "Establishing clear boundaries prevents ongoing disruption while demonstrating unified response to external pressures." Alexander smiled at her strategic framing. "Another quality we share, tactical thinking under pressure." "Useful for business," Victoria replied, completing their familiar exchange. "And apparently for managing unwelcome visitors," Alexander added with the hint of a smile. Together they proceeded to the reception room, their unified approach establishing the parameters for Eric's unexpected visit. Victoria felt Alexander's supportive presence beside her, his quiet strength complementing rather than overshadowing her own authority, a partnership that balanced protection with respect for her autonomy. Eric Donovan paced the reception room with evident agitation, his typically polished appearance showing signs of hasty preparation. When Victoria and Alexander entered together, his expression revealed a complex mixture of emotions: shock, regret, calculation, and something approaching awe as he fully processed Victoria's transformed presence. Victoria," he began, stumbling over the name in a manner that revealed his internal confusion. "I need to speak with you privately." "Whatever you wish to communicate can be shared with both of us," Victoria replied calmly, her hand resting lightly on Alexander's arm in a gesture that established their unified position. "Though I should note that my time is limited." Eric's gaze moved between them, assessing this partnership with visible discomfort. I need to understand," he said finally. "Why the deception? Why pretend to be someone else throughout our relationship?" The question, focused on his experience rather than her reasons, confirmed Victoria's assessment of Eric's self-centered perspective. Nevertheless, she offered measured response that established clear narrative without unnecessary detail. "I created the Mei Lin identity years before meeting you," she explained with professional composure. "The separation allowed me to develop relationships based on personal connection rather than position or resources. So our entire relationship was built on lies," Eric concluded, his tone suggesting victimhood rather than recognition of his own role in its conclusion. "Our relationship was built on the person I am beyond my professional position," Victoria corrected calmly. "The aspects of myself I shared with you were genuine, though necessarily incomplete given the separation I maintained. And now you've abandoned that separation," Eric observed, his gaze moving to Alexander with poorly concealed resentment. "Revealing everything to the Blackwood heir while concealing it from me throughout our time together. My decision to integrate my identities reflects personal evolution," Victoria replied, refusing to engage with his implied accusation. "A process that developed through circumstances you chose not to be part of." The reference to Eric's decision to end their relationship hung between them, the moment when he had explicitly stated his desire for someone like Victoria Chen, while rejecting the woman who actually was Victoria Chen. "I didn't have complete information," Eric protested, his expression revealing the calculation behind his apparent emotional response. "How could I make informed decisions without knowing who you really were?" "You made decisions based on what you valued," Alexander interjected, his tone measured but firm, "which apparently didn't include the person Victoria shared with you, regardless of her name or position." Eric's attention shifted to Alexander, his expression hardening with competitive assessment. "This doesn't concern you," he stated with attempted authority that fell flat against Alexander's composed presence. "My wife's well-being concerns me directly," Alexander replied simply, "as does respecting her time and boundaries, which you're currently imposing upon. The simple statement, claiming relationship without possessiveness, established parameters that respected Victoria's autonomy while demonstrating unified response to Eric's intrusion. Victoria felt unexpected appreciation for this balanced approach, which protected without controlling and supported without diminishing. "Eric," she said with finality, "whatever you hope to achieve through this conversation, I suggest you reconsider your approach. Our relationship ended by your choice. My identity is now integrated rather than separated. These realities aren't subject to renegotiation." "You can't just dismiss what we shared," Eric insisted, desperation entering his tone as he recognized the futility of his position. "We had something real before all this, before the Blackwoods and their corporate games. What we shared ended when you decided I wasn't sufficient for your ambitions," Victoria reminded him with calm precision. "A decision you're entitled to make, just as I'm entitled to move forward without revisiting that conclusion." The simple boundary, established without anger but with absolute clarity, left Eric without effective response. His expression revealed the dawning recognition that his position offered no viable path forward, regardless of Victoria's revealed identity or resources. "I should go," he acknowledged finally, his tone suggesting reluctant acceptance rather than genuine understanding. "Though I hope you'll consider that my reaction came from shock rather than calculation." "Your reaction is your responsibility," Victoria replied simply, "as are the choices that preceded and will follow it." As Harrison appeared to escort Eric from the manor, Alexander remained silent, allowing Victoria to manage this conclusion without interference. The respect this demonstrated, for her capability to handle difficult interactions independently, reinforced the partnership developing between them. Once Eric had departed, Victoria turned to Alexander with rueful acknowledgement of this predictable complication. "That was inevitable, I suppose," she observed, "though perhaps necessary for establishing clear boundaries." "You handled it with remarkable composure," Alexander noted with genuine admiration. The integration of Victoria Chen's strategic precision and Mei Lin's emotional intelligence was particularly evident. The observation, recognizing synthesis rather than merely transition between her identities, touched Victoria deeply. "Thank you," she said simply, "for seeing that integration rather than merely its components." "Thank you for allowing me to witness it," Alexander replied, the exchange carrying deeper meaning than its simple words might suggest. Before they could discuss further, Harrison reappeared with professional deference. "Excuse the interruption, but there's a call from Miss Sophia Zhang. She's requesting to speak with Miss Chen Blackwood regarding mutual business interests that transcend recent developments." Victoria and Alexander exchanged glances, both recognizing the strategic implications of this outreach following the previous evening's dramatic power shift. Sophia Zhang, whose triumphant engagement announcement had been comprehensively overshadowed by Victoria's revelation, was clearly attempting to establish direct communication outside the Blackwood family structure. "An interesting development," Alexander observed, though perhaps predictable given Sophia's adaptability. "Indeed," Victoria agreed. "Please inform Miss Zhang that any communication regarding business interests should be directed through appropriate corporate channels," she instructed Harrison. "Chen Technologies' partnership parameters with Blackwood Financial have been established through formal agreement." The response, professional rather than personal, established clear boundaries while acknowledging Sophia's attempt to create direct engagement. Victoria had no intention of allowing separate negotiations that might undermine the unified position she and Alexander had established. "A decisive response," Alexander noted with appreciation after Harrison departed, "though I suspect Sophia will attempt alternative approaches given her determination." "Undoubtedly," Victoria agreed, "though her options have narrowed significantly following last night's revelation." "Speaking of which," Alexander continued, his expression shifting to one of genuine curiosity, "I'm interested in your perspective on the broader social implications of integrating your identities. The business dimensions are clearly transformative, but the personal aspects seem equally significant." The question reflected Alexander's understanding that Victoria's revelation extended beyond corporate strategy to fundamental aspects of her self-conception and social positioning. She considered her response thoughtfully, wanting to offer genuine reflection rather than merely strategic assessment. The integration creates both freedom and constraint, she acknowledged. Victoria Chen's resources and influence opened doors that remained closed to Mei Lin, while simultaneously creating expectations and projections that limit authentic interaction. The paradox of exceptional position, Alexander observed with understanding born of similar experience. Expanded capability accompanied by narrowed authenticity. Precisely, Victoria confirmed, appreciating his immediate comprehension of this contradiction. Though perhaps our partnership offers unique opportunity to navigate that paradox more effectively than either of us could independently. How so? Alexander asked, his interest clearly genuine rather than merely polite. You understand the burden of legacy and expectation, Victoria explained. The Blackwood name creates similar projections and limitations to the Chen identity. Together, perhaps we recognize these constraints more clearly than others might, allowing us to create space for authentic connection despite them. Alexander considered this perspective with characteristic thoroughness. A shared understanding that creates protected space within public expectation, he suggested. Recognition that enables navigation rather than merely resignation. Yes, Victoria confirmed, touched by his immediate comprehension of her meaning. Integration doesn't require abandoning privacy or accepting all external projections. It simply means I no longer need to maintain complete separation between aspects of myself. Their conversation was interrupted by Harrison's return with another message. Mr. William asks whether you'll be joining the family for lunch, he reported. Mrs. Eleanor has invited several Foundation board members to discuss last night's endowment announcement. The invitation, phrased as inquiry rather than command, represented another subtle shift in the Blackwood family dynamics following Victoria's revelation. William was acknowledging their independent decision-making authority while simultaneously establishing expectation of family participation. Please inform my father we'll join them shortly, Alexander replied after exchanging a confirming glance with Victoria. Though we may need to depart early given Victoria's scheduled call with Chen Technologies board this afternoon. The response, courteous but establishing boundaries, maintained the balanced approach they had developed for navigating Blackwood family expectations without surrendering their autonomy as a couple. As they prepared to join the family lunch, Victoria felt Alexander's hand at the small of her back, the gesture now carrying deeper meaning given the truth they shared. The simple touch represented partnership rather than merely performed intimacy, a connection based on mutual understanding rather than strategic advantage. Ready to navigate the next phase of Blackwood family politics? Alexander asked with the hint of a smile. Together, Victoria confirmed, the simple word carrying significant meaning for both of them. The Blackwood family dining room presented a study in strategic repositioning as Victoria and Alexander entered. William and Eleanor occupied their customary positions at opposite ends of the table, maintaining the traditional family hierarchy. What had changed dramatically was the composition of the assembled guests and their orientation toward Victoria. Foundation board members who had previously viewed her with polite curiosity now demonstrated active engagement, their body language and expressions revealing newfound assessment of her potential influence. Eleanor had positioned Victoria's place setting at her right hand, a significant elevation from the peripheral placement Mei Lin had previously been assigned at family gatherings. Most telling was Richard's absence, creating conspicuous space that emphasized the Zhang faction's diminished position following Victoria's revelation. The power shift wasn't merely corporate but social, transforming the interpersonal dynamics that had characterized previous family interactions. Victoria, Alexander? William greeted them with formal courtesy that revealed nothing of the morning's strategic discussions. We were just discussing the extraordinary impact of last night's endowment announcement on the Foundation's operational capabilities. The deliberate focus on the philanthropic, rather than corporate dimensions of Victoria's revelation, represented William's attempt to normalize extraordinary circumstances through controlled framing. By emphasizing the foundation benefits, he established a narrative that incorporated her contribution within existing Blackwood structures rather than acknowledging the fundamental power realignment her identity created. The quantum-secured endowment represents significant advancement in philanthropic fund management, Victoria acknowledged, accepting the framing while subtly expanding it. Chen Technologies' financial architecture creates both security and optimization advantages that traditional endowment structures cannot match. Eleanor leaned forward with evident interest, her expression revealing genuine engagement rather than merely strategic positioning. The educational focus aligns perfectly with our existing initiatives, she noted, though the technological implementation creates entirely new possibilities for impact assessment and resource allocation. This substantive engagement, focused on operational capabilities rather than merely social positioning, suggested Eleanor's adaptation extended beyond diplomatic accommodation to genuine recognition of Victoria's expertise. Unlike William, who appeared committed to maintaining traditional authority despite changed circumstances, Eleanor demonstrated pragmatic integration of Victoria's capabilities into her own strategic objectives. Precisely, Victoria confirmed, responding to this authentic engagement with matching substance. The quantum algorithms optimize resource distribution based on real-time impact metrics, creating dynamic rather than static philanthropic deployment. As lunch progressed, Victoria navigated the complex social dynamics with the practiced ease that had characterized her leadership at Chen Technologies. She engaged substantively with Foundation board members while maintaining appropriate deference to William's patriarchal position, balancing independent authority with family integration in a manner that established her unique position within the Blackwood hierarchy. Throughout, Alexander provided supportive partnership without overshadowing her contributions, his occasional clarifications or expansions demonstrating unified perspective rather than separate agendas. The assembled guests observed this balanced interaction with evident interest, recognizing the emergence of a power center within the Blackwood structure that operated with coordinated independence from William's traditional authority. Midway through lunch, Harrison appeared with professional deference. "Excuse the interruption, but there's an urgent call from Mr. Hui Jiang for Mr. William. He indicates it concerns the merger announcement and cannot wait." William's expression revealed momentary displeasure at this public reminder of the complicated corporate recalibration underway. "Please inform Mr. Jiang I'll return his call immediately following lunch," he instructed with diplomatic firmness. "Family obligations take precedence at present." The response, prioritizing family engagement over Jiang communications, represented subtle but significant repositioning following Victoria's revelation. William was publicly demonstrating family unity despite the corporate complications her identity had created for his merger strategy. "Of course, sir," Harrison acknowledged, though Mr. Jiang indicated the matter involves public statements scheduled for release this afternoon regarding the merger parameters. This additional information created visible tension, suggesting Hui Jiang was preparing unilateral communications that might not align with the strategic pause established during the morning's executive committee meeting. William's expression hardened slightly, though his diplomatic composure remained intact. "I see," he replied with measured control. "Please inform Mr. Jiang I'll speak with him in 15 minutes. The call can be directed to my private study." As Harrison departed, Eleanor smoothly redirected conversation toward the Foundation's upcoming initiatives, her social skills deploying to maintain appropriate atmosphere despite this corporate intrusion. Victoria noted the practiced coordination between William and Eleanor in managing public presentation, a partnership built on decades of shared experience navigating complex social and business environments. When lunch concluded, William excused himself with diplomatic courtesy that revealed nothing of his concerns regarding Hui Jiang's urgent communication. "Please continue enjoying the Foundation discussion," he encouraged the assembled guests. "I'll rejoin you shortly after addressing a minor business matter." As William departed, Eleanor turned to Victoria with measured assessment that contained genuine curiosity. "Perhaps we might move our scheduled tea conversation forward," she suggested. The current gathering provides natural context for discussing your perspective on the Foundation's technological evolution. The invitation, maintaining the previously established engagement while adapting its timing to current circumstances, demonstrated Eleanor's strategic flexibility. Victoria recognized both the diplomatic skill this represented and the opportunity it created for establishing substantive partnership beyond the initial antagonism Eleanor had demonstrated toward Mei Lin. "I'd be delighted," Victoria accepted with genuine interest, "though I should note that I have a scheduled board call at 2 o'clock that cannot be rescheduled." "Of course," Eleanor acknowledged with newfound respect for Victoria's independent obligations. "We'll ensure efficient use of the available time." As the group moved to the conservatory for continued discussion, Alexander touched Victoria's arm lightly. "I should check on Father's conversation with Hui Zhang," he murmured. "The timing of this urgent communication suggests strategic maneuvering rather than merely logistical coordination." "Agreed," Victoria confirmed quietly. "The Zhang response requires careful monitoring given their compromised position." "I'll join you afterward with relevant updates," Alexander assured her, his tone reflecting their partnership approach to navigating these complex dynamics. As Alexander departed, Victoria accompanied Eleanor and the Foundation board members to the conservatory, where conversation shifted to more detailed discussion of how quantum computing applications might transform philanthropic impact assessment. Throughout this substantive engagement, Victoria maintained balanced presentation of her expertise, demonstrating comprehensive knowledge without overwhelming the discussion with technical complexity. Eleanor observed this skillful navigation with evident appreciation, her assessment of Victoria evolving visibly from strategic accommodation to genuine respect. Unlike William, whose approach suggested continued commitment to traditional authority despite changed circumstances, Eleanor demonstrated pragmatic adaptation that incorporated Victoria's capabilities into collaborative vision rather than competitive positioning. "Your perspective on educational technology deployment is particularly valuable," Eleanor noted during a momentary pause in the broader discussion. "The Foundation's initiatives in underserved communities could benefit significantly from the optimization approaches you've implemented at Chen Technologies." The observation, focused on substantive contribution rather than merely social positioning, represented meaningful evolution in Eleanor's engagement with Victoria. Where she had previously viewed Mei Lin primarily as potential threat to Blackwood family interests, she now recognized Victoria Chen Blackwood as valuable partner in advancing shared objectives. "Thank you," Victoria acknowledged. "Educational access represents personal priority as well as corporate social responsibility at Chen Technologies. The alignment with Blackwood Foundation initiatives creates natural partnership opportunities beyond financial contribution." "Precisely," Eleanor agreed with evident satisfaction at this shared perspective. "Perhaps we might establish a dedicated working group focused on technological integration across our educational programs." Chapter 14. Trust Betrayed. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Blackwood estate as Victoria concluded her video conference with Chen Technologies board. The call had gone exceptionally well, her executive team enthusiastically supporting the accelerated timeline for Project Quantum Lattice's public disclosure, while expressing genuine pleasure at her integrated identity. After years of maintaining rigid separation between Victoria Chen and Mei Lin, the relief of alignment was palpable even through digital communication. As she closed her secure tablet, Victoria felt a moment of quiet satisfaction. The corporate dimensions of her revelation had unfolded precisely as planned: market repositioning, strategic realignment, and operational integration proceeding with remarkable efficiency. The personal dimensions, however, remained more complex and nuanced, particularly her evolving relationship with Alexander. Their partnership had transformed dramatically over the past 24 hours. What had begun as strategic arrangement between Mei Lin and the Blackwood heir had evolved into something neither had anticipated: connection based on mutual recognition rather than merely shared advantage. Alexander had accepted both aspects of her identity without judgment or calculation, offering understanding that encompassed her public strength and private vulnerability. A soft knock interrupted her reflections. "Come in," she called, expecting Harrison with afternoon tea or perhaps Eleanor continuing their earlier foundation discussion. Instead, Alexander entered, his expression uncharacteristically guarded. The subtle tension in his posture immediately alerted Victoria that something significant had changed since their supportive partnership during lunch. He closed the door carefully behind him, ensuring privacy for whatever conversation was about to unfold. "I've been reviewing the third gift," he began without preamble, his tone measured but containing unmistakable emotional undercurrent. "The complete history of your dual identities." Victoria nodded, having expected this discussion following his exploration of the private servers she had granted him access to. "I thought you might have questions," she acknowledged. "The evolution was complex, particularly in the early years." "Questions," Alexander repeated, the word carrying weight beyond its simple meaning. "Yes, I suppose that's one way to describe my response." The careful control in his voice suggested deeper reaction than mere curiosity about historical details. Victoria studied him with growing concern, recognizing that something within her private history had triggered significant emotional response rather than merely intellectual interest. "Alexander," she said quietly, "whatever you've discovered that's troubling you, I'd prefer direct communication rather than diplomatic circumvention." He met her gaze directly, his expression revealing internal conflict between the connection they had developed and whatever revelation had disturbed it. "Project Blackwood Oak," he said finally. "Your initial research into the family began 3 years ago, long before our arranged marriage was conceived." Victoria maintained composed exterior despite the sudden acceleration of her heartbeat. Of all the potential aspects of her history Alexander might have focused on, this represented perhaps the most complicated to explain, without reinforcing precisely the suspicions his tone suggested. "Yes," she confirmed simply. Chen Technologies' security protocols include comprehensive assessment of potential partners and their extended networks. The Blackwood family's financial influence warranted detailed analysis given potential market intersections. "Analysis," Alexander echoed, the word carrying subtle challenge. "Your private server contains over 2,000 pages of detailed documentation on Blackwood family members, corporate holdings, political connections, and psychological profiles. That extends considerably beyond standard corporate assessment." Victoria considered her response carefully, recognizing the legitimate concerns this discovery raised, while wanting to provide honest context rather than merely strategic justification. The comprehensive nature of that research reflected both professional thoroughness and personal caution, she explained. "My position created unique vulnerabilities that required detailed understanding of potential partners and competitors alike, including psychological assessment of family members most susceptible to manipulation," Alexander noted, referencing specific documentation she had compiled, "with particular focus on Richard's ambition, William's patriarchal rigidity, and my own apparent ethical constraints." The direct reference to her strategic analysis of his character created unavoidable confrontation with the calculated aspects of her approach to the Blackwood family. Victoria didn't attempt to minimize or dismiss the implications, recognizing that authentic connection required honest acknowledgement rather than diplomatic evasion. "Yes," she confirmed. "My assessment included comprehensive psychological profiles based on public behavior, business decisions, and relationship patterns. Standard practice for high-level strategic planning at Chen Technologies." "Standard practice," Alexander repeated, the phrase carrying subtle challenge. "Was it also standard practice to identify me specifically as the optimal entry point to Blackwood family influence 18 months before our chance meeting in Singapore?" This direct reference to the timeline discrepancy created the crux of their current tension. Victoria's private documentation revealed strategic consideration of Alexander as potential partner long before their seemingly coincidental encounter, a revelation that understandably raised questions about the authenticity of their subsequent connection. "The initial assessment identified you as the family member whose ethical framework and strategic thinking most closely aligned with Chen Technologies' corporate philosophy," Victoria acknowledged, That theoretical alignment existed long before any personal connection developed. Theoretical alignment, Alexander echoed, his controlled tone containing unmistakable hurt beneath professional composure. Your documentation includes detailed analysis of optimal approach strategies based on my psychological profile and relationship history. That suggests something considerably more calculated than theoretical assessment. Victoria felt the weight of this accurate observation. Her private servers contained strategic planning that, viewed without context or subsequent evolution, appeared coldly manipulative rather than merely professionally thorough. The documentation didn't capture the genuine connection that had developed beyond initial strategic consideration, a limitation of written records that now threatened the trust they had built. "Alexander," she said quietly, "I understand how discovering this documentation appears from your perspective. The chronology and analytical approach suggest calculated manipulation rather than authentic connection." "The appearance is difficult to dismiss," he acknowledged, his expression revealing the internal conflict between their developed trust and this contradictory evidence, "particularly given the precision with which events unfolded according to your documented strategy." Victoria recognized the legitimate concerns this timeline created. From Alexander's perspective, their entire relationship could now appear as elaborate implementation of predetermined strategy rather than genuine evolution of unexpected connection. The initial research and strategic assessment were real, she acknowledged, offering honesty rather than defensive justification. Chen Technologies' approach to potential partnerships includes comprehensive analysis that would appear calculating without appropriate context. "And our meeting in Singapore?" Alexander asked directly. "Your documentation includes detailed planning for a coincidental encounter at the Quantum Computing Conference, including specific conversational approaches designed to establish connection without revealing strategic interest." Victoria maintained direct eye contact despite the discomfort this confrontation created. "The conference provided optimal professional context for initial interaction," she confirmed. "My attendance as Mei Lin rather than Victoria Chen was deliberate, creating opportunity for connection beyond the expectations and projections my public identity would have established." "A calculated approach to authentic connection," Alexander observed, the apparent contradiction reflecting the complexity of her dual identities. "Though perhaps those terms are mutually exclusive." "They aren't," Victoria replied with quiet certainty. "Strategic consideration of optimal conditions for authentic interaction doesn't negate the genuine nature of the connection that developed. The planning created opportunity. It didn't determine outcome." Alexander studied her with the perceptive assessment that had characterized their relationship from the beginning. "A distinction that might be more convincing if the outcome hadn't aligned so precisely with your documented objectives," he noted. "Blackwood family integration, access to financial networks, and strategic positioning for quantum encryption market domain. Nance, all achieved exactly as your planning outlined." The observation was factually accurate while missing the fundamental evolution that had occurred beyond strategic objectives. Victoria recognized the challenge of conveying this distinction given the documented evidence Alexander had discovered. "The corporate outcomes aligned with strategic planning," she acknowledged. "The personal dimensions evolved in ways no documentation could have anticipated or engineered." "The personal dimensions," Alexander repeated, his tone suggesting skepticism despite evident desire to believe her. "Your documentation includes detailed analysis of my preference for authentic connection over strategic advantage, a vulnerability to be leveraged rather than a value to be respected." This direct reference to her most calculating assessment created unavoidable confrontation with the manipulative aspects of her approach. Victoria didn't attempt to minimize or dismiss the implications, recognizing that authentic connection required honest acknowledgement rather than diplomatic evasion. That analysis reflected professional assessment without personal engagement, she explained. The distinction between theoretical evaluation and lived experience represents precisely the limitation of strategic planning that our actual connection transcended. "A convenient interpretation," Alexander observed, though his tone contained more hurt than accusation. though perhaps difficult to verify given the comprehensive deception that preceded it. The word deception hung between them, accurate in factual terms, yet insufficient to capture the complex reality of Victoria's dual identities and their evolution through connection with Alexander. She recognized that defending against this characterization through logical argument would likely reinforce rather than resolve his concerns. I understand why discovering this documentation creates fundamental questions about everything that's developed between us, Victoria acknowledged, offering empathetic understanding rather than defensive justification. The chronology and analytical approach suggest calculated manipulation rather than authentic evolution. Yes, Alexander confirmed simply, his expression revealing the internal conflict between their developed trust and this contradictory evidence. Victoria considered her response carefully, wanting to offer honest reflection rather than merely strategic reassurance. The initial research and strategic planning were real, she acknowledged. What the documentation doesn't capture, cannot capture, is how interaction with you transformed my approach from theoretical assessment to genuine connection. A transformation difficult to distinguish from successful implementation of predetermined strategy, Alexander observed, the observation reflecting legitimate skepticism rather than merely emotional reaction. Yes, Victoria agreed, recognizing the validity of this perspective. From your position, the distinction between authentic evolution and calculated execution appears functionally meaningless given the documented planning that preceded our interaction. This honest acknowledgement, accepting his perspective rather than merely defending her own, created momentary pause in their increasingly circular exchange. Alexander studied her with complex assessment, his expression revealing the internal conflict between evidence that suggested manipulation and experience that had felt genuine. "Why reveal this history at all?" he asked finally. The third gift provided access to documentation that inevitably raised these questions. Why not maintain that separation rather than risking precisely this confrontation? The question reflected legitimate curiosity rather than merely rhetorical challenge. Victoria recognized the opportunity it created for explaining her motivations beyond the strategic considerations that had dominated their discussion. Because integration required complete disclosure rather than merely partial revelation, she explained, maintaining selective secrecy would have perpetuated the fundamental division I was trying to overcome. Even at the risk of destroying whatever trust had developed between us, Alexander noted, the observation containing question rather than merely conclusion. Yes, Victoria confirmed simply. Authentic connection required vulnerability to rejection based on complete truth rather than controlled disclosure. This framing, prioritizing authentic vulnerability over strategic advantage, represented precisely the evolution her documentation couldn't capture. The Victoria Chen who had initiated Project Blackwood Oak would never have risked carefully cultivated position through unnecessary disclosure of potentially damaging information. Alexander considered this perspective with characteristic thoroughness, his expression revealing the internal assessment that had characterized their relationship from the beginning. A risk that contradicts the calculated approach your documentation demonstrates, he observed. Perhaps the most convincing evidence that something fundamental changed beyond strategic implementation. The observation offered potential bridge across the credibility gap her documented planning had created. Victoria felt momentary hope that their connection might survive this revelation, though she recognized that rebuilding trust would require more than merely logical argument or emotional appeal. The documentation represents where the journey began, she acknowledged, not how it evolved or where it ultimately led. To this moment of reckoning, Alexander completed her thought, his expression suggesting continued internal conflict rather than resolved conclusion. Yes, Victoria agreed simply. A moment that exists precisely because integration required complete disclosure rather than merely convenient revelation. Before Alexander could respond, a sharp knock interrupted their conversation. Without waiting for acknowledgement, the door opened to reveal Harrison, his typically composed expression showing unusual urgency. "Excuse the interruption," he began with formal deference that barely contained evident concern. but Mr. William requests your immediate presence in his study. There's been a significant development regarding the Zhang merger announcement. Alexander maintained focus on Victoria despite this interruption, their unresolved conversation clearly taking precedence over whatever corporate development had emerged. "Please inform my father we'll join him shortly," he replied without breaking eye contact with Victoria. "Some matters require completion before others can be addressed." "I understand, sir," Harrison acknowledged with diplomatic recognition of the tension he had interrupted. However, Mr. William emphasized particular urgency given public statements already being reported by financial media. This reference to public disclosure created immediate shift in priority regardless of their personal conversation's importance. Corporate developments that had reached media reporting required immediate attention to prevent potential damage to both Blackwood Financial and Chen Technologies. "We'll continue this discussion," Alexander assured Victoria, the simple statement acknowledging both the importance of their personal reckoning and the necessity of addressing immediate corporate concerns, though perhaps with greater perspective after whatever crisis has emerged. "Agreed," Victoria replied, professional focus temporarily superseding personal vulnerability despite the unresolved nature of their conversation. "Some matters benefit from thoughtful consideration rather than immediate resolution." Together they followed Harrison toward William's study, their unified approach to external challenges maintained despite the internal questions that remained unresolved between them. Victoria felt the weight of their interrupted conversation, the trust they had developed now fundamentally questioned by documentation that suggested calculation rather than authentic evolution. Yet even this crisis interruption demonstrated the complexity their relationship had developed beyond strategic planning. The Victoria Chen, who had initiated Project Blackwood Oak, would have viewed this corporate emergency as fortunate distraction from personal confrontation. The integrated woman walking beside Alexander felt instead the frustration of delayed resolution to questions that transcended professional concerns. William Blackwood's study reflected the controlled tension of crisis management when they entered. The patriarch stood behind his massive desk, attention focused on multiple displays showing financial news coverage and market indicators. Eleanor occupied a position near the window, her expression revealing calculation rather than merely concern. Richard sat opposite William, his posture suggesting defensive positioning rather than his usual confident authority. Most telling was the presence of Julian Winters, the family attorney, whose meticulous arrangement of documents suggested legal complications beyond merely corporate recalibration. The assembled participants turned toward Alexander and Victoria with expressions ranging from relief to assessment to barely concealed resentment. Zhang Enterprises has issued unilateral statement regarding the merger parameters, William informed them without preamble, his tone reflecting control. Anger beneath diplomatic phrasing. Their announcement characterizes recent developments as strategic enhancement rather than fundamental reconsideration. One of the displays showed Hui Zhang at formal press conference, his composed exterior revealing nothing of the dramatic power shift Victoria's revelation had created. The Blackwood-Zhang partnership represents complementary strengths in traditional finance and regional market access, he stated with diplomatic precision. Recent technological developments create additional opportunities rather than alternative direction. The careful framing, acknowledging Victoria's revelation without accepting its implications for the merger, represented sophisticated attempt to maintain Zhang Enterprises' position despite their compromised leverage. By publicly characterizing the Chen-Blackwood partnership as enhancement rather than replacement, Hui Zhang was attempting to prevent market interpretation that would further damage his company's already declining stock value. Their announcement directly contradicts this morning's agreement regarding strategic pause, Alexander observed, professional assessment temporarily superseding their personal conversations' unresolved questions. Though perhaps with understandable motivation given their market position following last night's revelation. Understandable but unacceptable, William replied, his tone reflecting rare public display of genuine anger. This unilateral communication undermines the coordinated approach essential for maintaining market confidence during corporate recalibration. Victoria studied the financial data displayed across multiple screens, her strategic assessment identifying both challenges and opportunities created by this development. Zhang Enterprises' stock has declined 17% since my revelation, she noted. Their announcement represents desperate attempt to stabilize market position through implied Blackwood endorsement. Precisely, Julian confirmed, his legal perspective focusing on practical implications rather than merely emotional response. Their framing creates potential liability concerns given the formal pause agreement established this morning. However, public contradiction could further destabilize market confidence in both enterprises, creating no-win scenario that benefits neither organization, Richard observed with surprising objectivity, given his personal alignment with the Zhang family through his engagement to Sophia, though perhaps serving Sophia's individual position by forcing continued partnership despite changed circumstances. This assessment, prioritizing collective interests over personal alignment, suggested evolution in Richard's strategic thinking following Victoria's revelation. Where he had previously positioned himself primarily as Sophia's advocate within the Blackwood structure, he now demonstrated more balanced consideration of corporate implications beyond merely relationship advantage. The immediate question, Williams stated, returning focus to practical response rather than merely strategic assessment, is how to address this unilateral announcement without creating further market disruption. A measured response that acknowledges ongoing partnership exploration while emphasizing the Chen-Blackwood alignment as primary strategic direction, Victoria suggested, her corporate experience providing immediate framework for crisis management, confirming continued dialogue without endorsing specific merger parameters. Precisely, Alexander agreed, their professional alignment functioning seamlessly despite personal questions that remained unresolved between them. Acknowledging relationship without confirming structure maintains flexibility while preventing further market confusion. William studied them with calculated assessment, his expression revealing recognition of their unified expertise despite whatever reservations he might maintain regarding Victoria's revelation and its implications for his authority. Julian will draft appropriate statement emphasizing evolving partnership parameters rather than specific merger structure, he decided. Victoria, your perspective on optimal market messaging would be valuable given Chen Technologies' position in this recalibration. The request, acknowledging her expertise rather than merely her relationship to Alexander, represented significant evolution in William's engagement with Victoria. Where he had previously viewed her primarily as his son's wife, he now recognized Victoria Chen Blackwood as strategic partner whose corporate experience offered valuable contribution to crisis management. Of course, Victoria agreed, professional focus temporarily superseding personal concerns despite the unresolved conversation with Alexander. Chen Technologies' communications team can coordinate with Blackwood Financial to ensure consistent messaging across all market segments. As they work together developing appropriate response to the Zhang announcement, Victoria maintained seamless professional partnership with Alexander, despite the fundamental questions that remained unaddressed between them. Their corporate alignment functioned with practiced efficiency, complementary expertise creating comprehensive strategy that addressed immediate market concerns while preserving long-term positioning. Throughout this crisis management, Victoria felt the weight of their interrupted personal conversation, the trust they had developed now fundamentally questioned by documentation that suggested calculation rather than authentic evolution. Yet even this professional interaction demonstrated the complexity their relationship had developed beyond strategic planning. The Victoria Chen who had initiated Project Blackwood Oak would have viewed this corporate emergency as opportunity to establish indispensable expertise that reinforced her position regardless of personal complications. The integrated woman working beside Alexander felt instead the dissonance between their seamless professional partnership and the unresolved personal questions that transcended corporate concerns. When the immediate crisis response had been formulated, Julian drafting formal statement while communications teams prepared coordinated market messaging, William turned to Victoria with measured assessment that contained reluctant appreciation. Your corporate experience proved valuable in formulating appropriate response, he acknowledged, the statement representing significant evolution from his previous engagement with her primarily as Alexander's wife. Chen Technologies' market positioning creates unique perspective on managing technological transition messaging. Thank you, Victoria replied with professional courtesy that matched his measured tone. Quantum computing developments often create similar market communication challenges given the transformative implications for established industries. This exchange, focused on substantive contribution rather than merely family positioning, represented meaningful evolution in William's engagement with Victoria. Where he had previously viewed her primarily through the lens of Blackwood family dynamics, he now recognized Victoria Chen Blackwood as corporate equal whose expertise warranted acknowledgement independent of her relationship to Alexander. As the crisis management session concluded, Alexander turned to Victoria with quiet intensity that contrasted with their professional interaction throughout the meeting. "We should continue our previous conversation," he suggested, the simple statement acknowledging both the importance of their personal reckoning and his commitment to addressing it despite corporate distractions. "Yes," Victoria agreed, appreciating his prioritization of their relationship despite legitimate business demands. "Perhaps in the East Garden where we might have appropriate privacy." The suggestion, referencing the location where they had shared significant personal connection during their evolving relationship, carried meaning beyond merely practical consideration. Victoria was proposing return to the setting where authentic vulnerability had first emerged between them, creating context for addressing the fundamental questions her documented history had raised. As they walked together toward the East Garden, Victoria felt both apprehension and determination regarding the conversation ahead. The trust they had developed faced legitimate challenge from documentation that suggested calculation rather than authentic evolution. Yet the very fact that Alexander sought resolution rather than merely strategic distance demonstrated the genuine connection that had developed beyond her initial planning. The East Garden's secluded beauty provided appropriate setting for addressing questions that transcended corporate concerns. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through ancient oak trees, creating dappled patterns across the stone bench where they had previously shared meaningful conversation about their evolving relationship. "Your documentation includes detailed analysis of this location," Alexander observed as they settled on the bench, the observation reflecting his comprehensive review of her private servers. Noting its seclusion from surveillance systems and psychological impact of natural setting on facilitating authentic disclosure. The reference, highlighting the calculated aspects of what had felt like spontaneous connection, created unavoidable confrontation with the strategic planning that had preceded their relationship. Victoria didn't attempt to minimize or dismiss the implications, recognizing that rebuilding trust required honest acknowledgement rather than defensive justification. "Yes," she confirmed simply. Chen Technologies' approach to relationship development includes environmental assessment alongside psychological profiling, standard practice for high-level strategic planning. "Standard practice," Alexander repeated, the phrase carrying subtle challenge. "Was it also standard practice to document my specific responses to your calculated vulnerability during our conversations here? Noting which disclosures created optimal emotional engagement versus merely intellectual interest." This direct reference to her most calculating documentation created the crux of their current tension. Victoria's private servers contained analytical assessment of their developing relationship that, viewed without context or subsequent evolution, appeared coldly manipulative rather than merely professionally thorough. "The documentation represents analytical habit developed through years of maintaining separate identities," Victoria explained, offering context rather than merely justification. Objective assessment provided security framework that protected against vulnerability created by authentic connection. "Security through analysis," Alexander observed, the framing reflecting his understanding of her psychological approach, despite his evident hurt regarding its application to their relationship. Emotional protection through intellectual distance. Yes, Victoria confirmed, appreciating his perception despite the uncomfortable truth it revealed. A pattern developed long before meeting you that continued through habit rather than specific intention regarding our relationship. Alexander studied her with the perceptive assessment that had characterized their connection from the beginning. A distinction that might be more convincing if the documentation didn't include specific strategic objectives achieved through each interaction, he noted. Corporate access, family integration, and market positioning, all documented alongside emotional responses as though equivalent data points. The observation was factually accurate while missing the fundamental evolution that had occurred beyond strategic documentation. Victoria recognized the challenge of conveying this distinction given the evidence Alexander had discovered. The documentation reflects how I processed experience, she acknowledged, not how I felt it or how it ultimately transformed my approach beyond strategic consideration. Transformation difficult to verify given the comprehensive analysis that continued throughout our developing relationship, Alexander observed, the statement reflecting legitimate skepticism rather than merely emotional reaction. Victoria considered her response carefully, wanting to offer honest reflection rather than merely strategic reassurance. The analytical documentation continued, she acknowledged. What changed was its purpose and meaning within my experience of our relationship. Changed how? Alexander asked directly, the question offering opportunity for explanation beyond the circular exchange they had been navigating. Initially, analysis represented strategic implementation, Victoria explained, documenting responses to optimize approach toward predetermined objectives. As our relationship evolved, documentation became an attempt to understand unexpected connection that transcended strategic planning. Understanding through analysis, Alexander suggested, the framing reflecting his perception of her psychological approach, despite continued skepticism regarding its application to their relationship. Yes, Victoria confirmed, though increasingly recognizing the limitations of analytical framework for capturing authentic connection. The documentation becomes progressively less strategic and more confused, attempting to reconcile unexpected emotional response with established analytical patterns. This characterization, highlighting the evolution visible within her documentation rather than merely its calculating origins, offered potential bridge across the credibility gap her strategic planning had created. Victoria felt Alexander's careful consideration of this perspective, his expression revealing the internal assessment that had characterized their relationship from the beginning. The later entries do reflect increasing tension between strategic objectives and emotional response, he acknowledged, the observation suggesting comprehensive review rather than merely selective focus on the most calculating aspects of her documentation. Though perhaps subject to multiple interpretations regarding authentic versus strategic motivation. Yes, Victoria agreed simply. The documentation itself cannot resolve that fundamental question of authenticity. Only our lived experience and continued evolution can determine whether connection transcends its calculated origins. This honest acknowledgement, accepting the limitations of documentary evidence for establishing emotional authenticity, created momentary pause in their increasingly circular exchange. Alexander studied her with complex assessment, his expression revealing the internal conflict between evidence that suggested manipulation and experience that had felt genuine. Why maintain such comprehensive documentation at all? He asked finally, particularly given the obvious risk it created for precisely this confrontation should it ever be discovered. The question reflected legitimate curiosity rather than merely rhetorical challenge. Victoria recognized the opportunity it created for explaining psychological patterns beyond the strategic considerations that had dominated their discussion. Security through comprehensive information management, she explained. My position created unique vulnerabilities that required detailed documentation of all significant interactions and relationships. The habit became fundamental to maintaining separation between my identities. A habit that continued even as the separation began dissolving through our relationship, Alexander observed, the statement reflecting perception rather than merely accusation. Yes, Victoria confirmed, though with increasingly evident tension between analytical habit and emotional experience, the documentation becomes progressively less strategic and more reflective, attempting to understand connection that defied established patterns. Alexander considered this perspective with characteristic thoroughness, his expression revealing the internal assessment that had characterized their relationship from the beginning. "The final entries do reflect that evolution," he acknowledged, "particularly your decision to reveal your complete identity despite the strategic risks that disclosure created." This observation, focusing on her most vulnerable decision rather than merely her most calculating documentation, suggested potential path toward rebuilding the trust her strategic planning had undermined. Victoria felt momentary hope that their connection might survive this revelation, though she recognized that authentic resolution required more than merely logical argument or emotional appeal. That decision represented fundamental departure from strategic planning, she confirmed, prioritizing authentic integration over calculated advantage despite the obvious risks complete disclosure created. Including the risk of precisely this confrontation, Alexander noted, the observation containing question rather than merely conclusion. Yes, Victoria acknowledged simply. A risk the Victoria Chen who initiated Project Blackwood Oak would never have accepted, given the potential damage to carefully cultivated position. This framing, highlighting the evolution beyond her initial strategic approach, created space for considering their relationship's authenticity despite its calculated origins. Alexander studied her with the perceptive assessment that had characterized their connection from the beginning, his expression revealing internal conflict between documentary evidence and lived experience. "The third gift itself represents contradiction to the strategic approach your documentation demonstrates," he observed finally, "providing complete access to information that inevitably raised these questions contradicts calculated self-interest in maintaining the connection your planning established." The observation offered potential resolution to the fundamental question of authenticity that had dominated their conversation. Victoria felt the significance of this perspective, that her vulnerability in providing complete access represented evolution beyond strategic calculation that had characterized her initial approach. Yes, she confirmed simply. Integration required complete disclosure despite the obvious risks that vulnerability created. A vulnerability that extends beyond merely professional reputation to fundamental questions of personal authenticity, Alexander noted, the observation reflecting his understanding of what this disclosure represented for Victoria beyond merely corporate positioning. "Precisely," Victoria acknowledged. "The risk of rejection based on complete truth rather than merely selective disclosure. This framing, prioritizing authentic vulnerability over strategic advantage, represented exactly the evolution her documentation couldn't fully capture. The Victoria Chen who had initiated Project Blackwood Oak would never have risked carefully cultivated position through unnecessary disclosure of potentially damaging information." Alexander considered this perspective with characteristic thoroughness, his expression revealing the internal assessment that had characterized their relationship from the beginning. "A risk that provides perhaps the most convincing evidence that something fundamental changed beyond strategic implementation," he observed finally, "though perhaps not sufficient to completely resolve the questions your documentation raises." The honest assessment, acknowledging both the significance of her vulnerability and the legitimate concerns her strategic planning created, offered realistic rather than merely convenient resolution to their tension. Victoria appreciated this balanced perspective, recognizing that rebuilding trust required ongoing demonstration rather than merely single conversation. "I understand," she acknowledged. "Trust damage through revelation of calculated approach requires more than merely explanation or emotional appeal to restore. Only continued authenticity demonstrated through consistent action can rebuild what documentary evidence has undermined." "Yes," Alexander confirmed, his expression suggesting appreciation for this realistic assessment rather than merely convenient resolution. though perhaps with foundation stronger than might appear given the vulnerability your disclosure represents. This perspective, recognizing both the damage her documentation had created and the authenticity her vulnerability demonstrated, offered balanced approach to moving forward rather than merely resolving their immediate tension. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for Alexander's thoughtful assessment, despite the legitimate hurt her strategic planning had caused him. "Thank you," she said simply, "for considering both the calculating evidence and the vulnerable disclosure, rather than allowing either to completely define your understanding of our relationship. Thank you for trusting me with your complete truth despite the obvious risks that disclosure created," Alexander replied, the exchange carrying deeper meaning than its simple words might suggest. As afternoon light shifted through the ancient oak trees surrounding them, Victoria felt both the weight of their unresolved questions and the potential for authentic connection despite her relationship's calculated origins. The trust they had developed faced legitimate challenge from documentation that suggested manipulation rather than genuine evolution. Yet Alexander's balanced consideration of both evidence and experience created possibility for moving forward with realistic understanding rather than merely convenient resolution. "Where does this leave us?" Victoria asked finally, the direct question reflecting her commitment to authentic communication, despite the vulnerability it created. Alexander considered her question with characteristic thoroughness, his expression revealing the internal assessment that had characterized their relationship from the beginning. "In territory more complex and nuanced than either strategic arrangement or conventional romance," he observed. "A relationship with calculated origins that evolved toward authentic connection, now navigating the tension between those seemingly contradictory foundations. The assessment, acknowledging both the strategic beginnings and genuine evolution of their relationship, offered realistic framework for moving forward rather than merely convenient resolution." Victoria appreciated this balanced perspective, recognizing that authentic connection required honest acknowledgement of complexity rather than merely simplified narrative. "Complexity I'm willing to navigate if you are," she offered, the simple statement representing vulnerability beyond strategic calculation. "Though with understanding that trust requires rebuilding through consistent demonstration rather than merely convenient declaration." "As am I," Alexander confirmed, his expression suggesting genuine commitment despite the legitimate questions her documentation had raised, though perhaps with greater awareness of both the calculated and authentic dimensions our relationship contains. This mutual acknowledgement of both the strategic origins and genuine evolution their connection represented created foundation for moving forward with realistic understanding rather than merely convenient resolution. Victoria felt both the weight of their unresolved questions and the potential for authentic relationship despite her calculated approach to its beginning. As they sat together in the East Garden where their connection had first evolved beyond merely strategic arrangement, Victoria recognized that their relationship now entered territory neither her initial planning nor subsequent documentation had anticipated. The integration of her separate identities created possibility for authentic connection that transcended both the calculating approach of Victoria Chen and the vulnerable presentation of Mei Lin. The trust between them had been betrayed through revelation of her strategic planning, creating legitimate questions about the authenticity of their developing connection. Yet Alexander's balanced consideration of both documentary evidence and lived experience offered potential for moving forward with realistic understanding, rather than merely convenient resolution or complete rejection. What emerged wasn't neat resolution to the tension her documentation had created, but rather commitment to navigating the complex reality their relationship represented, connection with calculated origins that had evolved toward authentic partnership, now facing the challenge of rebuilding trust, damaged through revelation of its strategic beginnings. As afternoon shadows lengthened across the East Garden, Victoria and Alexander sat together in silence that contained both the weight of unresolved questions and the potential for connection deeper than either had initially anticipated. The path forward remained uncertain, Yet their mutual commitment to navigating its complexity with honest acknowledgement, rather than convenient simplification, created possibility for relationship that transcended both strategic calculation and conventional romance. The trust betrayed through revelation of Victoria's strategic planning would require rebuilding through consistent demonstration rather than merely convenient declaration. Yet the vulnerability demonstrated through her complete disclosure suggested authenticity beyond calculation that offered foundation for moving forward despite the legitimate questions her documentation had raised. In this moment of reckoning, neither Victoria Chen's strategic brilliance nor Mei Lin's vulnerable presentation defined their relationship's future. Instead, the integrated woman sitting beside Alexander faced the challenge of demonstrating authentic connection beyond the calculated approach that had initiated their journey together. A challenge she approached with both the determination that had built a technology empire and the vulnerability that had allowed genuine connection to develop beyond strategic planning. The question of whether their growing connection was genuine or merely another transaction remained partially unresolved, yet their mutual commitment to navigating this complexity with honest acknowledgement rather than convenient simplification created space for authentic relationship to continue evolving beyond its calculated origins. Chapter 15. Boardroom Battlefield. Monday morning arrived with the crystalline clarity that often preceded significant corporate confrontations. Victoria had spent Sunday in careful preparation for Chen Technologies' public announcement of Project Quantum Lattice, reviewing technical specifications, finalizing market positioning, and coordinating with Alexander on the joint venture parameters that would establish their partnership's formal structure. Their personal relationship remained in delicate recalibration following the revelation of her strategic planning. The trust damaged through discovery of Project Blackwood Oak couldn't be immediately restored through mere conversation or emotional appeal. Yet their professional alignment functioned with remarkable efficiency despite these personal complications, their complementary expertise creating comprehensive strategy that addressed both immediate market positioning and long-term competitive advantage. As Victoria completed her morning preparations in the East Wing suite, selecting a tailored charcoal suit that projected professional authority while complementing the Blackwood colours, her secure tablet chimed with priority notification from David Chen. The early timing, 5:47 a.m. in Sydney, suggested development significant enough to warrant immediate attention despite the carefully orchestrated schedule they had established for today's announcement. "Victoria," David began without preamble when she accepted the video call, his expression revealing controlled urgency rather than his typical measured composure. "We have situation developing that requires immediate assessment. Zhang Enterprises has been accumulating Chen Technologies stock through multiple shell companies over the past 36 hours. The information created immediate strategic recalibration." Victoria had anticipated various responses to her revelation, including potential market positioning against the Blackwood-Chen partnership. Direct acquisition attempt, however, represented escalation beyond expected parameters. "Current position?" she asked, professional focus immediately superseding any personal considerations that had occupied her thoughts moments earlier. "Approximately 7% of outstanding shares," David reported with precise efficiency, "primarily through Singapore and Cayman Islands holding structures that obscured beneficial ownership until required disclosure thresholds were triggered." Victoria processed this information with the strategic assessment that had built Chen Technologies into global powerhouse. 7% represented significant position, but remained far from controlling interest given the company's ownership structure. Her personal holdings combined with employee stock ownership program and strategic institutional investors created robust protection against conventional hostile takeover attempts. "Pattern suggests coordinated acquisition rather than merely market positioning," she observed. "Analytical framework immediately identifying potential strategies and countermeasures. Timeline indicates response to my revelation rather than previously established strategy." "Precisely," David confirmed. "The acquisition pattern began approximately 4 hours after the Blackwood Foundation Gala concluded. Initial purchases were executed through Zhang Enterprises' existing trading platforms before shifting to more obscured mechanisms as volume increased. This timeline confirmed Victoria's assessment that the acquisition attempt represented direct response to her revelation, rather than previously established strategy. Sophia Zhang had clearly recognized the implications of the Blackwood-Chen partnership for her family's merger plans, and had pivoted immediately to alternative approach for maintaining competitive position. Sophisticated response, Victoria acknowledged with professional appreciation, despite the obvious challenge this development created, though perhaps revealing desperation rather than merely strategic adaptation. The board chairman has called emergency session for 7 o'clock, David informed her, 30 minutes before our scheduled announcement of Project Quantum Lattice. The timing creates obvious complications for our market positioning. Victoria considered these implications with comprehensive assessment that encompassed both defensive protection and strategic opportunity. The Zhang acquisition attempt created immediate challenges for Chen Technologies' planned announcement, potentially undermining market confidence during critical product launch. Yet it also revealed Sophia's strategic approach in ways that created potential advantage for countering her longer-term objectives. I'll attend virtually, Victoria decided, recognizing that physical presence in Sydney would be impossible given the compressed timeline. Please prepare comprehensive ownership analysis and acquisition pattern assessment for board review. We'll need to establish clear defensive parameters while maintaining focus on today's announcement. Already underway, David confirmed with the efficient coordination that characterized their long-standing partnership. Legal team is preparing shareholder protection measures for immediate implementation pending board approval. As David provided additional details regarding the Zhang acquisition pattern, Victoria heard Alexander's approach in the adjoining room. The situation would require immediate adjustment to their carefully orchestrated schedule for today's announcement, creating potential complications for the Blackwood-Chen partnership they had planned to formalize through public disclosure. David, please continue preparation for the board meeting, Victoria instructed as she concluded their call. I'll brief Alexander on these developments and coordinate our response to maintain alignment between Chen Technologies and Blackwood Financial. As she ended the video connection, Alexander entered wearing the tailored navy suit they had selected to complement her charcoal for their joint media appearances following today's announcement. His expression revealed immediate recognition that something significant had developed despite their careful planning. Zhang Enterprises has initiated acquisition attempt against Chen Technologies, Victoria informed him without preamble, professional focus temporarily superseding the personal recalibration their relationship continued navigating. 7% position accumulated through shell companies over the past 36 hours. Alexander processed this information with the strategic assessment that characterized his approach to complex challenges. Direct response to your revelation rather than previously established strategy, he observed, immediately identifying the same pattern Victoria had recognized, though perhaps revealing desperation rather than merely calculated adaptation. The parallel analysis, reaching identical conclusion through independent assessment, demonstrated their continued intellectual alignment despite personal complications. Victoria felt momentary appreciation for this professional synchronicity before returning focus to the immediate strategic implications. Emergency board meeting scheduled for 7 o'clock Sydney time, she explained, 30 minutes before our planned announcement of Project Quantum Lattice. The timing creates obvious complications for our market positioning, and likely represents deliberate attempt to undermine today's disclosure, Alexander noted, his expression revealing the same comprehensive assessment Victoria had applied to the situation. Creating market uncertainty during critical product launch while potentially forcing defensive posture that contradicts our partnership narrative. Precisely, Victoria confirmed, appreciating his immediate comprehension of both the tactical challenge and strategic implications, though perhaps revealing Sophia's approach in ways that create potential advantage for countering her longer-term objectives. Alexander considered this perspective with characteristic thoroughness, his expression revealing the strategic thinking that had initially attracted Victoria beyond merely convenient alliance. The acquisition attempt demonstrates reactive rather than proactive positioning, he observed, suggesting emotional response rather than merely calculated strategy. Yes, Victoria agreed, though implemented with sophisticated financial mechanisms that indicate professional execution despite potentially emotional motivation. This balanced assessment, acknowledging both the emotional reactivity and professional implementation of Sophia's approach, reflected their shared analytical framework despite the personal complications that remained unresolved between them. Victoria felt momentary appreciation for this continued intellectual alignment, before returning focus to immediate tactical response. "I'll attend the emergency board meeting virtually," she explained, "though our planned announcement will require adjustment given these developments." "The timing creates obvious challenge," Alexander acknowledged, "though perhaps opportunity to demonstrate unified response that reinforces our partnership narrative rather than undermining it." Victoria considered this perspective with strategic assessment that encompassed both defensive protection and market positioning. The Zhang acquisition attempt created immediate challenges for their planned announcement, potentially forcing defensive posture that contradicted their partnership narrative. Yet Alexander's framing suggested alternative approach that might transform challenge into opportunity through coordinated response. "Integrated response rather than merely parallel defense," she suggested, developing his concept with complementary strategic thinking, demonstrating the Blackwood-Chen partnership's operational advantages through coordinated market positioning despite Zhang's attempted disruption. "Precisely," Alexander confirmed, his expression revealing appreciation for this collaborative development of strategic approach. "Transforming reactive defense into proactive demonstration of exactly the partnership advantages our announcement intended to establish. This mutual development, building comprehensive strategy through complementary thinking, demonstrated their continued professional alignment despite personal complications." Victoria felt genuine appreciation for this intellectual partnership that functioned effectively regardless of the trust issues they continued navigating in their personal relationship. "I should inform father of these developments," Alexander noted, shifting to practical implementation of their strategic approach. "The Blackwood response should align with Chen Technologies' defensive positioning while maintaining focus on our partnership narrative." "Agreed," Victoria confirmed, though perhaps with careful consideration of information compartmentalization given the Zhang family's connection through Richard and Sophia's engagement. Alexander's expression revealed immediate comprehension of this concern. "Information security represents significant consideration given potential internal transmission channels," he acknowledged. "Father's continued commitment to the Zhang merger despite its diminished strategic value creates potential vulnerability in our defensive positioning." This assessment, identifying William's potential alignment with Zhang interests as strategic vulnerability, demonstrated Alexander's objective analysis despite family loyalty. Victoria appreciated this balanced perspective that prioritized comprehensive assessment over merely personal allegiance. Selective disclosure focused on partnership opportunities rather than defensive vulnerabilities, she suggested, offering framework that maintained necessary coordination while limiting potential information transmission. Emphasizing the market positioning advantages of coordinated response without detailing specific protective measures Chen Technologies will implement. "Precisely," Alexander agreed. Establishing aligned narrative while maintaining appropriate information security regarding technical countermeasures. As they finalized this approach, Victoria's secure tablet chimed with another priority notification, this time from Julian Winters, the Blackwood family attorney. The timing suggested development related to the Zhang acquisition attempt, potentially indicating broader strategic coordination than merely isolated stock purchases. "Miss Chen Blackwood," Julian began when she accepted the video call, his typically measured expression showing unusual urgency. "I apologize for the early contact, but there's significant development requiring immediate attention. Zhang Enterprises has filed regulatory notification regarding potential acquisition of controlling interest in Chen Technologies. This formal disclosure, moving beyond merely market accumulation to declared acquisition intent, represented significant escalation beyond the position David had reported. Victoria exchanged glances with Alexander, both recognizing the implications of this public declaration for their planned announcement and broader partnership strategy. The filing cites strategic technology integration as primary motivation, Julian continued, reading directly from the regulatory documentation, with specific reference to quantum computing applications for financial systems, directly paralleling the partnership parameters you and Alexander planned to announce today. The specific targeting, focusing on the exact technology domain that formed the foundation of the Blackwood-Chen partnership, confirmed Victoria's assessment that Sophia's response represented direct counter to her revelation rather than previously established strategy. The Zhang family was attempting to undermine the Blackwood-Chen alliance by acquiring direct control of the technology assets that formed its foundation. Sophisticated response, Alexander acknowledged with professional appreciation, despite the obvious challenge this development created, though perhaps revealing desperation rather than merely strategic adaptation. The timing creates obvious complications for today's announcement, Julian observed, his legal perspective focusing on practical implications rather than merely strategic assessment. Public disclosure of acquisition intent will generate significant market speculation that could undermine confidence in the partnership parameters you planned to establish. Victoria considered these implications with comprehensive assessment that encompassed both defensive protection and strategic opportunity. The formal acquisition declaration created immediate challenges for their planned announcement, potentially shifting market narrative from innovation partnership to corporate control contest. Yet it also committed the Zhang family to public position that created potential vulnerabilities in their longer-term strategy. "We'll need to adjust our announcement approach," she acknowledged, professional focus immediately identifying necessary adaptations, though perhaps integrating this development into our partnership narrative rather than allowing it to undermine our market positioning. Transforming reactive defense into proactive demonstration of partnership advantages, Alexander suggested, continuing their earlier strategic development. Positioning the acquisition attempt as validation of the technology value our partnership leverages rather than threat to its implementation. Julian studied them with evident appreciation for this coordinated response, despite the significant challenge the Zhang Declaration created. A sophisticated reframing, he acknowledged, though requiring careful legal parameters given regulatory implications of contested acquisition during partnership announcement. "We'll need comprehensive ownership analysis and acquisition pattern assessment," Victoria noted, establishing practical requirements for implementing their strategic approach, along with clear defensive parameters that maintain focus on our partnership advantages rather than merely corporate control contest. "I'll coordinate with Chen Technologies' legal team," Julian offered, his expression revealing professional engagement with this complex challenge, though time constraints create obvious limitations given your scheduled announcement. As they discussed specific legal considerations and regulatory implications, Victoria maintained strategic focus that encompassed both immediate defensive requirements and longer-term partnership objectives. The Zhang acquisition attempt represented significant challenge to their carefully orchestrated announcement, potentially undermining market confidence during critical product launch. Yet their coordinated response strategy created opportunity to demonstrate exactly the partnership advantages they had planned to establish through today's disclosure. When Julian concluded their call to begin legal coordination, Victoria turned to Alexander with renewed strategic assessment. "The formal acquisition declaration changes our tactical approach," she acknowledged, though perhaps reinforcing our partnership narrative if properly positioned within today's announcement. "Agreed," Alexander confirmed, his expression revealing the strategic thinking that continued functioning effectively despite their personal complications. The public nature of their declaration creates both challenge and opportunity for our market positioning. Before they could develop this approach further, Harrison appeared at the suite entrance with professional deference that barely contained evident urgency. "Excuse the interruption," he began with formal courtesy, But Mr. William requests your immediate presence in his study regarding developments with Zhang Enterprises. He indicated particular urgency given your scheduled announcements today. Victoria and Alexander exchanged glances, both recognizing the significance of William's involvement in this rapidly evolving situation. His continued interest in the Zhang merger, despite its diminished strategic value, created potential complications for their coordinated response to the acquisition attempt. "Please inform my father we'll join him immediately," Alexander replied, his tone reflecting appropriate urgency, while maintaining the boundaries they had established regarding William's authority. "Though our time is necessarily limited given today's announcement schedule." As Harrison departed, Victoria quickly gathered her secure tablet and the technical documentation they had prepared for today's disclosure. "Information compartmentalization remains significant consideration," she noted quietly, "particularly given William's potential alignment with Zhang interests despite their obvious US conflict with our partnership objectives." "Agreed," Alexander confirmed, his expression revealing the complex navigation his position required between family loyalty and strategic partnership. Selective disclosure focused on partnership opportunities rather than defensive vulnerabilities. Together, they proceeded toward William's study, their unified approach to external challenges maintained despite both the personal complications that remained unresolved between them and the potential family tensions William's continued Zhang alignment might create. Victoria felt the weight of multiple simultaneous challenges: corporate defense, partnership positioning, family politics, and personal recalibration, all requiring navigation within compressed timeline that left minimal margin for strategic error. Yet she also felt the clarity that had always characterized her response to significant corporate confrontations. The integrated identity she now embraced, combining Victoria Chen's strategic brilliance with Mei Lin's interpersonal intelligence, created comprehensive perspective that encompassed both the technical dimensions of defending her company and the relationship dynamics of navigating the Blackwood family's complex internal politics. As they approached William's study, Victoria straightened her shoulders and adjusted her expression to project confident composure despite the significant challenges they faced. The boardroom battlefield awaiting her would require full deployment of both her corporate authority and strategic expertise. A confrontation that demanded she fully embrace her power as Victoria Chen, while navigating the complicated feelings that remained unresolved in her personal relationship with Alexander. William Blackwood's study reflected the controlled urgency of crisis management when they entered. The patriarch stood behind his massive desk, attention focused on multiple displays showing financial news coverage, market indicators, and regulatory filings. Eleanor occupied position near the window, her expression revealing calculation rather than merely concern. Richard sat opposite William, his posture suggesting defensive positioning rather than his usual confident authority. Most telling was Sophia Zhang's presence via video conference on the main display, her composed exterior revealing nothing of the aggressive acquisition strategy her family had initiated. The assembled participants turned toward Alexander and Victoria, with expressions ranging from assessment to barely concealed resentment to calculated observation. Zhang Enterprises has filed formal acquisition intent regarding Chen Technologies, William stated without preamble, his tone reflecting controlled urgency beneath diplomatic phrasing. Sophia has requested direct communication regarding potential integration parameters that might accommodate all parties' strategic objectives. The framing, suggesting negotiated resolution rather than defensive response, revealed William's continued commitment to Zhang partnership, despite its obvious conflict with the Blackwood-Chen alliance. Victoria maintained composed exterior, while internally assessing the complex dynamics this positioning created for their coordinated response strategy. "Good morning, Victoria," Sophia greeted from the display, her tone suggesting professional courtesy despite the aggressive acquisition attempt her family had initiated. "I hope we might discuss mutually beneficial approaches to technology integration that serve both our families' long-term interests. The deliberate use of families, rather than companies, emphasizing personal relationships over merely corporate positioning, represented sophisticated attempt to leverage the Blackwood family dynamics against Victoria's defensive strategy. By positioning herself within the family structure through her engagement to Richard, Sophia was attempting to create alignment that isolated Victoria despite her marriage to Alexander. Sophia, Victoria acknowledged with matching professional courtesy that revealed nothing of her strategic assessment. Though perhaps unusual to request partnership discussions simultaneous with hostile acquisition attempt against the very technology assets such partnership would leverage. The direct characterization, naming the Zhang strategy as hostile acquisition rather than accepting William's integration parameters framing, established clear narrative that prevented diplomatic obscuring of the aggressive nature of their approach. Victoria noted Richard's slight discomfort at this direct confrontation, suggesting potential leverage in his divided loyalties between family alignment and personal relationship. Business often progresses through parallel paths, Sophia replied with practiced diplomacy that contained unmistakable determination. Acquisition represents merely one potential mechanism for achieving the technology integration all parties recognize as valuable. Integration that might be more effectively achieved through partnership rather than control contest, Alexander suggested, his measured tone establishing unified position with Victoria while offering potential bridge across the confrontational dynamic Sophia's approach had created. William nodded slight approval at this diplomatic framing, his expression revealing preference for negotiated resolution rather than extended corporate conflict. Alexander raises valid consideration, he noted with patriarchal authority that attempted to establish mediating position between the opposing strategies. Perhaps exploration of partnership parameters that accommodate both families' objectives would prove more productive than merely parallel acquisition and defense mechanisms. Victoria recognized the strategic positioning this suggestion represented. William was attempting to maintain his Zhang alliance despite its obvious conflict with the Blackwood-Chen partnership, positioning himself as mediator rather than merely advocate for either approach. The diplomatic framing created appearance of balanced consideration, while potentially undermining the defensive measures Chen Technologies would need to implement against the Zhang acquisition attempt. Partnership exploration requires good faith engagement from all parties, Victoria observed, maintaining professional courtesy while establishing clear parameters for any potential discussion. Hostile acquisition attempts generally contradict such foundation, particularly when targeting specific technology assets central to previously established alliances. Sophia's expression revealed momentary frustration beneath her composed exterior, suggesting Victoria's direct characterization had successfully challenged her attempt to normalize the aggressive nature of the Zhang strategy. Our acquisition interest merely reflects recognition of the extraordinary value Chen Technologies' quantum computing capabilities represent, she countered, shifting to value-focused framing rather than process justification. Value that deserves appropriate market recognition regardless of existing relationship structures. Value already recognized through the Blackwood-Chen partnership, Alexander noted, maintaining their unified position while reinforcing the established nature of their alliance against Sophia's attempted disruption. Partnership that creates more comprehensive market integration than merely isolated technology acquisition could achieve. This framing, emphasizing the broader strategic advantages of their partnership beyond merely technology control, established narrative that positioned the Zhang acquisition attempt as limited and reactive rather than visionary and strategic. Victoria noted William's thoughtful consideration of this perspective, suggesting potential leverage in appealing to his appreciation for comprehensive market positioning rather than merely isolated corporate maneuvers. Both approaches offer potential advantages, William observed with diplomatic balance that revealed his continued attempt to maintain mediating position. Perhaps exploration of hybrid structure that incorporates Zhang regional expertise alongside Chen technological innovation within Blackwood financial framework would serve all parties' objectives. The suggestion, attempting to combine fundamentally conflicting strategies into unified approach, demonstrated William's determination to preserve his Zhang alliance despite its obvious incompatibility with the Blackwood-Chen partnership Victoria and Alexander had established. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally recognizing the strategic challenge this family dynamic created for their defensive positioning. Hybrid structures require aligned objectives, she noted with professional courtesy, that contained unmistakable boundary establishment. The Zhang acquisition attempt specifically targets technology assets central to the Blackwood-Chen partnership, suggesting fundamental conflict rather than complementary positioning. Conflict that might be resolved through appropriate valuation and governance parameters, Sophia suggested, her tone indicating willingness to negotiate specific terms rather than merely general concept. Zhang Enterprises recognizes the premium value Chen Technologies' quantum computing capabilities represent, with acquisition pricing reflecting that extraordinary assessment. The shift to specific valuation discussion, suggesting financial premium rather than merely strategic integration, revealed potential vulnerability in Sophia's approach. Victoria immediately recognized that the Zhang family likely lacked sufficient resources to acquire controlling interest in Chen Technologies at market value, much less premium pricing that would be required for hostile takeover of technology company with her established position. Valuation represents merely one dimension of appropriate partnership alignment, Victoria replied, maintaining focus on strategic incompatibility rather than engaging with financial specifics that might legitimize the acquisition approach. Governance structure, operational independence, and technology implementation philosophy create more fundamental considerations for successful integration. Alexander nodded slight agreement with this framing, his expression revealing appreciation for Victoria's strategic redirection away from merely financial parameters. The Blackwood-Chen partnership establishes governance structure that maintains operational independence while creating integrated market implementation, he noted, reinforcing their established approach against Williams' hybrid suggestion. Structure that reflects shared philosophy regarding ethical application of quantum computing capabilities across financial systems. This emphasis on philosophical alignment rather than merely financial or strategic positioning established narrative that elevated their partnership beyond the transactional framing Sophia's acquisition approach represented. Victoria noted Eleanor's thoughtful consideration of this perspective, suggesting potential ally in appealing to broader legacy considerations beyond merely immediate corporate advantage. Philosophy certainly influences successful partnership, Eleanor observed, her first contribution to the discussion carrying significant weight given her typical restraint regarding business matters. The Blackwood legacy has always emphasized ethical application alongside market positioning, values that appear aligned with Chen Technologies' established approach to quantum computing development. This unexpected support, emphasizing values alignment rather than merely strategic positioning, created potential bridge between Victoria's defensive stance and William's mediating attempt. By focusing on philosophical compatibility rather than merely corporate structure, Eleanor had established framework that naturally favored the Blackwood-Chen partnership without directly opposing William's continued Zhang interest. Values alignment represents essential foundation for successful integration, Victoria confirmed, building on Eleanor's framing while maintaining her defensive positioning. Alignment demonstrated through partnership approach rather than control contest that fundamentally contradicts collaborative philosophy. Sophia's expression revealed calculated reassessment as she recognized the narrative shift Eleanor's intervention had created. Zhang Enterprises shares commitment to ethical application of advanced technologies, she countered, attempting to establish comparable values alignment despite her family's aggressive acquisition strategy. Our approach simply reflects different perspective on optimal implementation structure rather than fundamental philosophical divergence. Perspective demonstrated through specific actions rather than merely stated intentions, Alexander observed, the measured observation containing unmistakable reference to the contradiction between Sophia's claimed collaborative values and her family's hostile acquisition attempt. Partnership requires consistent alignment between expressed philosophy and implemented strategy. This subtle but direct challenge, highlighting the inconsistency in Sophia's position, created momentary tension that revealed the fundamental conflict beneath the diplomatic exchange. Victoria noted Richard's increasing discomfort with this confrontation, suggesting growing recognition of the contradictions his position between the families created for his personal and professional alignment. Before Sophia could respond, Victoria's secure tablet chimed with priority notification from David Chen. The timing suggested developments significant enough to warrant interruption despite the sensitive negotiation underway. Victoria glanced at the message with controlled composure that revealed nothing of its contents to the assembled participants. It appears market response to Zhang Enterprises' acquisition filing has created unexpected complications, she observed with professional courtesy that contained unmistakable strategic positioning. Their stock has declined 12% in pre-market trading, while Chen Technologies has increased 8%, creating significant valuation gap that may impact acquisition feasibility regardless of philosophical considerations. The information, introducing financial reality that potentially undermined Sophia's entire approach, shifted the conversation from theoretical governance structures to practical implementation challenges. Victoria noted William's immediate focus on these market implications, suggesting potential leverage in appealing to his pragmatic assessment of financial feasibility rather than merely strategic preference. Market response often reflects comprehensive assessment beyond merely announced intentions, Alexander noted, building on Victoria's introduction of this financial dimension. The valuation shift suggests investor recognition of fundamental challenges in the Zhang acquisition approach regardless of stated integration objectives. Sophia's expression revealed momentary frustration beneath her composed exterior, though her recovery demonstrated the practiced control that characterized her professional presentation. Market volatility represents temporary reaction rather than fundamental valuation, she countered, attempting to minimize the significance of this development. Our financing structure accommodates short-term fluctuations while maintaining focus on long-term strategic integration. Financing that would require significant leverage given the expanding valuation gap, Victoria observed, the measured assessment containing unmistakable reference to potential vulnerability in the Zhang approach. Leverage that creates additional implementation challenges beyond merely governance structure or philosophical alignment. This direct reference to financial limitations, suggesting the Zhang family lacked sufficient resources to complete their attempted acquisition, created another shift in the conversation's dynamic. Victoria noted William's thoughtful consideration of these practical implications, his expression revealing the pragmatic assessment that had characterized his business leadership throughout his career. Perhaps consideration of these market realities alongside strategic objectives would prove valuable, William suggested, his tone indicating potential recalibration of his mediating position given the financial challenges Victoria had identified. Sustainable partnership requires practical implementation pathway alongside philosophical alignment. The shift, acknowledging practical limitations rather than merely theoretical integration, suggested William's potential movement away from unconditional support for the Zhang approach. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally recognizing the strategic opportunity this recalibration created for reinforcing their defensive positioning. Practical implementation represents essential consideration, she agreed, building on William's pragmatic framing while maintaining her defensive stance. Implementation that appears increasingly challenging given market response to the acquisition approach versus partnership structure. Before further discussion could develop, Harrison appeared at the study entrance with professional deference that barely contained evident urgency. "Excuse the interruption," he began with formal courtesy, "but there's breaking news regarding Zhang Enterprises that Mr. William may wish to review immediately." The timing of this interruption, following directly after Victoria's introduction of market concerns, created momentary tension as all participants recognized potential significance for their ongoing negotiation. William gestured for Harrison to proceed, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts regarding this development. Financial media is reporting that Zhang Enterprises' primary lender has issued statement regarding elevated risk assessment for any acquisition financing given recent market volatility, Harrison reported with diplomatic precision. The announcement has accelerated stock decline to 17% in current trading. This external validation, confirming Victoria's assessment of financial limitations in the Zhang approach, created significant shift in the conversation's power dynamic. The practical financing challenges now represented publicly acknowledged reality rather than merely strategic positioning in their negotiation. Victoria noted Sophia's controlled but visible frustration at this development, suggesting potential vulnerability in her composed exterior. Market assessment often reflects comprehensive understanding beyond merely announced intentions, Victoria observed, echoing Alexander's earlier framing while reinforcing the practical limitations this news confirm. Assessment that appears increasingly aligned with our perspective regarding optimal integration structure through partnership rather than acquisition. Williams studied the financial data Harrison had provided, his expression revealing the pragmatic evaluation that had characterized his business leadership throughout his career. The financing challenges appear significant, he acknowledged, the assessment representing potential shift from his previous mediating position. Perhaps reconsideration of approach given these market realities would prove valuable for all parties. This suggestion, indicating potential movement away from unconditional support for the Zhang strategy, created opportunity for Victoria to reinforce their partnership narrative while offering diplomatic path forward that allowed Sophia to retreat without complete capitulation. The Blackwood-Chen partnership remains open to complementary relationships that enhance our combined capabilities, she offered, maintaining defensive positioning while establishing constructive alternative to the failed acquisition approach. Relationships built on mutual respect and aligned philosophy rather than control contest that contradicts collaborative foundation. Alexander nodded slight agreement with this framing, his expression revealing appreciation for Victoria's strategic redirection toward constructive alternative. Partnership that might include appropriate Zhang participation in specific regional implementations, he suggested, offering concrete possibility that maintained their fundamental structure while acknowledging potential Zhang contribution. Leveraging complementary strengths without compromising the core governance and philosophical alignment Victoria has identified as essential. This balanced approach, maintaining their defensive position while offering constructive alternative, created potential resolution that allowed all parties to claim partial success despite the fundamental failure of Sophia's acquisition strategy. Victoria noted Williams' thoughtful consideration of this framework, suggesting potential alignment with their partnership approach, given the practical limitations of the Zhang alternative. A structured relationship with defined parameters might indeed serve all parties' objectives, William acknowledged, his tone indicating acceptance of the partnership framework Victoria and Alexander had established, though requiring significant recalibration of the acquisition approach given both philosophical and practical considerations. Sophia's expression revealed calculated assessment as she recognized the shifting dynamic Williams' recalibration represented. Zhang Enterprises remains committed to meaningful participation in quantum computing applications for financial systems, she stated, her diplomatic phrasing suggesting potential retreat from acquisition strategy without explicitly acknowledging its failure. Though perhaps through collaborative structure that reflects the market realities all parties recognize. This tentative acceptance, framed as strategic adaptation rather than forced retreat, created potential resolution that maintained appropriate face-saving for the Zhang family while establishing clear parameters for the Blackwood-Chen partnership's continued development. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally recognizing the strategic victory this represented for their defensive positioning. Collaborative structure built on clearly defined parameters and mutual respect, she confirmed, establishing specific foundation for any potential Zhang participation rather than merely general concept. Parameters that maintain the operational independence and philosophical alignment essential for successful technology implementation. As they discussed potential framework for this restructured relationship, Victoria's secure tablet chimed with another priority notification from David Chen. The timing suggested development directly relevant to their ongoing negotiation, potentially providing additional leverage for finalizing the defensive position they had established. It appears Chen Technologies' board has unanimously approved shareholder protection measures in response to the Zhang acquisition filing, Victoria informed the assembled participants, her tone suggesting factual update rather than strategic positioning despite the obvious implications for their discussion. Measures that establish significant structural barriers to hostile acquisition, regardless of financing capabilities. This information, introducing formal defensive mechanisms beyond merely negotiation positioning, created final shift in the conversation's dynamic. The practical implementation of shareholder protections established concrete reality that rendered the acquisition approach effectively impossible, regardless of philosophical considerations or financial capabilities. Victoria noted Sophia's recognition of this definitive obstacle, her expression revealing the calculated reassessment that characterized her strategic thinking. Perhaps focus on the collaborative framework Alexander suggested would indeed prove more productive given these developments, Sophia acknowledged, her diplomatic phrasing representing effective concession, despite avoiding explicit acknowledgement of her strategy's failure. Framework that leverages complementary strengths while respecting the established partnership structure. This acceptance, however carefully framed to maintain professional dignity, represented complete strategic victory for Victoria's defensive positioning. The Zhang acquisition attempt had been effectively neutralized through combination of market response, financing limitations, and formal protective measures, creating clear path for the Blackwood-Chen partnership to proceed according to their established parameters. A productive direction that serves all parties' long-term interests, William confirmed, his tone establishing patriarchal authority behind this resolution, despite his earlier support for the Zhang approach. Julian can develop appropriate framework for consideration alongside today's partnership announcement. The reference to their scheduled announcement, acknowledging its continued implementation despite the Zhang disruption attempt, represented final confirmation of their strategic success. Victoria exchanged subtle glance with Alexander, both recognizing the comprehensive victory their coordinated response had achieved, despite the significant challenge Sophia's aggressive approach had created. Chen Technologies' announcement of Project Quantum Lattice proceeds as scheduled, Victoria confirmed, establishing clear continuation of their partnership implementation despite the morning's complications. Though perhaps with appropriate reference to potential regional implementation partnerships within the established governance framework. This framing, maintaining their fundamental structure while acknowledging potential Zhang participation in clearly subordinate role, represented diplomatic conclusion that allowed all parties to claim partial success despite the fundamental failure of Sophia's acquisition strategy. Victoria noted Richard's evident relief at this resolution, suggesting recognition that continued conflict would have created untenable position for his relationship with both families. As the meeting concluded with agreement on this restructured approach, Victoria maintained composed exterior despite the significant strategic victory their defensive positioning had achieved. The Zhang acquisition attempt had been comprehensively defeated through combination of market response, financing limitations, and formal protective measures, creating clear path for the Blackwood-Chen partnership to proceed according to their established parameters. When Sophia's video connection ended, William turned to Victoria with measured assessment that contained reluctant appreciation. A sophisticated defensive response, he acknowledged, the statement representing significant evolution from his earlier mediating position. Though perhaps unnecessarily confrontational given the potential value Zhang regional expertise might contribute to your partnership implementation. Defense necessitated by the confrontational nature of their acquisition approach, Victoria replied with professional courtesy that maintained respectful engagement despite their strategic disagreement. Approach that fundamentally contradicted the collaborative philosophy essential for successful technology implementation. William studied her with the calculated assessment that had intimidated countless business opponents throughout his career. Victoria met his gaze with professional composure, neither challenging his authority nor conceding her position. The market response proved particularly effective in establishing practical limitations beyond merely philosophical objections, William observed, his tone suggesting pragmatic acceptance rather than merely strategic concession. Limitations that create unavoidable reality regardless of preferred integration structure. Market assessment often reflects comprehensive understanding beyond merely announced intentions, Victoria noted, echoing her earlier framing while acknowledging the practical foundation of their strategic victory. Understanding that appears increasingly aligned with our perspective regarding optimal integration through partnership rather than acquisition. This exchange, acknowledging both the philosophical and practical dimensions of their disagreement, created potential bridge across the strategic divide William's continued Jung interest had established. Victoria recognized the opportunity this represented for strengthening their family alignment, despite the corporate tensions their different approaches had created. The Blackwood-Chen partnership offers significant advantages beyond merely defensive positioning, she continued, shifting from confrontational stance to constructive engagement now that the immediate threat had been neutralized. Advantages that serve the family's long-term interests more effectively than the Jung merger despite its regional appeal. William's expression revealed thoughtful consideration of this perspective, suggesting potential evolution in his assessment of their partnership beyond merely accepting the practical failure of his preferred Jung approach. Perhaps demonstration of those advantages through successful implementation will prove more convincing than merely theoretical comparison, he observed, the statement offering potential path towards genuine support rather than merely pragmatic acceptance. Implementation that begins with today's announcement, Alexander noted, reinforcing their continued progress despite the morning's disruption. Announcement that establishes foundation for the market leadership position father has consistently prioritized throughout his career. This framing, connecting their partnership objectives to William's established priorities rather than positioning them as competing approach, created potential alignment that transcended their strategic disagreement. Victoria noted Eleanor's subtle approval of this diplomatic bridge building, suggesting potential ally in strengthening their family integration despite the corporate tensions different approaches had created. The announcement proceeds as scheduled. William confirmed with patriarchal authority that established family alignment behind their partnership, despite his earlier Jung support. Though perhaps with appropriate reference to potential regional implementation partnerships as Victoria suggested. This resolution, maintaining their fundamental structure while acknowledging potential Jung participation in clearly subordinate role, represented comprehensive victory for their defensive positioning while creating diplomatic conclusion that preserved family unity despite their strategic disagreement. Victoria felt momentary satisfaction at this outcome, though she recognized that maintaining this alignment would require continued navigation of the complex family dynamics their different approaches had revealed. As the meeting concluded and participants prepared to depart for their respective responsibilities, Alexander touched Victoria's arm lightly. "A masterful defense," he murmured, his tone reflecting professional admiration despite the personal complications that remained unresolved between them. "Sophia's approach never stood realistic chance against your comprehensive response." "Our comprehensive response," Victoria corrected quietly, acknowledging his essential contribution to their coordinated strategy. Partnership that demonstrated precisely the advantages we plan to establish through today's announcement. Alexander studied her with the perceptive assessment that had characterized their relationship from the beginning, his expression revealing appreciation that transcended merely professional admiration. Integration that proved particularly effective in navigating both the corporate challenge and family dynamics simultaneously, he observed. The strategic brilliance of Victoria Chen and interpersonal intelligence of Mei Lin, creating comprehensive perspective, neither could have achieved independently. The observation, recognizing the unique strength her integrated identity created, rather than merely acknowledging her defensive success, touched Victoria deeply, despite the trust issues they continued navigating in their personal relationship. "Thank you," she said simply, for seeing that integration rather than merely its strategic outcome. "Thank you for demonstrating it so effectively," Alexander replied, the exchange carrying deeper meaning than its simple words might suggest. As they prepared to depart for their scheduled announcement preparations, Victoria felt both the satisfaction of comprehensive strategic victory and the continued complexity of her evolving relationship with Alexander. The boardroom battlefield had required full deployment of her corporate authority and strategic expertise, a confrontation that had demanded she fully embrace her power as Victoria Chen, while navigating the complicated feelings that remained unresolved in her personal connection with Alexander. The Zhang acquisition attempt had been comprehensively defeated through combination of market response, financing limitations, and formal protective measures. Yet the more significant victory lay in the integrated identity she had demonstrated throughout this corporate confrontation, the reconciliation. Chapter 16: Crossroads. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Blackwood estate gardens as Victoria reviewed the quarterly performance reports from Chen Technologies. 3 months had passed since the Zhang acquisition attempt, a period marked by remarkable corporate success alongside persistent personal complexity. Project Quantum Lattice had launched to extraordinary market reception, establishing the Blackwood-Chen partnership as dominant force in financial encryption technology, while generating 32% stock appreciation for both companies. The Zhang family had retreated to strategic recalibration following their failed acquisition attempt, accepting limited regional implementation role within the partnership framework Victoria and Alexander had established. Sophia maintained diplomatic professionalism during these negotiations, despite her evident frustration at the comprehensive defeat of her aggressive strategy. Richard had gradually repositioned himself as facilitator between the families, his engagement to Sophia creating bridge across corporate divide rather than merely divided loyalty. William Blackwood had evolved from reluctant acceptance to cautious enthusiasm regarding their partnership as market leadership, translated to concrete financial results. Eleanor had become unexpected ally in strengthening Victoria's family integration, their shared perspective on philanthropic applications of quantum computing, creating connection beyond merely corporate positioning. Yet amid this professional success, Victoria's personal relationship with Alexander remained in delicate recalibration, following the revelation of her strategic planning. The trust damaged through discovery of Project Blackwood Oak couldn't be immediately restored through mere corporate victories or shared strategic success. Their professional partnership functioned with remarkable efficiency despite these personal complications, their complementary expertise creating comprehensive approach that dominated market positioning while maintaining ethical implementation standards. As Victoria completed her review of the quarterly reports, she noted the date with momentary pause, exactly 9 months since their wedding ceremony. The realization carried particular significance given the contract terms they had established during their initial arrangement. Their agreement specified 1-year marriage with quarterly assessment of continuation value, creating decision point that now approached with increasing urgency, despite the evolving nature of their relationship. The contract that had once represented merely strategic arrangement now existed alongside connection that transcended its calculated origins. Yet neither had directly addressed whether their relationship would continue beyond the specified term, the unresolved trust issues creating barrier to authentic discussion of their future beyond merely professional partnership. Victoria closed the quarterly reports and moved toward the terrace doors, seeking fresh air and perspective beyond the confines of financial data and corporate strategy. The East Garden stretched before her in carefully maintained elegance, the setting where she and Alexander had navigated their most significant personal conversations throughout their evolving relationship. The location carried emotional resonance beyond merely aesthetic appreciation, representing the physical space where authentic connection had developed beyond strategic arrangement. As she stepped onto the terrace, Victoria noticed Alexander approaching from the main house, his expression suggesting purposeful engagement rather than merely coincidental timing. His tailored casual attire, charcoal slacks with light blue shirt open at the collar, indicated personal rather than professional conversation, creating immediate context for whatever discussion he intended to initiate. "The quarterly reports exceeded even our optimistic projections," he observed as he joined her at the terrace railing, beginning with professional success as comfortable foundation for potentially more complex conversation, particularly the institutional adoption rate for the quantum encryption protocols. "Yes," Victoria agreed, accepting this initial framing while recognizing the potential for deeper discussion beneath the corporate surface. "The security validation from central banking authorities created acceleration beyond our implementation timeline, though perhaps the ethical application framework proved equally significant for establishing market confidence." Alexander nodded thoughtful agreement with this assessment, his expression revealing appreciation that transcended merely financial results. "The integration of technical capability with ethical implementation standards," he noted, "precisely the complementary strength our partnership was designed to establish." The observation carried dual meaning beyond its surface reference to their corporate success. Victoria recognized the parallel to their personal relationship, the integration of her strategic brilliance with his ethical framework, creating connection that transcended merely transactional arrangement. The implicit acknowledgement suggested potential opening toward the more significant conversation their approaching contract milestone necessitated. "Partnership that has proven remarkably effective despite its unconventional origins," she acknowledged, offering bridge between professional success and personal consideration, though perhaps approaching inflection point that requires direct assessment rather than merely continued implementation. Alexander studied her with the perceptive understanding that had characterized their relationship from the beginning, his expression revealing recognition of her reference beyond merely corporate strategy. "The 9-month milestone," he confirmed simply, "creating decision point our contract established despite the evolution beyond its original parameters." This direct acknowledgement, addressing their agreement's approaching conclusion rather than avoiding its implications, demonstrated the authentic communication that had developed between them, despite the calculated origins of their relationship. Victoria appreciated this straightforward engagement, rather than diplomatic evasion, though she recognized the complexity this conversation represented, given their unresolved trust issues. "Evolution that creates both opportunity and challenge for considering continuation beyond the specified term," she observed, maintaining balanced perspective that acknowledged both the connection they had developed and the complications that remained unresolved, particularly given the trust questions that emerged following the Project Blackwood Oak revelation. Alexander considered this framing with characteristic thoroughness, his expression revealing the thoughtful assessment that had initially attracted Victoria beyond merely convenient alliance. "Trust damaged through discovery of strategic planning," he acknowledged, though perhaps contextualized by subsequent demonstration of authentic partnership beyond merely calculated arrangement. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both the legitimate concerns her documentation had raised and the genuine connection their subsequent interaction had demonstrated, offered realistic foundation for addressing their future beyond merely convenient resolution or complete rejection. Victoria felt appreciation for this nuanced understanding, despite the vulnerability this conversation created. "Demonstration that continues through professional success," she noted, acknowledging the concrete evidence their corporate partnership provided, though perhaps requiring more direct consideration regarding personal dimensions beyond merely strategic alignment. "The integration of professional partnership and personal relationship," Alexander suggested, the framing reflecting his understanding of the fundamental question their approaching milestone created. "Consideration that extends beyond merely contract renewal to authentic assessment of what we've developed beyond its calculated origins." Victoria nodded agreement with this characterization, recognizing the essential distinction between merely extending their arrangement and acknowledging the relationship that had evolved beyond its strategic beginnings. "Assessment that requires honest recognition of both the connection we've established and the complications that remain unresolved," she suggested, offering balanced framework that neither minimized their genuine development nor ignored the trust issues that continued between them. Honest recognition that perhaps begins with acknowledging the fundamental question our approaching milestone creates, Alexander observed, his direct engagement demonstrating the authentic communication that had developed between them. Whether our relationship continues beyond the specified term, and if so, in what form beyond merely professional partnership. This explicit articulation, naming the essential decision their contract timeline necessitated, created space for genuine consideration rather than merely diplomatic circumvention. Victoria appreciated this straightforward approach despite the vulnerability it created, recognizing that authentic connection required direct engagement with fundamental questions rather than merely comfortable avoidance. A question I've been considering with increasing frequency, she acknowledged, offering personal disclosure rather than merely analytical response, though perhaps without clear resolution given both the genuine connection we've established and the trust complications that remain between us. Alexander studied her with thoughtful assessment, his expression revealing similar internal consideration rather than predetermined conclusion. Complications that create legitimate question regarding foundation for continued personal relationship, he acknowledged, though perhaps balanced by the authentic partnership we've demonstrated beyond merely strategic arrangement. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both the genuine connection they had established and the legitimate concerns that remained unresolved, created foundation for honest assessment rather than merely convenient resolution. Victoria felt momentary vulnerability at this direct engagement with their relationship's future, though she recognized the necessity of authentic communication despite the uncertainty it revealed. Partnership that functions remarkably effectively in professional dimensions, she noted, acknowledging their undeniable success in corporate alignment, though perhaps requiring different foundation for personal relationship beyond merely strategic compatibility. Trust rebuilt through consistent demonstration rather than merely convenient declaration, Alexander suggested, the framing reflecting his understanding of the essential requirement for relationship beyond their contract's specified term. Demonstration that perhaps requires time beyond our agreement's original parameters. This perspective, suggesting continuation as opportunity for rebuilding trust rather than assuming its immediate restoration, offered realistic approach to their relationship's future beyond merely binary decision regarding contract renewal. Victoria considered this framing with strategic assessment that encompassed both the potential benefits and inherent risks such continuation would entail. Continuation that would require revised parameters beyond merely extended timeline, she observed, offering practical consideration alongside emotional assessment. Framework that acknowledges both our evolved connection and the trust rebuilding process such continuation would represent. Alexander nodded agreement with this practical approach, his expression revealing appreciation for her balanced consideration rather than merely emotional response. Revised agreement that establishes appropriate expectations while creating space for authentic relationship to continue developing beyond its calculated origins, he suggested, offering concrete framework for potential continuation rather than merely conceptual discussion. This practical proposal, addressing specific implementation alongside conceptual consideration, demonstrated the complementary thinking that had characterized their partnership from the beginning. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for this balanced approach that neither minimized the complications between them nor dismissed the connection they had established. Framework that might begin with, Victoria started, before being interrupted by Harrison's appearance at the terrace entrance, his typically composed expression showing unusual concern. "Excuse the interruption," he began with formal deference that barely contained evident urgency. "But there's a visitor at the main entrance who's insisting on speaking with Miss Chen Blackwood despite being informed she's unavailable for unscheduled appointments." The formal phrasing contained subtle warning that suggested problematic visitor rather than merely inconvenient timing. Victoria exchanged glances with Alexander, both recognizing the significance of Harrison's unusual concern given his typical unflappable composure. "The visitor's identity?" Alexander inquired, his tone reflecting appropriate authority while maintaining the boundaries they had established regarding household management. "Mr. Eric Donovan," Harrison replied, his careful neutrality containing unmistakable disapproval. "He appears emotionally agitated and has refused to leave despite multiple suggestions regarding appropriate appointment procedures." The information created immediate context shift from their relationship discussion to potential security concern. Eric's previous visit following Victoria's public revelation had demonstrated both emotional volatility and boundary disregard that suggested potential risk rather than merely social awkwardness. "I see," Victoria acknowledged, professional composure immediately replacing the personal vulnerability their relationship discussion had created. "Has security been notified regarding his presence and emotional state?" "Yes, Miss Chen Blackwood," Harrison confirmed, though Mr. Donovan has remained on public property adjacent to the entrance, limiting security's intervention options without escalation that might attract unwanted attention. This detail, indicating Eric's strategic positioning to prevent simple removal, suggested calculated approach despite his apparent emotional agitation. Victoria considered the implications with comprehensive assessment that encompassed both security concerns and potential motivations for this unexpected appearance. "He's specifically requesting to speak with me rather than merely delivering message or seeking general audience?" she inquired, establishing precise understanding of the situation before determining appropriate response. "Yes," Harrison confirmed. "He's stated repeatedly that he must speak with you personally regarding critical information that affects your future decisions." His phrasing suggested urgency alongside personal significance. The specific characterization, referencing future decisions with personal significance, created troubling connection to the relationship discussion Victoria and Alexander had been navigating moments earlier. The timing suggested potential knowledge of their contract milestone, though how Eric might have obtained such information remained concerning question, given the confidential nature of their arrangement. "I should address this situation directly," Victoria decided, professional focus identifying most efficient resolution, despite the uncomfortable confrontation it would require. Though with appropriate security presence given his previous behavioral patterns. "I'll accompany you," Alexander stated simply, the declaration reflecting protective instinct alongside recognition of potential security concern. Eric's previous visit demonstrated emotional volatility that warrants cautious approach despite his apparently non-threatening position. Victoria nodded appreciation for this support, recognizing both the practical security advantage and symbolic partnership Alexander's presence would establish during this unexpected confrontation. "Harrison, please inform security to maintain discreet presence without direct intervention unless specifically required," she instructed. "We'll meet Mr. Donovan at the South Garden entrance rather than main reception." This location selection, choosing outdoor setting with multiple access points rather than confined interior space, demonstrated strategic consideration despite the seemingly social context. The South Garden provided both appropriate privacy for potentially sensitive conversation and optimal security positioning should Eric's emotional state escalate beyond merely uncomfortable interaction. As Harrison departed to implement these instructions, Victoria turned to Alexander with professional composure that temporarily superseded their interrupted personal discussion. "I apologize for this unexpected interruption," she offered, "particularly given the significance of our conversation regarding the approaching contract milestone." "No apology necessary," Alexander assured her, his expression revealing understanding alongside protective concern. "Though perhaps notable timing given the decision point we were discussing. Eric's sudden appearance with critical information regarding your future decisions creates troubling coincidence at minimum." The observation highlighted the suspicious timing beyond merely inconvenient interruption. Victoria considered these implications with strategic assessment that identified potential motivations beyond merely emotional reaction to their previous relationship's conclusion. "Coincidence that warrants careful attention to whatever information he claims to possess," she acknowledged, though perhaps with skeptical assessment given his previous emotional volatility and boundary disregard. Alexander nodded agreement with this cautious approach, his expression revealing protective concern alongside strategic assessment. Information that might prove valuable regardless of its delivery method, he noted, though requiring verification beyond merely Eric's potentially motivated characterization. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both the potential significance of Eric's information and the necessary skepticism regarding its presentation, demonstrated the complementary thinking that had characterized their partnership from the beginning. Victoria felt momentary appreciation for this aligned approach, despite the uncomfortable interruption to their relationship discussion. Together they proceeded toward the South Garden entrance, their unified response to this unexpected challenge maintained despite both the personal conversation that remained unresolved between them and the potential complications Eric's appearance might create. Victoria felt the weight of multiple simultaneous considerations: relationship decision, contract milestone, security concern, and information assessment, all requiring navigation within compressed interaction that left minimal margin for strategic error. Yet she also felt the clarity that had always characterized her response to unexpected challenges. The integrated identity she now embraced, combining Victoria Chen's strategic assessment with Mei Lin's interpersonal intelligence, created comprehensive perspective that encompassed both the practical dimensions of addressing Eric's appearance and the emotional complexities his previous relationship with her former identity represented. As they approached the South Garden entrance, Victoria straightened her shoulders and adjusted her expression to project confident composure, despite the uncomfortable confrontation awaiting them. The crossroads their relationship approached would require careful navigation regardless of Eric's interruption, a decision point that demanded honest assessment of both the genuine connection they had established and the trust complications that remained unresolved between them. Eric Donovan paced nervously near the ornamental fountain that marked the South Garden entrance, his designer casual attire suggesting careful preparation despite his agitated demeanor. When he spotted Victoria and Alexander approaching, his expression shifted from anxious anticipation to focused intensity that contained both determination and vulnerability beneath surface confidence. "Mei," he began, using her former identity despite her public revelation and clear preference for her integrated name. "Thank you for seeing me. I know this is unexpected, but what I need to discuss couldn't wait for formal appointment." The deliberate use of her previous identity, ignoring both her public revelation and professional position, established immediate framing that attempted to re-establish their former relationship context, rather than acknowledging her current integrated identity. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally noting this strategic positioning as attempt to create emotional connection through reference to their shared history. "Eric," she acknowledged with professional courtesy that established appropriate boundaries through both tone and formal address. This unscheduled appearance creates significant interruption to established commitments. Whatever information you believe warrants such approach would benefit from clear, direct communication rather than extended preamble. The response, maintaining professional composure while establishing explicit expectations, created framework that prevented emotional manipulation through unnecessary relationship references. Victoria noted Eric's momentary frustration at this boundary establishment, suggesting his approach relied on creating personal connection rather than merely delivering objective information. "Of course," he acknowledged with forced smile that barely contained evident tension. "Always efficient and focused. Qualities I've always admired despite our complicated history." The observation, framing her boundary establishment as personality trait rather than appropriate response to his inappropriate approach, represented another attempt to establish personal connection through relationship history. Victoria maintained neutral expression while Alexander positioned himself slightly closer, his presence offering both practical support and symbolic partnership that reinforced her professional boundaries. "The information you indicated was urgent," Victoria prompted, redirecting focus to his stated purpose rather than allowing continued relationship references. "Harrison mentioned critical information affecting future decisions." Eric glanced briefly at Alexander before returning attention to Victoria, his expression revealing calculation beneath apparent emotional vulnerability. "Information that might be better discussed privately," he suggested, the request attempting to isolate Victoria from Alexander's supportive presence, "given its personal nature regarding our shared history." "Alexander remains," Victoria stated simply, the declaration establishing clear boundary rather than engaging with Eric's attempted manipulation. "Whatever information you believe warrants this unscheduled appearance can be communicated directly regardless of its supposedly personal nature." This explicit rejection, refusing his attempt to create private interaction, demonstrated both Victoria's boundary establishment and her integrated identity's confidence beyond the vulnerability Mei Lin might have shown in similar circumstance. Victoria noted Eric's momentary frustration at this direct refusal, suggesting his approach relied on isolated conversation rather than merely information delivery. "Very well," Eric conceded with resigned expression that contained calculated performance alongside genuine disappointment. "Though perhaps not how I envisioned this conversation unfolding." The comment, suggesting predetermined script rather than authentic exchange, revealed strategic planning behind his apparently emotional approach. Victoria maintained neutral expression while internally noting this confirmation of calculated intent beyond merely impulsive appearance. "I recently met with representatives from Zhang Enterprises," Eric continued, introducing information that immediately created context shift from personal interruption to potential corporate significance. "Specifically with Sophia Zhang regarding potential technology acquisition through my venture capital firm." This revelation, establishing business connection with the Zhang family following their failed acquisition attempt, created immediate strategic reassessment of Eric's appearance beyond merely personal motivation. Victoria exchanged brief glance with Alexander, both recognizing the potential significance of this Zhang alignment given their previous corporate confrontation. During these discussions, Sophia shared interesting perspective regarding your marriage arrangement, Eric continued, his tone suggesting casual discovery despite the obvious strategic significance of this information, particularly its contractual nature and approaching expiration milestone. The specific reference, directly addressing their confidential agreement and timeline, confirmed Victoria's concern regarding information leakage beyond merely coincidental timing. The knowledge of their contract parameters represented significant security breach given the carefully protected nature of their arrangement's specific terms. Perspective that apparently included confidential details regarding private agreements, Victoria observed, her tone revealing nothing of the strategic reassessment this information breach necessitated. Details that raise obvious questions regarding both information security and Miss Zhang's motivations for such disclosure. Eric's expression revealed momentary surprise at Victoria's direct acknowledgement rather than defensive denial, suggesting his approach anticipated different response to this revelation. "The specific term seemed relevant given our previous relationship," he explained, attempting to justify the inappropriate disclosure through personal connection, particularly the decision point approaching regarding continuation beyond the original agreement. This framing, positioning the contract milestone as relationship opportunity rather than merely information breach, revealed Eric's ultimate objective beyond merely delivering intelligence about Zhang disclosure. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally recognizing the manipulative intent behind his apparently concerned approach. "Relevant to what specific purpose?" she inquired, directing focus to his underlying motivation rather than merely reacting to the information breach. "Beyond demonstrating Miss Zhang's willingness to share confidential information for apparent strategic advantage." The direct question, cutting through his calculated approach to the fundamental purpose behind his appearance, created momentary disruption to Eric's prepared narrative. His expression revealed brief recalibration before continuing with slightly adjusted approach that maintained his ultimate objective despite this tactical challenge. "Relevant to the choice you're facing," he replied, shifting to more direct framing given Victoria's boundary establishment. "A contract ending creates opportunity to reconsider options beyond merely extension of arrangement that began through strategic calculation rather than authentic connection." The characterization, framing her relationship with Alexander as merely strategic arrangement despite their evident partnership, revealed both Eric's limited understanding and deliberate positioning to create contrast with whatever alternative he intended to propose. Victoria maintained neutral expression while noting Alexander's slight tension at this dismissive framing of their relationship. "Options such as?" Victoria prompted, maintaining focus on his specific purpose rather than engaging with his characterization of her marriage. "Since you've positioned this information as critical to future decisions rather than merely, interesting corporate intelligence." Eric straightened his posture and adopted expression of sincere intensity that contained both practiced performance and genuine emotion beneath strategic presentation. "Option to explore relationship built on authentic history rather than calculated arrangement," he stated directly. "Connection established through genuine attraction rather than merely strategic compatibility." The proposal, suggesting resumption of their previous relationship as alternative to her marriage with Alexander, represented both astonishing presumption and fundamental misunderstanding of Victoria's integrated identity. The framing positioned her relationship with Alexander as merely transactional while characterizing their previous connection as authentic, despite its ultimate failure through Eric's own choices. "Relationship that ended through your specific decisions," Victoria noted, her tone revealing nothing of the incredulity his proposal created. "Decisions that demonstrated clear priority hierarchy, regardless of whatever attraction existed alongside those choices." This direct reference, highlighting his responsibility for their relationship's conclusion rather than merely circumstantial separation, created momentary disruption to Eric's confident presentation. His expression revealed brief defensive reaction before recovering with adjusted approach that acknowledged this history while maintaining his ultimate objective. "Decisions made without full understanding of what I was sacrificing," he acknowledged, offering apparent vulnerability that contained both strategic positioning and genuine regret. "Understanding that subsequent events have clarified beyond any remaining doubt." The admission, accepting responsibility while suggesting evolved perspective, represented sophisticated attempt to address Victoria's objection while maintaining his proposal's viability. The approach demonstrated emotional intelligence alongside strategic calculation, suggesting Eric had prepared thoroughly for this conversation despite its apparently spontaneous nature. "Events including my revelation as Victoria Chen," she observed, highlighting the fundamental identity shift his proposal ignored. "Revelation that established integrated identity beyond the Mei Lin persona you previously knew." Eric nodded with expression of profound understanding that contained both practiced performance and genuine emotion. "Integration that represents exactly what attracted me from the beginning," he claimed, attempting to incorporate this identity shift within his narrative rather than acknowledging its contradiction to his proposal. "The extraordinary capability beneath the approachable exterior, combination I recognized even without knowing your complete identity." This framing, suggesting appreciation for her integrated identity despite his continued use of her former name, represented attempt to address the fundamental contradiction his proposal contained. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally noting both the manipulative intent and fundamental misunderstanding this approach revealed. "Appreciation that manifested through relationship with deliberately limited persona," she noted, highlighting the inconsistency in his claimed recognition. "Relationship that ended when that persona conflicted with your professional priorities, rather than inspiring deeper exploration of the capability you now claim to have valued." The observation, identifying the contradiction between his current claim and previous actions, created another disruption to Eric's prepared narrative. His expression revealed momentary frustration before shifting to more direct approach that abandoned some pretense while maintaining his ultimate objective. "I made mistake based on incomplete understanding," he acknowledged with apparent sincerity that contained both strategic positioning and genuine regret. "Mistake that subsequent events have revealed with painful clarity I'm now attempting to address before permanent decisions eliminate possibility of rectification." The framing, positioning his proposal as rectification opportunity, rather than merely relationship resumption, demonstrated sophisticated emotional appeal alongside strategic calculation. Victoria maintained neutral expression while noting Alexander's continued supportive presence despite the uncomfortable nature of this conversation. Rectification that apparently requires dismissing my current relationship as merely strategic arrangement, she observed, highlighting the disrespectful foundation his proposal contained, while simultaneously ignoring the integrated identity that transcends the limited persona you previously knew. Eric's expression revealed momentary defensive reaction to this direct challenge before shifting to more vulnerable presentation that contained both strategic adjustment and genuine emotion. Not dismissing but offering alternative based on authentic history, he clarified, attempting to reframe his approach without abandoning its ultimate objective. Alternative that embraces your complete identity rather than merely accommodating it within calculated partnership. Before Victoria could respond to this adjusted framing, Eric continued with increasing emotional intensity that contained both practiced performance and genuine vulnerability. I can offer life beyond corporate strategy and family obligation, he stated, introducing specific alternative vision rather than merely conceptual proposal. Partnership built on shared history and genuine attraction rather than merely compatible objectives. The specific characterization, contrasting emotional connection with strategic arrangement, revealed fundamental misunderstanding of Victoria's relationship with Alexander beyond merely manipulative intent. The framing positioned authentic emotion and strategic compatibility as mutually exclusive rather than potentially complementary dimensions, demonstrating limited perspective despite sophisticated presentation. Life I've established in Singapore away from both corporate headquarters and family expectations, Eric continued, providing concrete details to his alternative vision. Private compound with both technological connectivity and personal sanctuary that supports your integrated identity without public scrutiny or family politics. This specific proposal, offering physical escape alongside relationship resumption, revealed Eric's fundamental misunderstanding of Victoria's priorities beyond merely manipulative approach. The vision positioned isolation as advantage rather than limitation, suggesting retreat from responsibilities rather than integration of personal fulfillment and professional purpose. Sanctuary that separates me from both corporate leadership and family connection, Victoria observed, highlighting the fundamental misalignment his vision represented. Positioning retreat as advantage rather than recognizing the integration of personal and professional dimensions my current life represents. Eric's expression revealed momentary frustration at this direct challenge before shifting to more passionate appeal that abandoned some calculated positioning for apparently authentic emotion. Not separation but freedom, he insisted, genuine intensity breaking through his practiced presentation. Space to explore connection beyond strategic considerations or family expectations. Relationship defined by mutual choice rather than contractual parameters. The emotional appeal, contrasting freedom with obligation, demonstrated both manipulative intent and genuine feeling beneath strategic approach. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally recognizing the limited understanding this perspective revealed despite its apparent sincerity. Freedom defined as isolation from precisely the responsibilities and connections that constitute my integrated identity, she noted, highlighting the fundamental misalignment his vision represented, suggesting retreat from purpose rather than fulfillment through meaningful engagement. Before Eric could respond to this observation, Alexander spoke for the first time since their conversation began, his measured tone containing both respectful engagement and unmistakable boundary establishment. Perhaps more significant consideration lies in the presumption that Victoria requires rescue from her current life, he suggested, the observation addressing the fundamental assumption underlying Eric's entire approach. Rather than recognizing her agency in establishing precisely the integration of personal and professional dimensions her current position represents. This perspective, highlighting Victoria's active choice rather than passive circumstance, created framework that challenged the rescue narrative Eric's proposal implicitly contained. Victoria felt momentary appreciation for this insightful contribution that addressed the patronizing foundation beneath Eric's apparently respectful approach. Eric turned toward Alexander with expression of barely contained frustration that revealed the challenge this intervention created for his carefully prepared narrative. Agency limited by contractual parameters established before genuine connection developed, he countered, attempting to maintain his positioning despite this unexpected challenge. Parameters approaching expiration point that creates legitimate opportunity for reconsideration beyond mere Eli default continuation. The response, acknowledging their contract timeline while positioning it as limitation rather than chosen framework, demonstrated sophisticated adaptation despite evident frustration at Alexander's intervention. Victoria noted this tactical flexibility alongside the fundamental misunderstanding it continued to reflect regarding her relationship's evolution beyond its calculated origins. Parameters that established foundation for relationship that evolved beyond its contractual beginning, Victoria noted, addressing both Eric's characterization and the reality of her connection with Alexander. Evolution that represents active choice rather than merely circumstantial development. This framing, acknowledging both the calculated origins and genuine evolution of her relationship with Alexander, created perspective that challenged Eric's binary positioning of strategic arrangement versus authentic connection. Victoria observed his momentary recalibration as this nuanced reality disrupted his prepared contrast between their previous relationship and her current marriage. Evolution constrained by the very calculation that initiated it, Eric suggested, adjusting his approach to incorporate this complexity while maintaining his ultimate objective. Constraint that our history transcends through connection established before strategic considerations or corporate positioning entered your life. The characterization, positioning their previous relationship as predating her strategic identity, revealed fundamental misunderstanding of Victoria's integrated development beyond merely manipulative intent. The framing suggested Mei Lin represented authentic foundation, while Victoria Chen constituted strategic overlay, directly contradicting the integration her revelation had established. History with deliberately limited persona rather than integrated identity, Victoria corrected, addressing this fundamental misconception directly. Persona that represented strategic adaptation rather than authentic foundation, despite whatever genuine elements our interaction contained. This clarification, establishing her strategic identity as fundamental rather than merely professional overlay, created framework that challenged Eric's entire narrative regarding their previous relationship's authenticity. Victoria noted his evident surprise at this perspective, suggesting genuine misunderstanding beyond merely calculated positioning in his approach to this conversation. Limited by circumstance rather than deliberate deception, Eric countered, attempting to maintain his narrative despite this significant challenge. Circumstances that no longer constrain the possibility of connection with your complete identity rather than merely selected aspects. Before Victoria could respond to this adjusted framing, Eric continued with increasing emotional intensity that appeared to transcend his calculated approach, despite maintaining his ultimate objective. I'm offering chance to explore relationship without predetermined expiration or strategic calculation, he stated, genuine vulnerability emerging alongside practiced presentation. Connection based on mutual choice rather than contractual obligation or family expectation. The emotional appeal, contrasting choice with obligation, contained both manipulative intent and authentic feeling beneath strategic positioning. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally recognizing both the limited understanding and genuine emotion this perspective revealed, despite its fundamental misalignment with her integrated priorities. Choice that requires abandoning responsibilities and connections that constitute essential aspects of my identity, she observed, highlighting the fundamental contradiction his proposal contained. Suggesting authentic relationship requires sacrificing precisely the integration my current life represents. Eric's expression revealed momentary frustration at this continued resistance before shifting to more direct approach that abandoned some calculated positioning for apparently final appeal. Not abandonment, but prioritization, he insisted, genuine intensity suggesting authentic emotion despite the manipulative framework his proposal contained. Choosing personal fulfillment alongside professional purpose rather than subordinating connection to strategic advantage. This framing, positioning personal fulfillment and professional purpose as potentially complementary rather than mutually exclusive, represented significant evolution from his initial characterization despite maintaining his ultimate objective. Victoria noted this conceptual adaptation alongside the continued presumption that her current relationship lacked precisely this integration despite evidence to the contrary. Prioritization already established through integration that transcends false dichotomy between personal connection and professional purpose, she stated, addressing both his adjusted framing and its continued misalignment with her current reality. Integration my relationship with Alexander demonstrates despite the calculated origins you've correctly identified. The direct acknowledgement, confirming their contract's existence while establishing its evolution beyond merely strategic arrangement, created framework that challenged Eric's fundamental premise regarding her current relationship's limitations. Victoria observed his evident recalibration as this explicit confirmation disrupted his positioning, while simultaneously establishing her informed choice regarding its continuation. Integration that remains constrained by its contractual foundation, Eric suggested, making final attempt to maintain his narrative despite these significant challenges. Constraint that our connection would transcend through relationship established through mutual choice rather than strategic compatibility. Before Victoria could respond to this persistent framing, Alexander spoke again with measured tone that contained both respectful engagement and unmistakable boundary establishment. Perhaps most significant consideration lies in Victoria's explicit choice regarding which relationship better serves her integrated identity, he suggested, the observation addressing the fundamental question beneath their entire exchange. Choice she appears to have made with comprehensive understanding of both the options available and priorities they represent. This perspective, focusing on Victoria's agency rather than either relationship's relative merits, created framework that respected her autonomy while challenging the persuasive premise underlying Eric's entire approach. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for this contribution that centered her decision-making rather than merely defending their relationship against Eric's characterization. Eric turned toward Alexander with expression of barely contained frustration that revealed both the challenge this intervention created and recognition of its potential effectiveness in disrupting his carefully prepared narrative. Choice constrained by contractual obligation and approaching milestone, he countered, attempting to maintain his positioning despite this significant challenge. Milestone that creates legitimate opportunity for reconsideration, I'm simply ensuring includes complete awareness of available options. The response, acknowledging their contract timeline while positioning his intervention as information provision rather than relationship pursuit, demonstrated sophisticated adaptation, despite evident frustration at Alexander's effective reframing. Victoria noted this tactical flexibility alongside the fundamental presumption it continued to reflect regarding her decision-making capacity without his intervention. Awareness that requires neither unscheduled appearance nor dismissive characterization of my current relationship, Victoria observed, addressing both his approach method and its disrespectful foundation, suggesting limited understanding of both my decision-making process and the relationship you're attempting to position as merely strategic arrangement. This direct challenge, highlighting both the inappropriate nature of his intervention and its inaccurate premises, created framework that addressed the fundamental disrespect his approach contained, despite its apparently considerate presentation. Victoria noted Eric's momentary defensive reaction before his expression shifted to resigned recognition that his carefully prepared narrative had failed to achieve its intended objective. I apologize if my approach appeared presumptuous, he offered, the statement containing both strategic concession and genuine acknowledgement of his miscalculation. Though my concern regarding informed choice approaching your contract milestone remains sincere despite the obvious limitations in my understanding of your current relationship. This partial concession, Acknowledging inappropriate approach while maintaining concern regarding her decision-making represented sophisticated adaptation that attempted to preserve dignity despite evident failure of his primary objective. Victoria recognized both the tactical flexibility and genuine emotion this response contained, despite its continued presumption regarding her need for his intervention. Concern noted, Victoria acknowledged with professional courtesy that established conclusion rather than continued engagement, though perhaps better expressed through appropriate communication channels rather than unscheduled appearance that disregards established boundaries. The response, accepting his stated concern while maintaining clear boundary regarding acceptable approach methods, created framework for concluding this uncomfortable interaction without unnecessary confrontation or extended discussion. Victoria observed Eric's recognition of this definitive closure, despite his evident disappointment at the conversation's outcome. "Of course," he acknowledged with forced smile that barely contained complex emotional response beneath surface composure. "Though perhaps one final consideration regarding the Zhang family's knowledge of your contractual arrangement might warrant attention beyond merely personal implications." This strategic pivot, shifting from relationship proposal to security concern, demonstrated sophisticated adaptation despite evident failure of his primary objective. The approach attempted to maintain engagement through professional consideration rather than merely personal appeal, revealing tactical flexibility alongside genuine reluctance to accept the conversation's conclusion. "Consideration already noted and appropriately addressed," Victoria assured him with professional courtesy that maintained conclusion framework despite this attempted continuation. "Though your bringing this information forward is appreciated regardless of the inappropriate context surrounding its delivery." This response, acknowledging the information's value while maintaining conversation closure, created definitive endpoint that prevented further engagement despite Eric's strategic pivot. Victoria observed his final recognition that no additional approach would extend their interaction beyond this clear conclusion. "I understand," he acknowledged with resigned expression that contained both strategic acceptance and genuine disappointment. "Though should circumstances change or additional information prove valuable, I hope appropriate communication channels might remain available despite today's uncomfortable interaction." The statement, establishing potential future contact while accepting current conclusion, represented final strategic positioning despite evident failure of his immediate objective. Victoria maintained neutral expression while noting this characteristic persistence despite comprehensive rejection of his proposal and approach method. "Professional channels remain available through appropriate scheduling and context," she confirmed, establishing clear parameters for any potential future interaction while reinforcing the boundaries his current approach had disregarded. "Though with expectation of respectful engagement regarding both my integrated identity and current relationship, regardless of whatever history our previous connection represents." This framework, allowing professional contact while establishing explicit expectations regarding personal boundaries, created appropriate closure that neither unnecessarily antagonized potential business contact nor compromised essential respect requirements for any future interaction. Victoria observed Eric's acceptance of these parameters despite his evident disappointment at the comprehensive rejection of his relationship proposal. As Eric departed with final polite acknowledgement that barely contained complex emotional response beneath surface composure, Victoria maintained professional demeanor until he had completely exited the property. Only when security confirmed his departure did she allow momentary expression of the incredulity his presumptuous proposal had created, despite her composed exterior throughout their interaction. "That was," she began, searching for appropriate characterization of the extraordinary presumption his approach had represented. "Remarkably confident given the circumstances," Alexander completed her thought, his measured observation containing both diplomatic understatement and genuine amazement at Eric's audacity. "Though perhaps revealing regarding both the Zhang family's information-gathering capabilities and their continued interest in disrupting our partnership, despite their apparent acceptance of limited implementation role." This immediate focus on strategic implications, rather than merely personal affront, demonstrated the professional assessment that characterized their partnership, despite the uncomfortable nature of Eric's intervention. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for this balanced perspective that addressed both the security concerns and relationship implications without unnecessary emotional reaction to the presumptuous proposal itself. The confidential contract terms represent significant information breach, she acknowledged. Professional focus identifying priority concern beyond merely inappropriate personal approach, though perhaps revealing more about Sophia's desperate tactics than effective intelligence gathering given the obvious manipulation attempt rather than subtle leverage application. Alexander nodded thoughtful agreement with this assessment, his expression revealing strategic consideration alongside protective concern. Manipulation. Chapter 17. The Hidden Philanthropist. The morning light filtered through the East Wing suite as Victoria reviewed the quarterly philanthropic reports from the Blackwood Foundation. 2 weeks had passed since Eric's presumptuous proposal and the revelation of information leakage regarding their contract terms. Security protocols had been enhanced throughout both the Blackwood estate and Chen Technologies systems, preventing further unauthorized access while maintaining appropriate operational efficiency. Their relationship discussion, interrupted by Eric's unexpected appearance, had resumed with careful consideration of both the genuine connection they had established and the trust complications that remained unresolved between them. The approaching contract milestone created natural framework for addressing their future beyond merely professional partnership, though neither had reached definitive conclusion regarding the personal dimensions their relationship might assume beyond the specified term. As Victoria completed her review of the Foundation's educational initiatives across Southeast Asia, she noted discrepancy between the reported funding allocations and the actual implementation metrics. The documented results significantly exceeded the financial resources officially designated through the Blackwood Foundation's public disclosures, suggesting either accounting irregularity or undisclosed funding sources supplementing the formal philanthropic structure. Her analytical mind immediately identified potential explanations, ranging from administrative error to deliberate misrepresentation, though neither aligned with the meticulous operational standards Eleanor had established throughout the Foundation's activities. The most probable explanation involved supplementary funding through channels not captured in the official financial statements, a possibility that created both governance concerns and strategic questions regarding the Foundation's actual resource deployment. Victoria closed the quarterly reports and moved toward her secure tablet, intending to cross-reference the implementation metrics against Chen Technologies' philanthropic database for potential pattern identification. Her company maintained comprehensive assessment of global charitable activities as part of its corporate social responsibility framework, creating potential resource for understanding the Blackwood Foundation's apparent funding discrepancy through comparative analysis. As she initiated the database search, Victoria noticed unusual pattern in the implementation partners listed throughout the Southeast Asian educational initiatives. Several organizations identified as primary execution channels for the Blackwood Foundation's programs also appeared in Chen Technologies' database as recipients of funding from the Phoenix Rising Foundation, a notoriously private philanthropic entity known for substantial impact despite minimal public profile. The Phoenix Rising Foundation had established remarkable reputation within international development circles despite its deliberate anonymity. Unlike most major philanthropic organizations that leveraged public recognition for additional fundraising and influence expansion, Phoenix Rising maintained strict confidentiality regarding both its funding sources and governance structure, while delivering extraordinary results across education, healthcare, and sustainable development initiatives. Victoria had attempted to identify the organization's principles during Chen Technologies' partnership exploration phase, recognizing potential strategic alignment given their shared focus on technology-enabled development solutions. Her investigation had revealed sophisticated privacy mechanisms that effectively obscured beneficial ownership while maintaining impeccable operational transparency regarding program implementation and outcome measurement. The connection between Phoenix Rising and the Blackwood Foundation's implementation partners created an intriguing pattern that warranted further investigation beyond merely administrative curiosity. Victoria expanded her database search to include temporal analysis of funding deployments, revealing remarkable coordination between the two foundations' resource allocations, despite no formal partnership disclosure in either organization's governance documentation. When Phoenix Rising increased educational technology funding in northern Thailand, the Blackwood Foundation expanded teacher training programs in precisely the same regions within following quarter. When Blackwood initiated literacy programs in rural Vietnam, Phoenix Rising deployed complementary digital library resources to identical community centers shortly thereafter. The patterns suggested deliberate coordination rather than merely coincidental alignment, though no formal connection existed in public disclosures or partnership announcements. Victoria's analytical mind immediately identified potential explanations, ranging from undisclosed strategic partnership to shared advisory resources, though neither fully explained the precise operational coordination without formal governance connection. The most intriguing possibility involved direct relationship between the Foundation's decision-makers, a consideration that created immediate questions regarding the Phoenix Rising Foundation's anonymous principles, given her familiarity with the Blackwood Foundation's governance structure. As she continued investigating this connection, Victoria discovered additional pattern regarding Phoenix Rising's establishment timeline and operational evolution. The Foundation had initiated activities approximately 7 years earlier, beginning with relatively modest educational technology deployments before expanding to comprehensive development initiatives across Southeast Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The growth trajectory aligned precisely with Alexander's professional timeline following his graduate studies at Stanford, creating potential connection that warranted further investigation, despite its seemingly coincidental nature. Victoria expanded her search parameters to include geographical analysis of Phoenix Rising's earliest initiatives, revealing concentration in regions Alexander had visited during his postgraduate travels before formally joining Blackwood Financial. The Foundation's initial programs focused on communities he had specifically mentioned during their conversations about international development approaches, creating another connection point that suggested potential relationship beyond merely coincidental alignment. The possibility that Alexander might be connected to Phoenix Rising's establishment or governance created intriguing consideration, given both the Foundation's extraordinary impact and deliberate anonymity. Such involvement would represent significant departure from the public philanthropic approach the Blackwood family traditionally employed, suggesting personal philosophy that prioritized impact over recognition, despite his family's historical emphasis on visible charitable presence. As Victoria contemplated this possibility, she heard Alexander's approach in the adjoining room. His scheduled return from morning meetings with Blackwood Financial's international development team created opportunity for direct inquiry regarding these connections, though she recognized the potential sensitivity given the deliberate privacy Phoenix Rising maintained throughout its operations. The quarterly philanthropic reports show remarkable results across Southeast Asia, she observed as Alexander entered, beginning with factual observation rather than direct questioning regarding her discoveries, particularly the educational technology integration in rural communities throughout Thailand and Vietnam. Yes, Alexander agreed, his expression revealing genuine satisfaction that transcended merely professional acknowledgement. The implementation partners have demonstrated extraordinary capability in adapting standardized resources to specific community contexts, though perhaps their effectiveness reflects appropriate support structures rather than merely organizational competence. The response, highlighting implementation effectiveness while acknowledging enabling support, created opening for more specific inquiry without directly addressing the funding discrepancy Victoria had identified. She noted Alexander's particular emphasis on implementation partners rather than merely program design, suggesting personal knowledge beyond the formal reporting structure contained in the Foundation documentation. Support structures that appear to include resources beyond the Blackwood Foundation's disclosed funding allocations, Victoria observed, introducing the discrepancy directly while maintaining neutral tone that suggested administrative curiosity rather than governance concern. The implementation metrics significantly exceed the financial resources officially designated through the public disclosures. Alexander studied her with momentary assessment before responding, his expression revealing internal consideration regarding appropriate disclosure rather than surprise at her observation. The Foundation's public statements reflect direct allocations through formal channels, he acknowledged, though perhaps complementary resources from aligned partners create comprehensive impact beyond isolated Blackwood contributions. This careful response, acknowledging additional resources without specifying their source, confirmed Victoria's suspicion regarding supplementary funding while maintaining the privacy boundaries these arrangements apparently contained. She recognized both the deliberate vagueness and implicit confirmation his phrasing represented, suggesting willingness to discuss these connections despite their confidential nature. Partners like the Phoenix Rising Foundation, Victoria suggested directly, deciding that straightforward inquiry would prove more productive than continued circumspection, given Alexander's apparent openness to this discussion, whose funding deployments demonstrate remarkable coordination with Blackwood initiatives despite no formal partnership disclosure in either organization's governance documentation. Alexander's expression revealed momentary surprise at her specific identification before shifting to thoughtful consideration that suggested respect for her investigative capabilities rather than concern regarding this discovery. "Your analytical thoroughness remains impressive," he acknowledged with slight smile that contained both appreciation and resignation, though perhaps unsurprising given both your professional capabilities and personal curiosity regarding philanthropic effectiveness. The response, acknowledging her discovery without directly confirming the specific connection, maintained careful balance between recognition and continued discretion. Victoria appreciated this measured approach, while recognizing the opportunity it created for more direct inquiry given his apparent willingness to engage with her investigation rather than dismissing or redirecting her observations. Coordination that suggests deliberate alignment rather than merely coincidental deployment, she continued, offering specific pattern identification rather than merely general observation. When Phoenix Rising increases educational technology funding in northern Thailand, the Blackwood Foundation expands teacher training programs in precisely the same regions within following quarter. When Blackwood initiates literacy programs in rural Vietnam, Phoenix Rising deploys complementary digital library resources to identical community centers shortly thereafter. This detailed pattern description, demonstrating comprehensive analysis rather than merely casual observation, created framework that invited equally specific response given the sophisticated understanding it revealed. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this explicit characterization, his expression suggesting internal assessment regarding appropriate disclosure level, rather than concern about her discovery itself. Effective development requires integrated approach across multiple dimensions, he acknowledged, the philosophical framing containing implicit confirmation without explicit admission. Educational technology without teacher training creates limited impact, while literacy programs without accessible resources fail to establish sustainable outcomes. Coordination between complementary initiatives represents logical approach regardless of organizational boundaries. This response, focusing on implementation philosophy rather than governance structure, maintained careful balance between acknowledging the coordination Victoria had identified and preserving the confidentiality boundaries Phoenix Rising apparently prioritized. She recognized both the implicit confirmation and deliberate redirection his framing represented, suggesting willingness to discuss the philanthropic approach while maintaining privacy regarding specific organizational connections. Logical approach that requires either remarkable coincidence or deliberate coordination between decision-makers, Victoria observed, returning focus to the governance question rather than merely implementation philosophy. Coordination particularly notable given Phoenix Rising's establishment timeline and geographical focus, aligning precisely with your postgraduate travels before formally joining Blackwood Financial. This direct connection, linking Alexander personally to Phoenix Rising's origins rather than merely noting organizational alignment, created more explicit inquiry that invited equally specific response. Victoria observed his momentary pause at this direct association, suggesting internal consideration regarding appropriate disclosure, given her comprehensive investigation, rather than surprise at the connection itself. "Your research has been remarkably thorough," Alexander acknowledged with quiet appreciation that contained both respect for her analytical capabilities and recognition of the personal interest her investigation represented. "Though perhaps raising question regarding your interest in these particular connections beyond merely administrative curiosity or governance concern." The response, shifting from defensive positioning to genuine inquiry regarding her motivations, created unexpected reversal that demonstrated both tactical flexibility and authentic engagement rather than merely strategic deflection. Victoria appreciated this balanced approach while recognizing the legitimate question it contained regarding her persistent investigation into connections that extended beyond merely professional oversight. Interest reflecting both governance responsibility and personal curiosity, she acknowledged with matching honesty that respected his direct inquiry. "The governance dimension concerns appropriate transparency regarding foundation activities I've formally joined through our marriage. The personal dimension reflects curiosity about philanthropic approaches that demonstrate remarkable alignment with my own philosophy, despite originating through apparently different channels." This balanced response, acknowledging both professional responsibility and personal interest, created framework for authentic exchange rather than merely investigative questioning. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this dual motivation, his expression suggesting appreciation for her honesty alongside continued assessment regarding appropriate disclosure level. "Both dimensions warranting consideration," he acknowledged with measured tone that suggested willingness to engage with her inquiry despite its sensitive nature. Though perhaps beginning with clarification that no governance irregularity exists regarding the Blackwood Foundation's activities or disclosures. "The coordination you've identified occurs through appropriate channels despite limited public documentation given certain partners' privacy preferences." This initial clarification, addressing governance concern while maintaining careful language regarding organizational relationships, established appropriate foundation for more personal discussion regarding the philosophical alignment Victoria had identified. She appreciated this structured approach while noting his continued careful phrasing regarding Phoenix Rising's involvement, despite her explicit connection to his personal timeline. Privacy preferences that appear central to Phoenix Rising's operational philosophy despite its extraordinary impact, Victoria observed, returning focus to the Foundation's unusual approach rather than merely governance clarification. An approach that contrasts significantly with the Blackwood family's traditional emphasis on visible philanthropic presence, despite potentially shared philosophical objectives. This framing, highlighting philosophical distinction rather than merely organizational connection, created opening for more personal discussion regarding the values alignment Victoria had identified beyond merely administrative coordination. She noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this perspective, his expression suggesting internal assessment regarding appropriate disclosure level, given the personal nature this conversation had assumed. Different approaches serving complementary purposes within broader impact ecosystem, he suggested, the philosophical framing maintaining careful balance between engagement and specific disclosure. Public philanthropy creates important visibility that encourages broader participation and institutional accountability. Private giving enables certain interventions that might prove challenging through more visible channels given political sensitivities or experimental approaches. This thoughtful response, offering substantive philosophical perspective while maintaining privacy boundaries, demonstrated both genuine engagement with her inquiry and continued discretion regarding specific organizational connections. Victoria appreciated this balanced approach while recognizing the opportunity it created for more direct discussion, given his willingness to engage with the philosophical dimensions rather than merely deflecting her observations. Complementary approaches that might naturally emerge within family systems where different members maintain distinct perspectives regarding optimal philanthropic methodology, she suggested, offering potential framework that acknowledged family dynamics without requiring explicit personal disclosure. The Blackwood Foundation, reflecting Eleanor's leadership philosophy while potentially aligned initiatives, might represent different family members' complementary approaches. This framing, suggesting family diversity rather than merely organizational separation, create an opening for more personal discussion without requiring direct confirmation regarding Alexander's specific involvement with Phoenix Rising. Victoria noted his thoughtful consideration of this perspective, his expressions suggesting appreciation for this diplomatic approach alongside continued assessment regarding appropriate disclosure level. Family systems often contain greater diversity than external perception might suggest, he acknowledged with slight smile that contained both appreciation for her diplomatic framing and recognition of its accuracy regarding Blackwood dynamics. Though perhaps individual approaches reflect personal values developed through experience rather than merely inherited philosophy regardless of family context. This response, focusing on personal values development rather than merely family dynamics, shifted toward more individual perspective, while maintaining careful balance between engagement and specific disclosure. Victoria recognized both the philosophical depth and continued discretion this framing represented, suggesting willingness to discuss personal values while preserving privacy boundaries regarding specific organizational connections. Values apparently developed through significant international experience during your postgraduate period, she observed, returning to the timeline connection she had identified while maintaining focus on philosophical development rather than merely organizational establishment. Experience you've mentioned during our conversations about effective development approaches across Southeast Asia and beyond. This reference, connecting his personal experience to the philosophical approach without directly claiming organizational establishment, maintained respectful inquiry while acknowledging the pattern Victoria had identified. She noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this specific connection, his expression suggesting internal assessment regarding appropriate disclosure, given her persistent yet respectful investigation. After momentary consideration that suggested genuine deliberation rather than merely strategic calculation, Alexander moved towards the terrace doors with contemplative expression that invited Victoria to join him rather than merely continuing their seated conversation. As they stepped onto the terrace overlooking the East Garden where many of their most significant conversations had occurred, he turned to her with expression that contained both vulnerability and resolution beyond his typical measured composure. Phoenix Rising began with relatively modest educational technology deployments in communities I visited during postgraduate travels, he acknowledged directly, the simple statement confirming Victoria's primary suspicion while establishing new level of disclosure between them. Initial programs focused on practical implementation of theoretical approaches I'd studied at Stanford, testing whether technology-enabled learning could transcend resource limitations when appropriately adapted to specific cultural contexts. This direct confirmation, acknowledging his connection to Phoenix Rising's establishment without qualification or deflection, represented significant trust demonstration beyond merely factual disclosure. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally recognizing both the information value and relationship significance. This acknowledgement represented given the Foundation's deliberate anonymity throughout its operations. Implementation that demonstrated remarkable effectiveness despite limited initial resources, she observed, offering substantive response rather than merely acknowledging his disclosure, though perhaps evolving toward comprehensive development approach that extended significantly beyond educational technology as both experience and available resources expanded. This engagement, focusing on programmatic evolution rather than merely organizational establishment, demonstrated respect for both the philanthropic substance and his willingness to share this previously private information. Victoria noted Alexander's appreciation for this substantive response, his expression revealing relief at her focus on impact, rather than merely personal connection, despite the significant revelation his disclosure represented. Evolution reflecting both implementation learning and expanding perspective regarding interconnected development dimensions, he confirmed, professional passion emerging alongside personal disclosure in a way that revealed genuine commitment beyond merely strategic philanthropy. Educational outcomes require supportive healthcare infrastructure, while both depend on sustainable economic opportunities within comprehensive community development approach. This substantive engagement, discussing programmatic philosophy rather than merely organizational details, demonstrated both his expertise and authentic commitment beyond merely philanthropic obligation. Victoria felt growing appreciation for this revealed dimension that aligned remarkably with her own approach to technology-enabled development, despite originating through apparently different channels and experiences. Approach demonstrating sophisticated understanding despite beginning during relatively early career stage, she noted, acknowledging both the philosophical depth and timeline implications this evolution represented. Understanding that appears to have developed independently from the Blackwood family's traditional philanthropic methodology despite potential shared objectives. This observation, highlighting both his independent development and potential family distinction, created opening for more personal discussion regarding the values formation his approach represented. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this perspective, his expression suggesting willingness to engage with these more personal dimensions given her substantive engagement with the philanthropic approach itself. Independence that reflected both educational background and personal experience, rather than merely deliberate distinction from family tradition, he explained, offering genuine reflection rather than merely factual clarification. Stanford's development economics program emphasized evidence-based interventions and outcome measurement beyond traditional philanthropic approaches, while personal travel created direct exposure to implementation challenges that theoretical frameworks often overlooked. This thoughtful response, connecting educational foundation with personal experience, provided substantive context for his approach's development beyond merely organizational details. Victoria appreciated this authentic sharing while noting the natural alignment with her own philosophy regarding technology-enabled development, despite their apparently different pathways towards similar conclusions, resulting in an approach that prioritizes impact measurement and adaptation based on implementation feedback, she observed, highlighting philosophical alignment rather than merely organizational structure. Methodology that appears remarkably consistent with Chen Technologies' development initiatives despite emerging through entirely different context and experience. This connection, acknowledging shared philosophy beyond merely parallel activities, created framework for discussing values alignment rather than merely organizational coordination. Victoria noted Alexander's genuine interest in this observation, his expression revealing appreciation for this substantive connection beyond merely personal disclosure. Consistency I've noted with considerable interest since learning your complete identity, he acknowledged with slight smile that contained both professional respect and personal appreciation, though perhaps representing natural convergence given similar objectives despite different pathways, rather than merely coincidental alignment. This perspective, suggesting philosophical convergence rather than merely parallel development, shifted toward more fundamental values discussion beyond merely organizational approaches. Victoria felt growing connection through this revealed dimension that transcended both their professional partnership and personal relationship through shared commitment to effective development methodology despite their different backgrounds. Natural convergence that raises question regarding Phoenix Rising's deliberate anonymity despite its extraordinary impact, she observed, returning to the Foundation's unusual approach rather than merely philosophical alignment. An approach that contrasts significantly with both the Blackwood tradition and Chen Technologies' public engagement despite potentially shared philosophical objectives. This inquiry, addressing operational philosophy rather than merely organizational details, demonstrated continued interest in understanding his approach beyond merely confirming her suspicions regarding establishment. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this question, his expression suggesting willingness to engage with these more fundamental dimensions, given her substantive engagement with the philanthropic approach itself. Anonymity serving multiple purposes beyond merely personal preference, he explained, offering substantive perspective rather than merely defensive justification. Practical dimension involves avoiding political complications in sensitive regions where Blackwood Financial maintains significant operations, preventing potential conflicts between development objectives and corporate interests, despite their fundamental alignment. This practical explanation, highlighting governance considerations beyond merely personal preference, demonstrated sophisticated understanding of international development complexities beyond merely philanthropic intention. Victoria appreciated this nuanced perspective, while recognizing additional dimensions likely informed this approach given its consistency throughout regions without such potential conflicts. Beyond practical considerations, Alexander continued after momentary reflection, that suggested genuine consideration rather than merely prepared explanation, the anonymity reflects philosophical commitment to impact-focused philanthropy that measures success through community outcomes rather than donor recognition. Approach that attempts to address fundamental power imbalance traditional philanthropy often reinforces despite beneficial intentions. This philosophical depth, addressing systemic considerations beyond merely practical implementation, revealed sophisticated understanding that aligned remarkably with Victoria's own concerns regarding traditional philanthropic models, despite their different professional backgrounds. She felt growing appreciation for this revealed dimension that demonstrated values alignment beyond merely parallel activities or complementary approaches. Power imbalance that creates dependency relationships rather than sustainable development despite beneficial intentions, Victoria noted, engaging directly with this philosophical perspective rather than merely acknowledging its articulation. Challenge that requires fundamental reconsideration of philanthropic methodology beyond merely implementation efficiency or resource allocation. This substantive engagement, addressing philosophical foundations rather than merely operational details, demonstrated shared understanding beyond merely parallel activities. Victoria observed Alexander's genuine appreciation for this connection, his expression revealing recognition of values alignment that transcended both their professional partnership and personal relationship. Precisely, he confirmed with evident satisfaction at this shared understanding. Though perhaps representing challenge that neither traditional philanthropy nor conventional development approaches have fully resolved despite decades of evolution and considerable resource deployment. This acknowledgement, recognizing limitations beyond merely proposing solutions, demonstrated intellectual honesty alongside philosophical commitment that further revealed values alignment beyond merely parallel activities. Victoria felt deepening connection through this revealed dimension that suggested fundamental compatibility beyond their professional partnership or personal relationships' calculated origins. Challenge that requires continuous learning and adaptation rather than predetermined methodology, regardless of implementation context, she suggested, offering substantive contribution rather than merely acknowledging his perspective. Approach Phoenix Rising appears to demonstrate through its evolutionary program development and context-specific implementation, despite consistent philosophical foundation. This engagement, highlighting specific operational strengths beyond merely philosophical alignment, demonstrated genuine appreciation for his approach beyond merely personal connection. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this assessment, his expression revealing both professional satisfaction and personal appreciation for her substantive understanding, despite the Foundation's deliberate privacy throughout its operations. Evolution reflecting both implementation learning and expanding perspective, he acknowledged with evident satisfaction that transcended merely professional acknowledgement. Though perhaps benefiting significantly from Chen Technologies' parallel innovations, despite our independent development paths until recently. This generous acknowledgement, recognizing her company's contributions despite their previously separate approaches, demonstrated both intellectual honesty and collaborative orientation beyond merely personal disclosure. Victoria felt growing appreciation for these revealed dimensions that suggested fundamental compatibility beyond their professional partnership or personal relationships' calculated origins. As they continued discussing specific implementation approaches and philosophical foundations, Victoria recognized increasingly that Alexander's hidden philanthropic activities revealed values that deeply aligned with her own, despite their apparently different pathways towards similar conclusions. The Phoenix Rising Foundation represented not merely parallel organization, but fundamental expression of principles that matched her approach to technology-enabled development, despite emerging through entirely different context and experience. The Foundation's financial structure represents another dimension warranting clarification, Alexander noted after their substantive discussion of implementation approaches, addressing potential question Victoria hadn't explicitly raised, despite its obvious relevance. Phoenix Rising operates entirely independently from Blackwood family resources, despite potential assumption regarding funding sources given my position. This proactive disclosure, addressing financial independence without specific questioning, demonstrated both transparency and recognition of potential governance concerns beyond merely philosophical discussion. Victoria appreciated this forthright approach, while recognizing the significant implication this independence represented, given the Foundation's substantial resource deployment across multiple continents. Independence that raises natural question regarding resource origins given the Foundation's extensive operations, she acknowledged, accepting his opening toward this dimension without demanding specific financial disclosure, though perhaps representing personal priority beyond merely professional obligation, given the substantial commitment such funding would require. This measured response, acknowledging the question without demanding detailed accounting, demonstrated respect for potential privacy boundaries while recognizing the significant commitment his approach represented. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this balanced inquiry, his expression suggesting internal assessment regarding appropriate disclosure level, given their relationship's evolving trust dimensions. The initial funding came from technology investments made during graduate school, he explained after momentary consideration that suggested genuine deliberation rather than merely strategic calculation. Early-stage positions in several quantum computing applications that experienced significant valuation growth during subsequent development phases, creating resource base that expanded through continued investment alongside philanthropic deployment. This specific disclosure, identifying independent funding source beyond merely stating separation from family resources, represented significant trust demonstration beyond merely philosophical sharing. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally recognizing both the information value and relationship significance this acknowledgement represented, given the substantial resources Phoenix Rising deployed throughout its operations. Investments suggesting both financial acumen and independent resource development beyond family position, she observed, acknowledging the significance without demanding further specific details, though perhaps representing more substantial commitment than merely fortunate investment positions given the Foundation's extensive operations across multiple continents. This balanced response, recognizing significant implication without demanding comprehensive financial disclosure, maintained respectful boundaries while acknowledging the substantial commitment his approach represented. Victoria noted Alexander's appreciation for this measured inquiry, his expression suggesting willingness to provide additional context given her respectful engagement, rather than merely investigative questioning. The initial investments created foundation that subsequent management has expanded significantly, he acknowledged with modest framing that suggested practical explanation rather than personal accomplishment, despite the obvious success this approach represented. Though perhaps benefiting from financial expertise developed through both educational background and professional experience, despite independent application from family operations. This measured disclosure, acknowledging substantial resource development without specific valuation details, maintained appropriate balance between transparency and privacy regarding personal financial information. Victoria appreciated this forthright approach, while recognizing the significant implication this independent success represented, given both his family background and professional position within Blackwood Financial. Success suggesting remarkable capability beyond merely fortunate timing, she noted, offering genuine acknowledgement without demanding specific financial metrics. Though perhaps more significant in presenting values expression through resource allocation rather than merely wealth accumulation despite obvious financial acumen. This perspective, focusing on values demonstration rather than merely financial achievement, shifted toward more fundamental dimension beyond merely organizational details or resource origins. Victoria observed Alexander's genuine appreciation for this framing, his expression revealing recognition of understanding that transcended merely factual acknowledgement or professional assessment. The resource allocation reflecting priority hierarchy rather than merely strategic philanthropy, he confirmed with evident satisfaction at this understanding beyond merely financial discussion. Though perhaps representing natural extension of values development, rather than deliberate contrast with conventional wealth management, despite its distinctive approach. This framing, positioning his philanthropy as values expression rather than merely strategic distinction, revealed authentic foundation beyond merely organizational establishment or resource deployment. Victoria felt deepening connection through this revealed dimension that suggested fundamental compatibility beyond their professional partnership or personal relationships' calculated origins. As afternoon light shifted across the East Garden, their conversation evolved from specific organizational details toward more fundamental values discussion that revealed remarkable alignment despite their apparently different pathways. Alexander's hidden philanthropic activities demonstrated principles that matched Victoria's approach to technology-enabled development with extraordinary precision despite emerging through entirely different context and experience. The revelation of his independent fortune, built through personal investment acumen rather than merely inherited wealth, created additional dimension beyond merely philanthropic alignment. His deliberate choice to deploy these resources through anonymous charitable foundations rather than personal consumption or public recognition demonstrated values hierarchy that prioritized impact over status, despite his family's traditional emphasis on visible position and recognized influence. Most significant was the philosophical foundation underlying these choices: commitment to addressing fundamental power imbalances traditional philanthropy often reinforced despite beneficial intentions. This approach aligned precisely with Victoria's own concerns regarding conventional development models, despite their different professional backgrounds and personal experiences, suggesting compatibility that transcended both their professional partnership and personal relationships' calculated origins. As their conversation gradually shifted from Phoenix Rising's specific operations toward broader philosophical discussion, Victoria felt growing appreciation for these revealed dimensions that suggested fundamental alignment beyond merely parallel activities or complementary approaches. The hidden philanthropist Alexander had established alongside his public Blackwood identity demonstrated values that deeply resonated with her own priorities despite their apparently different pathways towards similar conclusions. Your discovery of these connections represents significant milestone, Alexander acknowledged as their conversation reached natural pause, addressing the investigative process that had initiated this disclosure, rather than merely its substantive content. Though perhaps raising question regarding your reaction beyond merely professional interest or administrative curiosity, given the deliberate privacy these arrangements have maintained. This direct inquiry, shifting from information sharing to personal response, created opening for more fundamental exchange regarding the significance this revelation held for their relationship beyond merely organizational alignment. Victoria considered this question with thoughtful assessment that acknowledged both the information value and potential relationship implications this disclosure represented. Discovery that reveals values alignment I hadn't fully anticipated, despite our effective professional partnership, she acknowledged with honesty that respected his direct inquiry. Alignment suggesting fundamental compatibility beyond merely strategic arrangement or complementary expertise despite our relationship's calculated origins. This forthright response, acknowledging relationship implications beyond merely professional assessment, created framework for authentic exchange regarding the significance this revelation held for their future beyond the approaching contract milestone. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this perspective, his expression suggesting appreciation for this direct engagement alongside continued assessment regarding its implications for their evolving relationship. Compatibility that perhaps warrants consideration regarding our approaching decision point, he suggested with measured tone that acknowledged their contract timeline without presuming specific conclusion regarding its potential extension. Though requiring honest assessment of both this alignment and the trust complications that remain unresolved between us despite this additional context. This balanced framing, acknowledging both the positive alignment and remaining complications, demonstrated the authentic communication that had developed between them despite their relationship's calculated origins. Victoria appreciated this forthright approach that neither minimized their genuine connection nor ignored the trust issues that continued despite this revealed dimension. Assessment that benefits significantly from this additional understanding, she acknowledged, offering genuine perspective without predetermined conclusion regarding their contract's potential continuation. Though perhaps requiring integration within comprehensive consideration beyond merely philosophical alignment, despite its significant implications for potential compatibility. This measured response, acknowledging importance without claiming resolution, maintained thoughtful engagement with their relationship's future without premature conclusion based solely on this new information. Victoria observed Alexander's appreciation for this balanced perspective, his expression revealing recognition of the complex considerations their approaching milestone necessitated, despite this significant revelation. Integration within consideration that includes both our professional success and personal connection alongside these remaining trust questions, he agreed, the framing reflecting comprehensive understanding of their relationship's multiple dimensions. Though perhaps with recognition that values alignment represents fundamental compatibility beyond merely strategic arrangement regardless of our ultimate decision regarding formal continuation. This perspective, acknowledging significance beyond merely decision input, demonstrated thoughtful assessment that transcended merely contractual consideration or strategic calculation. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for this nuanced understanding that recognized their connection's substantive dimensions beyond merely formal arrangement, regardless of their approaching milestone-specific resolution. As afternoon shadows lengthened across the East Garden, Victoria reflected on the extraordinary revelation Alexander's hidden philanthropic activities represented beyond merely organizational discovery. The Phoenix Rising Foundation demonstrated values that deeply aligned with her own approach to technology-enabled development despite emerging through entirely different context and experience. His independent fortune built through personal investment acumen rather than merely inherited wealth revealed capability beyond his family position, while his deliberate choice to deploy these resources through anonymous charitable foundations demonstrated priority hierarchy that matched her own, despite their different backgrounds. Most significant was the philosophical foundation underlying these choices: commitment to addressing fundamental power imbalances traditional philanthropy often reinforced despite beneficial intentions. This approach aligned precisely with Victoria's own concerns regarding conventional development models, despite their different professional backgrounds and personal experiences, suggesting compatibility that transcended both their professional partnership and personal relationships' calculated origins. The hidden philanthropist Alexander had established alongside his public Blackwood identity revealed values that deeply resonated with her own priorities, despite their apparently different pathways toward similar conclusions. This alignment created significant consideration regarding their approaching contract milestone, suggesting fundamental compatibility beyond merely strategic arrangement or complementary expertise, despite their relationship's calculated origins, and the trust complications that remained unresolved between them. As they sat together in the East Garden, where their connection had first evolved beyond merely strategic arrangement, Victoria recognized that their relationship now entered territory neither her initial planning nor subsequent documentation had anticipated. The discovery of Alexander's hidden philanthropic activities created new dimension, beyond merely professional partnership or personal connection, revealing values alignment that suggested fundamental compatibility despite their different backgrounds and experiences. What emerged wasn't neat resolution to the trust tension her strategic planning had created, but rather additional context for considering their relationship's potential beyond its calculated origins. The approaching contract milestone still required careful consideration of both the genuine connection they had established and the complications that remained unresolved between them. Yet, Alexander's revealed philanthropy demonstrated values that deeply aligned with Victoria's own priorities, creating significant foundation for potential continuation beyond merely strategic arrangement or complementary expertise. As afternoon light faded across the East Garden, Victoria and Alexander sat together in thoughtful silence that contained both the weight of their approaching decision and the potential for connection deeper than either had initially anticipated. The path forward remained complex, yet the hidden philanthropist revealed through Victoria's discovery suggested compatibility that transcended both their professional partnership and personal relationships' calculated origins, alignment that would significantly influence their consideration of the crossroads their contract milestone represented regardless of its ultimate resolution. Chapter 18. Beyond Contract. The evening shadows lengthened across Alexander's study as Victoria reviewed the contract that had defined their relationship's parameters for nearly 12 months. Tomorrow marked the official conclusion of their agreement's specified term, creating decision point that required formal resolution regardless of the complex considerations their evolving connection represented. The document's precise language, outlining mutual obligations, performance expectations, and termination procedures, seemed strangely clinical compared to the multidimensional relationship that had developed beyond its calculated origins. 3 weeks had passed since Victoria's discovery of Alexander's hidden philanthropic activities, a revelation that had created significant context for considering their future beyond merely professional partnership. The Phoenix Rising Foundation demonstrated values alignment that suggested fundamental compatibility despite their different backgrounds and experiences. Yet this discovery hadn't automatically resolved the trust complications that remained between them following her strategic planning revelation. Their conversations during these intervening weeks had carefully navigated both the genuine connection they had established and the complications that remained unresolved, creating framework for considering continuation beyond their agreement's specified term. Neither had reached definitive conclusion regarding the personal dimensions their relationship might assume moving forward, though their professional partnership's extraordinary success created compelling case for maintaining their corporate alignment regardless of personal considerations. As Victoria studied the contract's termination clause, outlining procedures for either continuation or conclusion following the specified term, she heard Alexander's approach from the adjoining room. His measured footsteps suggested purposeful engagement rather than casual interruption, creating immediate context for potentially significant conversation given their agreement's imminent conclusion. "The contract's anniversary arrives tomorrow," he observed as he entered, acknowledging the timeline directly rather than employing diplomatic circumvention despite the potentially sensitive nature this milestone represented. Creating decision point our agreement established despite the evolution beyond its original parameters. This straightforward acknowledgement, addressing their contract's conclusion directly, demonstrated the authentic communication that had developed between them despite their relationship's calculated origins. Victoria appreciated this direct approach while recognizing the complex considerations this milestone necessitated, given both their professional success and personal complications. decision point that requires formal resolution regardless of the multidimensional considerations our relationship now represents, she acknowledged, matching his directness with equal forthrightness despite the vulnerability this conversation created. Though perhaps with recognition that our partnership has evolved significantly beyond the parameters this document established 12 months ago. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both the formal requirement and relationship evolution, created framework for authentic exchange regarding their future beyond merely contractual consideration. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful assessment of this framing, his expression revealing appreciation for this direct engagement alongside continued consideration regarding appropriate approach to this significant conversation. Evolution that encompasses both extraordinary professional success and personal connection, despite the calculated origins this document represents, he observed, the characterization acknowledging their relationship's multiple dimensions beyond merely contractual arrangement, though perhaps requiring honest assessment of whether continuation serves both dimensions equally, given the trust complications that remain unresolved between us. This forthright framing, addressing both their connection's strengths and remaining challenges, demonstrated the balanced communication that had characterized their most significant conversations throughout their evolving relationship. Victoria appreciated this comprehensive perspective while recognizing the legitimate question it contained regarding whether formal continuation represented appropriate resolution given their complex circumstances. Assessment that benefits from comprehensive consideration beyond merely professional success or personal connection in isolation, she suggested, offering balanced framework that acknowledged their relationship's multiple dimensions. Though perhaps beginning with recognition that our corporate partnership has created extraordinary value that warrants continuation regardless of personal considerations. This practical starting point, establishing professional continuation as foundation regardless of personal resolution, created structured approach to their decision beyond merely emotional assessment. Victoria observed Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this framing, his expression revealing appreciation for this pragmatic foundation, alongside recognition of the personal dimensions that transcended merely corporate alignment. The corporate partnership has indeed demonstrated remarkable effectiveness that creates compelling case for continuation, he acknowledged with professional assessment that contained both objective evaluation and genuine appreciation, though perhaps representing dimension that could function through revised arrangement beyond our current agreement's integrated approach, should personal considerations warrant separation despite our professional compatibility. This balanced perspective, acknowledging potential separation between professional and personal dimensions, demonstrated practical consideration beyond merely binary decision regarding their relationship's continuation. Victoria appreciated this nuanced approach, while recognizing the implicit question it contained regarding whether such separation represented optimal resolution, given their connection's integrated nature, despite its remaining complications. Potential separation that would require careful structural consideration, given the integrated nature our partnership has assumed across both corporate and personal dimensions, she noted, addressing the practical challenges such approach would create beyond merely conceptual possibility. Though perhaps warranting exploration as potential framework, should personal resolution prove challenging despite our professional alignment. This practical assessment, acknowledging implementation challenges alongside conceptual possibility, maintained balanced consideration beyond merely emotional response to their relationship's potential reconfiguration. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful engagement with this perspective, his expression revealing similar practical assessment alongside deeper consideration regarding whether such separation aligned with their relationship's evolved nature, despite its remaining complications. After momentary reflection that suggested genuine deliberation rather than merely strategic calculation, Alexander moved toward his desk with purposeful stride that contained both resolution and vulnerability beneath his typically composed exterior. From the central drawer, he retrieved folder containing document Victoria immediately recognized as duplicate copy of their original contract. the formal agreement that had established their relationship's parameters 12 months earlier. Before addressing specific continuation frameworks, he began with measured tone that suggested significant perspective beyond merely procedural discussion, perhaps considering fundamental question regarding whether this document's approach remains appropriate foundation regardless of particular terms or conditions it might contain. This framing, questioning the document's fundamental approach rather than merely its specific provisions, shifted toward more significant consideration beyond merely contractual modification or extension. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally recognizing the potential implications this perspective represented regarding their relationship's future beyond merely formal arrangement. The contract established necessary parameters during period when trust remained unestablished between unfamiliar partners, Alexander continued, his assessment acknowledging the document's historical purpose without necessarily endorsing its continued relevance. Framework that created appropriate accountability during relationships' initial development, despite the calculated nature such approach necessarily represented. This historical contextualization, positioning the contract within their relationship's evolution rather than merely its current state, created perspective that invited consideration regarding whether such formal arrangement remained necessary given their developed connection despite its remaining complications. Victoria noted this thoughtful framing while recognizing the significant implications it contained regarding potential relationship reconfiguration beyond merely contractual renewal. The question becomes whether continuation requires similar formal parameters, Alexander suggested, articulating the fundamental consideration his approach had implied, or whether our relationship has evolved toward foundation that might function through different framework despite the trust complications that remain unresolved between us. This direct inquiry, addressing fundamental approach rather than merely specific terms, created opening for significant reconsideration beyond merely contractual modification or extension. Victoria felt momentary vulnerability at this fundamental questioning while appreciating the authentic engagement it represented, despite the uncertainty such reconsideration necessarily created. Different framework requiring careful consideration regarding both its structural components and accountability mechanisms, she observed, maintaining practical assessment alongside recognition of the significant shift this approach represented. Though perhaps warranting exploration given our relationship's evolution beyond the calculated arrangement this document initially established. This balanced response, acknowledging potential value alongside necessary considerations, maintained thoughtful engagement with his fundamental questioning without premature conclusion regarding appropriate resolution. Victoria observed Alexander's appreciation for this measured perspective, his expression revealing recognition of both the practical requirements and significant implications this potential approach represented. Exploration that might begin with honest assessment of what elements have proven most valuable within our current arrangement, he suggested, offering structured approach to this fundamental reconsideration rather than merely conceptual discussion. Beyond merely contractual obligations or performance metrics, despite their initial importance in establishing functional partnership. This practical framing, focusing on specific value identification rather than merely abstract reconsideration, demonstrated the thoughtful approach that had characterized their most significant conversations throughout their evolving relationship. Victoria appreciated this structured perspective while recognizing the opportunity it created for substantive assessment beyond merely emotional response to their relationship's potential reconfiguration. The transparency regarding expectations and responsibilities, she identified immediately, offering concrete element rather than merely general observation, creating clear understanding that prevented misalignment despite our different backgrounds and initial unfamiliarity with each other's operational approaches. This specific identification, highlighting practical benefit beyond merely formal obligation, demonstrated substantive engagement with his suggested assessment. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful consideration of this perspective, his expression revealing similar appreciation for this structural element despite potential reconsideration of its formal implementation within their relationship moving forward. Transparency that perhaps represents valuable principle beyond merely contractual obligation, he suggested, distinguishing between the specific mechanism and underlying value it represented. Principle that might function through different framework beyond formal documentation, despite its continued importance within functional partnership. This distinction, separating principle from specific implementation, created perspective that invited consideration regarding how essential values might transfer to different relationship structure beyond merely contractual arrangement. Victoria felt growing engagement with this conceptual exploration, despite the uncertainty it created regarding their relationship's potential reconfiguration. The performance accountability through regular assessment, she continued, identifying another valuable element beyond merely general characterization. Creating structured opportunity for addressing concerns or misalignments before developing into significant complications, despite potentially uncomfortable conversations, such review necessarily involved. This additional identification, highlighting another practical benefit beyond merely formal obligation, maintained substantive engagement with his suggested assessment. Victoria observed Alexander's appreciation for this continued specific analysis, his expression revealing recognition of these essential elements, despite potential reconsideration of their formal implementation within revised relationship framework. Accountability that similarly represents valuable principle beyond merely contractual mechanism, he acknowledged, maintaining the distinction between specific implementation and underlying value. Though perhaps functioning through different approach beyond quarterly review sessions, despite the important functions such structured assessment provided. This continued distinction, separating principle from specific implementation, maintained perspective regarding how essential values might transfer to different relationship structure beyond merely contractual arrangement. Victoria felt increasing clarity regarding potential framework that might preserve valuable elements while potentially transcending the calculated nature their current agreement necessarily represented. The mutual respect for individual priorities alongside shared objectives, she added, identifying more fundamental element beyond merely structural components. Creating space for personal autonomy within collaborative framework, despite the integrated nature our partnership gradually assumed across both professional and personal dimensions. This deeper identification, highlighting relational value beyond merely procedural benefit, shifted toward more fundamental consideration regarding their relationship's essential qualities beyond merely contractual provisions. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful engagement with this perspective, his expression revealing appreciation for this progression toward core principles beyond merely structural elements. Respect that perhaps represents foundational value beyond any particular arrangement or framework, he suggested, the observation addressing fundamental principle rather than merely specific implementation. Value that might function as essential foundation regardless of whatever formal or informal structure our relationship might assume moving forward. This perspective, positioning respect as foundational principle beyond merely structural component, created framework for considering relationship reconfiguration that preserved essential values while potentially transcending the calculated nature their current agreement necessarily represented. Victoria felt growing clarity regarding potential approach that might address both their connection's strengths and remaining complications beyond merely contractual renewal or termination. After their thoughtful exchange regarding valuable elements within their current arrangement, Alexander returned attention to the contract duplicate he had retrieved from his desk drawer. His expression contained both resolution and vulnerability as he considered the document that had established their relationship's initial parameters despite the significant evolution those boundaries had experienced throughout their 12-month partnership. This document served important purpose during period when trust remained unestablished between unfamiliar partners, he acknowledged, his assessment recognizing the contract's historical value without necessarily endorsing its continued relevance. creating necessary structure that enabled relationship development despite the calculated nature such formal arrangement necessarily represented. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both historical value and potential current limitations, maintained thoughtful assessment beyond merely emotional reaction to their relationship's formal foundation. Victoria noted this measured approach while recognizing the potential significance his continued focus on the physical document suggested regarding their conversation's direction. The question becomes whether continuation requires similar formal parameters, Alexander continued, returning to the fundamental consideration his approach had initially suggested, or whether our relationship has evolved toward foundation that might function through different framework, despite the trust complications that remain unresolved between us. Before Victoria could respond to this repeated inquiry, Alexander made unexpected movement that contained both deliberate purpose and symbolic significance beyond merely physical action. With careful precision that suggested considered decision rather than emotional impulse, he tore the contract in half with clean motion that created unmistakable statement regarding his perspective on their relationship's formal parameters moving forward. The action, physically destroying their agreement's duplicate copy, created immediate context shift from theoretical discussion to concrete demonstration regarding Alexander's position on their relationship's potential reconfiguration. Victoria maintained composed exterior while internally processing both the symbolic significance and practical implications this unexpected gesture represented, perhaps suggesting my perspective regarding whether continuation requires similar formal parameters, Alexander acknowledged with slight smile that contained both vulnerability and resolution beneath his typically measured composure. Though representing personal position rather than presumptive decision regarding approach, we might establish moving forward. This clarification, positioning his action as personal statement rather than unilateral decision, demonstrated respect for their partnership despite the dramatic nature his gesture had represented. Victoria appreciated this balanced framing while recognizing the significant perspective it revealed regarding Alexander's view of their relationship's potential beyond merely contractual arrangement. Statement that creates clear context regarding your perspective, she acknowledged, maintaining composed response despite the unexpected nature his demonstration had represented. Though perhaps requiring elaboration regarding what alternative framework you envision beyond merely rejection of formal parameters. This measured response, acknowledging his statement while requesting specific elaboration, maintained thoughtful engagement despite the dramatic shift his action had created within their conversation. Victoria observed Alexander's appreciation for this balanced approach, his expression revealing recognition of the legitimate question her response contained regarding constructive alternative beyond merely symbolic rejection. Framework built on mutual respect, transparent communication, and shared values rather than contractual obligation or performance metrics, he suggested, offering substantive alternative rather than merely conceptual rejection. Approach that acknowledges both the genuine connection we've established and the trust complications that remain unresolved between us without positioning either as contractual consideration. This specific proposal, outlining alternative foundation beyond merely formal rejection, demonstrated thoughtful consideration beyond merely symbolic gesture. Victoria felt growing engagement with this potential framework, despite the uncertainty it created regarding specific implementation beyond their current arrangement's structured parameters. Approach that maintains valuable principles while potentially transcending the calculated nature our current agreement necessarily represented, she observed, acknowledging the potential benefits his suggested framework contained, though perhaps requiring specific consideration regarding how such principles function in practice beyond merely conceptual foundation. This practical response, focusing on implementation beyond merely conceptual agreement, maintained substantive engagement with his proposal while addressing necessary considerations regarding functional application. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful assessment of this perspective, his expression revealing appreciation for this pragmatic approach, alongside recognition of the legitimate question it contained. Functioning through consistent demonstration rather than documented obligation, he suggested, offering implementation perspective beyond merely conceptual framework. Transparency maintained through ongoing communication rather than quarterly review sessions. Accountability established through mutual commitment rather than contractual requirement. Respect demonstrated through consistent action rather than formal acknowledgement. This specific implementation vision, outlining practical application beyond merely theoretical foundation, demonstrated comprehensive consideration beyond merely emotional reaction to their relationship's formal parameters. Victoria appreciated this thoughtful approach while recognizing both the potential benefits and inherent challenges such framework might present given their relationship's complex history and remaining complications. Implementation requiring significant trust despite the complications that remain unresolved between us, she noted, addressing fundamental challenge his proposed framework presented beyond merely practical application, though perhaps representing opportunity for rebuilding such trust through consistent demonstration rather than merely contractual obligation, despite the vulnerability such approach necessarily creates. This balanced assessment, acknowledging both challenge and opportunity, maintained thoughtful engagement with his proposal without minimizing the significant considerations it necessitated, given their relationship's particular circumstances. Victoria observed Alexander's appreciation for this nuanced perspective, his expression revealing recognition of both the legitimate concern and potential benefit her response had identified. Trust rebuilt through consistent demonstration rather than merely formal declaration, he acknowledged, accepting the challenge her observation had identified while maintaining his proposal's fundamental approach. Process that acknowledges both our relationship's evolved connection and the legitimate complications that remain without positioning either as contractual consideration beyond mutual commitment to ongoing partnership. This balanced framing, acknowledging both connection and complication, demonstrated the authentic communication that had characterized their most significant conversations throughout their evolving relationship. Victoria felt growing consideration of this potential framework, despite the vulnerability it created given the formal protection their current arrangement had provided throughout their partnership's development. Partnership that would extend beyond merely professional alignment, she observed, addressing the integrated nature their relationship had assumed despite its calculated origins, though perhaps requiring explicit discussion regarding personal dimensions beyond corporate collaboration, given the multifaceted connection our relationship has developed throughout these 12 months. This direct inquiry, addressing personal dimensions beyond merely professional partnership, created opening for more explicit discussion regarding their relationship's intimate aspects beyond merely corporate alignment. Victoria noted Alexander's momentary consideration of this direct approach, his expression revealing internal assessment regarding appropriate response to this significant dimension, despite the vulnerability such discussion necessarily created. Personal dimensions that have evolved beyond the arrangement our contract initially established, he acknowledged with directness that matched her forthright inquiry. Evolution that suggests potential for relationship beyond merely strategic partnership, despite the calculated nature its origins necessarily represented. This direct acknowledgement, confirming personal evolution beyond merely professional arrangement, created framework for authentic discussion regarding their relationship's intimate dimensions beyond merely corporate alignment. Victoria felt momentary vulnerability at this explicit engagement, while appreciating the honest communication it represented, despite the uncertainty such discussion necessarily created. Potential requiring honest assessment of both the genuine connection we've established and the trust complications that remain unresolved between us, she suggested, offering balanced framework that acknowledged their relationship's multiple dimensions. Assessment that neither minimizes our evolved feelings nor ignores the legitimate concerns my strategic planning created despite subsequent demonstration of authentic partnership. This comprehensive perspective, addressing both connection and complication, maintained thoughtful engagement with their relationship's personal dimensions without premature conclusion regarding appropriate resolution. Victoria observed Alexander's appreciation for this balanced approach, his expression revealing similar nuanced consideration regarding their relationship's potential beyond merely professional partnership. Assessment acknowledging that trust represents ongoing process rather than binary state, he suggested, offering perspective that created potential pathway beyond their current complications. Process that requires consistent demonstration rather than merely formal declaration or single conversation, despite the significance such explicit discussion represents within relationship development. This nuanced perspective, positioning trust as process rather than fixed condition, created framework for considering their relationship's future beyond merely current complications or formal resolution. Victoria felt growing engagement with this approach, despite the uncertainty it created regarding specific outcome beyond their contract's structured parameters. Process that would begin with honesty regarding current feelings beyond merely strategic consideration, she suggested, offering concrete starting point beyond merely conceptual framework. Creating authentic foundation for whatever relationship might develop beyond our agreement's formal conclusion despite the vulnerability such disclosure necessarily creates. This specific proposal, suggesting explicit emotional discussion beyond merely structural consideration, demonstrated willingness to engage with their relationship's personal dimensions despite the uncertainty such conversation necessarily created. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful assessment of this direct approach, his expression revealing both appreciation for her forthrightness and internal consideration regarding appropriate response to this significant invitation. After momentary reflection that suggested genuine deliberation rather than merely strategic calculation, Alexander moved from his position near the desk toward more intimate proximity that created physical context for the personal discussion her suggestion had initiated. His expression contained both vulnerability and resolution, as he prepared to engage with their relationship's emotional dimensions beyond merely structural consideration or professional alignment. My feelings have evolved significantly beyond the strategic arrangement our contract initially established, he acknowledged with directness that matched her forthright invitation. Evolution that developed through discovering your extraordinary capabilities alongside the genuine person beneath both Victoria Chen's strategic brilliance and Mei Lin's interpersonal intelligence, despite the calculated nature our relationship's origins represented. This honest disclosure, acknowledging emotional evolution beyond merely professional appreciation, created authentic foundation for discussing their relationship's personal dimensions beyond merely corporate alignment. Victoria maintained composed exterior, while internally processing both the content and significance this explicit acknowledgement represented, regarding their connection's development beyond its calculated origins. Evolution that transcended initial attraction toward deeper appreciation for your integrated identity beyond merely complementary capabilities, Alexander continued, offering specific characterization beyond merely general acknowledgement. Connection that developed through shared experiences, values alignment and mutual respect, despite the strategic considerations that initially brought us together. This detailed perspective, outlining specific development beyond merely emotional declaration, demonstrated thoughtful assessment that transcended merely romantic sentiment or convenient resolution. Victoria felt growing engagement with this authentic sharing, despite the vulnerability it created given both their relationship's complex history and her own emotional guardedness following previous relationship disappointments. Appreciation that encompasses both your extraordinary capabilities and authentic character beyond merely professional compatibility, he added, the observation addressing fundamental person rather than merely functional partnership. Though perhaps requiring similar honesty regarding your feelings beyond merely strategic consideration, despite the vulnerability such disclosure necessarily creates. This direct invitation, requesting reciprocal sharing beyond merely acknowledging his disclosure, created opening for authentic exchange regarding their relationship's emotional dimensions beyond merely structural consideration. Victoria felt momentary vulnerability at this explicit request, while recognizing both its legitimacy within balanced partnership and the significant opportunity it represented for establishing authentic foundation beyond their contract's calculated parameters. My feelings have similarly evolved beyond the strategic arrangement I initially documented, she acknowledged with matching directness, despite the vulnerability this disclosure created. Evolution that developed through experiencing your consistent integrity alongside the multi-dimensional person beyond Blackwood Financial's corporate air, despite my initial categorization based on family position and professional role. This honest response, confirming emotional evolution beyond merely professional assessment, maintained authentic engagement with their relationship's personal dimensions, despite the uncertainty such disclosure necessarily created. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful reception of this acknowledgement, his expression revealing appreciation for her forthrightness alongside continued attention to her specific characterization, beyond merely general confirmation. Evolution that transcended initial wariness toward genuine trust, despite the complications my strategic planning created between us, Victoria continued, offering specific development beyond merely general acknowledgement. Connection that developed through your consistent demonstration of both professional capability and personal integrity, despite the calculated approach my documentation necessarily represented. This detailed perspective, outlining specific development beyond merely emotional declaration, demonstrated thoughtful assessment that transcended merely convenient resolution or strategic recalibration. Victoria observed Alexander's genuine engagement with this authentic sharing, his expression revealing appreciation for both her honesty and the specific evolution her characterization had identified beyond merely general acknowledgement. Trust developed through consistent demonstration rather than merely formal declaration, she added, acknowledging the process his earlier framing had suggested, though perhaps requiring continued rebuilding given the legitimate concerns my strategic planning created despite subsequent partnership beyond merely calculated arrangement. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both connection and remaining complication, maintained honest assessment beyond merely convenient resolution or emotional simplification. Victoria noted Alexander's appreciation for this nuanced approach, his expression revealing recognition of both the genuine feelings and legitimate considerations her response had identified. Rebuilding that our relationship beyond contract might facilitate through removing calculated parameters, he suggested, connecting their emotional discussion with his earlier proposal regarding framework reconfiguration. Creating space for authentic partnership based on mutual choice rather than contractual obligation, despite the vulnerability such approach necessarily creates. This integration, connecting emotional evolution with structural reconsideration, demonstrated comprehensive perspective beyond merely separate personal and professional dimensions. Victoria felt growing consideration of this potential framework, despite the uncertainty it created, given the formal protection their current arrangement had provided throughout their relationship's development. Partnership requiring definition beyond merely rejection of contractual parameters, she noted, returning focus to practical consideration alongside emotional discussion, though perhaps beginning with clear understanding regarding both professional collaboration and personal relationship, given the integrated nature our connection has assumed throughout these 12 months. This practical response, focusing on specific definition beyond merely conceptual agreement, maintained substantive engagement with his proposal while addressing necessary considerations regarding functional application. Victoria observed Alexander's thoughtful assessment of this perspective, his expression revealing appreciation for this pragmatic approach, alongside recognition of the legitimate question it contained. Definition that might include continued corporate collaboration between Blackwood Financial and Chen Technologies, he suggested, offering specific element beyond merely general framework. Maintaining the extraordinary market position our partnership has established while potentially expanding into additional sectors where our complementary capabilities create particular advantage. This concrete proposal, outlining specific professional dimension, demonstrated practical consideration beyond merely emotional discussion or conceptual framework. Victoria appreciated this structured approach, while recognizing the opportunity it created for establishing comprehensive understanding regarding their relationship's multiple dimensions beyond merely contractual parameters. Alongside personal relationship without predetermined expiration or performance metrics, Alexander continued, addressing intimate dimension with equal directness, despite the vulnerability such explicit discussion created. Connection based on mutual choice and ongoing commitment rather than strategic arrangement or calculated parameters, despite the uncertainty such open-ended approach necessarily involves. This direct proposal, suggesting committed relationship beyond merely professional partnership, created clear understanding regarding his perspective on their personal connection beyond their contract's formal conclusion. Victoria felt momentary vulnerability at this explicit suggestion, while appreciating the honest communication it represented, despite the significant decisions such framework necessarily required, given their relationship's complex history. Relationship requiring careful consideration given both its potential benefits and inherent challenges, she acknowledged, maintaining thoughtful assessment despite the emotional significance his proposal represented. Though perhaps warranting exploration given both the genuine connection we've established and the values alignment your hidden philanthropy revealed, despite our different backgrounds and experiences. This balanced response, acknowledging both opportunity and consideration, maintained thoughtful engagement with his proposal without premature conclusion regarding appropriate resolution. Victoria noted Alexander's appreciation for this measured perspective, his expression revealing recognition of both the significant, potential and legitimate considerations her response had identified. Exploration that begins with mutual commitment to transparent communication and respectful engagement, he suggested, offering foundation beyond merely emotional declaration or conceptual framework, creating process for developing relationship beyond contract rather than predetermined arrangement, despite the uncertainty such evolutionary approach necessarily involves. This process orientation, focusing on development approach rather than merely fixed structure, demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond merely binary decision regarding their relationship's continuation. Victoria felt growing engagement with this potential framework despite the vulnerability it created given both their relationship's complex history and her own emotional guardedness following previous relationship disappointments. Process acknowledging that relationship development requires ongoing navigation rather than merely initial decision, she observed, engaging with his suggested approach beyond merely responding to specific proposal. Navigation that addresses both emerging opportunities and potential challenges through consistent communication rather than predetermined parameters, despite the uncertainty such flexible approach necessarily creates. This perspective, positioning relationship as ongoing process rather than fixed arrangement, created framework for considering their connection beyond merely contractual renewal or termination. Victoria observed Alexander's genuine appreciation for this engagement with his process orientation, his expression revealing recognition of the shared understanding this perspective represented, beyond merely agreement with specific proposal. Navigation guided by mutual respect, transparent communication, and shared values, he confirmed, integrating her process perspective with his earlier framework suggestion. Foundation that acknowledges both our relationship's evolved connection and the legitimate complications that remain without positioning either as contractual consideration beyond commitment to ongoing partnership. This integrated approach, combining process orientation with specific values foundation, demonstrated comprehensive perspective beyond merely emotional reaction or strategic calculation. Victoria felt increasing clarity regarding potential framework that might preserve their connection's valuable elements while transcending the calculated nature their current agreement necessarily represented. As evening shadows deepened across Alexander's study, their conversation gradually shifted from specific structural considerations toward more fundamental discussion regarding relationship beyond contract. The torn document on Alexander's desk served as visual reminder of his perspective regarding formal parameters, while their honest exchange about evolved feelings created emotional context for considering partnership based on mutual choice rather than contractual obligation. What emerged wasn't neat resolution that eliminated all uncertainty or immediately resolved the trust complications that remained between them. Rather, their conversation established potential pathway for relationship development beyond their agreement's formal conclusion, process that acknowledged both their genuine connection and remaining considerations without positioning either as contractual parameter beyond commitment to ongoing partnership. "Tomorrow marks our contract's official conclusion," Alexander noted as their conversation reached natural pause, acknowledging the timeline directly rather than avoiding its practical implications, despite their theoretical discussion regarding relationship beyond formal parameters. "Creating decision point that requires specific response regardless of our conceptual exploration regarding potential framework moving forward." This practical observation, returning focus to immediate consideration alongside longer-term exploration, demonstrated balanced perspective beyond merely emotional discussion or theoretical framework. Victoria appreciated this grounded approach while recognizing the legitimate question it contained regarding concrete next steps beyond merely conceptual agreement. "Decision that perhaps begins with explicit acknowledgement regarding contract conclusion without automatic replacement," she suggested, offering specific approach beyond merely general direction. "Creating clean transition toward relationship beyond formal parameters rather than merely modified continuation despite the uncertainty such approach necessarily creates." This concrete proposal, suggesting specific implementation beyond merely conceptual agreement, maintained practical engagement with their immediate circumstances alongside longer-term consideration. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful assessment of this suggestion, his expression revealing appreciation for this pragmatic approach, alongside recognition of its alignment with their broader discussion regarding relationship beyond contract. "Clean transition that establishes new beginning rather than merely contract extension," he agreed, the framing reflecting both practical implementation and symbolic significance, though perhaps with explicit understanding regarding continued partnership across both professional collaboration and personal relationship, despite the absence of formal documentation. This balanced perspective, addressing both practical transition and ongoing commitment, demonstrated comprehensive consideration beyond merely procedural approach or emotional declaration. Victoria felt growing clarity regarding immediate steps alongside longer-term direction, despite the uncertainty their relationship beyond contract necessarily involved, given both its evolved connection and remaining complications. Understanding that includes continued corporate collaboration between Blackwood Financial and Chen Technologies, she confirmed, establishing specific element within their transition framework. "Maintaining our extraordinary market position while potentially expanding into additional sectors where our complementary capabilities create particular advantage despite the absence of formal partnership documentation." This concrete confirmation, establishing specific professional dimension, demonstrated practical implementation beyond merely conceptual agreement. Victoria observed Alexander's appreciation for this structured approach, his expression revealing satisfaction regarding this clear understanding alongside continued attention to their relationship's personal dimensions beyond merely corporate alignment. "Alongside personal relationship without predetermined expiration or performance metrics," Alexander added, addressing intimate dimension with equal specificity, despite the vulnerability such explicit confirmation created. "Connection based on mutual choice and ongoing commitment rather than strategic arrangement or calculated parameters, despite the uncertainty such open-ended approach necessarily involves." This direct confirmation, establishing committed relationship beyond merely professional partnership, created clear understanding regarding their personal connection beyond their contract's formal conclusion. Victoria felt momentary vulnerability at this explicit framework, while appreciating the honest communication it represented, despite the significant commitment such arrangement necessarily involved given their relationship's complex history. Commitment that begins with acknowledgement of both our genuine connection and the trust-rebuilding process that continues between us, she suggested, offering balanced foundation that addressed their relationship's multiple dimensions, creating authentic starting point for relationship beyond contract rather than merely convenient resolution that minimizes legitimate considerations despite their continued relevance. This nuanced perspective, acknowledging both connection and complication, maintained honest assessment beyond merely convenient resolution or emotional simplification. Victoria noted Alexander's genuine appreciation for this balanced approach, his expression revealing recognition of both the authentic foundation and ongoing process her framing had established. Authentic starting point that positions trust as ongoing development rather than binary prerequisite, he acknowledged, engaging with her suggested framework beyond merely accepting specific language. Development supported through consistent demonstration rather than contractual obligation, despite the vulnerability such approach necessarily creates. This thoughtful engagement, addressing fundamental process beyond merely structural arrangement, demonstrated the authentic communication that had characterized their most significant conversations throughout their evolving relationship. Victoria felt growing confidence in their potential pathway, despite the uncertainty it created, given both their relationship's complex history and her own emotional guardedness following previous relationship disappointments. As night settled across the Blackwood estate, Victoria and Alexander continued refining their understanding regarding relationship beyond contract, establishing both immediate transition approach and longer-term development framework despite the uncertainty such open-ended commitment necessarily involved. Their conversation created neither perfect resolution on that eliminated all complications nor convenient simplification that ignored legitimate considerations. Rather, it established authentic foundation for partnership based on mutual choice, transparent communication, and shared values beyond the calculated parameters their initial agreement had necessarily represented. The torn contract on Alexander's desk served as visual reminder of transition from formal arrangement toward relationship, built on consistent demonstration rather than documented obligation. Their honest exchange about evolved feelings created emotional context for considering connection based on authentic choice rather than strategic calculation or contractual requirement. The approaching milestone represented not merely agreement conclusion, but potential beginning for partnership that integrated both their professional compatibility and personal connection beyond the calculated origins their relationship had initially represented. As Victoria prepared to leave Alexander's study following their comprehensive discussion, she paused momentarily beside the torn contract that symbolized their transition beyond formal parameters. The document that had once defined their relationship's boundaries now represented deliberate choice to explore connection based on mutual commitment rather than calculated arrangement, decision that created both significant opportunity and inherent vulnerability, given their complex history and remaining considerations. "Tomorrow we begin relationship beyond contract," Alexander observed quietly, acknowledging both the practical timeline and symbolic significance their conversation had established. Though perhaps representing continuation of journey already underway, rather than merely new beginning despite the formal transition our agreement's conclusion creates. This thoughtful perspective, positioning their transition within broader relationship evolution, demonstrated nuanced understanding beyond merely procedural milestone or dramatic transformation. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for this balanced framing that acknowledged both the significance of their formal transition and the continuous development their relationship had experienced throughout their 12-month partnership. Journey that began through strategic calculation yet evolved toward authentic connection, she acknowledged, offering similar perspective regarding their relationship's development. Evolution that creates foundation for partnership beyond contract, despite the calculated nature its origins necessarily represented. This shared understanding, recognizing both their relationship's calculated origins and genuine evolution, created authentic context for their transition beyond formal parameters. Victoria observed Alexander's appreciation for this balanced perspective, his expression revealing recognition of the meaningful framework this characterization established for their relationship moving forward. Partnership requiring courage to embrace uncertainty alongside commitment, he noted, acknowledging the vulnerability their approach necessarily created despite its potential benefits. Though perhaps representing opportunity worth pursuing, given both our evolved connection and demonstrated compatibility, despite the complications that remain unresolved between us. This honest assessment, acknowledging both opportunity and challenge, maintained balanced perspective beyond merely emotional declaration or convenient simplification. Victoria felt momentary vulnerability at this explicit acknowledgement, while appreciating the authentic communication it represented, despite the uncertainty their relationship beyond contract necessarily involved. Opportunity that asks whether I can risk my heart again after experiencing profound betrayal, she observed quietly, addressing fundamental question their transition necessarily created given her previous relationship disappointments. Risk that extends beyond merely professional collaboration or strategic partnership, despite the significant value those dimensions independently represent. This direct vulnerability, acknowledging personal fear beyond merely professional consideration, created authentic exchange regarding the emotional significance their transition represented beyond merely structural reconfiguration. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful reception of this honest disclosure, his expression revealing genuine understanding alongside careful consideration regarding appropriate response to this significant acknowledgement. Risk that applies equally to heart that has maintained careful boundaries following previous disappointment, he acknowledged with matching vulnerability that transcended his typical measured composure. Though perhaps representing possibility worth embracing given the extraordinary connection we've established, despite the calculated nature its origins necessarily represented. This reciprocal disclosure, acknowledging shared vulnerability rather than merely responding to her concern, created balanced exchange that demonstrated mutual risk beyond merely one-sided exposure. Victoria felt growing appreciation for this authentic sharing that positioned their transition as shared journey rather than merely individual decision, despite the personal nature each commitment necessarily involved. Possibility we explore together rather than merely parallel individual choices, she suggested, offering framework that acknowledged their relationship's mutual nature beyond merely separate decisions. Creating shared journey beyond contract, despite the independent consideration each commitment necessarily represents. This perspective, positioning their transition as collaborative process rather than merely separate decisions, created framework for partnership beyond merely parallel individual choices. Victoria observed Alexander's genuine appreciation for this framing, his expression revealing recognition of the meaningful approach this characterization established for their relationship moving forward. Journey beginning tomorrow with contract conclusion, he confirmed with quiet certainty that contained both vulnerability and resolution beneath his typically measured composure. Though continuing through ongoing demonstration rather than merely formal transition, despite the significance this milestone represents within our relationship's evolution. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both specific milestone and continuous process, maintained comprehensive understanding beyond merely procedural transition or emotional declaration. Victoria felt growing confidence in their potential pathway, despite the uncertainty it created given both their relationship's complex history and her own emotional guardedness following previous relationship disappointments. As Victoria finally departed Alexander's study, leaving the torn contract behind as symbolic representation of their transition beyond formal parameters, she felt both the vulnerability their approach necessarily created and the potential their connection represented beyond its calculated origins. The decision to risk her heart again after experiencing profound betrayal, both through Eric's previous relationship choices and Alexander's discovery of her strategic planning, created significant emotional exposure despite the extraordinary compatibility their partnership had demonstrated throughout their 12-month relationship. Yet this risk existed alongside remarkable opportunity their connection represented beyond merely professional collaboration or strategic partnership. Their shared values, demonstrated through both Alexander's hidden philanthropy and Victoria's technology-enabled development approach, created foundation for relationship that transcended merely complementary capabilities or convenient arrangement. Their evolved feelings, acknowledged through honest exchange beyond merely strategic consideration, established emotional context for partnership based on authentic choice rather than calculated parameters or contractual obligation. As Victoria prepared for sleep on the eve of their contract's conclusion, she recognized that their relationship beyond formal parameters would require ongoing navigation rather than merely initial decision. The trust-rebuilding process would continue through consistent demonstration rather than instantaneous resolution, creating both challenge and opportunity as they developed partnership based on mutual respect, transparent communication, and shared values beyond the calculated arrangement their initial agreement had necessarily represented. Tomorrow would mark both ending and beginning, conclusion of formal contract alongside initiation of relationship beyond calculated parameters. The torn document in Alexander's study symbolized deliberate choice to explore connection based on authentic partnership rather than strategic arrangement, decision that created both significant possibility and inherent vulnerability given their complex history and remaining considerations. Yet this vulnerability existed alongside extraordinary potential their relationship represented beyond its calculated origins, opportunity to build partnership that integrated both their professional compatibility and personal connection through ongoing commitment beyond merely contractual obligation. As night settled across the Blackwood estate, Victoria made her decision regarding whether she could risk her heart again after experiencing profound betrayal. The choice wasn't based on perfect resolution that eliminated all uncertainty or convenient simplification that ignored legitimate considerations. Rather, it reflected deliberate commitment to explore relationship beyond contract, partnership built on mutual choice, transparent communication, and shared values despite the calculated nature its origins had necessarily represented. The journey beyond contract would begin tomorrow with formal transition, though representing continuation of evolution already underway rather than merely new beginning. Epilogue. Full circle. The morning sun cast golden light across the private terrace of the Eleanor Wing, where Victoria and Alexander shared quiet breakfast overlooking the estate gardens that had witnessed their relationship's most significant developments throughout the past 2 years. Their conversation flowed with comfortable familiarity that balanced professional consideration and personal connection, discussing quarterly projections for their expanded joint ventures alongside weekend plans for visiting the Community Technology Centre their foundations had jointly established in Singapore's developing district. The quantum lattice integration with healthcare systems has exceeded even your ambitious projections, Alexander noted, reviewing the performance data on his tablet with evident appreciation beyond merely financial assessment, creating both extraordinary market position and meaningful impact across developing regions despite traditional barriers to medical technology implementation. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both commercial success and social impact, demonstrated the integrated approach their partnership had established beyond merely separate professional and personal dimensions. Victoria felt genuine satisfaction regarding both their business achievements and the meaningful application their technologies had found beyond merely profitable deployment. Integration that benefits from both Chen Technologies' innovation capabilities and Blackwood Financial's established infrastructure, she acknowledged, attributing their success to complementary strengths rather than merely individual contribution. Though perhaps representing merely foundation for more significant developments once the neural interface applications receive regulatory approval despite conservative timeline projections. This forward-looking assessment, focusing on future potential beyond merely current achievement, maintained their characteristic balance between appreciation for established success and continued ambition regarding future possibilities. Victoria observed Alexander's thoughtful engagement with this perspective, his expression revealing similar consideration regarding both their current position and potential developments beyond merely immediate results. Their professional discussion continued with comfortable rhythm that reflected 2 years of partnership development, from calculated arrangement through contractual relationship toward authentic collaboration beyond formal parameters. The integrated approach they had established created extraordinary results across both corporate performance and philanthropic impact, demonstrating the remarkable effectiveness their complementary capabilities represented when aligned through shared values and mutual respect, despite their different backgrounds and experiences. As their conversation shifted toward personal considerations regarding weekend plans, Victoria felt subtle movement beneath her hand that rested gently against her abdomen, barely perceptible flutter that created immediate context shift from external engagement to internal awareness despite its delicate nature. The sensation, becoming increasingly frequent during recent weeks as her pregnancy progressed through 5th month, created momentary pause in her response regarding Singapore travel arrangements. Alexander noticed her brief distraction with perceptive awareness that had developed throughout their evolving relationship. His expression shifted from professional consideration to personal attention, with seamless transition that demonstrated their connection's integrated nature beyond merely separate dimensions. "Another gymnastics demonstration?" he inquired with gentle smile that contained both amusement and wonder, despite the increasingly common occurrence these movements represented. Though perhaps suggesting future technology innovator rather than financial strategist, given the particularly energetic nature these activities have demonstrated during recent weeks. This light-hearted observation, acknowledging their child's active presence with affectionate characterization, created warm moment beyond merely practical discussion or professional consideration. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for both his attentive perception and the comfortable intimacy their relationship had developed throughout their journey from strategic partners toward life companions despite its calculated origins. "Movement suggesting strong opinions regarding our discussion topics," she responded with matching warmth that balanced professional composure and personal connection, though perhaps representing merely healthy development rather than particular career indication despite your evident hope for financial protégé. This playful exchange, combining affectionate teasing with genuine appreciation, demonstrated the comfortable intimacy their relationship had established beyond merely formal partnership or calculated arrangement. Victoria observed Alexander's evident enjoyment of this interaction, his expression revealing both the genuine happiness their personal connection created and continued wonder regarding their expanding family despite his typically reserved demeanor. Their conversation resumed with natural flow that integrated both professional considerations and personal planning, discussing foundation initiatives alongside nursery preparations with seamless transitions that reflected their relationship's evolved nature beyond merely separate dimensions. The balanced partnership they had established created extraordinary effectiveness across both corporate leadership and personal connection, demonstrating the remarkable compatibility their complementary qualities represented when aligned through mutual respect and shared values, despite their different approaches and experiences. As they concluded breakfast with comfortable familiarity that balanced efficiency and enjoyment, Victoria's attention briefly shifted toward movement near the estate's main entrance, visible from their elevated terrace position. The approaching vehicle, distinctive sports car with unnecessary acceleration that suggested both expensive engineering and compensatory display, created immediate recognition, despite the 18 months since their last direct interaction. "It appears Eric has scheduled another coincidental drive past the estate," Alexander observed with measured tone that contained neither jealousy nor concern, despite the obvious pattern these occasional appearances represented. Though perhaps with particularly poor timing given our departure for the Technology Center groundbreaking ceremony, despite his likely hope for chance encounter. This balanced observation, acknowledging the situation without undue reaction, demonstrated both security regarding their relationship and understanding regarding Eric's apparent difficulty accepting its permanence despite multiple demonstrations of their committed partnership. Victoria appreciated this measured perspective while noting both the predictable nature Eric's behavior represented and the contrast it created with Alexander's confident composure. patterns suggesting continued difficulty accepting relationship conclusion despite 18 months of consistent demonstration regarding our partnership's permanence, she noted with analytical assessment that contained neither emotional reaction nor personal concern, though perhaps warranting compassion alongside boundaries given evident struggle moving forward despite multiple opportunities for personal recalibration. This balanced perspective, offering understanding without compromising boundaries, demonstrated both emotional maturity and relationship security beyond merely defensive reaction or unnecessary concern. Victoria observed Alexander's appreciation for this measured approach, his expression revealing similar compassionate assessment alongside continued confidence regarding their partnership, despite Eric's persistent attempts at creating engagement opportunities. Compassion that acknowledges his evident regret without requiring your emotional investment, Alexander suggested, offering perspective that prioritized her well-being beyond merely relationship security, though perhaps best expressed through continued focus on our shared journey rather than engagement with his apparent difficulty accepting its permanence. This thoughtful framing, positioning their response within broader consideration regarding appropriate boundaries, maintained balanced perspective beyond merely reactive approach or unnecessary confrontation. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for this supportive perspective that respected her agency while offering constructive framework regarding situation that might otherwise create unnecessary complication despite its ultimately minor significance within their relationship's broader context. As Eric's vehicle continued past the estate entrance without stopping, maintaining pattern that suggested both hope for observation and reluctance regarding direct interaction, Victoria reflected on the contrast between her former relationship and current partnership beyond merely superficial comparison. The calculated arrangement that had evolved into authentic connection with Alexander demonstrated fundamentally different foundation than the relationship Eric had established through manipulation and control despite his apparent recent recognition regarding its problematic nature. His perspective from distance perhaps finally revealing what genuine partnership represents, she observed with thoughtful assessment that contained neither satisfaction nor resentment, despite the validation their relationship's success might otherwise create. Understanding that arrives too late for reconsideration, yet perhaps creating potential for personal growth beyond merely regretful observation. This compassionate perspective, focusing on potential growth rather than merely justified criticism, demonstrated emotional maturity beyond merely defensive reaction or unnecessary judgment. Victoria noted Alexander's thoughtful engagement with this assessment, his expression revealing similar balanced consideration regarding Eric's apparent recognition, despite its belated timing and limited practical relevance. Growth that might eventually create foundation for meaningful relationship beyond merely strategic arrangement, Alexander suggested, offering hopeful perspective that transcended merely critical assessment despite Eric's previous behavior, though requiring fundamental recalibration regarding partnership approach rather than merely superficial adjustment despite his evident recognition regarding what he lost. This constructive framing, focusing on potential development beyond merely current limitations, maintained compassionate perspective without minimizing the significant reconsideration Eric's approach would require beyond merely superficial changes. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for this balanced assessment that offered hopeful possibility without ignoring necessary transformation despite the limited relevance Eric's potential development represented within their own relationship's context. As Eric's vehicle disappeared beyond the estate boundaries, their attention returned to preparation for the Technology Center groundbreaking ceremony, with natural transition that demonstrated their relationship's secure foundation beyond merely external distraction or unnecessary concern. The contrast between Eric's observation from distance and their integrated partnership created momentary reflection regarding their journey from calculated arrangement toward authentic connection despite its strategic origins. While gathering materials for their foundation presentation, Victoria paused briefly beside the elegant fountain pen Alexander had presented during their contract conclusion ceremony 1 year earlier. The instrument, crafted from sustainable materials sourced from regions where both their foundations maintained active development initiatives, had become her preferred signing implement for their most significant agreements, despite its availability alongside modern digital alternatives. The pen represented their professional collaboration's continued success beyond merely symbolic gesture or ceremonial presentation. Their complementary capabilities had created extraordinary results across both corporate performance and philanthropic impact, demonstrating the remarkable effectiveness their partnership represented when aligned through shared values and mutual respect, despite their different backgrounds and experiences. Similarly, the key to Eleanor's wing had transformed from symbolic representation toward practical foundation for their shared life beyond merely ceremonial offering. The private spaces Alexander had opened contained both Blackwood family history and their developing future, from Eleanor's library that provided historical context regarding the foundation's ethical framework to the nursery they had established within an adjacent room that represented their family's continuation beyond merely professional legacy. As Victoria completed her preparation with characteristic efficiency that balanced thoroughness and timeliness, she felt another subtle movement beneath her hand that rested momentarily against her abdomen, gentle reminder regarding their partnership's most significant creation beyond merely professional achievement or financial success. The child represented true merger beyond corporate integration or strategic alignment, combining their complementary qualities through genetic foundation that transcended merely calculated arrangement or strategic planning. Alexander joined her with matching preparedness that reflected their complementary approaches despite different methodologies, his materials organized with traditional elegance that balanced her digital efficiency without unnecessary competition or hierarchical comparison. Their partnership had established remarkable effectiveness through integration of different strengths, rather than merely parallel operation or dominant approach, creating results that exceeded either individual's capabilities despite their separate accomplishments. "Ready for the groundbreaking ceremony?" he inquired with warm smile that balanced professional focus and personal connection, though perhaps with recognition that our most significant creation remains under development, despite the technology center's impressive specifications. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both their professional project and personal journey, demonstrated the integrated approach their relationship had established beyond merely separate dimensions. Victoria felt genuine appreciation for this comprehensive view that recognized both their external achievements and intimate connection without unnecessary separation or hierarchical valuation. "Our most significant merger creating timeline beyond quarterly projections," she acknowledged with matching warmth that contained both professional composure and personal depth. Though perhaps representing merely beginning rather than culmination despite the significant development already achieved. This forward-looking perspective, positioning their child within broader journey rather than merely singular achievement, maintained their characteristic balance between appreciation for current development and anticipation regarding future possibilities. Victoria observed Alexander's evident agreement with this framing, his expression revealing similar consideration regarding both their current position and potential developments beyond merely immediate circumstances. As they departed the Eleanor wing toward the waiting vehicle that would transport them to the Technology Center groundbreaking ceremony, Victoria reflected on their journey from calculated arrangement toward authentic partnership beyond formal parameters. The strategic contract that had initiated their relationship had evolved toward genuine connection that integrated both professional collaboration and personal commitment, creating foundation for shared future that transcended merely corporate alignment or convenient arrangement despite its calculated origins. Their complementary qualities had established extraordinary effectiveness across both business leadership and family development, demonstrating remarkable compatibility when aligned through mutual respect and shared values despite their different backgrounds and experiences. The power dynamics that might have created imbalance within traditional arrangement had instead developed toward balanced partnership that leveraged different strengths without unnecessary competition or hierarchical comparison. The true merger their relationship represented extended beyond merely corporate integration or strategic alignment, combining their complementary capabilities through partnership that created both extraordinary professional results and meaningful personal connection. Their child represented physical manifestation of this integration beyond merely symbolic representation or theoretical concept, embodying both their shared future and complementary qualities through genetic foundation that transcended merely calculated arrangement or strategic planning. As their vehicle departed the Blackwood estate toward the technology center location, Victoria observed Eric's car making final pass along the perimeter road with apparent attempt at casual coincidence despite the obvious intentional timing. His observation from distance created momentary reflection regarding contrast between their former relationship and current partnership beyond merely superficial comparison. Eric's perspective perhaps finally revealed what genuine partnership represented, understanding that arrived too late for reconsideration, yet potentially creating foundation for personal growth beyond merely regretful observation. The calculated manipulation his approach had employed contrasted sharply with the authentic connection her relationship with Alexander had developed despite its strategic origins, demonstrating fundamental difference between arrangement based on control versus partnership built on mutual respect and shared values. Victoria turned her attention from this momentary observation toward their approaching ceremony with natural transition that demonstrated their relationship's secure foundation beyond merely external distraction or unnecessary concern. The Technology Center groundbreaking represented both their foundation's aligned mission and their personal values beyond merely corporate initiative or public relations exercise, creating meaningful impact through integrated approach that balanced innovation capabilities and ethical framework, despite traditional separation between technology development and social responsibility. As Alexander ached for her hand with natural gesture that balanced professional composure and personal connection, Victoria felt both the physical contact and deeper significance this simple interaction represented within their evolved relationship. The journey from calculated arrangement toward authentic partnership had created foundation for shared future that integrated both their professional capabilities and personal connection. True merger of power and love beyond merely strategic alignment or convenient arrangement despite its calculated origins. Their complementary strengths had established extraordinary effectiveness across both corporate leadership and family development, demonstrating remarkable compatibility when aligned through mutual respect and shared values despite their different backgrounds and experiences. The child developing beneath her heart represented physical manifestation of this integration beyond merely symbolic representation or theoretical concept, embodying both their shared future and complementary qualities through genetic foundation that transcended merely calculated arrangement or strategic planning. The full circle their journey represented extended beyond merely returning to starting point with minor modification or superficial adjustment. Rather, it demonstrated evolutionary development that maintained essential strengths while transcending initial limitations, creating authentic partnership that leveraged their complementary capabilities through foundation built on mutual respect, transparent communication, and shared values beyond the calculated parameters their initial agreement had necessarily represented. As their vehicle approached the Technology Center location where community members had gathered for the groundbreaking ceremony, Victoria and Alexander prepared to present their integrated vision regarding technology development that served both market effectiveness and social responsibility. Their partnership demonstrated that power and love could merge beyond merely separate dimensions or competing priorities, creating foundation for both extraordinary achievement and meaningful connection when aligned through authentic relationship despite its calculated origins. The journey had indeed come full circle, not through returning to initial arrangement with minor adjustment, but through evolutionary development that transformed calculated contract toward authentic partnership beyond formal parameters. Their complementary qualities had established remarkable effectiveness across both professional collaboration and personal connection, creating true merger that integrated power and love beyond merely strategic alignment or convenient arrangement, despite its calculated origins. The future extended before them with both exciting possibilities and inevitable challenges beyond merely predictable projection or controlled planning. Yet this uncertainty existed alongside extraordinary foundation their journey had established: partnership built on mutual respect, transparent communication, and shared values that created potential for continued development beyond merely initial achievement or temporary arrangement. Their child represented both this potential's physical manifestation and their partnership's continued evolution beyond merely symbolic representation or theoretical concept. The true merger their relationship embodied would continue developing through this new dimension beyond merely professional collaboration or personal connection, creating family that integrated their complementary qualities through foundation built on authentic partnership despite its calculated origins. As Victoria placed protective hand against her abdomen while exiting their vehicle toward the waiting community members, she felt both the responsibility this new life represented and the extraordinary partnership that had created foundation for its development beyond merely biological function or social expectation. The journey from calculated arrangement toward authentic connection had indeed come full circle, creating true merger of power and love that extended beyond merely professional achievement or personal relationship toward shared future that transcended the calculated parameters their initial agreement had necessarily represented.